Chapter 1. The Return of the Senior Brother 1. What is the experience of reaching the Great Ascension stage in cultivation? Jian Shuanghan, the senior brother of the Heavenly Sword sect, finds himself somewhat bereft of inspiration, specifically the inspiration for ascension. To this day, no cultivator at the Great Ascension stage from the Jiuzhou continent has managed to ascend, making it quite difficult for Jian Shuanghan to find a reference. Faced with such challenges, he resolves to return to the sect and embark on his post-graduation life. Perhaps a moment of enlightenment will strike him unexpectedly. However, as he quietly steps into the grand hall of the sect, intending to greet his master, he finds himself in the midst of a dramatic scene when Qingqing clutches Su Heng's arm tightly, her tear-filled eyes timidly gazing at the seated master above. This matter is not to blame on senior sister San. Just as her words fall, when Qingqing shifts her grip on Su Heng's hand slightly downward, revealing the glaring red stain on his sleeve. Unbeknownst to her, she merely purses her lips, a slight frown creasing her brow, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, valiantly holding back her sorrow. The sight is truly one of utmost pity. Her master, the cold and stern Qingxian, feels a surge of rage as he witnesses the bloodied hand of his most cherished disciple, who, despite the pain, stubbornly defends her inconsiderate senior sister. How could such a well-behaved and understanding child be subjected to such injustice? Qingxian turns his gaze toward his third disciple, Bai Yunsui, filled with disappointment. Bai Yunsui glares at Qingqing with an expression devoid of any sympathy. Qingxian has no doubt that if Bai Yunsui were given a sword at that moment, he would likely stab Qingqing repeatedly without hesitation. Feeling utterly drained, Qingxian reflects on how Bai Yunsui was not always like this. She was once gentle, graceful, and well-versed in the teachings, caring for her fellow disciples and showing utmost respect to him as her master. He recalls the day his eldest disciple brought Bai Yunsui to him, her bright eyes shining with admiration, just like the innocent and lovable Qingqing of today. But what has he witnessed now? He sees his once beloved disciple resorting to the most despicable tactics to vie for affection. Bai Yunsui, do you not realize that Qingqing is your junior sister? She has endured a lonely childhood and deserves the compassion of our sect. To think you would push her down like that, how could you disappoint me so? Qingquan's words cut deeply, each one striking at Bai Yunsui's heart. Bai Yunsui is taken aback. She cannot comprehend why no one believes her when she insists she did not push Qingqing. When she seeks help from her most trusted second brother, Su Heng, he coldly turns away, feigning ignorance and directly addressing Qingxian. Master, I believe we should confine Bai Yunsui in the Demon Suppression Tower for at least a month. The mention of the Demon Suppression Tower sends a collective gasp through the hall. Standing at the back of the crowd, Jian Shuanghan feels his brow furrow at the mention of the tower. He gazes up at the imposing figure of Qingxian, exuding an aura of righteousness and icy demeanor. Surely, Qingxian has not lost his senses in his old age, filling his mind with water to maintain his youthful appearance? Should they not listen to the absurdity of the words being uttered at this moment? A young girl cultivator injures her hand, and the suspect is to be imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Tower for a month. Do they believe the tower is merely an inferior inn? It is a place designated for punishing those who have committed heinous crimes in the cultivation world. To be sent to the Demon Suppression Tower, one must at least have fallen to demonic corruption or have committed murder on a grand scale. Has Bai Yunsui slaughtered Su Heng's entire family? What enmity could possibly warrant such a punishment? Jian Shuanghan skeptically glances at Qingxian, thinking to himself that this old man cannot truly be so foolish as to agree with such a notion. Su Heng may be dim-witted, but Qingxian must not be as well. To Jian Shuanghan's shock, Qingquan's cold and unyielding voice suddenly cuts through the air. Take Bai Yunsui away and confine her in the Demon Suppression Tower for a month. Master, Bai Yunsui exclaims in disbelief, feeling as though she is plunged into an icy abyss. The Demon Suppression Tower, what sort of place is that? How could he utter such malicious words with that transcendent and unparalleled visage? Before anyone can step forward to escort Bai Yunsui away, a loud smack resonates through the hall. Everyone present gasps in unison. Qingxian has unexpectedly leaped from his throne, a clear handprint visible on his face, glaringly evident and jarring to all who witness it. Su Heng, reacting swiftly, leaps in front of Qingxian, drawing his sword. When Qingqing rushes to support Qingxian, exclaiming, Master, the atmosphere in the hall becomes tense, as if a sword were drawn. Qingxian, too, comes to his senses, filled with dread. Who has dared to strike him? This sudden slap has left him seeing stars. Where is this place? This is the main hall of the Heavenly Sword sect, and he, Qingxian, is one of the few great ascension experts in the entire Jiuzhou continent. From where did this slap originate? Could it be that the demonic sect has returned? Qingxian unleashes his oppressive aura and bellows. Who dares to act so brazenly? Step forth. Bai Yunsui, still in the nascent stage of her cultivation, is overwhelmed by Qingchuan's pressure and vomits blood. Meanwhile, Wen Qingqing, sheltered by Qingchuan's side, remains unharmed. Jian Shuanghan finds his brow uncontrollably twitching, and his hand seems to have detached from his mind, frozen in place. He then realizes that all the skilled cultivators in the hall have turned their gazes toward him. When Jian Shuanghan looks up, he meets Qingchuan's piercing gaze. The hall falls into a deathly silence, and after a moment, Su Heng is the first to react, tremblingly exclaiming, "As senior brother?" Instantly, Qingxian retracts his oppressive aura, and the hall erupts into chaos. The legendary senior brother of the Heavenly Sword sect has returned, none other than Jian Shuanghan. It is no wonder they are astonished. Jian Shuanghan was Qingchuan's first disciple during the disciple recruitment ceremony, a prodigious talent of extraordinary potential, appearing once every 3,000 years. After Qingxian ascended to the position of sect master, Jian Shuanghan naturally became the senior brother. Yet this esteemed senior brother was known for engaging in only 3 pursuits: seclusion, alchemy, and training. Consequently, throughout Qingchuan's many years as sect master, the number of people who had encountered Jian Shuanghan could be counted on 2 hands. Had it not been for Su Heng being a fellow disciple, they might not have recognized him at all. Qingxian, too, is taken aback by the sudden appearance of his eldest disciple in the hall, momentarily forgetting the stinging slap on his face. The last time he had seen Jian Shuanghan was 15 years ago. Yet, in that span of time, Jian Shuanghan has not changed in the slightest. Even the way his bangs are styled remains identical. Only when Qingqing notices, why is he extending his hand? Indeed, Jian Shuanghan's hand remains outstretched. The keen-eat among them observe that this hand overlaps with the handprint on the sect master's face. Jian Shuanghan suppresses the twitching of his brow and the surge of inexplicable anger. Shuanghan has completed his training and returned to report to master. The chilling tone of his voice sends shivers through all present. Only Su Heng, completely oblivious to the situation, seems to have found his pillar of support, rushing over to grasp Jian Shuanghan's hand and exclaiming, "Senior brother, you must judge this matter." As he speaks, he unceremoniously points at the fallen and bloodied Bai Yunsui, declaring, "Senior sister San has gone mad." Out of jealousy for senior sister Qi's favor with master, she has resorted to all means to frame and slander. Just moments ago, master was about to give her a slight reprimand. Yet senior sister San, unrepentant, colluded with malevolent forces and stormed into the hall. Just look at master's face. With a loud thud, before Su Heng can finish his sentence, his face is abruptly pressed into the cold stone floor of the hall. The latter part of his words is drowned out by the dirt filling his mouth. In that moment of silence, Jian Shuanghan realizes that the hand pressing down on Su Heng's head is his own. Qingxian stares at Jian Shuanghan in utter disbelief, unable to fathom that this is still his once promising disciple, a genius of cultivation who had little concern for anything beyond raising his own power. Wen Qingqing, terrified, lets out a shrill scream and hides behind Qingxian. In her mind, alarm bells ring loudly as she realizes that this unfamiliar senior brother regards her with a gaze completely devoid of compassion, as if she were a stranger. Such a look frightens her, causing her to grip Qingchuan's sleeve even tighter. Upon hearing Wen Qingqing scream, Qingxian feels a surge of anger. Pointing at Jian Shuanghan, he barks, "Shuanghan, what are you doing? That is your junior brother. Release him at once." Elder Yao Feng, come quickly. Check on Su Heng's condition. Elder Yao Feng gulps nervously under Qingchuan's intense scrutiny and quickly approaches. Fortunately, Jian Shuanghan releases his grip, allowing the stunned Su Heng to be pulled aside for examination. Bai Yunsui, propping herself up with her injured body, looks up at the suddenly reappeared Jian Shuanghan, her emotions a tumultuous mix. Strictly speaking, it was this senior brother who had brought her back to the Heavenly Sword sect. Years ago, at the tender age of 7, Bai Yunsui was sold into servitude by her stepmother, only to find herself in the clutches of a man who was selecting furnace cauldrons for cultivators. As she awaited her fate in a cage, she overheard those vile men speaking, learning that a furnace cauldron was a term for individuals who sacrificed everything to aid cultivators, only to have their souls scattered, left with nothing, not even a chance at reincarnation. Chapter 2. The return of the senior brother. 2. Fear, despair, and resentment surged within her, a tempest of emotions crashing against her mind. She was unwilling to accept such an end. Seizing the moment when her captors let their guard down, she made her escape. Yet, alas, at that tender age of 7, she was soon discovered by others. Just as she was about to be captured and face the most brutal of beatings, this celestial being descended from the heavens. rescuing her and those on the brink of suffering. Subsequently, Bai Yunsui was brought back to the Heavenly Sword sect by Jian Shuanghan, where she became a disciple of the esteemed Qing Xianjinren. The senior brother was her benefactor, the first person she genuinely admired from the depths of her heart. Unbelievably, in this moment of utter vulnerability, she encountered him once more. The intense pain coursing through her body brought tears to Bai Yunsui's eyes, yet she clung to hope. Softly calling out, "Cough, senior brother? I truly." However, before she could finish, a pill unexpectedly leapt into her mouth, its fragrant essence rapidly spreading across her palate. Alleviating her agony, Jian Shuanghan, unwilling to see her risk her life for a few words, casually tossed a healing elixir into her mouth. This act, however, incensed Qingxian, who bellowed in anger, "Shuanghan, Bai Yunsui has erred and must face punishment. You are sheltering her." The fury Jian Shuanghan had previously managed to suppress now erupted at Qingshuan's words. In an instant, dark storm clouds gathered within the grand hall, crackling with thunder. With a furious reprimand, the first bolt of lightning struck directly towards Qingxian. "Qingxian, if your mind is filled with nothing but dross, I would gladly help you stir it up." Jian Shuanghan snapped, unable to contain himself. That little girl merely scraped her palm. How significant is that? Is it a matter of life and death, or of her cultivation being ruined? The thunder in the hall began to crackle wildly, and with each of Jian Shuanghan's words, a bolt of lightning was directed at Qingxian. When the first bolt descended, Qingxian was utterly unprepared for his most esteemed disciple to unleash lightning upon him. His mind momentarily stunned, he was struck, though fortunately, as a powerful figure in the Great Ascension stage, he quickly regained his composure, raising his hand to shield himself from the barrage of lightning. Yet, the pressure from the falling strikes was palpable, leaving Qingxian to ponder just how far Jian Shuanghan's cultivation had progressed in the years since they last met. But faced with Jian Shuanghan's insolence, all astonishment was cast aside as he seethed. "Jian Shuanghan, you have deeply disappointed me." Those words only served to infuriate Jian Shuanghan further. "What right do you have to feel disappointed?" he retorted, his voice once soothing now laced with fury. In this hall filled with transformation stage and false void cultivators, they all seem to be lost in a stupor under your oppressive aura. Not a single one of them has the wits to breathe. Besides that fledgling you protect, there is another here, a foundational cultivator, who can barely withstand your pressure. Jian Shuanghan's voice, once melodious, now echoed with rage, causing those present to bow their heads in silence, too intimidated to speak. His anger surged as he surveyed the audience, incredulous at their inability to recognize their own failings. Bai Yunsui had merely injured her palm and was to be locked away in the Demon Suppression Tower for a month. How long should Bai Yunsui be confined for sustaining serious injuries under your watch? Do not dare to argue that a sect leader and a mere girl are incomparable. Are your sect rules meant for fools? As Qingxian struggled to counter Jian Shuanghan's relentless barrage of thunder, he was forced to listen to the irrefutable truths being hurled at him, his face paling with rage. If not for the fact that this was his most promising disciple, he would have relished the opportunity to cast this rebellious student aside. "How dare you defy your master?" Hearing the word defy, Jian Shuanghan found it laughable. "Then pray tell, what did you teach me when you first initiated me into the path of cultivation? Was it not that cultivators defy the heavens, contend for their lives, and that this path is fraught with peril? Those who fear hardship and death are unworthy of this way." With a crack of thunder, Qingxian forgot to shield himself from the mightiest strike, and had it not been for his reflexive action to push when Qingqing aside, both he and his disciple would have been reduced to cinders. Fortunately, only Qingxian suffered this fate. Nevertheless, this exchange and the ensuing thunder brought clarity to Qingshuan's mind. Had he not been in such dire straits, he might have flushed with embarrassment, feeling like a fool for having raised a treacherous wolf. Qingxian had intended to voice his grievance, but as the words hung on the tip of his tongue and he caught Jian Shuanghan's piercing gaze, he found himself faltering, feeling suddenly timid, and swallowed his words. "Truly, what is this?" Jian Shuanghan clearly understood the sentiment Qingxian wished to express, and his anger flared anew. "I have defied the heavens. Am I to fear defying my master as well? Senior brother, please calm yourself." Swing, awakening, was immediately struck by Jian Shuanghan's thunderous words, his spirit almost leaving him in fright. Without thinking, he clung to Jian Shuanghan's arm. "That is our master. You still recognize him as our master?" Jian Shuanghan looked at his once assertive junior brother, now cowed and lacking the earlier bravado, feeling a pang of grief. "He has aged, his mind dulled, and you two have grown older. Your wits gnawed away by the southern wilderness? How did I instruct you? Did I not say, when he sets fire, you add fuel? When he takes lives, you hand him the knife. When he nurtures birds, you provide the cage? When Qingqing, upon hearing the reference to nurturing birds, realized Jian Shuanghan's words were a veiled jab at her, her tears spilling forth as she whimpered, "Senior brother, it is all my fault. I was simply in so much pain." "Enough with the tears. Stifle it." Jian Shuanghan, irritated by when Qingqing's sobbing, shot her a cold glare. To his surprise, she instantly stopped, her pallor striking, trembling from the chill, casting a pitiful glance at Qingxian. As anticipated, when Jian Shuanghan's gaze fell upon Qingxian, he saw the once promising mind of his master now deflated, filled with frustration, as Qingxian hesitantly met his eyes and finally said, "Shuanghan, your junior sister is merely a sheltered young girl." Jian Shuanghan felt a surge of indignation at those words. In an instant, he was before Qingxian, seizing his shoulders and shaking him violently. "Qingxian, do you even hear what you are saying? Water? Where's the water? I am shaking you with all my might. Yet you still have not emptied the dross from your mind. If your brain is filled with dregs, surely it should be stirred by now. Do you dare repeat that? What do you mean by a sheltered young girl? This girl aspires to cultivate and defy the heavens. What did you rely on to achieve the great ascension? Were you simply weeping and begging with that charming face of yours? Senior brother, you have knocked our master senseless." Bai Yunsui, feeling a resurgence of vitality, observed Qingxian, now swaying under Jian Shuanghan's assault, and realized he was on the verge of foaming at the mouth. Despite her fear, she felt compelled to intervene. "Master is not deserving of such treatment." "Stirred?" Jian Shuanghan echoed, his brows furrowing. Bai Yunsui had indeed perceived that he had rattled Qingxuan's thoughts. With her words, Jian Shuanghan finally loosened his grip, his anger slightly abated. Qingxian, in the most vulnerable of states, lay upon the grand hall floor, eyes wide and frothing at the mouth. Jian Shuanghan, now disinterested in him, descended the steps, only to find when Qingqing glaring at him with a mixture of terror and bitterness, which reignited his ire. Yet he steeled himself, casting her a frigid glance. "In your pursuit of cultivation, if you can manage to cultivate, do so. If not, then leave." With that, Jian Shuanghan turned to the dazed Bai Yunsui, saying, "Junior sister Yunsui, come with me." Bai Yunsui stood, bewildered, and followed Jian Shuanghan's lead. Having heard tales of his extraordinary talent, his legend echoing throughout the cultivation world, a source of immense pride for their master, the second senior brother, who had been with Jian Shuanghan the longest, always spoke of him with unabashed admiration. As Jian Shuanghan stepped out of the grand hall, he was suddenly struck by the sight of everyone within, seemingly frozen in a stupor, as if they had been rendered senseless by a bolt of lightning. Anger surged within him, and he bellowed at the myriad statues adorning the hall. "Have you all lost your wits? Do you not see that our master requires tending?" In an instant, the assembly snapped back to reality, rushing frantically towards the fallen sect leader, Qingxian. At that moment, Jian Shuanghan felt a refreshing clarity as he returned to his secluded mountain retreat alongside Bai Yunsui. Fortunately, his diligence in cultivation had borne fruit, allowing him to attain the great ascension stage just in time to return to the sect and prevent Qingxian from taking the perilous first step of descending into folly. Jian Shuanghan cast a glance back at the timid Bai Yunsui following closely behind, feeling an acute headache. What had the sect been doing all these years? They had managed to cultivate a disciple into such a pitiful state. Seeing Jian Shuanghan turn around, Bai Yunsui feared that his appearance might have displeased his senior brother, prompting him to lower his head even further and mumble, "Senior brother, I am truly sorry. I seem to have caused you trouble." Jian Shuanghan, observing Bai Yunsui's demeanor, felt a flare of frustration rise within him. Yet he stifled it, reminding himself, "Forget it. That old fool Qingxian is not in his right mind. What can I expect from my junior brothers and sisters?" He resolved to remain calm, acknowledging that with such a dire situation, progress would need to be made gradually. Thus, he handed a vial of elixir to Bai Yunsui and gestured towards a room in his courtyard, saying, "For now, you shall reside here. Once your injuries are healed, we shall commence your training." Without waiting for Bai Yunsui's reaction, Jian Shuanghan retreated to his chamber, locking the door behind him and erecting a barrier. From his storage ring, he retrieved what could only be described as a straw man. Although it resembled a mere doll, it was intricately bound with a multitude of talismans. He placed the straw figure upon the table and rapped the surface, commanding, "Stop playing dead and get up." "Jian Shuanghan, you scoundrel. At the very least, I am the strongest villain system. Show me some respect." The straw figure, incensed, sprang to life, stomping its feet and flailing its straw arms in a fit of rage. In its fury, the straw head emitted a glow of red light. Jian Shuanghan, witnessing the agitated straw man, understood that the transition from master to slave was a harrowing experience for any entity, be it living or a system, and could drive one to the brink of despair. However, he had no desire to console this malfunctioning system. Instead, he relished in its furious antics, which were strikingly amusing to him. As for why Jian Shuanghan possessed the most formidable villain system, and why this peculiar system resided within a straw man rather than in his mind, the answer was simple. During the tribulation of his great ascension, a yawning stage cultivator had dared to intrude and observe. Jian Shuanghan, having a rare mutated lightning root, faced a tribulation far more formidable than usual, and in his case, it was akin to cheating. Indeed, while he had not cheated during the sect's grand examination, he had certainly manipulated the heavens during his tribulation. Given his circumstances, he was doubly culpable. Now, Jian Shuanghan resembled a pest scuttling across the heavenly plate, wielding immense destructive power, yet unable to scream in fear, lest he provoke the heavens into consuming him whole. Thus, during his tribulation, the heavens unleashed a wrathful fury, akin to pulling the fuse and overloading the system, determined to obliterate this audacious soul. Jian Shuanghan was acutely aware of his unpopularity. When it came to sabotaging allies or foes, he chose an uninhabited wilderness in the demon realm. At that moment, the calamity clouds stretched over 20 kilometers. As the second bolt of tribulation struck, the dark clouds began to glow crimson, and by the fifth strike, they emitted thick black smoke. By the seventh, they were aflame. It was not that the tribulation was weakening. Rather, the heavens had ignited the calamity clouds in their fury. This was a testament to the heavens' loathing for Jian Shuanghan. In such dire circumstances, any living being would tremble in terror and flee far away. Yet, there was one fool who saw this spectacle and mistook it for the opening of an unknown secret realm. The sky was ablaze with fire, lightning, and billowing smoke. Surely a battle of ancient gods. How could anyone be so blind? The system, too, could not be so naive. The foolish observer believed the area where Jian Shuanghan faced his tribulation was the battlefield of ancient gods, and thus the so-called strongest villain system felt invincible, prompting the fool to boldly issue a mission to sweep the ancient battlefield. Alas, the fool was struck down by the remnants of lightning, leaving the system in a state of shock. When Jian Shuanghan emerged from the chaos, his hair standing on end, his face blackened, and his eyes glowing red, he resembled a wild man freshly unearthed from coal, though even more dignified, as he was crackling with electricity. The strongest villain system, in a state of bewilderment, felt a tingling sensation throughout its entirety, mistakenly believing it was love at first sight, and approached without regard for the true nature of the being before it. Ultimately, the strongest villain system had transformed into the current state of a powerless, enraged straw figure. Do not presume that silence equates to aloofness. This system has witnessed all manner of disgraceful behavior. Do you understand that becoming my host is a fortune earned over several lifetimes of merit? How dare you reduce me to a voodoo doll? I assure you, once I find a host, I shall unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon you. At last, Jian Shuanghan could no longer contain himself. Silence. What on earth are you? A minuscule lightning cloud, measuring just a finger's width, promptly delivered a crispy shock to the straw doll system. Wow! I'm cry. Wah! I can't stop crying. Jian Shuanghan, you scoundrel! Do you not know that according to destiny, you are only worthy of the divine transformation stage, then gravely injured in the demon realm, falling for the demoness? In pursuit of her, you, a lovesick fool, defied your master, resulting in the demise of the demoness, and ultimately becoming a mere pawn in the protagonist's journey. Do you not understand that to change your fate, you must rely on me, the villain system? The system's wailing echoed loudly, yet outside, Bai Yunsui remained blissfully unaware. All she saw was Jian Shuanghan's small chamber, which illuminated the night with flashes of electricity, occasionally sparking arcs of lightning. The entire Tianjin sect believed that stars were falling upon them, twinkling brilliantly. Finally, as dawn approached, the straw man had transformed into a charred figure. Sitting upon the carbonized wooden table, large tears coated in soot fell in torrents. You can discharge electricity, but why does the intensity only increase as time goes on? Jian Shuanghan replied, his expression unchanging. Carbonized material conducts electricity better. Wow! The charred figure cried, even more pitifully. What on earth are you? This explanation transcends dimensions. Jian Shuanghan, having endured a night of electrifying torment, felt no fatigue, but after listening to the system's lamentations, his ears buzzed incessantly. He fought the urge to zap the system for another 6 hours, and with an air of elegance, leaned against the bedpost, crossed his legs, and proclaimed, "I offer you a choice. Either transition to another system, or I shall render you utterly inoperative." A cold breeze swept into the small room, and even the formless system felt a chill in its charred body. It asked, in a dazed manner, "Did you treat all systems like this before killing them?" A vein throbbed at Jian Shuanghan's temple, but he restrained himself, acknowledging that it was foolish to harbor high hopes for the intelligence of such a system. Nevertheless, he concluded that arguing with an imbecile would only diminish his own stature. "Do you still require someone to take action?" Your erroneous assumption of the ancient divine battlefield led to the issuance of misguided missions, resulting in the host's demise, leaving not even a trace behind. Such a grave professional blunder. Do you still hold any value in your existence? The Dao system trembled momentarily, only to realize something was amiss. Am I not still here, enduring your torment? What manner of foolishness is this? Chapter 4. I am merely a villainous system, too. Jian Shuanghan gestured towards the still, glowing curse symbols. Those were set in place to prevent your escape or the possession of other living beings, thereby saving you. Jian Shuanghan patiently explained. You resemble a transmitter constantly sending and receiving signals. Your main system can process you through your signals, so tell me, am I not correct? The Dao system felt utterly befuddled. This is too difficult. You could be more straightforward. It means I must either serve you like a dog or be discovered by the main system and become a dead dog, correct? Jian Shuanghan was astonished. This isn't too foolish after all. However, the next statement from the Dao system was, so, what kind of dog master do you aspire to be? Destruction. Jian Shuanghan decided to disregard it. Let them all perish. Day by day, one after another. Jian Shuanghan was oblivious to the extent of the lightning strike he unleashed in his fury. His small dwelling now contained not a single piece of intact furniture. Yet, he felt a slight tug at the hem of his garment. Looking down in surprise, he found the system, its once vibrant form now resembling charred remnants, attempting to pull him gently while pitifully asking, "What did I do wrong? I am willing to change my vocation." Jian Shuanghan rolled his eyes. "Why did you not say that earlier? Must you provoke me?" The system, now deeply aggrieved, lamented, "Woe is me! Speak, will you? Your silence is unsettling. I too am a system with feelings. You cannot treat me this way. To strike or not to strike." Jian Shuanghan felt a twitch in his hand, desperately wanting to extinguish its existence. Even if I wish to be a good child, who has taught me? The functions of the system were predetermined from its inception. How could I contravene factory settings? It the most formidable villainous system is entitled to its own temper. Jian Shuanghan's uncontrollable fury subsided somewhat as he crouched down, observing the system sprawled on the ground, weeping like a child, and found it somewhat pitiable. Well then, shall we attempt to reverse your factory settings? Reverse them? The Dao system appeared bewildered. How would that work? If it had a face, it would surely be filled with a naive thirst for knowledge. The incessant bombardment of sound that had plagued it all night fell silent, and Jian Shuanghan felt his ears finally at peace. After a moment of dazed silence, the Dao system timidly inquired, "But I do not know how to proceed." Jian Shuanghan's accumulated anger dissipated at last, as he carefully lifted the Dao system from the ground, locating an undamaged box within the room to place it inside. Jian Shuanghan resumed his composed demeanor. "If you do not know how to proceed, I can assist you." The Dao system was taken aback. Jian Shuanghan glanced at his palm and the soot on his clothing, discreetly employing a cleaning spell. For he had no desire to carry around a lump of easily crumbling charcoal, as it would tarnish his elegance. Let us create a new body for that system. His gaze settling on a doll in a corner of the room. Upon regaining composure, the Dao system watched as Jian Shuanghan picked up a well-preserved doll, albeit worn by time. "You cannot be considering using this tattered doll as my new body, can you?" Jian Shuanghan regarded the doll, a gift from Su Heng when he was 8, surprised it had survived. He skillfully used magic to restore the doll. "What? Do you find it unworthy? This doll is crafted from fish silk. I will array it and imbue it with magic, and with the addition of a framework. It shall at least serve as a functional artifact. Could you not find me a host instead?" If the Dao system could express an emotion, its face would surely reflect deep sorrow. If it must be so, I would not be averse to being a dog. Jian Shuanghan scoffed. Is this truly the most powerful villainous system? Now it is willing to accept being a dog for a host? I am well aware that everything you systems require must depend on a host capable of completing tasks for you. In layman's terms, your existence is akin to parasitism or symbiosis. As long as life exists, desire will follow, serving as the medium for your tasks. The Dao system regarded Jian Shuanghan with a complex expression. Could you not simply scold me in plain language? Am I not merely a parasite inciting malice through desire? Speaking so intricately makes me seem foolish. Indeed, there is a certain level of self-awareness, yet Jian Shuanghan had no intention of praising it. This canine system ought to be proud, yet he would never grant it that satisfaction. While stitching the doll, Jian Shuanghan ventured, "Since you are a villainous system, can you assess villain levels? Beyond villain levels, what else can you discern? If the host requires it, I can certainly provide that information. Do you wish to view your own data? Certainly best not to." It possesses the capability to observe data, but it did not dare to look at this individual. Given the lightning strike, it was convinced Jian Shuanghan might obliterate its sensors and display. Why would Jian Shuanghan wish to view his own data? He had no curiosity, so he provided examples. Can you assess levels of foolishness, distortion, perversion, rage, disgust, annoyance, and the urge to strike? The system nodded vigorously. Of course, though I believe you need not assess the urge to strike. Jian Shuanghan raised an eyebrow. To you, aside from yourself, everyone deserves a strike. The system asserted confidently. Since you intend to strike, does it matter if the data is abundant or sparse? Follow my instructions and organize this data into a panel. Jian Shuanghan had already retrieved materials rich in spiritual energy from his spatial ring to craft the doll's framework, which he completed assembling. The data need not be overly extravagant. A simple 0-100 scale will suffice for my convenience. To his surprise, the system appeared troubled. Genuinely so. This is unrealistic. For instance, compressing the foolishness value of Qingxian Jinren to 100 would result in an overflow. Jian Shuanghan felt his brows twitch. Had he not been preoccupied with cultivation? Neglecting Qingxian for nearly 160 years? How could Qingxian, who has lived for over 2,000 years, possess a foolishness value so high it cannot be compressed? Suppressing the impulse to strike Qingxian again, he inquired. So, what is the overflow of my master's foolishness value? The system waved its small carbon hand. Excited as if it had discovered a long-lost relative, it overflowed by 3,000 times, making him the highest in the entire Tianjin sect. In other words, my master's foolishness value has reached 300,000. The esteemed leader of a prominent sect in the Jiuzhou continent, with a foolishness value of 300,000. For the sake of the sect's future, perhaps it is all rather peculiar. Your master possesses a strange new type of value called whimper value, currently sitting at 10 points. Whimper value? What on earth is that? Jian Shuanghan, not one to feign understanding, earnestly directed his puzzled gaze towards the system. Although the system sensed his fervent curiosity, it could only helplessly shrug. Sometimes, data can be like an unopened mystery box. Even upon unveiling it, its significance may remain unclear, right? Over time, perhaps it will reveal itself. To be frank, from the perspective of Bai Yunsui, the sheer level of disdain surrounding a master with a foolishness value of 300,000 is staggering. Yet, he was not Bai Yunsui, he was Jian Shuanghan. His master had never wronged him. In fact, he had been immensely gracious. Jian Shuanghan had no grounds to harbor resentment towards his master. Chapter 5. The Master's Technique in Selecting Exceptional Disciples. 1. The parents of Jian Shuanghan perished in the war among cultivators when he was merely 6 years old. A conflict referred to by the mortals below as the War of Immortals and Demons. However, for Jian Shuanghan, it was simply a clash of two factions. Deranged individuals endowed with excessive power, idly consumed by their insatiable greed, engaging in a brutal struggle for resources. The vanquished were labeled as demons, while the victors were hailed as immortals. Living in constant fear, after the death of his parents, the turmoil continued for 2 more years. As an orphan, he roamed with other abandoned children, perpetually evading capture, enduring hunger and tattered clothing, terrified of being seized and subjected to unspeakable horrors. Following the conclusion of the War of Immortals and Demons, he fought desperately for survival, eventually learning that the devastation wrought by the conflict had left both sides grievously weakened, prompting a grand recruitment of disciples. Those with aspirations of cultivation could test their talents and seek masters to impart their knowledge. It was amid this chaotic backdrop that the disheveled Jian Shuanghan, in a moment of bewilderment, became a disciple of Qingxian. Qingxian, naming him after the poetic phrase, full hall of flowers drunken with 3,000 guests, incorporated the words Jian Shuanghan from the 14 prefectures into his title. At the master-disciple ceremony that day, Su Heng was among those who took the same vow. Unlike Jian Shuanghan, it was said that Su Heng was the legitimate heir of a powerful royal lineage from the 9 provinces. Even after the War of Immortals and Demons obliterated all dynasties across the land, the Su clan managed to ensure that Su Heng enjoyed a life free from want. Joyfully reaching the age of 8, escorted by the clan elders to the master-disciple ceremony, where he pledged himself to Qingxian. On his very first day of cultivation, Jian Shuanghan encountered a formidable obstacle, the demonic hindrance. The chaos of the war and his life as a wandering orphan had inflicted profound psychological scars upon him. Thus, despite possessing a rare talent that emerged once in 3,000 years, his progress was slower than that of a tortoise. During that time, Qingxian remained both present and attentive, guiding him to confront his inner demons and focus on his cultivation. His dedication to teaching was unwavering, and he showered Jian Shuanghan with care. In Jian Shuanghan's eyes, Qingxian was both a master and a father, deserving of the titles Shifu and Shizun. It was only through Qingxuan's meticulous attention that Jian Shuanghan was eventually able to see through his initial demonic barriers, achieving an astonishing rate of progress in his cultivation. When he finally broke through to the golden elixir stage and entered the nascent soul realm, he unexpectedly discerned a sliver of celestial insight. The Tianjin sect faced an imminent extermination crisis. However, at that time, his cultivation was insufficient to devise a means of evading disaster, leading him to attempt to convey the impending doom to Qingxian in a roundabout manner. He recalled Qingxian's response, delivered with an air of nonchalance. Cultivating immortality is inherently against the heavens. Contending for opportunities against fate inevitably invites calamity. There is no need to fret over imagined fears. Left with no option, Jian Shuanghan resolved to ardently elevate his cultivation level, realizing that he could not rely on his master. Thus, in pursuit of greater celestial insights and clarity regarding the nature of the impending catastrophe, he immersed himself in relentless training. Every distraction from his cultivation was deemed superfluous. The responsibilities of the sect's elder brother paled in comparison to his own growth. It can be said that Jian Shuanghan's determination in this endeavor was formidable. As he continued to break through barriers, he occasionally gleaned fragments of celestial wisdom, albeit in a disjointed manner that proved difficult to piece together. Fortunately, Jian Shuanghan discovered that as his resolve deepened, the insights he received with each breakthrough grew more substantial. By the time he returned to the sect, having attained the Great Ascension stage and established himself as a formidable figure within the 9 provinces, he had finally unraveled the nuances of the extermination crisis threatening the Tianjin sect. This calamity was intricately linked to the fated connections of his master, Qingxian. According to the system, the 30,000 points of brainless value attributed to his master likely stemmed from a myriad of profound and enigmatic connections with several disciples. To begin with, Bai Yunsui bore an opportunity connected to the heavenly path known as reincarnation. The judgment that transpired in the Grand Hall yesterday was the pivotal moment of this reincarnation opportunity. Should Bai Yunsui meet her demise for any reason in the future, she would be reborn to this day, possessing memories of her previous life, and would embark on a vengeful quest against those who wronged her. This would result in a catastrophic chain of events: the brutal slaughter of all disciples, the annihilation of families, the desecration of graves, the torment of worms, the inundation of ant nests with molten lava, the scattering of egg yolks, leaving no trace behind and extinguishing all semblance of fortune, ultimately leaving nothing but ruins. The 4th junior brother, Song Yiyu, was, astonishingly, a transmigrator from another realm. His original self had long dissipated before he even became a disciple. The current Song Yiyu was merely a remnant spirit from another world, possessing a shared name. Arriving at the Tianjin sect with fragments of so-called book knowledge, he fancied himself a villain and sought to escape his fated role by ingratiating himself with others, hoping to secure an immortal outcome. Upon glimpsing this celestial insight, Jian Shuanghan could only shake his head in disbelief. He felt that, following Song Yeyu's logic, he would inevitably become a mere sycophant, losing everything and ultimately succumbing to darkness, thereby leading the Tianjin sect to disaster. The 5th junior sister, Yin Qinju, was imbued with an extraordinary and potent fortune. According to the revelations of destiny, Yin Qinju was deemed a child of fortune by the heavenly path, a person under divine protection. When Jian Shuanghan uncovered this opportunity, his previously icy expression cracked, revealing a plethora of absurdities that left him at a loss for words. As cultivators, they defied the heavens, contending against the laws of birth, aging, illness, and death, How could there be talk of fortune and divine favor? The heavenly path was indeed hypocritical, enforcing the cycle of life and death while simultaneously bestowing advantages upon those who defy it. Truly perplexing. Yin Shenju would ultimately suffer the loss of her fortune, her heart shattered by Qing Xian's biased favoritism, leading her to abandon the sect and bring calamity upon the Tianjin sect. The sixth junior sister, Wen Qingqing, was the one who, in the Grand Hall, displayed an air of pretentiousness, reluctant to endure hardship and eager for shortcuts. According to what Jian Shuanghan gleaned from the celestial insights, this sister possessed an external aid known as the favorability system. As long as she continuously completed tasks assigned by this system, she would acquire vast resources, effortlessly becoming the beloved of the entire realm of cultivation, ascending to higher realms, while the Tianjin sect would merely serve as a stepping stone. Moreover, Wen Qingqing's favorability carried a diminishing effect on intelligence, and it was evident that Qing Xian had succumbed to this affliction. In the future, Qing Xian would take in a little junior disciple, who Jian Shuanghan lamented, was a love child from the upper realms, intending to use the entire Tianjin sect as a platform for his ascent, collecting all the women into his harem to bear him offspring. As for the second junior brother, Su Heng, he was the archetypal fool with an abundance of wealth, destined to be drained of every last drop of value by Wen Qingqing and an uninitiated junior brother, eventually meeting a mysterious demise, his name tarnished. And as for Master Qing Xian, he would become the most tragic of scapegoats, meeting a fate far worse than Su Heng's, even at the Great Ascension stage. As for Jian Shuanghan, should he fail to reach the Great Ascension stage, his fate would be similarly grim, facing an end akin to that of Master Qing Xian and second junior brother Su Heng, utterly extinguished, cold, and lifeless. Just as the dogged system had proclaimed, encountering trouble would lead to inexplicable bouts of romantic folly, followed by death, decadence, regret, and a swift descent into oblivion. A perfect chain of calamity. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine, leaving him utterly disgusted. Jian Shuanghan took a deep breath. The fact that his master could so precisely gather all celestial disasters under his wing was enough to validate his reputation as a master of the Great Ascension stage. Indeed, Jian Shuanghan believed that this was the only way to console himself, lest he utter curses aloud. Truly, it was a case of possessing a fate that defied the heavens while being afflicted by maladies of the same nature. Chapter 6. The Master's Technique in Selecting Exceptional Disciples. 2. Jian Shuanghan raised his hand, extracting the system from the carbon-based human form and placing it into a newly crafted doll. The process was swift. However, as the system was removed, it visibly changed hue. Initially radiating a white light, it turned pale yellow upon the host's demise at Jian Shuanghan's hands. After enduring a night of electric shocks, it now gleamed a golden yellow, and even the system panel had transformed into a caramel color. Jian Shuanghan felt no sense of disquiet. At least the current system appeared quite pleasing to him. It must be acknowledged that Su Heng's intelligence was likely not lacking, yet his aesthetic sensibilities had always been remarkably refined, ensuring that whatever he chose met the fundamental criteria of delicacy and beauty. This particular doll was crafted with unparalleled precision. The system quivered its newly acquired limbs and caressed its soft, smooth visage. Wait a moment. How did it gain the ability to feel touch? Jian Shuanghan observed the system, which resembled an old lecher who had indulged in carnal pleasures for centuries, as it groped itself from head to toe. Although it was merely a doll, and an exquisite one at that, the air of lewdness and grease it exuded was unmistakable and quite offensive to the eyes. As dawn broke, Jian Shuanghan reflected on how his obsession with cultivation had caused him to neglect the sentiments of his sect, rendering him, the senior brother, nearly invisible. This was clearly unacceptable. Thus, he opened the door with determination, ready to take action. Upon opening the door, he encountered Bai Yun Sui, who stood timidly before him, her eyes bearing a faint hint of distress. Upon seeing him, her first reaction was, "Senior brother, you're back? Is there something you need?" Jian Shuanghan, not wishing to frighten his third junior sister, forced a gentle smile to soothe her troubled heart, saying, "There's nothing urgent. If you have any grievances, feel free to share them with me. It's all right to cry. Do not suppress your feelings. Only then can you maintain a good mood in the future." At this moment, Bai Yun Sui had not yet activated her rebirth buff, indicating that there was still time to remedy the situation, allowing for the possibility of mending what was broken. Jian Shuanghan's voice, as warm as a spring breeze, washed over her heart. Last night, witnessing the electrical flashes emanating from her senior brother's room had left her in a state of anxiety. compounded by the incessant criticism she had endured since her master had brought her junior sister back 3 years ago. This had left her spirit taut with tension. At Jian Shuanghan's inquiry, her defenses crumbled instantly. She recalled that had it not been for her senior brother's timely return, she might have been imprisoned in the demon suppression tower. The grievances that she had buried deep within her heart surged forth like a flood that had broken its dam. Yes, she couldn't comprehend why. Whenever she stood in opposition to Wen Qingqing, the entire sect would unhesitatingly side with Wen Qingqing. Time and again, Wen Qingqing's schemes had been so clumsy that they barely stood on their own. Yet, those who favored her would act like Su Heng today, to actively compensate for Wen Qingqing's shortcomings. She was bewildered and resentful. Why must she endure such treatment? Initially, Bai Yunsui had intended to keep these feelings concealed. But in the presence of her senior brother, she found herself divulging everything. Observing her senior brother's expression, which bore no trace of disdain, a long-lost sense of security washed over her. However, as she recounted her plight, Jian Shuanghan felt the embers of a hidden fire within him beginning to stir once more. Ding, 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 ding. Master, Master, a significant wave of data has been detected. The Dao system emitted an excited shriek. Song Yiyu, aboard a flying vessel, hurriedly made his way back to the sect, for he had to rescue someone, his senior brother, Jian Shuanghan, once a university student with a penchant for novels. His life took a fateful turn when he was struck dead by a flower pot while reading as he walked. Upon awakening, he found himself within the pages of a book he had read, titled The Reversal of the Divine Sovereign, Path of Slaughter and Proof. Unfortunately, he had not become the protagonist, the revered junior brother of the Divine Sovereign, but rather the cannon fodder for senior brother, Song Yiyu. He was destined to make the junior brother's life miserable out of envy for the latter's innate talent, subjecting him to various trials and tribulations, and ultimately, despite his attempts to drive the junior brother away, he would only end up providing him with experience and resources, leading to his own tragic demise. As for the junior brother, he would ultimately win the affections of the third senior sister and sixth junior sister, and with the support of the master and senior brothers, he would ascend to become the divine sovereign, vanquishing the demonic path. What connection existed between the junior brother and the senior brother? The answer was simple. It was tied to the demonic path. According to the narrative, the senior brother had broken through to the transformation stage 6 months prior, but had fallen into a trap laid by the demonic path. Fortunately, he was rescued by a stunning young lady, the heir to a certain demonic sect, whose kindness and righteousness warmed the icy heart of the senior brother, leading him to fall in love with her. Enamored and dazed, the senior brother, after a series of foolish decisions, would inadvertently become the junior brother's greatest stepping stone, even bestowing upon him a rare mutated lightning root, granting the junior brother the power to contend with the heavenly path and eventually ascend to the higher realms. It was also due to the senior brother's fall into darkness that the second senior brother, Su Heng, took his place as the senior brother of the Tianjin sect, facilitating the junior brother's rise to power, draining the sect in the process, while he himself gradually succumbed to darkness under Su Heng's blind favoritism. Thus, although Song Yiyu had never met this senior brother, he firmly believed that Jian Shuanghan was the pivotal point of the story, and that altering this key moment could potentially reshape his future. According to the plot, the senior brother was to return to the sect in 2 days, and he could use this time to prepare and prevent events from spiraling into the worst possible outcome. However, as Song Yiyu stepped into the Tianjin sect, he felt an unsettling chill. Why was the atmosphere so oppressive today? Ever since the arrival of the junior sister, Wen Qingqing, the sect had been filled with laughter wherever she went. What was amiss today? Why did everyone wear such peculiar expressions? Could it be that he had truly arrived too late? Had his senior brother already fallen into darkness? Alarmed, Song Yiyu immediately grabbed a passing disciple of the Tianjin sect and inquired, "Has the senior brother returned?" The disciple, startled by Song Yiyu's frantic demeanor, hesitated, for he lacked the qualifications to attend the discussions in the main hall. But the news of Jian Shuanghan's return had already spread throughout the sect. After all, many had witnessed the heart-wrenching sight of the sect leader being carried back to his courtyard, alongside the heartbreaking image of the junior sister, Wen Qingqing, whose eyes were swollen from crying, stirring sympathy among many disciples. Soon enough, tales of the events in the main hall began to circulate. It was said that Bai Yunsui had wreaked havoc in the main hall, striking her senior brother and kicking her master, showing no signs of remorse, and even brandishing a sword to attack junior sister, Wen Qingqing. Everyone in the hall had assumed that the return of the senior brother would mean a stern reprimand for Bai Yunsui, but to their astonishment, Jian Shuanghan showed no regard for sect camaraderie and instead supported by Yun Sui without question, allowing her to act recklessly in the hall, ultimately departing in a grand manner while protecting her. The sheer incredibility of it all was astounding. Yet, he was merely an outer disciple. While Song Yeyu was the sect leader's disciple, he would inevitably learn the truth in due time. Thus, he refrained from speaking further, lest others accuse him of sowing discord, and respectfully replied to Song Yeyu, "The senior brother has returned, and there seems to have been some unpleasantness with the sect leader, though it remains unclear how the leader intends to address the situation." Cold sweat broke out on Song Yeyu's brow. Despite his haste, he still hadn't managed to prevent his senior brother from courting disaster. Without time for gratitude, he dashed up the mountain, his speed so swift that it nearly left the outer disciple in his wake. Truly, as expected of the sect leader's disciple, if he too possessed such speed, he wouldn't be wasting time in the outer sect, but would have long since accepted tasks to earn contribution points in exchange for more cultivation resources, basking in solitary glory. Chapter 7. Scoundrels are not fit to initiate a divorce. 1. By Yun Sui, her steps somewhat unsteady, arrived at the sect square for her daily morning practice. Moments ago, in the remnants of her senior brother's room, she had seen a doll spring forth, suddenly clutching his leg and emitting various crisp sounds, most notably the phrase master. Then, her senior brother had lifted the doll and instructed her to proceed to the sect square for morning practice, assuring her he would join shortly. Her instincts told her that both her senior brother and the doll were exceptionally unique, though she could not articulate in what manner. However, recalling her senior brother's audacity to strike even their master, she dared not question the reasoning behind it and promptly followed his instructions to practice in the square. Yet, as soon as she stepped in, she was immediately surrounded by a row of flying plaques. All that could be seen was the inscription, "By Yun Sui, get out of the Tianjin sect." By Yun Sui, shamelessly snatching away the fiancé of the little junior sister. By Yun Sui, colluding with Jian Shuanghan, unworthy of intersect status. By Yun Sui, bullying others with power, bringing disgrace to the sect. When the sect was rehearsing the sword formation, they were far less earnest than they were now with these placards. And what does it mean to steal the fiancé of the little junior sister? When has Qingqing ever had a fiancé? What does it mean to conspire with the senior brother? How dare they mention the senior brother? Why do these people only have eyes for Qingqing? If she merely grazes her hand, must others pay with their lives? Why should that be? Is it merely because Qingqing cries better? Just because she is more of a green tea bitch than she? Surrounded by these placards, Bai Yun Sui felt she was on the verge of madness, unable to endure any longer. Just then someone decided to step forward, and it mattered not how handsome they were, but rather that they had a voice. Some people, relying on their backing, act tyrannically and stir up trouble within the sect, spreading rumors. If such a person were in my Lingxiao sect, they would not only be sent to the demon suppression tower, but their spiritual roots would also be stripped, sending them back to the mundane world. Lingxiao sect has expended so many resources merely to raise such a living treasure as you. Jian Shuanghan's voice thundered like a bolt of lightning, carrying the might of a storm, tsunami, and earthquake. After lying in bed for a night, the sect leader of Tianjin sect, Qing Xianjinren, whose disoriented brain had finally returned to normal, was just about to do something to regain the dignity he lost in the grand hall yesterday, when the crackling sound of sparks and lightning jolted his fragile nerves. "Hell not? No." Qing Xian, worthy of his great ascension stage cultivation, instantaneously covered the distance from the grand hall to the training ground, successfully grasping Jian Shuanghan's hand, which was visibly crackling with lightning. However, with a resounding boom, the nearest small hill to the training ground was directly devastated. Blown away by the force of that slap, the entire place fell into silence, everyone stunned in place. When Song Yeyu arrived, he happened to see everyone below the nascent soul stage sitting on the ground swallowing hard. Their expressions a mix of relief for surviving a great calamity and fear at the same time. His beloved master, Qing Xianjinren, was grasping the wrist of a man who stood half a head taller than him, his face dark as if stained by soot, his palm crackling with lightning. Looking at the other party with moist eyes, stuttering, "Honor, when did you become like this? When did I ever teach you to resolve problems in this manner?" Setting aside the earth-shattering might, let us talk about Qing Xian. "Do you even know what you are doing?" Jian Shuanghan, feeling the weight of Qing Xuan's gaze, found himself unable to suppress the surging wrath within him. "After all, you are the only ascension stage sect leader of Tianjin sect. What is with that expression of longing and being let down by a scoundrel? Is Jian Shuanghan being regarded as a scoundrel? Qing Xian, where is your noble and aloof demeanor? Your grand and imposing authority?" Jian Shuanghan pressed against his throbbing temples, forcefully suppressing the lightning in his hand, ignoring Qingshuan's expression, and angrily pointed at the shattered hill, demanding, "Don't tell me you didn't know that hill had a spirit-gathering fruit tree growing on it." Qingshuan's notorious temperament was well known to Jian Shuanghan. At such a time, it was better not to indulge him in idle chatter, but to directly shift the battlefield. Indeed, Qingxian looked at the now bald hilltop, where at least 3 to 5 spirit-gathering fruit trees had been utterly obliterated by that slap. The issue was it was merely spirit-gathering fruit, although it absorbed spiritual energy to grow, making it a divine fruit for mortals. It was planted by the sect square precisely to quench the thirst and hunger of exhausted disciples. Moreover, is the head of the senior brother of Lingxiao's sect not worth 3 to 5 spirit-gathering fruit trees? Everyone immediately turned their gaze to the one still unaware of what had transpired, the one who had just been mocking by Yunsui, Li Jingrang of Lingxiao's sect. Also a senior brother, at the initial stage of transformation, a prodigy among the 5 sects and 12 schools, having taken 170 years to achieve transformation. A master capable of establishing his own sect in the realm of cultivation. Qingshuan's words sent a chill down Li Jingrang's spine. What do you mean by this, Qingxianjinren? Are you suggesting that by Yunsui can act wantonly in Tianjin sect, bullying others? The crowd, having experienced the events of the previous Grand Hall, swiftly retreated to ensure their own safety. They were unaware of Jian Shuanghan's current realm, but from yesterday's events, when Qingxian had been slapped and struck by lightning, leaving him disoriented, it was evident that their senior brother was clearly more formidable. Only the oblivious Li Jingrang took out a jade pendant and smashed it at by Yunsui's feet, declaring, "Take this back. Your lack of decorum means this engagement is null and void." A piece of crystal-clear love token was shattered into countless fragments by Li Jingrang's strike. Now, not only was Bai Yunsui furious and humiliated, her entire body trembling, even Qingxian was taken aback. With a loud slap, Li Jingrang's face was swollen, and he was sent sprawling on the ground. Qingxian managed to hold on to one of Jian Shuanghan's hands, leaving him with one hand free. Song Yiyu trembled as he pointed at the 3, holding back the retreating Su Heng. As senior brother, what is happening? If Song Yiyu remembered correctly, this was the plot regarding Li Jingrang's and Bai Yunsui's broken engagement. However, in the original story, this scene was not written this way. Moreover, it should not have occurred at this moment. Su Heng immediately covered Song Yiyu's mouth. The senior brother's current demeanor clearly indicated he was brewing anger. He recalled the painful lesson of being slammed into the ground yesterday, nearly disfigured. It was better to act like a quail than to stick out like a sore thumb. Su Heng leaned in close to Song Yiyu's ear, whispering in a voice only they could hear. "Master, hasn't he spoken yet? Don't meddle in the senior brother's affairs." "What? The one who slapped the senior brother of Lingxiao sect and Tianjin sect is his senior brother, Jian Shuanghan? No. What is going on now?" Su Heng gave a final warning. "Just watch." And at the center, the first to explode in rage was Li Jingrang, as he leaped to his feet and charged at Jian Shuanghan. "You dare hit me." Another crisp sound echoed. Jian Shuanghan withdrew his other hand from Qingshuan's grasp and finally gave Li Jingrang a matching slap. Originally handsome and striking, his face was now swollen to an alarming degree. "To hit you is to hit you. Must I even put up a sign to remind you that I'm going to hit you?" But clearly, Jian Shuanghan was not satisfied. The feeling was simply dreadful. To prevent Li Jingrang's head from truly being smashed to pieces by him, he could only gently pat. After 2 taps, not only did it fail to relieve his anger, but the very action disgusted him further and only made him more furious. The crowd looked up at the sky, only to see dark clouds gathering above the square. Swings Wanukhad. He was familiar with this plot. The master had been struck by such thunder yesterday. Li Jingrang, lying on the ground, clearly could not comprehend. He felt stars in his eyes, a bit dizzy, yet his mouth could not stop you. "You are absolutely Bai Yunsui's lover." The clear voice echoed throughout the venue, and those who had witnessed Jian Shuanghan's wild antics the day before drew a sharp breath. Sure enough, a bolt of lightning from the dark clouds above struck Li Jingrang's head, causing his hair to frizz and his face to resemble that of a coal miner. Qingxian was dumbfounded. As he saw Li Jingrang's lips move, he instinctively bent down to cover Li Jingrang's mouth. "Nephew, cease your rudeness. This is my eldest disciple, and also the senior brother of Tianjin sect, Jian Shuanghan." It was only then that the crowd realized at some unknown point in time, a rag doll had appeared in the arena. This doll, rather mischievously, clung to the thigh of Jian Shuanghan and had climbed onto his shoulder, casting a rather disdainful glance at Li Jingrang and his companion. Yesterday, this humble being was electrocuted for an entire night. An entire night. It is utterly unreasonable for me to endure such torment while you two remain unscathed. This doll seeks to drag the entire world into its misfortune. What an adorable rag doll. It bears a striking resemblance to my senior brother. When Qingqing, with her sweet and crisp voice reminiscent of an apple, suddenly bounded into view. Her delicate pink gauze skirt making her appear like a lost little sprite, evoking both affection and pity. Instantly, the gazes of those present were drawn to Wen Qingqing. Only Jian Shuanghan felt a chill. What had she just said? That she bore a likeness to this black, bean-faced rag doll? Wen Qingqing seemed oblivious, bouncing over to grasp Jian Shuanghan's arm, even playfully attempting to poke the doll. However, the doll system was entirely unyielding, coldly retorting, "Get lost. Who are you? Touching someone else's belongings will only lead to misfortune." Wen Qingqing's hand froze instantly. Yet Jian Shuanghan cast a grateful glance at the system. According to Wen Qingqing, if this rag doll resembled him, then her teasing of the doll would indirectly be a form of teasing directed at himself. Just thinking about that feeling made her want to retch. Wen Qingqing's eyes turned red, tears threatening to spill as she felt a wave of grievance wash over her. "I know there is some misunderstanding between us, senior brother, but I truly mean no harm. How about this, senior brother, you can punish me. I feel so pitiful, Jian Shuanghan. I will not let this matter rest." Li Jingran was so furious that his entire aura flared up. How could he bear to see his Qingqing, such a pure and innocent girl, being treated this way? It was just a mere rag doll. What kind of attitude was Jian Shuanghan displaying? He was a cultivator, a man, and a senior brother. What was so significant about holding a rag doll? Even more infuriating was that he had the audacity to speak harshly to his Qingqing over such a trivial matter. How dare he? How dare he? The system detected a sudden spike of 100 points in Qing Xianjinren's foolishness level. Before Jian Shuanghan could fully process this alarming rise, Qing Xian, as expected, looked at him with a reproachful gaze. "Honor, it's just a rag doll. Qingqing likes it. You should give it to her. You're a grown man. Why are you quarreling with a little girl? It's not a significant item. If necessary, I can find another for you. Remember, I taught you to be magnanimous and not to be petty." Bai Yunsui, snapping back to reality from his anger, stared in shock at Qing Xianjinren, bewildered by the distortion of the narrative they were weaving. The rag doll had climbed onto his senior brother's shoulder, and it was also the doll that refused to let Wen Qingqing touch it. His senior brother had not uttered a single word. How had the story morphed in their master's mouth? Summoning his courage, Bai Yunsui stepped forward. "Master, my senior brother." Bai Yunsui. All of Li Jingran's fury found an outlet. "Are you the one here spreading rumors about Qingqing to Jian Shuanghan? So, you truly have disappointed me. How many times must I explain that my feelings for Qingqing are merely those of brotherly affection? Yet you refuse to listen, perpetually resorting to the schemes of gossiping housewives. You cannot even compare to a single hair on Qingqing's head. Had it not been for her impeccable acting skills, Wen Qingqing would have been sweating profusely. She was not truly a foolish simpleton. She was a woman armed with a formidable strategy system. Her system had already informed her that her senior brother's entire value panel was currently obscured. Even the system could not detect his data. Such a formidable character was undoubtedly the favored child of destiny in this world. Her previous actions were clearly an attempt to enhance her image in her senior brother's eyes with the guise of an innocent little sister, and then adopt the demure demeanor that men favored, hoping to evoke a sense of guilt in Jian Shuanghan, thus allowing her to seize the opportunity. Now, however, with Li Jingran and her master speaking up, they had equated her senior brother with Bai Yunsui. It was utterly disastrous. A recipe for failure. No, she must salvage this situation. "Master, brother Jingran," Wen Qingqing, with a resounding thud, knelt before Li Jingran and Qing Xianjinren, adopting the most perfect and pitiable posture, pleading with them. "You have misunderstood my senior brother. He is indeed my senior brother. He simply does not know how to express his concern. He is absolutely not like this. Please believe me." Ding, 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 ding. "Master, master, a wave of foolishness points is rushing towards us." The ragdoll system, mimicking Jian Shuanghan's demeanor from the previous night, lounged with its legs crossed against Jian Shuanghan's head, elegantly announcing the skyrocketing foolishness levels among the crowd within the sect. Today, the allure of a little flower truly knows no bounds. What a pity. Even as a foolish dog, it cannot be deceived by Wen Qingqing. "Hona, you really ought to apologize to Qingqing." Qing Xian effortlessly helped the forlorn Wen Qingqing back to her feet, adopting the authoritative tone of a master. "I know you have a good relationship with Bai Yunsui, and yesterday you even allowed her to stay at your place for cultivation. But that is no reason for your partiality. As a result, when Qingqing's performance not only failed to alleviate the situation, but also inexplicably inflated Li Jingran's protective instincts. As he stood defiantly, gazing at Jian Shuanghan, "I tell you, you two traitorous scoundrels, if you do not kneel and apologize to Qingqing today, the matter will not end here with Lingxiao sect." Jian Shuanghan glanced at Bai Yunsui, noticing her equally shocked expression, filled with indignation, despair, and disbelief. "Make your move." Jian Shuanghan's cold words rang out. Smack! That was Bai Yunsui's slap. Smack! That was the specially crafted slap from Qing Xianjinren. With Jian Shuanghan's electrifying slap, Qing Xian was sent crashing to the ground, and Jian Shuanghan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Finally, what a release! Just as one must exert effort to relieve oneself, a slap must also be delivered with full force. Bai Yunsui, though merely a foundation-building disciple, found satisfaction in her full-powered slap. Although it did not budge Li Jingran in the slightest, she felt exhilarated. When Qingqing, startled, fell to the side, yet instinctively maintained the most graceful position in her fall, with crystalline tears silently slipping down at just the right moment. The system's excited voice suddenly chimed in. "Master, Qingxuan's foolishness level has dropped by 50 points. Jian Shuanghan's eyes lit up as he looked at his now muted hand, suddenly cranking up the voltage, casually asking the system, "Do you think if I were to persistently slap him until the foolishness level resets to 0, I could then retire in triumph?" The system's excitement was swiftly doused with cold water, as it cautiously replied, "Perhaps not, Master. Qing Xianjinren's actual foolishness level is 984, 925. Each slap only reduces it by 50 points. How long would that take?" Jian Shuanghan's expression dimmed instantly. He had always thought his master's foolishness level was merely around 300,000. Now, to learn it was nearing 1,000,000? Forget it. This master was beyond saving. He might as well send him off to reincarnation, ensuring he protected his master well in the next life, as a means of atonement. Wouldn't that be simpler? Chapter 9. A Scoundrel's Attempt to Withdraw from Marriage. 3. Qing Xian had indeed felt a slight deviation in his mind, but it was just a fleeting sensation. Moreover, he was still puzzled as to why he was being struck when he noticed his disciple engaging in a flirtatious exchange with a rag doll, her expressions shifting dramatically, especially the last glance she cast at him, sending chills down his spine. "Huh, what are you planning to do?" Li Jingran finally snapped back to reality from his shock. "Bai Yunsui, you venomous woman." Bai Yunsui, having just caught her breath, found it abruptly cut off. Li Jingran was the man she had truly loved. Her master was someone she had once idolized. How could they? How could they? The system detected an increase of 50 points in Bai Yunsui's foolishness level. The mere utterance of the system caused Jian Shuanghan's brow to twitch slightly. Li Jingran and Qing Xian appeared rather foolish in his eyes. He could comprehend why Bai Yunsui's foolishness would peak at such a moment. Why indeed? The system, having seldom encountered an all-powerful man like Jian Shuanghan, someone even the system could chastise, was taken aback to witness a transparent form of stupidity grace his visage. Surprisingly, it felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and exhilaration within, promptly adopting a sage-like demeanor to elucidate. "You see, as a system, I have always found it challenging to understand many women in the realm of cultivation. Take your junior sister Bai Yunsui, for instance. Despite her cultivation, should she one day depart from the cultivation world and descend into the mortal realm, devoid of your peculiar ilk, how many weak and mediocre men could she effortlessly crush with a mere slap? With her newfound power, even if she were to indulge in the company of countless men, not a single weakling would dare to utter a word against her, only seeking to please her, showering her with compliments. Unlike those powerless canaries confined in cages, who cling to the notion that a woman's virtue is the finest dowry, this is precisely what fuels the rise of her foolishness. Mark my words, Bai Yunsui's foolishness may yet ascend further due to this matter." The system relished in its own discourse, while Jian Shuanghan regarded it with newfound respect. "For the first time, I believe you truly embody the essence of the strongest villain system, utterly devoid of any human-like dialogue." The doll-like visage of the system instantly radiated pride. Understanding human nature is the fundamental quality of a villain system. Otherwise, how could I persuade others to become villains? "Senior brother, what are you saying?" Bai Yunsui looked at Jian Shuanghan in shock, although it seemed as though it was the doll on his shoulder speaking. How could that doll possibly mimic her senior brother's voice? Was he too embarrassed to speak for himself and resorting to ventriloquism? Yet, upon further contemplation, despite the crudeness of her senior brother's words, which seemed entirely unbefitting of his strikingly handsome and cold demeanor, she found herself oddly persuaded. The system chimed in with surprise. Bai Yunsui's foolishness has decreased by 50. Very well, Jian Shuanghan understood. Mere force would not suffice for education. One must also reason and present facts. His gaze fell upon Qing Xian, and the thought of explaining matters to him was enough to render him breathless with astonishment. Simultaneously, Wen Qingqing was equally astonished. What had she just heard? The strongest villain system? She trembled in fear and hurriedly inquired of her own system. What is this strongest villain system? Does my senior brother also possess a system? Her strategy system responded in a sweet, emotionless customer service tone. Please trust me. Jian Shuanghan cannot possibly possess a system. Cannot possess a system? But he had just spoken of one. Seeing that Wen Qingqing remained unconvinced, the strategy system carefully explained. Though I cannot directly view Jian Shuanghan's character page, I pieced together his profile from related characters yesterday. He possesses a rare mutated thunder root, a resilient character, exceptional talent, and diligence, unafraid of bloodshed or tears in his training, and fights with utmost determination. Such a person is precisely the type that any system would avoid. Wen Qingqing, however, remains skeptical of this absurdity. Then how does he know about the system? His character panel cannot even be viewed by the main system. Thus, he must be aware of its existence. I suggest you prioritize courting Jian Shuanghan. Even if you cannot absorb his fortune, you can at least become the finest protector of flowers. Jian Shuanghan remained oblivious to Wen Qingqing's discussion with her system, though he could sense her gaze towards him, which for a fleeting moment radiated greed. Qing Xian, oblivious to Wen Qingqing's expression, was increasingly worried about Jian Shuanghan. From the moment he first laid eyes on Jian Shuanghan yesterday, he sensed something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what exactly it was, especially since Jian Shuanghan had resorted to using a doll as a mouthpiece, which only heightened his concern. Could it be that his beloved disciple had suffered a head injury and was now spouting nonsense? Qing Xian, disregarding the pain on his face, addressed his disciple, Honor, if you have something to say, you may speak freely. There is no need to employ ventriloquism. I shall certainly assist you. Jian Shuanghan had never anticipated that Qing Xian would misconstrue his dialogue with the system as ventriloquism. However, this could be addressed later. Jian Shuanghan swiftly calmed his emotions and posed a question to Qing Xian. Why does Li Jingrang have a marriage contract with the third junior sister? Upon hearing this, Li Jingrang immediately grew animated, even forgetting that he was speaking to the sect leader of Tianjian sect. Of course, it was Bai Yun who leveraged the power of Tianjian sect to coerce me into agreeing. Qing Xian turned in astonishment to Li Jingrang, wondering what nonsense the boy was spouting. Hadn't he sought out Qing Xian himself for this marriage? To claim he was coerced by Yunsui's use of Tianjian sect's influence was tantamount to saying that the sect leader, a figure of great cultivation, had forced him to acquiesce. Bai Yunsui was equally incredulous. Clearly, it was you who vowed to share a lifetime together, and the sect leader of Lingxiao sect was present that day. This jade pendant was exchanged between him and my master. Yet Li Jingrang maintained his stance. You deceived the two sect leaders with despicable means. Master Qing Xian is a formidable figure of great cultivation. Once he spoke, how could I, a mere cultivator at the transformation stage, refuse? Bai Yunsui suddenly felt as if her sincere feelings had been thrown to the dogs. Every word Li Jingrang uttered today wounded her far more deeply than any disciple of the sect ever could. Bai Yunsui felt her heart truly shatter. She raised her hand to strike him, but Jian Shuanghan pointed at Li Jingrang. Bai Yunsui hesitated, looking at her own hand. I already hit him. Jian Shuanghan scoffed. Though your cultivation may not rival Li Jingrang's. To endure such humiliation without even the courage of an ant attempting to shake a tree, how will you contend for opportunities against the heavens in the future? On this path of cultivation, how will you proceed? Bai Yunsui was struck by Jian Shuanghan's words. Humiliation. Was not Li Jingrang's behavior today the very definition of it? Yet he had also been someone Bai Yunsui had genuinely loved. What had transpired was but a moment of impulse, and now reflecting upon it, she felt a pang of guilt. However, if she were to continue striking him, what future could possibly remain for her and Li Jingrang? Bai Yunsui was torn, her eyes reddening as tears brimmed in her gaze. Senior brother. Upon witnessing Bai Yunsui's struggle, Jian Shuanghan immediately discerned her turmoil. Yet he had no time for tender embraces. He coldly declared, if you love Li Jingrang, you must extinguish your sense of self, trample upon your dignity as a cultivator, relinquish your integrity, and submit entirely. This only signifies that the path of cultivation is ill-suited for you. Depart from Tianjian sect at once, find a man to marry, and lead a life of domesticity. Jian Shuanghan's words struck Bai Yunsui like a thunderbolt. Wen Qingqing recalled Jian Shuanghan's earlier proclamation. If you can cultivate, then do so. If not, then leave. Wen Qingqing quickly turned to Bai Yunsui, observing her dazed expression, her countenance shifting, and she immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Qing Xian's only female disciples were Bai Yunsui and herself. She merely wished to showcase her magnanimity by suppressing Bai Yunsui. Yet she did not wish for Jian Shuanghan to truly expel her. Without a contrasting figure, how could she highlight her own virtues? Realizing this, Wen Qingqing swiftly shielded Bai Yunsui behind her, tears streaming down her face as she implored Jian Shuanghan. Senior brother, the heavens and earth are imbued with affection, giving rise to all things. Humanity is driven by love. Thus, the pursuit of longevity is not a wicked act. I understand you are merely angered by Brother Jingrong's shattering of the jade pendant. Surely, a new one can be sculpted. How can you allow your junior sister to sever her own fate? You are being too cruel. This, a meddlesome troublemaker, the renowned skill of Qing Xianjinren, traversing the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, manifests in the form of the shattered dream, broken shadow sword, which, with full potency, lunges directly at Jian Shuanghan. Simultaneously, Li Jingrang swiftly lifts Wen Qingqing into his embrace and deftly positions Bai Yunsui between Jian Shuanghan and Qing Xian. Bai Yunsui, taken aback by Wen Qingqing's sudden protective gesture, finds herself momentarily stunned, only to have a strand of her hair severed by the air, sharp as a blade. Upon regaining her senses, she witnesses Li Jingrang holding Wen Qingqing tightly, pushing her towards the center of the confrontation between her master and senior brother. In that instant, Bai Yunsui perceives the chilling glint in Li Jingrang's eyes. It dawns upon her that he has never harbored feelings for her. Understanding washes over her, leaving her heart as cold as ashes. To perish at the hands of her master or senior brother might, after all, be a form of solace. Jian Shuanghan sneers, his fingertips crackling with electric energy, unleashing a sword aura akin to Qing Xuan's, yet transformed into a vastly different manifestation that negates Qing Xuan's lethal strike. He then seizes Bai Yunsui by her collar, yanking her backward, while simultaneously forcing Qing Xian to retreat with a kick. Both Jian Shuanghan and Qing Xian engage in their duel without holding back. Were it not for the pre-existing array formations within the sect, combined with the swift reactions of those present, the destruction would not have been confined merely to the sect's plaza. As the sword energy dissipates, only 2 craters remain surrounding Jian Shuanghan and Qing Xian. What have I done? Qing Xian experiences a fleeting moment of daze, realizing he had unleashed a forbidden technique against his eldest disciple. Yet, before this thought could fully settle, he is swiftly jolted by another shocking revelation. Han, you have already reached the Great Ascension stage? Jian Shuanghan rolls his eyes, having just received a notification from the system that the distortion value had suddenly surged upon Qing Xuan's strike. After executing the move, the distortion value returned to normal, while the brainless value plummeted by a staggering 100,000 in an instant, only to unfortunately spike back up. Otherwise, Master, do you really think I managed to survive these past 2 days solely due to your benevolence? Qing Xuan's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. If Jian Shuanghan were merely at the transformation stage like Li Jingrang, that sword strike would likely have cost him his life. Master, it hurts. A sudden whimper echoes through the air. Qing Xuan's fleeting sense of guilt is immediately engulfed by anger. Jian Shuanghan, how could you harm Qingqing? She is your junior sister. This master cannot be kept any longer. Among the known characters, the level of foolishness is unparalleled, with the potential to exceed 1,000,000 at any moment. Thus one should harbor no expectations of him. Jian Shuanghan casually produces a chair to sit upon. Having stood all night and spoken for quite some time, he begins to feel fatigued. Considering the ongoing bickering ahead, he retrieves a tea set and, addressing Bai Yunsui, commands, "Brew me some tea." Bai Yunsui numbly complies with Jian Shuanghan's order. Meanwhile, Qing Xian trembles with rage. Is this truly the promising disciple he had placed his hopes upon? Master, it is not I who has harmed Wen Qingqing, but you. Jian Shuanghan gestures towards the still entwined figures of Wen Qingqing and Li Jingrang. With Li Jingrang, the room falls silent, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Are their eyes deceiving them? Clearly, it was the senior brother who struck first, and the sect leader only acted to protect Wen Qingqing. How has it become a tale of Qing Xian and Li Jingrang endangering their junior sister in Jian Shuanghan's narrative? Jian Shuanghan casts a fleeting glance at the others, the pressure of his Great Ascension stage immediately constricting their throats. In this arena, The only one who can match Jian Shuanghan is Master Qingxian. Yet, Jian Shuanghan will not allow Qingxian the opportunity to continue speaking. True feelings are revealed in times of adversity. Li Jingrang, without hesitation, thrusts the third junior sister into the midst of our master-disciple duo, risking her being crushed between two great ascension stage experts, all to save junior sister Qingqing, which clearly demonstrates the profound bond he shares with her. An undeniable truth. Would you not agree? Qingxian is taken aback, finally noticing the pale by Yin Shui and the unscathed when Qingqing in Li Jingrang's arms. Who? Li Jingrang struggles to withstand Jian Shuanghan's pressure, his desire to protect when Qingqing leaving him able to utter only a single word. In contrast, when Qingqing, overwhelmed by Jian Shuanghan's imposing aura, clings to Li Jingrang's clothing as if grasping a lifeboat in turbulent waters. Jian Shuanghan is undoubtedly intent on eliminating her. Without a doubt, had the system not intervened, her head would have surely burst. Jian Shuanghan is thoroughly pleased with the current state of Li Jingrang and when Qingqing, accepting the tea handed to him by Yin Shui, taking a sip while gesturing for everyone to observe the duo. The present state of Li Jingrang and junior sister Qingqing can be described as a match made in heaven. Yet, Master, you have meddled, nearly breaking apart this promising union and causing the third junior sister heartache. Seeing the dazed expressions on everyone's faces, Jian Shuanghan dramatically clutches his chest, lamenting, "Foolishness, Master, your foolishness." Qingxian never expected that in the end, all blame would seemingly rest upon him. For a fleeting moment, he felt a sting on his face. Could it be that Jian Shuanghan was justified in striking him? No, he is the Master. How could the Master ever be wrong? Of course, this cannot be attributed solely to the Master. Jian Shuanghan's expression radiates sincerity, leaving Qingxian momentarily speechless with frustration. Observing this, Jian Shuanghan swiftly turns his glare upon Li Jingrang, the pressure causing him to collapse to his knees. Jian Shuanghan, with righteous indignation, points at Li Jingrang, accusing, "It is you, coward!" As a dignified transformation stage cultivator, if your heart truly belongs to junior sister Qingqing, why then deceive the two sect leaders into arranging a marriage with the third junior sister? Speak, who is pulling your strings? Li Jingrang's forehead beads with sweat. His engagement with Yin Shui was born out of his realization that she constantly bullied when Qingqing. He intended to vent her frustrations by ensuring Yin Shui's disgrace in the cultivation world, thus deliberately engaging her, planning to confront her today. Little did he expect Jian Shuanghan to suddenly disrupt his plans. Jian Shuanghan observes Li Jingrang's complexion morph into a palette of colors, sneering, "Do not use junior sister Qingqing's virtue and reputation as a shield for your despicable actions, sacrificing her to uphold your romantic facade. This master will not tolerate it." Jian Shuanghan had long since discerned that Li Jingrang was not only foolish, but also a scoundrel. Such a wretch is hardly deserving of the privilege to withdraw from the engagement before him. What a farce! Li Jingrang. Qingxian had once held a measure of admiration for Li Jingrang, yet he never anticipated this individual would dare to exploit his disciple. Yet Li Jingrang, now incensed, turns pale. Perhaps fueled by his anger, he finally finds his voice. "Jian Shuanghan, do not go too far. My heart for Qingqing is as clear as day. How could I jest with her reputation?" Jian Shuanghan sighs softly, turning to Qingxian. "Master, does this sound familiar?" Qingxuan's expression darkens instantly. Although Yin Shui has disappointed him greatly over the years, he had initially viewed Li Jingrang's sincere intentions as a means of providing her with a suitable future. Little did he know this individual was so vile. In a fit of rage, he exclaims, "Today, it is not you, Li Jingrang, who withdraws from the engagement, but rather my Tianjian sect finds you unworthy. Not a single one of my disciples shall fall under your influence." Jian Shuanghan coldly adds, "By the way, there are now two great ascension stage experts within the Tianjian sect. Li brother, you would do well to recognize the situation and avoid damaging the harmony between our sections." The system suddenly whispers in Jian Shuanghan's ear, "Master, I have detected a sudden influx of foolishness within the sect." Chapter 11. Senior brother, we cannot be together. 1. Jian Shuanghan, having nearly resolved matters with Li Jingrang, leads Yin Shui towards the miscellaneous affairs hall, as he requires the expertise of outer disciples skilled in construction to repair his mountain peak. Due to Jian Shuanghan's recent actions in the sect plaza, where he forced the dissolution of the alliance between Lingxiao sect and Tianjian sect, nearly resulting in Wen Qingqing's demise, coupled with yesterday's events in the Great Hall, embellished into scandalous tales, Jian Shuanghan's notorious reputation spread throughout the sect in mere half an hour, leaving no one unaware. Song Yayan clutches Su Heng's arm in disbelief, asking, "Has senior brother always been like this? Up with Siba." In the Lord of 10,000 Reversals, slaughtering to validate the Tao, it clearly depicts that prior to falling in love, Jian Shuanghan was an exceedingly aloof individual, so cold that his residence on Frost-Cold Peak was perpetually blanketed in snow, unless it was a matter of utmost urgency. No one would dare disturb him. Yet what he sees now is entirely different. According to the original work, he was a senior brother at the transformation stage, but now he has reached the Great Ascension stage. In the original narrative, he was a person of few words, yet now his tongue seems utterly invincible. Upon witnessing this transformation in Song Yiyu, Su Heng's expression betrayed his inner turmoil. To be honest, the senior brother was never like this before. Thus, he could only pat Song Yiyu's back, saying, "The senior brother used to be quite reclusive and aloof, neither sociable nor talkative, consumed solely by his cultivation, to the extent that he had no concept of eating or sleeping." This was not mere jest from Su Heng. He recalled the year he entered the sect alongside his senior brother. The latter's mutated lightning spiritual root had incited considerable jealousy. At that time, Master Qingxian was not yet the sect leader, but merely an elder. Su Heng's memory surged. "I remember there was an elder-est disciple who deliberately stole something from the main hall and framed the senior brother, seeking to expel him from the sect." However, Su Heng's words abruptly halted as he recalled the doll his senior brother had been holding today. Master Qingxian indeed had upheld justice for Jian Shuanghan, yet Su Heng feared that his brother might feel targeted by the sect members, which could lead to inner demons on his path of cultivation. Hence, he had specially commissioned a seamstress from the Su family to create that doll in the likeness of his senior brother. How many years had passed, and yet he still kept it? Moreover, he held it close in plain view, using the doll to express unspoken words. Could it be that his senior brother? Song Yiyu noticed Su Heng suddenly falter mid-sentence, his gaze drifting, and then his cheeks flushed, revealing an oddly bashful demeanor. Song Yiyu had always thought that the second senior brother lacked intelligence, especially after the arrival of the junior sister, where his foolishness became even more pronounced. Now, with the story left half told in this bizarre expression, Song Yiyu was too frightened to probe further. His instincts warned him that Su Heng was likely contemplating something rather foolish. And if the senior brother were to find out, that fierce palm might very well come crashing down upon him. No, I must clarify things with the senior brother. Su Heng had nearly forgotten he was recounting a tale to Song Yiyu. If memory served him correctly, after finishing his confrontation, the senior brother had stowed away his belongings, requesting the third junior sister to carry the teapot while he raised a cup and headed towards the miscellaneous hall. Jian Shuanghan walked ahead, glancing back at Bai Yunsui, who still wore that seemingly dazed expression. It was evident that she was still reeling from the earlier revelation. After all, she was his junior sister, and he could not neglect her. He simply exchanged the teacup and took the teapot from Bai Yunsui's hands to pour her a cup. This tea was meant to clear the mind and sharpen the senses. Surely, she should take a sip. Bai Yunsui held the teacup, her gaze finally focusing, only to ask, "Senior brother, have I disappointed you?" Jian Shuanghan, observing her reaction, understood that when one faced overwhelming setbacks, they often spiraled into irrational thoughts. It seemed that during the years he was unaware, Bai Yunsui had lived with great caution. As a junior sister, she ultimately required comfort. Thus, Jian Shuanghan reached out to gently pat the top of her head, smiling. "Do you think I would be disappointed because you didn't strike Li Jingrang a second time for not listening to me?" The warmth of his palm was reassuring. Yet Bai Yunsui lowered her head, her emotions tangled. Li Jingrang had ultimately chosen Wen Qingqing over her, even going so far as to publicly humiliate her for Wen Qingqing's sake. She had done nothing wrong. The senior brother must have seen through it all. Otherwise, he would not have uttered those words. Since she had not acted accordingly, he must surely be disappointed. Jian Shuanghan noticed that Bai Yunsui's feelings were practically written on her face, which did not surprise him. "The reason I suggested you confront Li Jingrang is that if I were to intervene, I might inadvertently kill him. Moreover, at that moment, the situation was perfectly suited for you to learn how to be a true cultivator, rather than merely a tool for marriage, a meaningless vase, or a foolish person who indulges in self-pity. You have already laid the foundation, and after establishing it, you must form a core, which requires enduring the trials of the first thunder tribulation." Jian Shuanghan pondered. "Have you ever considered why cultivators must face the thunder tribulation?" Bai Yunsui answered without hesitation. "Naturally, it is to refine the body with heavenly lightning, allowing one's cultivation to progress further." Jian Shuanghan chuckled lightly. This was a common motivational phrase among many cultivators. Refining the body to advance one's cultivation is the reward for your efforts prior to facing the tribulation. A defiance against the heavens. The true significance of the thunder tribulation lies in the fact that the heavenly will seek to obstruct your cultivation, to annihilate your foundation. At that moment, within the storm of thunder, greed, anger, ignorance, resentment, regret, jealousy, and fear, all manner of thoughts and malice, will surge forth, overwhelming the heart and shattering the bones. If you can withstand this trial, another thunder tribulation will await you ahead. Can you guess why cultivators prefer to seek refuge in a sect? Because from the very beginning, this path is a contest against the heavens. Success leads to ascension as an immortal, while failure results in utter annihilation, unless one chooses to remain stagnant, living out their days without turning back. Of course, even if you remain stagnant, do you think that entering the cycle of reincarnation will grant you peace? It will not. To contend with the heavens is to face punishment, and in the next life, whether you can be reborn as a human is uncertain. Too many cultivators are lured by the allure of mighty beings who dominate the world, driven by a greed for power, hoping to one day wield that strength to act upon their whims. Yet they fail to realize that this very greed and jealousy, neglecting the cultivation of the heart while focusing solely on the body, will ultimately lead to their demise amidst the thunder tribulations. Having said all this, Jian Shuanghan merely hoped by Yin Sui would comprehend. After all, as senior and junior siblings, whether they could meet again in the future remained uncertain. You cannot expect others to bear your tribulations while you blindly strive to be kind. Ding! Master. Detected by Yin Sui's stupidity level at 10. The system suddenly crawled onto Jian Shuanghan's shoulder, incessantly chanting 10 into his ear, prompting him to pull the system off in exasperation. Senior brother, thank you. Chapter 12. Senior brother, we cannot be together, too. By Yin Sui drained a cup of tea, and warmth blossomed from her mouth, spreading throughout her body, bringing her immense relief and clarity to her eyes. She deeply bowed to Jian Shuanghan. Realizing how foolish she had been, all these years, she had never contemplated the path she was on, wasting so much energy to please others, seeking validation from one and all. What was the point? She had truly squandered too much time on her cultivation. This ordeal today was not in vain. Fortunately, it was merely the beginning, and she still had time to make amends for herself. Jian Shuanghan nodded in satisfaction, recognizing her intelligence, as she grasped the essence of his words. It seemed this junior sister would not require his concern for the time being. He then turned to remind her a couple of times to focus on her cultivation, and if she encountered any difficulties or confusion, she should come find him, before soaring away on his sword towards the miscellaneous hall. There would be many more troubles within the sect, and he had much to attend to. The miscellaneous hall of the Tianjin sect, though its name appeared unremarkable, was an absolutely indispensable part of the sect. They were responsible for daily chores such as repairs, landscaping, cleaning, and construction. The elder in charge of the hall would assign tasks displayed on a board at the entrance. Many disciples, whose cultivation was insufficient to take on missions, would select various chores from the miscellaneous hall to earn extra spirit stones for their training. However, as Jian Shuanghan stepped into the hall, he saw the elder who had been seated at the desk suddenly tremble and slide off his chair. Jian Shuanghan, is that really you? The elder's face turned as pale as a ghost, as though he were a specter come to claim a life. Jian Shuanghan looked on in bewilderment. He had never visited the miscellaneous hall before. When he had reached the transformation stage, he had only returned once, briefly informing Master Qingxian, and then casually found a hilltop to construct 3 simple rooms with bamboo, establishing a spirit-gathering formation and protective array, leaving it at that. Seeing the elder shrink away, seemingly intent on stealthily escaping while he reminisced, Jian Shuanghan called out to stop him. Elder, do we have a grudge? The elder, frightened to the core, immediately waved his hands. No, absolutely not. His terror was evident. It was clear he had something to hide. The elder realized Jian Shuanghan did not recognize him and was prepared to flee. Yet, just as he attempted to sidestep Jian Shuanghan, he collided face-to-face with Su Heng. Swin. The elder instinctively shielded his face and immediately took a detour. Damn it, this Su Heng is truly a troublesome individual. In the past, when Qingqing had not yet joined the Qingxian sect, he had elevated by Yin Shui to the heavens. Little did he know that after Qingqing's arrival, in his eagerness to support her, he would trample by Yin Shui down to the depths of hell. If this lunatic were to recognize him before Jian Shuanghan, given Jian Shuanghan's recent behavior in the sect, wouldn't he be utterly crippled? However, no matter how much the elder wished to evade, he could not escape. Su Heng recognized him almost at first glance. Jun Wuxi, you bastard. When did you become the elder of the miscellaneous hall? Damn. Su Heng truly recognized him. Jun Wuxi felt a wave of despair wash over him, sensing that calamity was imminent. He decided to abandon all pretense. What? Do you think I became an elder through tricks and flattery? Let me tell you, I, Jun Wuxi, achieved this position through my own abilities. Today I admit defeat. But if you wish to dredge up old grievances, I shall oblige. Better to die than to back down. Jian Shuanghan frowned. How was it that Su Heng was also involved in this? But he couldn't recall the specifics. Seeing the two men poised for conflict, he had no choice but to interject. Before you fight, could you explain to me what this is all about? Jun Wuxi, do I hold any enmity against you? Senior brother. Su Heng could hardly believe his ears. Have you forgotten who he is? How could you forget? The way you phrase it makes it sound as though he is some disloyal scoundrel. Su Heng, tell me what is going on. He is the one who, out of jealousy over your talent, attempted to frame you by stealing items from the sect's main hall. Speaking of this matter, Su Heng still felt a swell of indignation. If it weren't for the master clarifying the truth back then, he wouldn't have a senior brother today. Jian Shuanghan recalled this incident, realizing, so it was him. Hadn't the sect punished him for this? He vaguely remembered the master saying that Jun Wuxi's punishment was quite severe, providing him with some closure. But how many years had passed? His recollection was hazy. Su Heng felt a knot in his throat, unable to breathe. Wait, senior brother, where is that fierce spirit you displayed yesterday when you slapped the master in the hall? In your arrogance while showcasing your strength in the sect square? Now, facing an old adversary, why is your temper so subdued? If Jun Wuxi escapes unscathed, wouldn't all the anger that the master, Healy Jingrang, and the little junior sister have endured these past few days be in vain? When did senior brother become someone who cannot distinguish right from wrong? This line of thought made Su Heng feel wronged, and his eyes instantly turned red. Senior brother, how could you act this way? Jian Shuanghan shuddered. Was Su Heng possessed by Wenqingqing? This sense of grievance, those red-rimmed eyes. Anyone unaware would think he had been bullied by Jun Wuxi. Observing Su Heng's aggrieved expression and Jian Shuanghan starting to rub his temples, Jun Wuxi's anger surged within him. If he couldn't avoid confrontation today, he might as well voice his thoughts. Dying wouldn't be a loss. Su Heng, do not emulate Wenqingqing. You are not a delicate little girl. After so many years, your cultivation may have improved, but your wits seem to have dulled. I have been an elder of the miscellaneous hall for many years. You chose to stir trouble now, deliberately putting on a show for Jian Shuanghan? Su Heng's grievance was abruptly transformed into fury by Jun Wuxi's words. No matter what, I am still better than you. A despicable scoundrel who resorts to framing others. Enough. Jian Shuanghan did not wish to hear Su Heng's nonsense any longer. How could he have the audacity to claim he was superior to Jun Wuxi? Did he not realize that his actions yesterday, in order to protect Wenqingqing, had harmed by Yinshui? Jian Shuanghan regarded Su Heng and asked, what do you want from me? As Su Heng was about to respond, he recalled his purpose. But upon remembering Jun Wuxi's presence, he hastily grasped Jian Shuanghan's hand and said, Senior brother, come with me. Do not pay him any mind. Master. Su Heng's interface refreshed with bizarre data. Love value 30. The system suddenly emerged from Jian Shuanghan's collar, leaning in eagerly and inquisitively to whisper in his ear. I can't figure out what this value is for, but it seems like it will be quite entertaining. Upon seeing the doll system, Su Heng's face turned as red as a cooked shrimp. He glanced at Jian Shuanghan and then pointed at the doll. Senior brother, you. This doll is meant to be kept close. How could he possibly voice his next question? Chapter 13. Senior brother. We cannot be together. 3. Jian Shuanghan observed Su Heng's reaction and deduced that he was likely startled by the doll system. Thus, he lowered the system and explained, there is no need for alarm. This is Tongzi, a magical artifact. Although it sometimes speaks oddly, I'll be training with it moving forward, and you'll get used to it. Senior brother actually fabricated such a preposterous tale. This was truly beyond him. Su Heng found the doll's expression even more entertaining. Master. The system swallowed hard. Why do I feel that your junior brother is a bit terrifying? Indeed, the kind of person who claims to understand everything, yet hardly comprehends a word of human speech, lost in their own imagination. Jun Wuxi was at a loss regarding the antics of these two. Just as he contemplated seizing the opportunity to slip away, Jian Shuanghan caught him by the collar. As a respectable elder, where do you think you're going? If you run, who will help me rebuild my residence? Rebuild? What about your sect's contribution points? Jun Wuxi boldly extended his hand towards Jian Shuanghan, demanding his disciple token. He understood that Jian Shuanghan had long since set aside past grievances. Since he no longer pursued this matter, what was there to fear? Having already offended him, it was futile to curry favor. He might as well proceed as usual. Upon glancing at the disciple token, Jun Wuxi was immediately filled with incredulity. Aren't you the genius who appears once every 3,000 years? Why do you only have 17 contribution points? With such a meager amount, do you expect to rebuild your residence? Are you joking? 17 points? Jian Shuanghan frowned slightly, recalling that contribution points were earned through completing tasks in various halls or participating in competitions and events on behalf of the sect. He had only completed one task and had never participated in any competitions or events. Jun Wuxi, be quiet. Su Heng threw out his disciple token. Just deduct my contribution points for senior brother's expenses. Upon seeing the contribution points, Jun Wuxi burst into laughter. Jian Shuanghan has at least 17 points, while you only have 7, barely a fraction of his total. The two of you combined still fall short of 3 digits. Are you here to play? How could this be? Su Heng's expression darkened instantly. Did you steal my contribution points? Steal? Jun Wuxi was taken aback. Back then, he had indeed framed Jian Shuanghan by stealing something and hiding it on his rooftop. That had been a clear-cut case. Now, was Su Heng framing him without needing any evidence? Jun Wuxi tossed Su Heng's disciple token back to him. Your record clearly states that 7 days ago, you were at Yaofeng and spent all your contribution points. Did you not keep track of what pills you exchanged for? Yaofeng. Su Heng suddenly remembered that after Bai Yunshui successfully established his foundation, when Qingqing had felt disheartened at falling behind in her cultivation. So in an effort to help his junior sister, he had used all his contribution points. As for spirit stones, he had only found a single low-grade spirit stone. What was he to do? He had genuinely intended to assist senior brother, but now he had only provided Jun Wuxi with amusement and could only plead. Senior brother, will you return with me? Please ignore Yun Wuxi. Jian Shuanghan felt that if he were to inquire with the system, Su Heng's level of foolishness would likely rival that of Qingxian. Engaging in further dialogue was merely wasting his time. So he asked Jun Wuxi, should I pay directly with spirit stones? Come on, 100 high-grade spirit stones, and I guarantee you a satisfactory reconstruction. Yun Wuxi, somewhat resigned to his fate, thought that if he could indeed make a profit, he would be quite pleased. You can't produce them, can you? The exchange rate for high-grade, mid-grade, and low-grade spirit stones is 1,000. Fine. Jian Shuanghan truly presented 100 high-quality spiritual stones. He insisted on having 3 rooms designated for sleeping, secluded meditation, and alchemy, leaving the rest for you to decide. Su Heng gazed in astonishment at the 100 high-quality spiritual stones. Senior brother, how could you possess so many spiritual stones? It was hardly a surprising question, for he was, after all, a practitioner of the Great Ascension stage and an alchemist. After years of wandering, how could he possibly lack resources? A mere 100 high-quality spiritual stones were insignificant. However, upon reflection, it dawned on him that Su Heng, still in the nascent soul stage, had no concept of the extravagant consumption of spiritual stones that would follow the breakthrough to the spirit transformation stage. Excluding the anomaly that was Jian Shuanghan, Qingxian had spent over 2 millennia achieving the Great Ascension, which was indeed impressive. In the annals of the Jiuzhou continent's cultivation history, only 19 had truly reached the Great Ascension. Moreover, 7 had perished during their final breakthrough. Presently, alive and well, there were merely 12, Jian Shuanghan included. How many cultivation sects existed in the Jiuzhou continent? Countless, with intricately intertwined powers, the foremost among them summarized as the 3 mountains, 5 sects, 7 schools, 9 families, and 12 gates. In total, there were 36 major sects. If evenly distributed, each sect would have a mere third of a Great Ascension practitioner. Of course, such a division was impractical, as among these 12 Great Ascension practitioners, 5 were demonic cultivators. Below the Great Ascension was the integration stage. Among the 24 strongest sects in the cultivation world, barring Lingjia Mountain and Tianjin sect, all sect leaders were at the integration stage, with only the supreme elders possessing either integration or virtual refinement skills. Upon reaching the integration stage, the support from a sect was largely symbolic. Typically, no sect could genuinely afford to supply resources. For instance, those 100 high-quality spiritual stones would hardly last a breath in the integration stage. The true strength of a sect was measured by the number of experts in the virtual refinement and spirit transformation stages. Jian Shuanghan turned to see Su Heng still awaiting his response with an anxious expression, prompting him to remind, Su Heng, I am currently at the Great Ascension stage. The Great Ascension stage is quite remarkable. Su Heng suddenly retorted, what do you mean by that? You think I'm holding you back? Wait, what did Su Heng mean by this? Why was he suddenly causing a scene? Surely, he did not mean to imply that the system's recently refreshed affection points were relevant? Jian Shuanghan felt the veins on his forehead pulse with irritation. I was trying to explain. I won't listen. Su Heng covered his ears, retreating in despair. Just tell me. Who will you choose, me or the one who has harmed you? Jun Wuqi. His hand itched. Had Su Heng not been at the nascent soul stage, he would have slapped him down. Who will you choose? Su Heng clearly failed to grasp that Jian Shuanghan was infuriated. He naively believed Jian Shuanghan was merely struggling and hesitating. In Su Heng's view, there was nothing to hesitate about. One should certainly abandon those who had wronged them. Without a doubt, it was for Jun Wuqi. He was an elder of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. Would Jian Shuanghan build a residence for him? Jian Shuanghan could no longer endure. This was truly endless. Su Heng, pale with anger, turned to flee. Senior brother, I misjudged you. We truly cannot be together. Chapter 14. Senior brother, we cannot be together, for, with a crack of thunder, Su Heng had not taken 30 steps when he was struck unconscious by a bolt. Jian Shuanghan observed the arc of electricity emanating from his hand, and Su Heng's contorted body ahead, due to the heavenly tribulation, finally finding peace. After subduing Su Heng, he turned to Jun Wuqi. Indeed, we have some past grievances, but time has dulled my desire to pursue them. Therefore, I see no issue in entrusting the matter of rebuilding residences to you. With that, Jian Shuanghan hung the unconscious, singed Su Heng on his sword hilt, and soared towards the residence of Qingxian. He was not there to seek retribution. Rather, as Su Heng had yet to reach the spirit transformation stage, he could only reside with Qingxian. The dwelling of Qingxian, named Mo Peak, stood nearly vertical and perilously steep. Thus, residences were constructed in accordance with the mountain's contours, creating platforms or carving into the mountainside, with cloud ladders built for the convenience of disciples unable to fly. However, Jian Shuanghan had little fondness for cloud ladders. They were suspended by iron chains, slow to traverse, and when the wind blew, unless one stabilized the ladder with their cultivation, it would sway violently, causing dizziness and nausea. He recalled the first time he rode one with Su Heng as children. Halfway up, a fierce wind howled, and the two of them, mere saplings, clung tightly to the ladder's post to avoid being hurled off. Upon descending, Su Heng, tearful and snotty, rubbed against his clothes, vowing never to act recklessly again and to diligently cultivate. It was from that moment on that Jian Shuanghan swore, regardless of what the future held, he must cultivate the foundation establishment as swiftly as possible. Only then could he fly with his sword. A person's ambition often stems from such small experiences. Now, Mo Peak had grown. Qingxian's building was atop the peak, leveling the once sword-like summit into a 3-story platform. This alteration not only maintained the mountain's imposing stature, but, due to its exquisite design, rendered the entire Mo Peak akin to a sword pointing towards the heavens. Descending from Qingxian's platform, the stairs wound around the mountain, the first level being where he and Su Heng had once resided. After Jian Shuanghan attained the spirit transformation stage, he had moved out, leaving Su Heng alone. Jian Shuanghan now held Su Heng, preparing to drop him off and depart. As nascent soul practitioners, there was no need for such delicacy. However, before Jian Shuanghan's feet touched the ground, he noticed 3 individuals staring at him in shock. One of whom was Wen Qingqing. Song Yiyu, concerned after witnessing Su Heng rush to find Jian Shuanghan, had intended to consult their master, but had yet to reach him when he encountered his junior brother, Yin Qinju. Yin Qinju was currently comforting the tearful junior sister, and the 3 had thus converged. Song Yiyu, attempting to explain their senior brother's return to Yin Qinju, was met with the sight of Jian Shuanghan lazily reclining on his flying sword, a doll hanging from his waist. A sight that bore no resemblance to the legendary aloof and unapproachable senior brother. When Qingqing immediately recognized the trinket on the sword hilt, her eyes welling with tears as she sorrowfully called, "Second senior brother." Song Yiyu was astonished. He never anticipated second senior brother would be defeated so swiftly. Yin Qinju, originally a gentle youth, now wore a grim expression upon seeing Su Heng's condition, his hand instinctively moving towards his sword. This was the legendary senior brother? How could he have reduced second senior brother to this state? Jian Shuanghan frowned slightly, sensing the troublesome atmosphere that unnerved him. Why did it seem that the Tianjian sect was in disarray? Observing the expressions of the 3 below and the oppressive aura radiating from the 2 junior brothers, it appeared that unless he provided an explanation, he would either be forced to leap off a cliff or face their masteress' wrath, compelling him to do the same. The notion that Jian Shuanghan would be intimidated was laughable. Thus he stood firm, sheathed his sword, and without a care for the feelings of the three, strode into Su Heng's room, placing him on the bed. You must be Song Yiyu and Yin Qinju, my junior brothers? I am your senior brother, Jian Shuanghan. Yin Qinju glanced at the still unconscious Su Heng, his tone somewhat hostile. Since you were the senior brother, what has happened to second senior brother? It seemed that little old five was intent on seeking retribution. Did Jian Shuanghan fear him? Ridiculous. Yin Qinju, with all his might, refrained from striking Jian Shuanghan and merely coldly inquired, do you truly not care for the bond of brotherhood and the ties of kinship, senior brother? It was a lamentable reality that after years of cultivation, Jian Shuanghan had come to a profound realization. As long as he remained unbound by morality, no one could wield moral constraints over him, nor could they even sway his emotions. Furthermore, when an opponent poses a question, the objective is not to answer it, but rather to counter with another question. Where were you, fifth junior brother, when our master was scrutinizing third junior sister before a multitude of elders in the grand hall of our sect yesterday? Wen Qingqing's heart sank. Was Jian Shuanghan truly a man? Such trivial matters still held weight in his mind. Instinctively, she grasped Yin Qinjue's arm, exclaiming, Junior brother, it was entirely my fault yesterday. Please do not blame senior brother. What she meant was that senior brother had been aggressive before our master, the sect leader, and the entire sect. Did he truly believe that had I acted upon my intentions, he would still stand here unscathed? Jian Shuanghan brushed off the non-existent dust from his hands. Generally, he preferred not to employ his strategies against fellow disciples. Yet given the severity of the situation, he could hardly be reproached. Perhaps because Yin Qinju was indeed a child of fortune, he felt no fear towards Jian Shuanghan. Thus, was sorrow not merely a form of injury? Jian Shuanghan, striving to maintain a congenial demeanor, nearly chuckled disdainfully at the audacity of this little rascal daring to speak of heartache. Had he not been Jian Shuanghan present in the sect, his heart would have been utterly shattered by their actions. Song Yiyu, drenched in cold sweat, recalled the bizarre expression on Su Heng's face when they parted, fearing the two would further anger Jian Shuanghan. He hurriedly interposed himself between them, saying, Junior brother, junior sister, please calm yourselves. Senior brother is fair in his dealings, and there must be a reason for second senior brother's actions. The ire that Jian Shuanghan had directed towards Yin Qinju was successfully redirected towards Su Heng with this statement. You all need to be more attentive to Su Heng's well-being. Understand? If you do not comprehend this, seek out our master. Do not allow him to spiral into unfounded thoughts, suspecting every person he meets of pursuing him. Not only did he embarrass himself before the elders of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, but I also had to choose between him and the elders. If I declined, he would throw a tantrum as a partner. Do I appear to be as daft as he is? And he dares to claim there is no possibility between us. What possibility does he seek? Chapter 15. Qi Xan is an external body of law when Qingqing's legs weakened. Her mind struck as if by lightning. Had it not been for Song Yiyu and Yin Qinju supporting her, she would have collapsed to the ground. She had labored tirelessly to win over Su Heng. Yet this fool, while outwardly supportive, mercilessly bullied by Yun Sui, all the while his affection for her grew at a sluggish pace. She had never understood the reason until now, discovering that this Su Heng shockingly favored men. What a fool's errand. Su Heng, you scoundrel, I shall remember this. Song Yiyu sensed when Qingqing's body stiffening and trembling, anxious that senior brother's words were too devastating. Yin Qinju was agog, his mouth agape, while it was evident that junior sister was equally taken aback. Of course, he was unaware that when Qingqing was trembling out of fury, yet she could not express it. Fifth junior brother, please escort junior sister to rest. Seizing the opportunity, Song Yiyu urged Yin Qinju to take Wen Qingqing away. He was almost certain that if they allowed Yin Qinju to remain, the three of them would bear the brunt of senior brother's wrath. This ancestor was in the Great Ascension stage. Among them, the highest cultivation level was merely golden core, which was tantamount to courting death. Yin Qinju, feeling pity for Wen Qingqing, set aside his grievances with Jian Shuanghan and prioritized the well-being of his junior sister, leading her away. Once the two had departed, Song Yiyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned to Jian Shuanghan, still concerned for his senior brother, for according to the original narrative, there existed a profound bond between senior brother and that demonic woman, Qian Xixin. Noting Song Yiyu's hesitant demeanor, Jian Shuanghan, unwilling to waste mental energy on conjecture, spoke directly. If you have something to ask, do so. Song Yiyu swallowed hard, summoning the courage to inquire, Senior brother, during your travels, did you encounter a female demonic cultivator named Qian Xixin? She appears to be the young master of the heart cultivation sect. Qian Xixin? Jian Shuanghan's brow twitched. How could Song Yiyu know of that madwoman? Observing Jian Shuanghan's increasingly somber expression, Song Yiyu thought, it's over. He must have already crossed paths with her and become entangled. If senior brother were to fall into the throes of infatuation during the transformation stage, based on the original tale, it would merely unfold in that manner. But the current senior brother was a great ascension powerhouse. If this were to escalate, what would happen if both he and our master were to suffer grievous wounds? While peering into the heavens, Jian Shuanghan was oblivious to the fact that according to destiny, had he been in the transformation stage, entanglements would lead to his infatuation with a certain foolish woman. However, he was quite familiar with the name Qian Xixin. Did Song Yiyu truly risk falling into her clutches? Jian Shuanghan could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy, recognizing that Song Yiyu was, after all, his junior brother, even if this was their first meeting. Thus, he softened his tone. If you harbor feelings for Qian Xixin, it would be prudent to sever them now. She is not merely the young master of the heart cultivation sect. Rather, she is the external body of the sect's master, Qian Mianhuan, specifically designed to ensnare male cultivators. Song Yiyu's expression suddenly went blank. What was senior brother implying? Jian Shuanghan, noticing Song Yiyu's reaction, surmised that this junior brother had likely fallen into her trap. He couldn't help but sigh. Why must one provoke Qian Xixin of all people? However, now that he had returned, he could not allow his junior brother to continue down this erroneous path. Our master and the heart demon have been sworn enemies for a millennium. To drag our master into demonic corruption, they created Qian Xixin as an external incarnation. Although she may appear as a woman, her true essence is that of the demon Qian Mianhuan. What the hell? Song Yiyu's mind was overwhelmed by shock. What sort of nonsense had the original narrative spun to depict such thrilling content as mere romantic folly? He had long wondered why a once-in-3,000 years genius with a mutated thunder root would so easily fall into demonic corruption for love. Now, his instincts told him that senior brother's words were the truth. The master of the heart cultivation sect, Qian Mianhuan, known as the heart demon, was one of the 5 great ascension period demonic cultivators. It turned out he was a sworn enemy of our master for a millennium. This meant that the seemingly foolish words in the original narrative concealed such a grand conspiracy. Qian Xixin was, in fact, an external manifestation aimed at our master. Thus, if senior brother were in the transformation stage, Qian Xixin, or more accurately, Qian Mianhuan, would lure him away, allowing her to bring the heart demon to the Heavenly Sword sect. Therefore, Qian Mianhuan had no intentions of forming a bond with senior brother. Her true motive was to induce our master's demonic descent or to ambush him when his cultivation was diminished. This implied that senior brother's potential demonic descent might have occurred after our master eradicated Qian Xixin, leading him to covertly align with the demonic cultivators. This clarified why senior brother suddenly seemed less astute, easily swayed by the heart demon's deceptions, surrendering his mutated thunder root. Senior brother must have intended to uphold the righteous path, making some great sacrifice, diminishing his foundation, and upon realizing he could no longer contribute to righteousness, he made that sacrifice. Little did he know, such a noble senior brother was deceived by that despicable scoundrel of a heart demon, obliterating the entire cultivation world with his sincerity and spirit root. No, I cannot allow such an outstanding senior brother to be ruined. Jian Shuanghan, entirely unaware of Song Yiyu's musings, perceived that at least this junior brother was more redeemable than Su Heng. With that, he decided to be generous. He rummaged through his storage ring, selecting a jade talisman, and handed it to Song Yiyu. This is a 7 stars hidden heaven array crafted by a friend of mine. Once activated, even a great ascension stage practitioner would expend considerable effort to breach it. Keep it for emergencies. The 7 stars hidden heaven array. My heavens! This artifact had initially cost the mid-stage heart demon an astronomical sum at an auction. At that time, the heart demon had been besieged by 100,000 magical beasts. As soon as this formation was activated, it astonishingly allowed a multitude of masters to carve out a legendary tale alongside him. Such a formidable array. And Master Brother simply gifted it away? Song Yiyu was so exhilarated that his hands trembled slightly. Is it really possible for you to bestow this upon me? Jian Shuanghan nodded. Originally, this artifact was created by a dear friend out of concern that he might be reduced to ashes during the Thunder Tribulation. However, upon witnessing the Heavenly Dao's relentless attempts to crush him, he realized that this item could not possibly save him. Thus he never had the chance to present it. Since it was of no use to him, what difficulty was there in gifting it to Song Yiyu? Nevertheless, It appeared that this fourth junior brother, who had traversed realms, seemed to have some inkling of its significance. After a moment's thought, he cautioned, "In any case, make good use of it and diligently cultivate." Of course, Jian Shuanghan could not anticipate that this fool would utilize it in such a manner. This is a matter for later discussion. For after Jian Shuanghan entrusted Su Heng to Song Yiyu, he encountered Yin Qingjue, who was accompanied by Wen Qingqing, bringing along Qing Xianjinren. TSK. Here we go again. Chapter 16. You should participate in the grand competition. 1. Jian Shuanghan took a step back. Junior brother Qingjue, I instructed you to escort junior sister Qingqing back to rest, and yet you delivered her to master? If one is to seek medical attention, they should go to Yaofeng. Surely, neither of you believes that master is capable of treating ailments? The atmosphere became palpably awkward. None of the three had anticipated that Jian Shuanghan would so effortlessly expose all their flaws. What was even more disconcerting was Qing Xian, who recalled that Jian Shuanghan had not always been thus. He had previously been quite obedient, albeit somewhat dull and uninteresting due to his excessive immersion in cultivation. Unlike the other lively and charming disciples, how had he changed so drastically in just over a decade? He boldly revealed the truth, showing no regard for face. When Qingqing silently chose to cover her mouth, retreating behind Qing Xian and Yin Qingjue, she had already maneuvered the conversation to her advantage with Yin Qingjue. And the wisest course of action now was to remain silent and observe the unfolding drama between Yin Qingjue and Master. Only in this way could she create opportunities to enhance her likability rather than become an annoyance. Reflecting on her previous impulsiveness, the lessons learned were painfully vivid. Qing Xian cleared his throat, asserting his authority. Honor, how can you speak so? Shouldn't a teacher be concerned for their disciples? Jian Shuanghan remained silent, yet his expression conveyed everything. Just watch if I take your words at face value. Jian Shuanghan coldly scoffed. Then guess why I struck Su Heng? Yin Qingjue grew displeased. Having just heard junior sister Qingqing recount how this master brother, relying on his great ascension stage prowess, had stirred chaos throughout the sect upon his return just 2 days prior, causing master much distress. He had thought junior sister was exaggerating. Yet now, witnessing it firsthand was indeed a revelation. It was clear that master had posed a question, yet Jian Shuanghan dared to retort. Anger welled up within Yin Qingjue. If a cultivator does not respect their master or care for their fellow disciples. Qing Xian instinctively silenced Yin Qingjue. Though he appreciated his little disciple standing up for him, it was unwise. After all, Yin Qingjue had only reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage. If his eldest disciple were to retaliate, who could predict the outcome? What has Hunger done wrong? I shall inquire later, but now I must discuss serious matters with you. The Baihai Palace Grand Competition is about to commence. Since you have returned, you must assume the responsibilities of the sect's eldest disciple and lead the team to participate. Jian Shuanghan doubted his hearing, pointing to himself. Are you certain? I am to partake in the Baihai Palace Grand Competition? Please. Although he had never heard of such a competition, was it not meant for the newcomers of various sects to bolster their cultivation and simultaneously showcase their disciples' potential? Winning would yield rewards, while losing would merely mean enduring ridicule. Yin Qingjue and Wen Qingqing were taken aback, one gazing at Jian Shuanghan, the other at Qing Xian, both incredulous. Master Brother is now at the Great Ascension stage. Especially Wen Qingqing, who had not anticipated Qing Xian would suddenly bring up the Baihai Palace Grand Competition. Shouldn't he have been reprimanding Jian Shuanghan instead of imposing such a heavy burden on his junior? However, Qing Xian nodded with absolute certainty. So what if he is at the Great Ascension stage? The Baihai Palace Grand Competition has no stipulation against participants at that level, only that they must be under 200 years of age. Your master brother is merely 181 this year, well within the parameters. Why should he not participate? The competition has been established for 1700 years. Exposing them to such experiences is also a contribution to the realm of cultivation. Jian Shuanghan instinctively grasped Qing Xian's wrist to assess his pulse. Though he was aware that his master was remarkably foolish, he was certain that foolishness and shamelessness were not synonymous. Could it be that he had gone too far recently, utterly exhausting his master's patience? When Qingqing also silently hoped to assess Qing Xian's mental state, based on her understanding, he would never utter such shameless words. Once Jian Shuanghan took the stage, what concern was there for anyone else? She had hoped to scout some potential candidates during the Baihai Palace Grand Competition. Qing Xian, displeased, withdrew his hand. What? Do you think I have lost my mind? If you believe this is unjust, you could simply allow those participating in the competition to strike back at you simultaneously. Would that not be fair? Jian Shuanghan let out a cold laugh. At least you are the sect leader. How can you speak such shameless words with such conviction? If I recall correctly, the top 100 of the Bai Hai Palace Grand Competition can enter the Spirit Sea illusion realm to seek opportunities. But there is a restriction. One as cultivation must not exceed the nascent soul stage. If I incapacitate all these disciples, none will be able to enter, thereby severing all opportunities for the newcomers. Are you intent on denying them all their chances? Qing Xian's expression flickered with evident guilt. Yet soon, he felt that Jian Shuanghan was his disciple, so why should he feel guilty? His expression turned cold. Unfilial disciple. Why can you not care for your master as I do for my disciples? Do you truly believe those cunning old foxes would allow this year's slots to go unfilled? If you think this is oppression of the weak, then you could certainly target their masters. Whomever refuses to concede, you shall strike down their master's realm. And that would no longer be considered oppression, would it? Jian Shuanghan felt a vain throb on his forehead as he glanced at the wide-eyed Yin Qingjue and Wen Qingqing. Great! The level of shamelessness displayed was astounding, even causing someone with a system like Wen Qingqing to be left speechless. Jian Shuanghan felt his palm itching anew. He recalled that a single slap could eliminate 50 points of foolishness. Truly, if he were to exhaust himself, it would amount to countless slaps. Just as Jian Shuanghan prepared to take action, the doll-like system swiftly clutched Jian Shuanghan's hand, eyes brimming with tears, adopting a mournful expression as it implored, Master, have you forgotten about the yinging points? That method is utterly unfeasible. What if the foolish monster morphs into a crying monster? Have you considered which risk is more terrifying? This doll again. Though when Qingqing's system repeatedly asserted that their kind could only exist with a host, exceptions surely existed. Did they not? Just as the system had previously informed her that Master Brother was the strongest in the transformation stage. Yet in reality, he had already reached the Great Ascension stage. Such a departure from destiny and narrative could only imply one possibility. Master Brother must also possess a system, and it was likely something exceptionally unique. Perhaps it was indeed this doll. As for the likability system's denial, it might simply be a case of limited perspective, having never encountered such a phenomenon. This time, when Qingqing resolved to trust her instincts and boldly inquired, Master Brother, can this doll speak? Does it possess some special ability? Chapter 17. You should participate in the grand competition. 2. Jian Shuanghan was not concerned about the exposure of his system, since when Qingqing had asked, he was not one to be dismissive. Thus, he replied, rather than a system, it would be more accurate to say it is currently a heavenly artifact. Wait a moment. A heavenly artifact? As soon as Jian Shuanghan's words left his mouth, the sky suddenly darkened, thick clouds obscuring the sun, with flashes of lightning flickering ominously, leaving one to wonder if eternal night had descended. As ominous clouds enveloped the sky, an overwhelming sense of pressure, chill, and murderous intent suddenly descended upon the Tianjin sect, instilling an unprecedented fear in all its members. It felt as though, in the next moment, the Tianjin sect would vanish from existence. When Qingqing felt every hair on her body stand on end, her legs trembling uncontrollably, nearly rendering her unable to stand. In desperation, she fervently called upon her system within her mind. Yet, at that critical moment, her affinity system remained utterly unresponsive. Even the seasoned Qing Xian, in the advanced stage of cultivation, sensed that this terrifying pressure did not emanate from his disciple, but from the Heavenly Dao. Yes, it was the Heavenly Dao. For the system mentioned by Jian Shuanghan had provoked the wrath of the Heavenly Dao. Jian Shuanghan's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he thrust the antagonist system into Qing Xuan's embrace, his figure instantly soaring like a sword unsheathed, ascending towards the heavens. Amidst the flashing lightning, a violet sword was grasped tightly in Jian Shuanghan's hand. The sky trembled with thunder, bearing the power to annihilate the world, descending upon Jian Shuanghan. Yet, rather than being diminished, his momentum surged, his sword intent growing ever stronger. A true sword cultivator embodies the sharpest blade in existence. Who dares to provoke the Tianjin sect? With the force of his spinning body, he unleashed a sword chi imbued with the essence of the Dao, soaring towards the sky. What if the Heavenly Dao was enraged? Would Jian Shuanghan himself not feel indignant? The sword chi collided with the Heavenly Dao's thunderclouds, illuminating the sky in blinding white. The searing brilliance compelled all to shut their eyes in fear. With a thunderous roar, akin to the ancient thunder, the sound echoed throughout the 9 provinces. The Heavenly Dao must prevent Jian Shuanghan from revealing its secrets. Although it had previously suffered significant damage due to the thunderbolt aimed at Jian Shuanghan during his tribulation, this secret could not be disclosed, even if it meant further harming the thunderclouds. The might of the heavens must be unleashed. Even if it could not intimidate Jian Shuanghan, it must instill fear in others. A cold rain began to fall from the sky, and the terrifying pressure gradually dissipated. Qingxian in a daze, and when Qingqing opened their eyes, they beheld Jian Shuanghan standing defiantly amidst the chaos, having cleaved a hole through the thunderclouds, allowing the gentle and compassionate light of the heavens to pour through. Bathed in this celestial glow, Jian Shuanghan's gaze was icy, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the damaged thunderclouds that refused to retreat. The thunderclouds crackled ominously, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards the entire mountain peak. Simultaneously, Jian Shuanghan and Qingxian struck out, severing the bolt. This was a warning. Jian Shuanghan could confront the Heavenly Dao head-on, but what are the others in the Tianjian sect? One person defies heaven, and the entire sect faces retribution. The will of the Heavenly Dao cascaded down, shaking the entire 9 provinces. Fear spread across the realm. The thunderclouds slowly dispersed, as if mocking Jian Shuanghan, questioning how he could defy the heavens alone, and whether he could liberate the entire world from the grip of the Heavenly Dao. What a farce! Beneath the Heavenly Dao, all things are but insignificant insects. If Jian Shuanghan evades the Heavenly Dao, then all beings shall view him as a foe. Such is the will of the Heavenly Dao. Yin Qingjue sheltered the trembling when Qingqing beneath him. That was the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao. The senior brother had actually defied the Heavenly Dao. And now that the will of the Heavenly Dao was in effect, Jian Shuanghan was the enemy of the Heavenly Dao. As Jian Shuanghan descended from the heavens, Yin Qingjue instinctively harbored animosity towards him, even a murderous intent. Truly a child of fortune, the son of the Heavenly Dao, for despite the immense pressure, Yin Qingjue remained unaffected, even grasping the will of the Heavenly Dao more profoundly than any other. Yet, Jian Shuanghan gazed down at the hostile Yin Qingjue and slowly remarked, "The path of cultivation is inherently a defiance against the heavens. To seek the protection of the Heavenly Dao to attain immortality, why is it that no one in the 9 provinces has ascended thus far?" Yin Qingjue was momentarily taken aback. A sudden clap of thunder echoed in the clear sky. How annoying! Jian Shuanghan turned to the heavens and shouted in anger, "Why don't you go fix your thunderclouds?" The sky was clear, devoid of clouds. At that moment, the system in when Qingqing's mind finally activated. Forget, quickly forget everything Jian Shuanghan just said. You must forget, or you will perish. A cultivator must never oppose the Heavenly Dao. The voice of the strategy system trembled violently, fearful of Jian Shuanghan's words. Yet when Qingqing merely responded with a soft she understood clearly that the immense fear they had just experienced was the Heavenly Dao intimidating the world. And at such a critical moment, the system actually fled. It had escaped. At that moment, she truly comprehended why the first lesson in cultivation is, the path of cultivation defies the heavens. This truly was a defiance against the heavens. Earlier, Qingxian had felt as though his mind was shrouded in mist. Although that strange sensation had receded, he still sensed something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what. Looking up at Jian Shuanghan, an unwelcome feeling surged within him. Truly, are disciples in this day and age so difficult to manage? Or had he been too indulgent with Jian Shuanghan, allowing him to lose the awareness befitting a disciple? Qingxian unconsciously tightened his grip on the doll in his hand. Just as the doll was about to be crushed, it emitted a sharp cry for help. "Master, save me!" Jian Shuanghan looked at Qingxian, who instinctively loosened his grip, gazing down at the doll, only to find it bore the face of Jian Shuanghan. How annoying! Just as Qingxian was about to hurl the doll to the ground, Jian Shuanghan reached out to catch it. "Surely, this is my magic weapon. Master, you wouldn't unleash your anger on an object, would you?" Qingxian paused for a moment, realizing, indeed, what had he been angry about? No. Qingxian recalled Jian Shuanghan's words regarding the Bai Palace competition. Shouldn't he be angry? In any case, whether he wanted to or not, Jian Shuanghan must participate in the Bai Palace competition. Qingxian finally summoned the authority befitting a sect leader. Jian Shuanghan was not intimidated. Since the Heavenly Dao had already exerted its influence over the 9 provinces, his desire for a leisurely retreat was doomed to fail. Very well. Since cultivation is defiance against the heavens, he would not turn back. Understood. It is merely the Bai Palace competition. I will handle it as I see fit. He looked forward to how many would oppose him, and he would spare none. With that, he soared away on his sword. As for the doll system, Upon returning to Jian Shuanghan's embrace, it trembled in fear, stuttering, "Master, I have completely offended the Heavenly Dao. It will surely erase me." It was merely acknowledging its identity. Yet the Heavenly Dao, which could be offended by such a trivial matter, was of no use. Jian Shuanghan patted the doll system's head, uncertain if it could feel even a trace of comfort like a human, and simply stated, "Furthermore, even without this incident, you would have faced erasure due to the host's demise from a failed task. Worry not about debts. The more lice, the less itch. Now that I am here, there is no need to fear." Chapter 18. This wave is set in stone. 1. The news of the Heavenly Dao descending upon the Tianjin sect spread rapidly. Though opinions were divided, of course, Jian Shuanghan was not concerned with the specifics, as he would learn the truth at the Bai High Palace competition. Meanwhile, Jun Wuqi was remarkably swift, almost immediately preparing a design plan for Jian Shuanghan, gathering materials, and leading a group of outer disciples to construct a residence for him. Jun Wuqi and his team busied themselves at Jian Shuanghan's abode. To be honest, despite their past grievances, Jun Wuqi was not a good person. Among the disciples of Mao and Peak, he found only Jian Shuanghan to his liking. Naturally, he could not voice these thoughts, as Qing Xian, the sect leader, was a powerful figure in the advanced stage of cultivation, someone he could not afford to offend. However, he still found Qing Xuan's other disciples displeasing, particularly when he saw that Jian Shuanghan's former residence was nothing more than a rickety hut made of bamboo, cold and drafty, resembling a place that had just been ransacked. How could the sect leader favor you so much? Why was your dwelling so dilapidated, so impoverished that it resonated with emptiness? Jian Shuanghan placed a stone table in the open space before the hut, adorned with tea sets and snacks, his mood unruffled. Even as he gazed upon the modest three-room cottage he had painstakingly constructed, now stripped bare by the outer disciples with nary a trace left. And despite the mocking words of Jun Wuqi echoing in his ears, it did not in the slightest affect his enjoyment of tea. With a benevolent tone, he remarked, "In the past 160 years, I have not returned to the sect more than 20 times. Why should I leave such a splendid building for thieves to pilfer?" Jun Wuqi, momentarily taken aback by his words, mused, "Why not simply set up a formation?" Jian Shuanghan leisurely sipped his tea and countered, "Wouldn't that merely inform the thieves that the items here are exceedingly valuable? The stronger the defense is, the more it suggests that the treasures within are worth stealing." After years of external training, Jian Shuanghan had always sought out the most fortified and perilous locations. Even if he failed to acquire any treasures, he would still hone his skills in breaching barriers. Jun Wuqi's lips twitched. "This is still the Tianjin sect. Must you incessantly speak of thieves? Is there not a semblance of a true immortal at the great ascension stage in your demeanor?" Jian Shuanghan cast a glance at Jun Wuqi, suddenly realizing that his aspirations of attaining the elder of the miscellaneous affairs hall were likely at an end. However, out of goodwill, he continued the conversation, as if erecting a sign would guarantee my ascension to immortality. My cultivation at the great ascension stage would not diminish simply because I do not establish such a sign. Jun Wuqi glared, pondering how, a mere 160 years ago, when the revered Qing Xian had yet to assume the position of sect leader, Jian Shuanghan had been so reticent. Yet now, after just a century and a half, his tongue seemed as sharp as a blade, brimming with audacity. Jian Shuanghan noticed Jun Wuqi's widened eyes, seemingly struck with enlightenment, and pressed on, "Taking without permission is thievery, regardless of one's esteemed status or how eloquently one speaks. A thief is still a thief. Formations and locks do not deter the honorable. They merely fail against the unscrupulous." Jun Wuqi clenched his teeth, feeling both anger and helplessness. He was aggrieved. If Jian Shuanghan's perspective were to be believed, were not those cultivators who ventured into secret realms and seized treasures simply thieves as well? He finally understood that Jian Shuanghan's mindset existed on an entirely different plane from his own. Yun Wuqi fell silent, and it was then that Jian Shuanghan leisurely began to extract items from his storage ring. "This is the purple gold alchemy furnace, my most adept tool for refining elixirs. Place it centrally in the alchemy chamber, along with the accompanying artifacts contained within this box. Arrange them according to this document, and then..." Just as Jian Shuanghan was explaining the placement of these items, Bai Yun Sui hurriedly ascended the mountain, exclaiming, "Elder brother, why are you still here?" At that moment, several outer disciples were circling around Jian Shuanghan's purple gold alchemy furnace, marveling at its resplendent aura and radiant glow, proclaiming it even superior to the furnaces at Yaofeng. Truly, the might of a great ascension master. Observing Bai Yun Sui's flustered demeanor, Jian Shuanghan inquired, "Where else would I be if not here?" Bai Yun Sui sighed in exasperation. The sect's flying vessel to Beihai Palace has already departed. Jian Shuanghan realized that, as the leading elder brother, he had yet to board the vessel, which had now left without him. This was a recurring issue among the sect members, deliberately excluding him and anticipating his embarrassment. Thus, he replied nonchalantly, "It matters not. But will you not participate in the grand competition?" Bai Yun Sui hesitated, her face flushing crimson as she stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts. Jian Shuanghan comprehended. She, like him, was also an outcast. After all these years, their tactics remained unchanged. Observing the spectacle, Jun Wuqing scoffed, given Jian Shuanghan's demeanor. Was it any wonder he was marginalized? He was merely an elder of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall, and matters concerning the grand competition at Beihai Palace were not his concern. The treasures and artifacts before him were what truly warranted his attention, prompting him to remark, "If you disdain the Tianjin sect for harboring thieves, why then display such conspicuous items to attract their attention?" Jian Shuanghan chuckled. "Is an explanation truly necessary? Fighting requires just cause. It is unwise to engage in unprepared conflicts. Rather than waiting for others to err and then reprimanding them, it is far simpler to grant them the opportunity to make mistakes, allowing me to personally correct them." Jun Wuqing grasped the underlying implication. This was merely bait for fishing. Sensing that Jun Wuqing understood his intent, Jian Shuanghan nodded in satisfaction. Gathering his tea set and addressing the approaching Bai Yun Sui, "I shall escort you to Beihai Palace." Did those fools on the flying vessel believe that his absence from it was a matter of disgrace? Quite the contrary. The journey to Beihai Palace was still considerable, and he would prefer to confront the myriad of bothersome matters face to face rather than rely on mere imagination. It was better this way. Bai Yun Sui lagged behind Jian Shuanghan. Her head bowed as she murmured, "Elder brother, I will not participate in the grand competition at Beihai Palace." Jian Shuanghan halted and turned to face Bai Yun Sui. "Not participating? Why is that?" Bai Yun Sui lowered her gaze further. "My master says that my aptitude is average, and that I would only bring shame to the sect at the competition. It would be better to let Wen Qingqing attend, as she can better represent the sect." Upon hearing this, Jian Shuanghan burst into laughter. "Do you truly believe such nonsense?" Bai Yun Sui looked up in shock, her eyes wide. Could she not believe it? These were her master's words. She only lamented her master's poor judgment, unable to fathom why, despite her superior cultivation compared to Wen Qingqing, her master insisted she was inferior and always required her to yield. The practitioner most abhors arrogance and impatience. She ought not to display such behavior. Just as Wanshao garnered sufficient attention and reached the mountain gate, the sword intent of Wanshao transformed into a resplendent three-legged azure crow. Upon the blade, a magnificent throne materialized, accompanied by a tea table for guests. Just as Jian Shuanghan prepared to depart with an air of swagger, a furious voice suddenly erupted from behind. "Jian Shuanghan, do you not regard the sect with any respect in your actions?" Bai Yun Sui trembled in fear. Jian Shuanghan, seemingly oblivious, adopted a comfortable yet dignified posture as he seated himself, as if he were the very master of the Tiandao sword sect. Indeed, this audacious act provoked the ire of the individual behind him. "You wretch! Today, I shall cleanse this sect of your insolence in place of the master." 81 disciples clad in the attire of the law enforcement hall of the Tiandao sword sect materialized around Wanshao, each one meticulously trained, with their lowest cultivation at the Golden Core stage. Among them were 3 elders of the refining void realm. This was the pinnacle battle formation of the Tiandao sword sect, the Gudyuan Ichi sword formation. The Tiandao sword sect ranked among the 5 great sects, not only due to its master in the ascendant stage and countless exceptionally gifted disciples, but also because of this formidable formation. During the last battle between immortals and demons, the Tiandao sword sect utilized this formation to vanquish numerous demonic sects and top-tier experts. It is said that a certain demonic ascendant stage master was annihilated by this very array. Jian Shuanghan surveyed the disciples encircling him, realizing that the speaker was absent. A surge of anger ignited within him, his brows twitching as a cold aura emanated from his entire being. A chilling smirk crept upon Jian Shuanghan's lips. "Do you think you are worthy to teach me a lesson?" Merely hearing those words sent shivers down one's spine. The passers-by at the sect's entrance instinctively retreated from the scene. The doll system almost reflexively leaped away from Jian Shuanghan, diving into Bai Yun Sui's embrace. Jian Shuanghan was enraged, his familiar icy fury brewing once again. This was the prelude to a fierce confrontation. Even when Qing Xian was struck, the murderous intent of the Gudyuan Ichi sword formation was far more intense. It could not afford to provoke such a formidable force. At present, The doll was merely a toy, possessing limited combat capability. It could neither issue tasks nor acquire resources for upgrades, nor could it draw energy from a host. Faced with such a colossal killing formation, it felt utterly helpless. Bai Yunsui, too, was taken aback by the killing intent of the formation, instinctively clutching the doll tighter. After all, the senior brother was merely putting on a show at the mountain gate. How could he possibly employ such a high-level formation against him? The atmosphere was thick with murderous intent. Everyone within the formation was on high alert, although Jian Shuanghan found himself ensnared within the array. The sect's members knew he was the youngest ascendant stage master in the Jiuzhou continent. Even if he were trapped, he could not easily be subdued. This would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Yet, they could not afford to show mercy. How could there be a master brother who disrespected the sect, humiliating the leader and his fellow disciples? Capture him! A commanding shout resonated from within the formation. As the formation activated, the Wanshao sword unleashed a brilliant sword light that soared into the heavens. A phoenix's cry reverberated throughout the Tiandao sword sect. Centered around the sword's radiance, lightning surged forth, instantly filling the Gudyuan Ichi sword formation. With a resounding slap, the sound echoed throughout the array. As the sword light dissipated, a peculiar girl clad in blue appeared. Her hair as delicate as ice threads, her features exquisitely sculpted, exuding a beauty that transcended reality. Her limbs appeared semi-transparent, akin to being crafted from crystal. And with every movement, one could hear a tinkling sound. The girl was employing her slender, translucent hand to force the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Jian Wanli, into a half-kneeling position. Jian Wanli, a formidable figure at the combined body stage, should have been the master of the Tiandao sect had he not been defeated by the real person, Qingxian. Presently, however, his face was contorted, a glaring slap imprinted upon one side. Jian Shuanghan raised his hand, now crackling with electricity, his brows furrowing in fury. That earlier slap had done nothing to alleviate his anger. Seizing the moment while Jian Wanli was still in a daze, he retaliated with another fierce slap to the other side of Jian Wanli's face. Waste! How could the Tiandao sect produce a coward like you, hiding behind the golden core? With your timid demeanor, do you even dare to contend for the position of sect master against my master? You are nothing but a disgrace to the sect. Jian Shuanghan instantly recognized the voice of the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. To his astonishment, the formation was being commanded by 3 refining Void Realm Elders, while Jian Wanli himself was not even in the array. Dogmaster, your focus seems misplaced, the doll blurted out, trembling as it attempted to finish its thought. This sword formation is meant to kill you. Had the doll system remained silent, Jian Shuanghan's fury might not have escalated further. Instead, it inadvertently highlighted the crucial point to him. Sure enough, infuriated, Jian Shuanghan delivered another resounding slap to Jian Wanli's face. You think a coward like you can kill me? Jian Wanli, as the Grand Elder, had yet to comprehend how he had been ensnared in the sword formation when he was struck thrice in quick succession. Regaining his senses, he trembled with rage. You dare to hit me? Jian Shuanghan's fourth slap landed squarely on Jian Wanli's face. Do enlighten me on what I should be afraid of. The doll system quietly climbed onto Bai Yunsui's face, covering it and kindly advising. Trust me, shielding your face is of utmost importance. The system had detected a surge of overwhelming hatred converging. Jian Shuanghan, this madman, was fearless, but Bai Yunsui could not afford to perish. After all, once Jian Shuanghan brought about his own demise, perhaps it could finally break free and select a proper host. The doll nuzzled Bai Yunsui's face, sensing her potential as a formidable adversary on the path of villainy. In this tense atmosphere, Bai Yunsui, young and unable to react in time, could hardly evade the onslaught of slaps. After 4 consecutive slaps, Jian Wanli was left dazed, previously mocking Qingxian for being unable to control his disciple. Now, he found himself engulfed in humiliation and fury. Jian Shuanghan swiftly discerned Jian Wanli's thoughts, which prioritized his face above all else, and immediately taunted. So angry? Why not take your own life? This was utterly intolerable. Jian Wanli, unable to endure any longer, glared fiercely at the motionless disciples within the formation. What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and subdue Jian Shuanghan. In an instant, Jian Shuanghan's expression darkened, a hand pressing down upon Jian Wanli's head as he ominously stated, It seems I have failed to impart any wisdom to you. What wisdom are you imparting? However, no one had the chance to voice this question before a surge of potent lightning was directly channeled into Jian Wanli's limbs. The excess electricity swiftly coursing throughout the entire Gudyuan Ichi sword formation. Every single individual within the formation, without exception, fell victim to the electric shock. The cries of agony echoed at the mountain gate, each scream more harrowing than the last. The shrieks persisted for an entire incense stick's duration until a peculiar scent wafted through the sect. If one were to inquire, they might remark upon the aroma of food. Setting aside others, Jian Wanli, under Jian Shuanghan's grip, suffered far more than Qing Xian, whose brain was rattled during that fateful encounter. The gathered elders and Qing Xian, who had been observing Jian Wanli's plight through the water mirror in the main hall of the Tian Dao sect, felt a chill of dread within. Elder Qiu Yu, pointing at Jian Shuanghan, whose expression resembled that of a vengeful spirit, remarked, "Qing Xian, what kind of disciple have you raised?" Qing Xian instinctively rubbed his temples. Witnessing Jian Wanli's charred form under Jian Shuanghan's wrath, he pondered that perhaps he was not entirely blameless. Honor, he has indeed been somewhat unreasonable. Qiu Yu's expression turned grim. Had her cultivation not been inferior to Jian Wanli's, she would have certainly delivered a slap to Qing Xian. What does Jian Shuanghan have to do with this? It is your disciples who are at fault. The sect's flying vessel has yet to embark. Why the hurry to depart? Furthermore, even if Jian Shuanghan were late, what of it? He is the youngest ascendant stage master in the Jiuzhou continent. Does he not deserve a moment's delay from those incapable of accomplishing anything? Were it not for the incompetence of your disciples, how could Jian Wanli have suffered such egregious humiliation at the mountain gate? Qing Xian gazed at Qiu Yuning and said, "You know it is Jian Shuanghan who is bullying Jian Wanli, do you not? Why do you not come to his defense and instead lay all the blame on my adorable disciples?" Of course, this sentiment remained unvoiced as other elders began to lend their support to Qiu Yuning. After all, how could one dare to offend the chief elder of Yaofeng? Even if Qiu Yuning was merely at the void refinement stage, Jian Shuanghan regarded Jian Wanli, who was left disoriented and dazed, and gripping Jian Wanli's collar. His gaze was as frigid as winter itself. "You dare to use the Gudyuan Ichi sword formation against me? You must have a fair amount of water in your head. If you are unaware of the weaknesses of this formation, allow me to enlighten you. The energies within the formation are interconnected. Should I strike at the formation's core, none of you will escape." With that, Jian Shuanghan carelessly tossed Jian Wanli to the other three standing refinement elders, and thundered, "What are you dawdling for? Go tend to your injuries. I shall return to inspect your formation later." In an instant, the entire Gudyuan Ichi sword formation disbanded, and over 80 individuals, some supporting others, vanished before Jian Shuanghan's eyes at an astonishing speed. He dusted off the soot from his hands, and with a snap of his fingers, the peculiar blue-clad maiden, Wan Xiao, reverted to her striking and conspicuous form. Jian Shuanghan seated himself upon his exclusive throne, and the maiden immediately poured him a cup of tea, then turned to the trembling Bai Yun Sui and the doll system, saying, "Come, sit down and enjoy some tea." Bai Yun Sui removed the doll from her face. And truth be told, she was no longer astonished by anything her senior brother did. However, the maiden before her intrigued her. "Who are you? You do not seem human." The maiden smiled charmingly, her beauty unparalleled. Her voice was light and melodious. "I am, of course, not human, but the spirit of the Wan Xiao sword." Bai Yun Sui observed Jian Shuanghan, who looked entirely unperturbed, and recalled the impressive strength the Wan Xiao spirit had displayed when it captured Jian Wanli. This spirit was formidable indeed, yet her senior brother had merely enlisted her to serve him tea? Was it truly so mundane for a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage? Or was it only her senior brother who found such triviality amusing? This was the Wan Xiao sword, the fastest sword in the world. Jian Shuanghan not only used it as a means of transportation, but also had it attend to his tea-drinking whims. "Sister, do not be deceived by appearances. All that is seen here is but a fleeting illusion, delightful to the eye yet empty of substance." Jian Shuanghan, seated like a grand patriarch, rested his head upon his hand, eyes closed, in a manner that projected an air of superiority. It was as if he had never just unleashed a furious storm at the mountain gate, leaving a cadre of disciples and elders in a state of utter disarray. Instantly, countless sect members felt their faces flush with indignation. After all, even Qing Xian had never acted with such audacity, and yet Jian Shuanghan's tone remained eerily calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. It was as if he had not come to belittle the sect, but rather to highlight their lack of discernment. The provocation had originated from Jian Shuanghan, yet he managed to cast the blame upon the sect. An illusion. All an illusion. Chapter 21. This round of pretentiousness is set 5. Bai Yunsui felt as if her mind had gone blank, mechanically following the Wan Shao spirit's instructions to sit down, sipping tea without any taste. At this moment, Jian Shuanghan allowed the Wan Shao spirit to depart the mountain gate, heading towards the Beehive Palace. The tea was fragrant and sweet. After several cups, Jian Shuanghan's spirits lifted, and he finally glanced at Bai Yunsui, saying, "Regarding the Beehive Palace competition, I shall take charge. If you wish to participate, do so, and if not, seek other amusements." Bai Yunsui paused, but the master said, "Moreover, senior brother Yu." She had many thoughts to express, but found herself at a loss for words. Her eloquence paled in comparison to her senior brother's. Jian Shuanghan rubbed his temples. Cursed be it, he had no experience in properly comforting his junior sister. How he wished their master and Su Heng were present. They were adept at handling such matters. Bai Yunsui noticed Jian Shuanghan's furrowed brow. Clearly troubled, and worried that she had said something wrong, she hastily clarified, "Senior brother, I apologize. I meant no offense. I merely think the master is not wrong. Harmony should reign within the sect, and we should show more courtesy amongst ourselves." "Stop. Why are you apologizing?" Jian Shuanghan interrupted her. Faced with Bai Yunsui, he did not wish to speak too harshly. After all, she was merely a hapless victim of bullying, now utterly bewildered. He should say something else, so he continued, "The master can be shameless enough to let me participate against the weak. You are taking his words too seriously, which only clouds your judgment." In that moment, Bai Yunsui felt her worldview shatter. Her senior brother was at the Great Ascension stage. How many Great Ascension cultivators were there in the Jiuzhou continent? For him to participate in the Beehive Palace competition? Where was the fairness in that? Why did the master demand grace, and yet send her senior brother into the fray? The master's thoughts were so convoluted. She felt utterly perplexed. Jian Shuanghan regarded Bai Yunsui for a moment. Recalling her unwillingness to yield the competition opportunity to Wen Qingqing, he asked, "Who do you think the master would choose between you and Wen Qingqing?" Bai Yunsui froze, instinctively biting her lip. Why was her senior brother asking this? The answer was on the tip of her tongue, yet due to her sorrow and anger, it felt as though her mouth had been sealed shut, rendering her speechless. Seeing Bai Yunsui unable to articulate her thoughts, Jian Shuanghan could only unveil the harsh truth. "You are the punching bag, while Wen Qingqing is the favored disciple. The master would choose anyone but you." Bai Yunsui felt a sharp pain in her throat, as if stabbed by a knife, rendering her heart unable to beat. Yes, she knew it. Deep down, she was aware. Yet she yearned to refute, to protest vehemently, but found no words to express her dissent. "You participate in the Beehive Palace competition for whom?" Jian Shuanghan's words struck her once more, leaving her mind a blank. Naturally it is for the honor of the sect, to repay the master's teachings. And it is my duty." The Dao system looked at Jian Shuanghan with disdain. Even it, as a villain system, had not pushed someone to this extent. So, it reached out its little cloth hand, gently patting Bai Yunsui's back, hoping to offer her some warmth. Jian Shuanghan, having heard her response, asked, "Between you and me, who can bring honor to the sect?" "This." Bai Yunsui's tongue stumbled. It was evident that her senior brother was far stronger, terrifyingly so. The answer was clear. Jian Shuanghan continued, "Look at the master. Aside from lacking sense and intellect, what else do you think he lacks? Your repayment cannot grant him ascension, nor can it remedy his deficiencies. What can you truly offer?" Bai Yunsui struggled to accept this. Her senior brother's words were truly deadly. The Dao system was equally taken aback by Jian Shuanghan's remarks, instinctively wanting to silence him, but considering Jian Shuanghan's lethal prowess, it promptly chose to remain by Bai Yunsui's side, offering her comfort. Goodness, such words! One might think you and Bai Yunsui were truly at odds. Jian Shuanghan, you are remarkable. I. Bai Yunsui felt her mind go blank. She could not muster a single retort to her senior brother's words. Seeing Bai Yunsui's bewildered expression, Jian Shuanghan suddenly recalled the moment he had rescued her years ago. So small and lost. It was indeed unwise to utter such heavy words. "Sister, you should have realized by now, even if I were to align with the master and the elders, it would be of no avail. The Heavenly Dao has cast its shadow over the entire Jiuzhou continent. No matter who it is, they will be influenced by the will of the Heavenly Dao, harboring ill will towards me. It seems everyone has an odd intuition that I am surely a nefarious entity, and to suppress me, to find various grievances against me, appears to be some form of appeasement to an intangible entity." Bai Yunsui sensed this as well, and she nodded slightly. Although her senior brother was formidable, indeed, exceedingly so, the attitude of the sect members towards him had always been peculiar from the very beginning. Master Brother is the youngest practitioner at the Great Ascension stage, a formidable expert capable of ranking among the top 20 across the entire Juzhou continent. Should he not be afforded unprecedented respect and privileges? Why is there such a stark contrast between reality and her expectations? How can such an exceptional Master Brother be outdone by Wen Qingqing? Bai Yunsui gazed blankly at Jian Shuanghan, feeling as though the fervent desire to prove herself was dissipating like smoke. What was she to do? Jian Shuanghan gestured for Bai Yunsui to observe the rolling sea of clouds beneath their feet and the cerulean sky above. Junior sister, we cultivate for the purpose of transcending and achieving enlightenment, and that enlightenment is not about validating the paths of others, nor about attaining the paths of others for someone else's sake. In this vast world, whether one is present or absent, the universe remains boundless, and the stars endure through the ages. The truth lies within oneself. It is a quest for one's own heart. Our cultivation, as we traverse the mortal realm and step into the world, ultimately seeks to fulfill our own path of enlightenment. And the method to achieve this is to seek the truth, understanding what is true and what is false, discerning right from wrong, and recognizing good and evil is the very foundation of cultivating the heart. Jian Shuanghan aimed to enlighten Bai Yunsui. However, the doll-like figure observed her expression and could tell she was only grasping part of it. With a roll of her eyes, she commented, "What the master means is that you ought to strengthen yourself, both in body and spirit. As long as you are formidable enough, the insults and oppressive tactics of others will not be able to harm you. Moreover, seeking to please others in the sect while enduring grievances is far less beneficial than focusing on ways to bring yourself joy." Jian Shuanghan cast a glance at the doll. The doll shrugged. "What's wrong? Selfishness is human nature. Acknowledging and confronting this reality is far better than using sacrifice and humility as a fade." Bai Yunsui paused for a moment before suddenly asking, "Master Brother, could you tell me why you struck our master?" Jian Shuanghan smirked, seemingly pleased that his junior sister had grasped something. He replied slowly, "I merely aimed to bring him back to the right path." The doll opened her mouth. "If the other party cannot understand human speech, then you must strike until they are willing to listen." Chapter 22. Is the villain in the same sect as me? 1. Aboard the flying vessel of the Tianjin sect, Su Heng waved his hand grandly, disregarding the well-being of everyone aboard, and completely refurbished the entire vessel. Whatever little junior sister, Wen Qingqing desired, was provided in abundance. A dedicated single room was created, naturally in her signature shade of azure. You think it's monotonous? That merely reflects a lack of insight. From deep hues to lighter tones, from dark to bright, there could easily be dozens of colors. With a dedicated single room, a private lounge was a must, adorned with rare treasures such as silks, corals, and luminous pearls. Wen Qingqing adored sweets, so the finest spirit chef had to be included. Surely, the spirit chef cannot prepare desserts beside the bed in the flying vessel. A kitchen modification was essential. After all, this was a spirit chef, one serving little junior sister. How could a dedicated lounge not be included? With the kitchen established, a private dining area for Qingqing was indispensable. In short, little junior sister needed many things, and as her elder brother, there was nothing he, Su Heng, could not accomplish. Song Yiyu and Yinshin followed Su Heng like laborers, contributing both money and effort, reveling in their work. The three entirely disregarded that this was a sect's flying vessel, where not only Wen Qingqing would reside, but also other disciples of the Tianjin sect. After all of Su Heng's efforts, one might mistakenly believe that this vessel was solely for Wen Qingqing. Wen Qingqing lowered her head, smiling shyly and apologetically to the male and female disciples who had been ushered out of the flying vessel's cabin. "I'm sorry. It's all because second senior brother cares too much for me. I will speak to him and restore the cabin as soon as possible." Naturally, Wen Qingqing, with her gentle and graceful demeanor, had a voice that was sweet and soothing to the ears, evoking a sense of bliss akin to floating on clouds. "It is indeed delightful to have you aboard the flying vessel, junior sister Wen." It was unclear which male disciple, entranced by her soft, warm tone, lost himself in admiration and uttered a heartfelt sigh. Yet, the Tianjin sect was not comprised solely of male disciples. There were female disciples as well. Sitiya, the first disciple under Elder Qiu Yuning of the Yaofeng, could not help but snort disdainfully. One might think that aboard the Tianjin sect's flying vessel, besides Wen Qingqing, there are no other breathing beings. Sitiya had been harboring a simmering anger since the flying vessel unexpectedly decided to set off early. In such grand sect competitions, Yaofeng disciples were obliged to accompany, regardless of their participation. The reason was simple. During competitions, Even if injuries were minimal, there would still be casualties. Did they think that merely because one practiced cultivation, all injuries could be healed? What a joke. If one suffered a wound, how could they ensure it would heal without leaving a scar? This was a matter of precisely controlling one's spiritual energy, and mastering it required a certain talent. For instance, Su Heng, although his fighting style was flamboyant, unleashing torrents of fire and a fiery dragon, was utterly inept at healing himself after sustaining burns from spiritual flames, unable to extract the dark fire or nourish his wounds back to health. If someone suddenly lost an arm or a leg, he would be completely clueless on how to reattach it. For cultivators, fighting was a commonplace occurrence. How could they guarantee that they would not be disfigured when injured? Without the Yaofeng, the Tianjin sect would not know how many disciples would suffer severed limbs. Moreover, for the sake of the sect's image and to foster relations with various allies, if a disciple of the sect were to injure a wandering cultivator during a spar, Yaofeng would naturally be responsible for providing care. One should not underestimate wandering cultivators. Even if they seemed solitary and defenseless, it was unwise to bully them at will. In this world of myriad sects, it was not enough to possess unparalleled strength to be carefree. Even an ant could shake a tree. Who could predict whether a wandering cultivator might be rescued by a rival sect, thereby bolstering their power and moral standing in future sect wars? A sect was fraught with countless trivial matters. Every time they embarked on a journey, Situya had to meticulously tally all the medicinal pills, herbal materials, and even life-saving emergency tools that might be needed, ensuring nothing was amiss. Had they departed as scheduled, she would have had ample time to remedy any deficiencies. But now, because someone wanted to assert dominance over the leading master brother Jian Shuanghan, they hastily announced an early departure. At that moment, she was utterly flabbergasted. Some of the necessary medicinal pills were still being refined in the alchemy furnace. Without the time to retrieve them, they would lose their efficacy. Unfortunately, the person delivering the notification simply stated, "If you can do it, then do it. If not, then get lost." How dare you? Who do you think you are? Jian Shuanghan could say such things because his strength was evident, having even struck the sect leader. Who would dare provoke him? Now, aboard the entire flying vessel, the strongest presence was unexpectedly Su Heng at the nascent soul stage. Situya was so enraged she could barely contain herself. If it were not for her concern for the other disciples, she would have disregarded everything. If any injuries fell into Su Heng's hands, they would likely not survive even until they returned to the sect for treatment. Yet, some fool within the sect believed Situya should care for Wen Qingqing. So they arranged for her to share a cabin with Wen Qingqing. This was truly an apocalyptic beginning. Before Situya even stepped into the cabin, that rascal Su Heng had already transformed their shared space into a luxurious single room. The cabins on the flying vessel had a fixed capacity. Converting a double into a single meant one person would have nowhere to rest. Infuriated, Situya felt like cursing. If you want to fawn over Mo Wenfeng, do it in your own cabin. Why take from hers? Eventually, after Su Heng had completely turned the cabin into Wen Qingqing's personal palace, Situya could no longer tolerate it. No wonder they wanted to leave early without notifying Jian Shuanghan. Given Jian Shuanghan's recent temperament of slapping Mo Wenfeng, Su Heng would surely be beaten to a pulp for daring to do this under his nose. You might wonder, in such a grand sect competition, do the elders and the sect leader not accompany? Not exactly. Once one reaches the level of elder or sect leader, they each possess their own mode of transport and prefer not to squeeze into a flying vessel with disciples, as it somewhat undermines their prestige. Situya was filled with indignation, yet when Qingqing offered her no respite, her eyes glistening with tears and tinged with red as her voice trembled. Senior Sister C2, I know the sect has tasked you with taking care of me, and that it displeases you. It is my fault. C2ya's brows furrowed, a surge of anger rising within her. What do you mean by that? Who can explain to her why she should be pleased? How is it that when Qingqing is so unreasonable, and yet I am the one forced to sleep on the deck, and it is somehow my fault? When Qingqing, taken aback, stepped back, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded, Senior Sister, I did not mean to. I will tidy up the cabin. Tidy up what? Why should I not give Wen Qingqing what she desires? At that moment, an imbecile foolishly interjected. Senior Sister C2, you are not participating in this grand competition, while Junior Sister Qingqing bears the mission of bringing glory to the sect. Naturally, she must rest well. Chapter 23. The villain and I belong to the same sect? 2. C2ya cast a merciless glare at this fool, who was Yu Qinzhou, a disciple of the Law Enforcement Hall's Grand Elder, at the Golden Core stage. He was accustomed to the Grand Elder Zhan Wanli's favoritism, running amok within the sect, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Even at the medicine peak, Yu Qinzhou's reputation was far from commendable. Had it not been for the medicine peak's obligation to treat the sect's disciples, he would have long been turned away. Now, he dared to stand up for Wen Qingqing? A cold laugh escaped her lips. I was unaware that the mission of the Radiant Sky Sword sect had fallen upon a mere Qi refinement disciple. Before Si Tuya could finish her retort, Su Heng's voice rang out from the back of the crowd. What do you mean by that, Si Tuya? Indeed, I did not expect a disciple from the medicine peak to possess such a narrow-minded disposition. What does it matter? They are merely a group of inept individuals who can only fiddle with herbs. Without pills, they would likely never achieve their current level. I see only jealousy towards junior sister Qingqing. Su Heng stepped forward, casting a cold gaze at Si Tuya. Do you see? Everyone believes you are bullying Qingqing. Am I wrong to accuse you? In just a few words, how had it suddenly escalated to bullying? Si Tuya's face turned pale with rage. Seizing the opportunity, Wen Qingqing timidly hid behind Su Heng, whispering, Senior brother, Si Tuya is a disciple of the Medicine Peak, and Elder Qiu Yuning is highly respected within the sect. You should apologize to her, or it will not bode well for us in the future. At this, Su Heng became displeased. What do you mean Elder Qiu Yuning is respected within the sect? Our master is the sect leader. As Su Heng's expression darkened, Wen Qingqing intentionally flashed a fleeting, provocative smile at Si Tuya when the latter turned her gaze. Si Tuya's face flushed with anger. Indeed, Wen Qingqing was being deliberate. Just as she was about to speak, Su Heng's voice cut in sharply. Si Tuya, what right do you have to criticize when you are not participating in the sect's grand competition? We have no need for useless individuals here. If you have the ability, return to the sect on your own. As Su Heng's harsh words echoed, someone called out, Senior sister, let us go. A young man stepped forward behind Si Tuya. His demeanor icy. He was strikingly handsome, around 16 or 17 years of age, with a faint herbal scent surrounding him, his hair casually tied up with a peach branch. He was Yi Lifeng, the second disciple of Elder Qiu Yuning. Though of similar age to Wen Qingqing, his cultivation had already reached the foundation establishment late stage, a level far beyond Wen Qingqing's current standing. Si Tuya glanced back at Yi Lifeng. This junior of hers had entered the sect at 3 years old and was a child of strong will. She then surveyed the 3 other disciples from the Medicine Peak accompanying her, who now appeared hesitant, subtly distancing themselves from the two, as if afraid of being scorned by Wen Qingqing. She retrieved the resources brought by the Medicine Peak from her storage ring and approached the leader among the 3, saying, Junior brother Mu Yun, these are the pills brought by the Medicine Peak, all documented. I present them to you in front of everyone, and I hope you will take good care of your fellow brothers. I shall follow Senior Brother Su's orders and return to report to our master. The person receiving the medicine was named Chu Mu Yun, who had actually joined the sect earlier than Si Tuya, even before Jian Shuanghan. However, unlike Si Tuya, his aptitude was somewhat lacking, preventing him from becoming Elder Qiu Yuning's disciple. Si Tuya chose him for a simple reason. She recognized that Chu Mu Yun was also among Wen Qingqing's many admirers, and presenting the items to him publicly was a means to prevent further complications. Su Heng watched as Si Tuya and Yi Lifeng turned to leave, momentarily stunned. Wasn't he merely venting his frustrations? Why did Si Tuya actually leave? Wen Qingqing immediately regretted seeing Yi Lifeng. How could she have been unaware that such a handsome person was among Elder Qiu Yuning's disciples? Yi Lifeng was even more attractive than the combined charm of Mo Wenfeng's 3 senior brothers. Moreover, upon his appearance, the system detected an exceptionally high fortune value, rivaling that of her own senior brothers. Given time, he would undoubtedly become a formidable expert, comparable to her master Qin Xian. Such a promising prospect, and she was letting him slip away? When Qingqing anxiously called out, Wait, junior brother Yi, the flying boat is still in motion. Yet Yi Lifeng cast a cold glance at Wen Qingqing, grasping Si Tuya's sleeve as he ascended to the deck, offering her no chance for persuasion. Previously he had thought, based on rumors within the sect, that the recently returned senior brother was overly arrogant and inconsiderate towards his junior sister. However, upon witnessing Wen Qingqing's demeanor, he felt that Mo Wenfeng's predicament was entirely deserved. Were it not for Qin Xian having raised a sensible elder brother, he would have thought the sect had no hope whatsoever. Wen Qingqing, accompanied by a throng of sycophants, hurriedly followed, only to see Yi Lifeng and Si Tuya soaring away on their swords, leaving the flying boat behind. Wait! Regret washed over Wen Qingqing, but as she reached out, she couldn't even grasp the tassel of their swords. Meanwhile, Song Yiyu, who had been busy arranging everything, was about to inquire with Su Heng about what to do with the items in his hands when she discovered that the cabin was already empty. Upon closer inspection, Everyone had rushed to the deck. What was happening? Confused, Song Yiyu stepped onto the deck, only to hear the crowd collectively denouncing Yi Li Feng and Si Tuya, the two disciples of Elder Qiu Yuning. Wait, Yi Li Feng? Why does that name sound so familiar? Song Yiyu felt a jolt. In the myriad reversing divine sovereign, there was an obstacle encountered by the divine sovereign named Yi Li Feng. He recalled that in the original work, Yi Li Feng had once been a disciple of a renowned righteous sect. After the death of his beloved, he became utterly disillusioned with the sect, abandoning it to establish his own faction, ultimately becoming a powerful figure who constantly opposed the divine sovereign. According to the book, he especially loathed the divine sovereign's beloved, the primary female protagonist of that tale, wishing to inflict 1,000 tortures upon her. The novel never mentioned that Yi Li Feng was a disciple of the Radiant Sky Sword sect. He was a passionate and sentimental figure. When the myriad reversing divine sovereign was serialized, Yi Li Feng was the beloved character of female readers. How had he appeared ahead of schedule? Startled, Song Yiyu hurriedly grabbed the nearest person and inquired about the situation. After hearing the details, she found herself perplexed. Wasn't this a trivial matter? Just because the junior sister occupied senior sister Si Tuya's cabin, had the senior sister really made things difficult for her? Furthermore, Yi Li Feng was truly unreasonable. Was it not normal for fellow disciples to help one another? Why would he incite the senior sister to abandon the boat? If they were to leave, why not let Chu Muyin go instead? How could they possibly lure away the most skilled healer, Si Tuya? Without her, if anyone were to sustain an injury, could they trust Chu Muyin to treat them properly? For the other disciples, if Chu Muyin made a mistake, it would simply be unfortunate. But what if something lasting were to be left on junior sister? It was known that the principle of the Bai High Palace competition was to fight without mercy. How could a delicate flower like her endure such adversity? Flustered, Song Yiyu exclaimed, "Second senior brother, I will go find senior sister Si Tuya." Then Song Yiyu drew his sword and departed. Chapter 24. Chapter 10. The Heavenly Dao targets my junior sister. 1. Jian Shuanghan was utterly oblivious to the extent of the good deeds his esteemed junior brothers had performed for him. At this moment, he was fixated on by Yun Sui, who was engrossed in introspective cultivation. While observing by Yun Sui's progress, he also had to address matters concerning the villain system. After the Heavenly Dao descended upon the Heavenly Sword sect, he reflected deeply and realized that he ought to exercise a modicum of caution regarding his influence, particularly in regulating the incessant chatter of the villain system. He absolutely could not allow it to incessantly spew numerical values at every turn. He was not keen on being misunderstood as mentally unhinged, conversing with himself. Thus, he cast a secret incantation upon the doll representing the system, enabling it to communicate with him through discrete transmission when verbal communication was inconvenient. This was much improved. Furthermore, there was another crucial matter. The dog system needed to choose a name for itself. After all, having a name also serves as a form of protection for its identity. The system doll paused for a moment, and then its gaze began to wander. After a brief interval, its eyes suddenly glistened with moisture, appearing as if it were on the verge of tears. Jian Shuanghan instinctively rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have been mistaken. He had not equipped the doll with any tear duct system, had he? Why did it seem as though it were crying? Was this truly necessary? He had not even scolded it today. "Master, do you know?" The voice of the doll system trembled. "You are the first person to ever name me." Jian Shuanghan felt no sense of sentimentality. He looked at the doll system, which seemed on the brink of tears, and asked, "Aren't you called the strongest villain system?" The doll system huffed disdainfully, its tone somewhat petulant. "You truly lack an understanding of charm. No wonder you failed to find a partner all these years. The title of strongest villain system is merely my position, which can be supplanted by other systems at any time. What is uniquely mine is simply the number 8979. That is a system identifier, not a name like yours." Well, Jian Shuanghan could understand the lack of a name, considering systems were not human. Suddenly, the little doll hand slapped the table created by Wan Xiao. "I've decided. My name shall be Jian Ritian." The Wan Xiao sword spirit trembled slightly. Jian Shuanghan and the doll system fell into a mutual silence. Noticing that Jian Shuanghan had not spoken for a while, the doll system felt its newly kindled confidence was being undermined and cautiously inquired, "So you don't permit me a flashy name? Please refrain from speaking in such a pitiful and tentative tone." How could Jian Shuanghan possibly articulate that phrase? "I fear you may not yet defy the heavens, but rather be dealt with by them?" Observing the doll system's demeanor, Jian Shuanghan resolved not to dampen its spirits. Instead, he sought a compromise, ensuring it would not publicly address a doll as Jian Ritian. Otherwise, he feared that in the future, the practitioners of the cultivation world might question his refined taste. Thus, Jian Shuanghan encouraged it in a gentle tone. That name is indeed quite flashy, though it lacks a touch of cultural elegance. How about this? Let's name you Jian Hao. It encapsulates the essence of the sun while embodying a sense of culture. Upon hearing this, the Dao system's eyes instantly lit up. Jian Hao? How? That character is splendid. I adore it, master. How are you so clever? Jian Shuanghan averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. Although he had a vague sense that the name still felt somewhat peculiar, it was undoubtedly far superior to Jian Ritian. Indeed, Jian Shuanghan's decision was undoubtedly correct, as he had avoided a future where people referred to the Heavenly Dao as Heavenly Dao Ritian rather than Heavenly Dao Jian Hao. This illustrated the importance of appropriateness, salvaging the image he would present to future generations. Of course, these concerns were still distant. Presently, Jian Shuanghan and Jian Hao could not foresee such matters. Having resolved Jian Hao's name, he confronted another pressing issue. Bai Yunsui's cultivation level. After 15 years of apprenticeship, she had only attained the initial stage of foundation establishment. Was Bai Yunsui's talent truly so lacking? Bai Yunsui possessed a singular gold spiritual root, which in theory was ideally suited for sword cultivation. As long as she focused on her practice, even if she could not rival his mutated thunder spiritual root, she should not have remained so obscure. 15 years to merely establish her foundation. Such an outcome would likely invite scorn for squandering potential. In their realm of cultivation, regardless of whether one pursued immortality or demonic paths, the spiritual roots were categorized into 5 foundational types: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with the special wind and thunder roots, making a total of 7. During cultivation, fewer spiritual roots were preferable, meaning higher talent. Those with no spiritual roots could not draw qi into their bodies, and achieving foundation establishment was akin to being an ordinary individual in the vast sea of humanity. For those with 4 spiritual roots, calculations indicated that the fastest foundation establishment would require 500 years. However, given that a mortal's lifespan barely reaches a century, spending 500 years to establish a foundation was nearly impossible. Of course, those who succeeded in establishing a foundation with 4 spiritual roots were not entirely absent. After all, some possessed the wealth to afford life-prolonging elixirs. Following the 4 spiritual roots came the 3 spiritual roots, which were considered inferior quality in the realm of immortality. Wen Qingqing belonged to this category. Although she could cultivate, the difficulty was not as daunting as that faced by those with 4 roots. The fastest among them took 40 years to establish their foundation, while the average was 70 years. Disciples with 3 spiritual roots typically held the status of outer disciples in the major sects, receiving rather mediocre treatment. Then there were those with dual spiritual roots, who averaged 25 years for foundation establishment. If the combination of roots was suitable, like in a major sect such as the Heavenly Sword sect, they could easily become inner disciples. As for individuals like Su Heng, Bai Yunsui, Song Yiyu, and Yin Chenjue, all possessing single spiritual roots, they were undoubtedly regarded as top-tier talents within the cultivation world, eagerly sought after by major sections. Upon entering the Heavenly Sword sect, they would be directly accepted as personal disciples by the elders. Disciples with single spiritual roots typically achieve foundation establishment within 5 years on average. Therefore, Bai Yunsui, with her singular gold spiritual root, taking 15 years to establish her foundation, could almost be considered a legend in the cultivation world, albeit a cautionary tale. To suggest that Wen Qingqing and her system hindered Bai Yunsui was somewhat far-fetched. After all, Wen Qingqing had only entered her masteress sect 3 years ago. Logically, Bai Yunsui should have completed her foundation establishment long before then. While Wen Qingqing and her system undoubtedly had their flaws, the primary issue seemed to have arisen in the past 3 years. Thus, excluding human factors, only one possibility remained: the Heavenly Dao. Was it possible that the Heavenly Dao had targeted Bai Yunsui? But why would the Heavenly Dao focus on her? Among the secrets Bai Yunsui had glimpsed, her most distinctive trait was her ability to be reborn. Could it be that this ability to be reborn posed a threat to the Heavenly Dao? Thus, the Heavenly Dao sought to suppress her? Hey, Jian Hao, do you know what makes a reborn person so special? Jian Shuanghan quietly inquired, employing a secret method while the system remained absorbed in the joy of having acquired a name. Chapter 25. The Heavenly Dao targets my junior sister, too, of course. This joy was swiftly shattered upon hearing Jian Shuanghan's question regarding the special nature of reborn individuals. The sensation of thunder striking overhead suddenly surged back, Jian Hao stammered, "Master, the Heavenly Dao cannot deal with you, but it can easily handle me." Jian Shuanghan regarded Jian Hao. Wasn't it supposed to be the strongest villain system? Why did it seem so cowardly when faced with the responsibilities of a villain? However, for Jian Shuanghan, Jian Hao's silence spoke volumes. This indicated that reborn individuals, in a certain sense, held an inevitable connection to the Heavenly Dao. What could that connection be? Jian Shuanghan gazed at Bai Yun Sui, beginning to reminisce. If not for his intervention, which disrupted the predetermined fate, Bai Yun Sui would have ultimately succumbed to various suppressions, leading to her dark transformation and eventual demise. This death, in the future, would lead to rebirth in the past. Jian Shuanghan chuckled softly. After all, wasn't the so-called future merely a fragment of the heavenly secrets? How enlightening. This meant that as long as Bai Yun Sui perished at some point in the future, she would return to the past with all the memories she had amassed. The future she grasped would then be the heavenly secrets. So, why did the Heavenly Dao seek to suppress reborn individuals? Jian Shuanghan meticulously recalled that the information he had gathered revealed nothing more than a relentless cycle of adversity and resentment imposed upon Bai Yun Sui by those who harbored ill intentions towards her. This constant barrage of difficulties had fragmented the personality she was meant to mature into, leaving her to languish in a state of self-pity. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Jian Shuanghan. It dawned upon him that a person ensnared in self-pity and resentment could never truly perceive their authentic self or verify the path of celestial order. Even if given a second chance, it would merely result in repeated collisions against the southern wall of fate. The true adversaries were always these self-inflicted grievances. Jian Shuanghan let out a cold laugh, acknowledging the insidious nature of celestial order. It had twisted the path Bai Yun Sui should have glimpsed in the future into a personal vendetta against certain individuals, ensnaring her in a web from which she could not extricate herself. Even if she could catch a fleeting glimpse of opportunity, what would it matter? Ultimately, she would be caught in a perpetual loop among those few people. It seemed that even celestial order could not truly prevent rebirth. It could only distort the path that a reborn individual was meant to traverse. Jian Shuanghan was taken aback by the sheer despicability of celestial order. What was he contemplating? He was utterly unaware. Yet, strangely, as silence enveloped him, a sensation of increasing coldness and danger pervaded his surroundings. He swallowed hard, wondering if, in this brief moment, his master had uncovered some celestial secrets. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He was merely a pitiable villain system. The difference between a villain system and a true villain was vast. He was but a humble tool. What logic was there in a villain system assuming the role of a villain? Though he had severed all ties with the main system, he silently prayed that he had revealed not a single shred of celestial secrets, lest divine retribution sought him out. Desiring to prolong his existence, he remarked, "Master, no matter how strong you are as an individual, you are still just one person. Even if you defy the heavens, it is ultimately a solitary endeavor. The celestial order embodies the complete will of the world." Jian Shuanghan nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. First, let me see the data regarding my third junior sister. If one person could not alter the world's will, then he should cultivate more individuals to join him." The current third junior sister was indeed a promising candidate. Although Jian Hao had no inkling of Jian Shuanghan's intentions, he complied and transmitted Bai Yun Sui's data. Bai Yun Sui, the third disciple of the esteemed Qing Xianjinren, had a cultivation level of early foundation establishment, a single-element gold spiritual root, a brainless value of 17,384, a distortion value of 13,892, a perversion value of 0, an anger value of 1634, a dislike value of 237,864, and a value of needing a beating of 0. After reviewing the data, Jian Shuanghan shot Jian Hao a sidelong glance and inquired, "Why is her dislike value so high?" Jian Hao shrugged his small cloth hands, explaining that such data was not something he could arbitrarily adjust. Do not underestimate the favorability system. Should this system classify her as a target for suppression, each time it demands or tasks her to suppress the target, her dislike value will increase accordingly. The higher this value, the less popular the character will be within their community. Jian Shuanghan pondered and asked, "What is the maximum dislike value for an ordinary person who has not been influenced externally?" Jian Hao searched his mind and replied, "Take Zhan Wanli, for example. He is among the more disliked ordinary cultivators, yet his dislike value is only 347. Zhan Wanli, as the head of the law enforcement hall, inevitably made enemies, and being disliked was a common occurrence. However, even he had only reached a maximum of 347. Jian Hao added reassuringly, but rest assured. While I cannot read any of your data across the entire Jiuzhou continent, you should be at the pinnacle of dislike. After all, you are the only one singled out by Celestial Order. No matter how disliked by Yun Sui may be, Celestial Order had not cast its decree upon her. Thus it must ultimately be Master Brother Yu who is the strongest. Jian Shuanghan did not perceive this as a compliment in the slightest. Wan Xiao, he suddenly called out, and the Wan Xiao sword spirit promptly appeared beside him, exuding an air of readiness for any command. Jian Shuanghan glanced westward and instructed, "Let us head to the Wanma Valley." At that moment, Bai Yun Sui had just concluded a cycle and, upon hearing Wanma Valley, was momentarily perplexed by Jian Shuanghan's intentions. Aren't we supposed to go to Bihai Palace for the grand competition? Wan Xiao turned towards the Wanma Valley as Jian Shuanghan assessed Bai Yun Sui, stating, "Arriving too early requires waiting for others. It would be more beneficial to take you and enhance your strength, compensating for the cultivation you have missed over the years." The prospect of Master Brother providing her with cultivation guidance momentarily touched Bai Yun Sui. In all these years, no one had ever cared for her cultivation. Instead, every time she made any progress, it was met with disparagement and suppression, as though she were unworthy of achieving breakthroughs in her practice. Jian Shuanghan thought it prudent to examine his junior sister's weapon, given their destination was a place like the Wanma Valley. "Show me your sword," he instructed. Bai Yun Sui immediately summoned her sword. A fierce aura, quintessentially that of a blade, surged forth. This sword exuded an impressive presence, having been exquisitely crafted, with its blade intricately engraved and adorned with 7 enhancement gems. Standing silently before Jian Shuanghan, it emanated an indomitable spirit. Bai Yun Sui, with a hint of pride, informed Jian Shuanghan, "Brother, this sword is named Qixing. Master said it is a legendary blade that once accompanied the sect's experts through life and death. With dedicated cultivation, it will surely elevate me to the pinnacle." Indeed, this was the famed Qixing sword. Yet, after examining it, Jian Shuanghan's expression darkened, and with a cold huff, he unleashed a tremendous force that struck the Qixing sword without mercy. Chapter 26. Celestial Order targets my junior sister 3. Meanwhile, when Qingqing, basking in the adoration of her entourage aboard the flying vessel, was suddenly jolted by the system's sharp warning. "Warning! Warning! Warning! The host's destined sword, Qixing, has suffered severe damage. Initiating separation procedure." A sudden wave of pain coursed through Qingqing's entire being. She trembled from the agony. The men surrounding her watched in shock as she turned pale and collapsed, everyone in a flurry of panic. "No, wasn't it said that the Qixing sword was destined to belong to me? How can it be severed?" Indeed, the Qixing sword, like Wan Xiao, possessed the sword spirit. Unlike Wan Xiao's ethereal maiden figure, the spirit of Qixing manifested as a dashing young man. After successfully establishing their foundation, disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were granted the opportunity to enter the sword tomb, where blades wielded by past masters lay buried. These swords, having accompanied their masters into battle, were imbued with immense power and spirit through generations of refinement. Upon exiting the sword tomb, Bai Yun Sui had brought forth the Qixing sword. The very first moment when Qingqing laid eyes on Qixing, she was captivated by the piercing gaze of an extraordinarily handsome young man. He was the sword spirit of Qixing. According to the system's calculations at the time, Qixing had an initial favorability rating of 80 with Wen Qingqing. The maximum was only 100. At that moment, Wen Qingqing was dissatisfied, questioning why the sword's favorability was so high yet destined for Bai Yun Sui. The system informed her that Bai Yun Sui, possessing a single-element gold spiritual root, would allow Qixing to flourish under her care, and when the time was right, it would naturally return to her. Such a fortunate circumstance, requiring no cultivation on her part, delighted her. However, why had the separation procedure suddenly activated? System, answer me. To ensure that the Qixing sword remained securely in her possession. She had even purchased a binding item with points, firmly tying the Qixing sword to herself. Now, why was it initiating a disengagement? Unidentified force detected damaging the Qixing sword. To ensure the host's safety, initiating separation. This so-called unidentified force was, of course, Jian Shuanghan. Almost the instant Qixing was summoned, Jian Shuanghan noticed an imprint on the sword that did not belong to the realm of cultivation. This imprint was the binding that Wen Qingqing had exchanged with the system for her points. Although Jian Shuanghan was unaware that this imprint was left by Wen Qingqing, he was certain it did not belong to Bai Yun Sui. Since it is not Bai Yun Sui, he would not leave this variable beside the junior sister. The 7-star sword emitted a sharp buzzing sound amidst the electric current, causing Bai Yunshui's heart to tremble uncontrollably. In a hurry, she knelt at the feet of Jian Shuanghan and pleaded, "Senior brother, what have I done wrong? Punish me as you will. The 7-star sword is mine. If you destroy it, I will no longer be able to become a sword cultivator." Jian Shuanghan cast a glance at Bai Yunshui, realizing that she had not grasped what was happening at all. Meanwhile, the engraving on the sword was gradually fading. Jian Shuanghan's gaze turned cold, and a bolt of lightning struck the 7 stars sword once more, causing Bai Yunshui's heart to nearly leap out of her chest. Following a blinding flash, several dark, blood-red binding spells emerged from the 7-star sword, conjuring forth a sword spirit. It was indeed the spirit of the 7-star sword. The sword spirit, with a pale face, showed no fear upon seeing Jian Shuanghan and declared, "You shall not." However, Jian Shuanghan was quicker to retort. "Tell the entity with whom you have formed a life contract that should it dare to sever it, I will ensure its soul is obliterated alongside yours." Life contract? Bai Yunshui's mind went blank. When had she ever formed a life contract with the 7-star sword? Before she could ponder this, Jian Shuanghan's immense pressure bore down on the 7-star sword, causing its body to bend. Jian Hao, frightened, immediately hid behind Jian Shuanghan. This lightning, this pressure, and those bindings were all too familiar. Wasn't it simply the method of confining it within a scarecrow, shocking it senseless? Suddenly, it felt a twinge of luck. After all, during that incident, while the lightning had struck, Jian Shuanghan had shown no intent to kill. Now, Jian Hao sensed that if it dared to utter a single word of protest or delay, even slightly, Jian Shuanghan would surely break it first. Meanwhile, on the flying vessel, Wen Qingqing felt numb all over, unable to move, entirely oblivious to her surroundings, lying like a corpse. In her mind, she had initially hoped to quickly sever the binding for a moment of relief, but the system's voice abruptly rang out. "Warning, warning, warning. Detection indicates that if the binding is severed, it will cause irreversible permanent damage to the host. Unbinding halted. Unbinding halted." What? Wen Qingqing's spirit was tormented to the brink of despair, and upon hearing this, she was so furious that she forgot her pain and shouted, "You trash system. The binding was your suggestion, and now you demand I sever it? What on earth do you want me to do?" Indeed, Wen Qingqing had no knowledge of the events surrounding the 7-star sword, nor could the affinity system detect them. However, Jian Shuanghan vaguely surmised that since the 7 stars sword originated from the sword tomb and was acquired by Bai Yunshui after her foundation establishment, the one most likely coveting the 7-star sword during this time was Wen Qingqing. Such an act of seizing opportunities and making others nurture treasures for her was something he believed Wen Qingqing was truly capable of. Thus, upon discovering the stability of the life contract, Jian Shuanghan turned to Bai Yunshui and asked, "Is the life contract of the 7-star sword formed by you?" The term life contract was used primarily because the binding imposed by the system was exceptionally peculiar, imbued with the will of the heavenly path. Jian Shuanghan wished to prevent Bai Yunshui from being embroiled in trouble so soon, hence his use of the term. The sword spirit, unaware of the system's existence, assumed that it had also established a life contract, thereby acknowledging this assertion. After the incident with Li Jing, Bai Yunshui no longer felt as desperate. She merely smiled wryly and shook her head, saying, "Since I am a sword cultivator, I should act with integrity. I wish to win the sword's favor through virtue, not to treat it as a master and servant. Since the heart of the 7-star sword does not reside with me, then it is no longer my sword. How this sword is handled depends entirely on senior brother." As soon as Bai Yunshui finished speaking, the expression of the 7-star sword spirit changed drastically. "No, I cannot fall into his hands. He will surely destroy me. I do not mind being destroyed, but my master, with whom I have formed a life contract, will be in danger." The words of the 7-star sword caused Bai Yunshui's complexion to worsen. Without uttering another word, she directly severed her connection with the 7-star sword. In that instant, the sword spirit was thrust back into the sword by Jian Shuanghan. Jian Shuanghan casually tossed the 7-star sword into a spatial ring and coldly reassured her, "Such a broken sword, yet it possesses deep sentiments. Junior sister, you need not take it to heart. If this object truly had sword quality and virtue, it would not have left the sword tomb with you, only to secretly form a life contract with someone else. Such treachery is indeed unbecoming." Bai Yunshui lowered her head. At that moment, she was without a sword. How was she to cultivate in the Demon Valley? Hearing Jian Shuanghan's consolation, she chuckled helplessly, "Senior brother, there is no need to persuade me. If I cannot even control my sword, it is my weakness." These words greatly pleased Jian Shuanghan. Even Jian Hao was astonished and transmitted, brain dead value 500. Jian Shuanghan felt even more elated and smiled at Bai Yinshui. Perfect timing. I have something to give you, which can aid you in your cultivation in the Demon Valley. Chapter 27. This lump of mud is truly a sword one. Something that could assist her in her cultivation in the Demon Valley? Bai Yinshui was curious. She then witnessed Jian Shuanghan produce. How should one say it? It seemed appropriate to call it a lump. Indeed, it was a lump of blue, glittering, mud-like substance. Bai Yinshui gazed at this object, then at Jian Shuanghan, her heart trembling. Senior brother. What is this? You expect me to rely on this to pass through the Demon Valley's trials? Are you jesting? What use could this possibly have? Am I to smear it on my enemy's face? Jian Shuanghan was equally reluctant. The issue was that his friend, who excelled in weapon forging, had expended a substantial amount of divine iron, meticulously refining it, intending to create a weapon that would be nothing short of extraordinary. The original plan was that the weapon should surpass Hua Zui, Sanxian in prowess. However, the outcome revealed their naivety. Every weaponsmith must undergo the trials of failure and exploration when developing new weapons. Even the most renowned weaponsmith is not exempt from failure. Even with ample preparation, it was still their first attempt. Thus, this peculiar item emerged. The crux of the matter was that the weaponsmith could not bear to discard it. Although it was merely a lump of blue mud, the resources expended to create it were equivalent to nurturing 3 beings in the God transformation stage. This was a lump of mud worth 3 God transformation beings. How could it be casually discarded? Moreover, it was not unappealing and bore no unpleasant odor. Why should it not be kept? If anyone else had handed such an item to Jian Shuanghan, he would have directly smeared it on their face. However, this individual shared a deep bond with him, and when presenting this item, they had displayed utmost sincerity, boasting, Shuanghan, you are the most talented sword cultivator I have encountered. I believe with your ingenuity, you will surely discern how to utilize this. Furthermore, do not underestimate this lump of mud. It possesses the growth potential of heavenly grade. In the cultivation realm, the quality of a weapon is assessed not only by its initial level, but also by its growth potential. This lump of mud, while its initial level appeared unimpressive, he had absolutely no desire to accept it. Yet its growth potential was heavenly grade. Heavenly grade, even higher than Wu Xiao's growth potential. Ultimately, he accepted the item, his feelings complex. Now, seeing that Bai Yinshui lacked a suitable weapon, he decided to present it for her use. This was not mere mockery. His intuition told him that Bai Yinshui might very well make good use of this item. Wu Xiao had already brought the 2 of them to the entrance of the Demon Valley, transforming into an ordinary sword and standing to one side. Bai Yinshui gazed at the swirling demonic energy, corpse energy, toxic energy, and miasma emanating from the Demon Valley, feeling her legs tremble slightly. Not only did the miasma radiating from the Demon Valley seem terrifying, but the occasional howls emanating from within were infused with madness, despair, excitement, and fear. Logically, as a foundation establishment cultivator, she should not be here. Unable to suppress the urge, she swallowed hard and asked, Senior brother, are we just going in like this? Jian Shuanghan shot her a glance and replied, How could that be possible? With you being unarmed, I fear you would be devoured to the bone. Bai Yinshui opened her mouth to retort. She was not without means. After all, she had learned so much from her master over the years, and she was far from being useless. However, before she could utter a single word, a colossal claw suddenly emerged from the depths of the Valley of 10,000 Demons, hurtling directly towards the heads of the 2 individuals. The mighty claw stirred up a tempest of sand and stone, bearing an overwhelming pressure that caused Bai Yinshui's knees to buckle beneath him. The wind blades generated by the claw merely grazed Bai Yinshui's skin, yet they immediately left behind crimson marks. He was blown off his feet. Meanwhile, Jian Shuanghan effortlessly unleashed a wave of palm energy, dissipating the immense force of the claw while casting a stern gaze towards the entrance, admonishing, Get back. Can't you see that I have no intention of bringing her inside? Astonishingly, the claw was shattered upon impact. Soon after, the Valley of 10,000 Demons fell silent. Jian Shuanghan then produced a clone talisman, meticulously weaving a spell to transform the talisman into his likeness. In the realm of cultivation, clone talismans are typically employed to create decoys, facilitating a hasty escape. Although the clone possesses limited power, it mimics the user's intentions and movements, achieving an impressively realistic effect. Many cultivators of lesser skill often carry a few clone talismans for emergencies. However, Jian Shuanghan, being a formidable figure at the Great Ascension stage, found that his clone upon taking his form, exuded an aura of sharpness. Its cultivation level surprisingly matched that of Bai Yunshui, appearing nearly equal in prowess. Jian Shuanghan pointed at the clone and declared, "Defeat him, and I shall take you inside." With that, he tossed a lump of blue clay to the clone, leaped onto a nearby tree, and casually tossed the Wanshao sword to Bai Yunshui, saying, "I lend you the Wanshao. Let the duel commence." The Wanshao sword was abruptly hurled towards Bai Yunshui, who instinctively caught it, but upon realizing it was the Wanshao sword, his hand trembled, nearly losing his grip. "Senior brother, be careful." There was no need for Bai Yunshui to utter further warnings, as the talisman sword wielded by Jian Shuanghan had already lunged towards him, aiming directly at his face. Bai Yunshui, startled by the onslaught, hastily raised the Wanshao to defend himself. A tremendous shockwave ensued, sending Bai Yunshui staggering backward. His arm tingling with numbness, he stared in astonishment at the blue sword that had intertwined with the Wanshao, recognizing its unmistakable aura. It was indeed that lump of blue clay. That lump of clay was truly a sword. Yet Jian Shuanghan's voice rang coldly, "Do not lose focus." Suddenly, Bai Yunshui felt the pressure on his hand lift, and the clay sword had vanished. The talisman sword floated back, only for a dull pain to strike the back of Bai Yunshui's head. He fell face first to the ground. Jian Hao, perched on Jian Shuanghan's shoulder, could not help but gasp. "This is your junior sister. Have a little mercy, will you?" Every host he had accompanied as the strongest villain system had treated their sisters with tenderness and care, granting them anything they desired, as if cradling them in their hands for fear of chilling them, or holding them in their mouths for fear of melting them. Each one was doted upon. Yet here was Jian Shuanghan, striking mercilessly. Did he really have to be so extreme? Leaning casually against a tree branch, Jian Shuanghan showed no concern for Bai Yunshui's fall, even hinting at his dissatisfaction with Jian Hao's remarks. "Am I not being lenient enough with my clone talisman? Do you expect me to descend personally to fight?" He had no intention of bullying a Foundation establishment cultivator with his great ascension prowess. It would tarnish his esteemed character. Moreover, that clone talisman was merely at the Foundation establishment's initial stage. Beyond that, it was only equipped with the clay sword technique he had researched extensively, lacking any other true abilities. If this was not considered leniency, then he would be left with no choice but to send Bai Yunshui down the mountain. Jian Hao covered his face, lamenting that his master was the worst man he had ever followed, bar none. With such a disposition, he would likely never attract a woman's affection in his lifetime. Chapter 28. This lump of clay is truly a sword too. Then came the sound of a body hitting the ground, as Bai Yunshui was once again struck down by the talisman sword wielded by Jian Shuanghan. In such a brief span, a delicate young lady had been rendered utterly disheveled. A pitiful sight indeed. Jian Hao felt a pang of sympathy. "Do you possess no compassion whatsoever?" Jian Shuanghan let out a cold laugh. "You should direct that sentiment towards Bai Yunshui's adversaries and see if the executioner will go easy on her simply because she is a girl." Ironically, Jian Shuanghan's words reached Bai Yunshui's ears. She hesitated momentarily before being knocked on her back once more. "Focus on the battle and suppress your self-pity." The Wanshao sword spirit chimed in with a melodious voice. "When engaging in combat, the utmost taboo is to be distracted. That lump of clay is not an ordinary flying sword. Its transformations are unpredictable. If it falls into the enemy's hands, your demise is assured." Bai Yunshui immediately regained her composure. Indeed, why had she allowed herself to wallow in self-pity once more? Thus, when Jian Shuanghan's talisman sword lunged at her again, Bai Yunshui finally grasped the trajectory of the sword. Though it was but a fleeting moment, she spun and evaded the impending danger. Jian Shuanghan pointed at Bai Yunshui, who had successfully dodged the strike, and remarked, "See, she managed to evade it, did she not?" The art of swordsmanship is learned through experience. Jian Hao was at a loss for words, truly. He had long since realized that Jian Shuanghan's mindset was far from ordinary. Moreover, if she failed to master controlling that lump of clay, stepping into the valley of 10,000 demons would spell her doom, let alone the grand competition of Beihai Palace. Jian Shuanghan spoke in a low tone, deliberately addressing Bai Yunshui. "No matter how formidable Wen Qingqing may be, no matter her high-handed tactics and the favor she enjoys from the entire sect, can she bully my junior sister as she pleases? Or do her sycophants dare to offend me on her behalf?" Suddenly, Bai Yunshui recalled that Wen Qingqing had employed similar tactics against her, only to find that her senior brother was like an unyielding steel plate, with each encounter resulting in Wen Qingqing's loss. Even their master tolerated her senior brother's repeated impudence. Was it due to her senior brother's superior methods? No. Bai Yunshui suddenly realized that it had nothing to do with technique. It was because wherever her senior brother stood, he embodied reason. He had achieved remarkable success in his cultivation at such a young age, reaching the pinnacle. And although he had long neglected his responsibilities as the sect's senior brother, upon returning to the sect, none dared to question his rightful place. Even the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Jian Shuanghan, despite having numerous disciples and setting up a sword array, was utterly subdued by her senior brother. What about Bai Yunshui? Over the years, she had endured grievances. No matter how justified or innocent she was, justice would never stand by her side. Regardless of how many resources she allocated to her peers, or how obediently she served her master, she received not a shred of favoritism in return. Even when Qingqing slandered her in the Grand Hall with such a flimsy excuse, no one was willing to speak up for her. The marriage arrangement with Li Jingrang had never taken her feelings into account. When it came to the annulment, there were countless methods available. Yet Li Jingrang chose the most humiliating one. Li Jingrang had used her as a shield for Qingqing. And even after she painstakingly retrieved the 7 stars sword from the sword tomb, he regarded her with disdain. With her circumstances, what right did she have to emulate Qingqing's delicate demeanor and seek others' pity? Indeed, it was far better to emulate her senior brother, carving out her own path before establishing her own reasoning. Observing Bai Yunshui's apparent realization and newfound focus, Jian Shuanghan felt a surge of satisfaction. She was one of the thorns in the eye of the Heavenly Dao. If she did not fight, she would not survive. In such a case, all men and affection were merely external matters. Rather than relying on rebirth abilities or seeking protection through someone's favor, it was far more prudent to diligently enhance her own capabilities. Witnessing Bai Yunshui's progress, Jian Shuanghan's mind sparked with inspiration, and he asked Jian Hao, "Do you think I possess the potential to be a master?" Jian Hao turned to gaze at Bai Yunshui, immediately revealing a smile that was 3 parts mocking and 7 parts indifferent. "With your teaching methods, you would be a farcical master. I've accompanied the most despicable villains, and none have been as atrocious as you." For, while teaching Bai Yunshui the art of swordsmanship, Jian Shuanghan's techniques were truly so devious. The capricious clay in Jian Shuanghan's hands transformed in countless ways, rendering defenses futile, prompting Jian Hao to exclaim, "This isn't just clay swordsmanship, it's despicable clay." Who claimed that? When it came to being despicable, the 7 stars was far worse. Hearing Jian Hao's banter with Jian Shuanghan, the spirit of the Wanxiao sword could not help but click its tongue. Among these spiritual swords, once they gained sentience, each possessed its own sense of swordsmanship and character. To cultivate a spirit sword capable of manifesting a sword spirit, how many years of profound accumulation and how many instances of shattering and despair must one endure? As Wanxiao reflects upon this, he finds himself utterly unwilling to traverse that path a second time. Yet, the Qixing sword, after painstakingly achieving its own spirit, fails to earnestly study and comprehend the challenges of its own formation. Instead, after establishing a contract with its master, it brazenly seeks to form a life contract with another. It is evident that it is preparing to betray Bai Yunshui at a critical moment. It has willingly bound itself in a life contract, trampling its own dignity underfoot. Why not be more formidable and emerge from the sword tomb to offer itself? Surely, the realm of spirit swords is not devoid of such stubborn entities. Why can other sword spirits take the initiative to pursue their desires, while the Qixing sword cannot? Of course, for the Qixing sword, it indeed cannot. For to accompany Qingqing means that its growth will be severely limited, since it harbors affection for Qingqing. How could it bear the thought of her expending tremendous effort and even risking danger to nurture it? After all, Qingqing is merely a girl in need of protection. Thus, the Qixing sword resolved from the outset that it would grow stronger first, and at that point, it would no longer require Qingqing's nurturing efforts. It would be able to care for her properly. This is the duty of a worthy sword. Far away aboard a flying vessel, Qingqing finally felt liberated from the torment that had plagued her soul. After taking several deep breaths, she promptly inquired of the system, "What has become of the Qixing sword?" Following a thorough search, the system found no abnormalities and replied, "The Qixing sword is no longer under attack. It appears to have weathered the danger." Upon hearing this response, Qingqing released a long sigh of relief. At this moment, having escaped the pain, she finally had the opportunity to ponder what had transpired. Suddenly, a realization struck her. The Qixing sword is nominally the sword of Bai Yunshui. Could it be that she encountered great trouble? Upon her inquiry, the system fell silent for a moment, hesitating on how to explain it to Qingqing. If it were to state plainly that her fate was undergoing a deviation, she would undoubtedly object immediately. Thus, it opted to tell a white lie. Bai Yunsui is the favored daughter of fortune in this world. How could she be so easily manipulated? I advise the host to act swiftly to seize the fortune of the target and complete the foundation establishment as soon as possible. A grand gift from the system awaits you. Upon hearing that successful foundation establishment would yield a grand gift from the system, Wen Qingqing was instantly invigorated. She no longer lingered on the Qixing sword and Bai Yunsui, nor did she bombard the system with a plethora of unanswered questions. Her sole focus was to become stronger at any cost. Before the system's arrival, she had been a mere three-spirit root waste, destined to remain an outer sect disciple for her entire life. Like her fellow outer sect disciples, she would sweep the floors, build houses, and even clean the latrines. In the eyes of the inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples were nothing more than a group of laborers to be bullied and scorned. No matter how well they performed or how splendidly they constructed the sect, they would only be met with the retort, "If you refuse to work, there are plenty who will. Besides, we cultivate. Must we dwell in palatial halls? If you are capable, then don't reside here." Why should they enjoy the fruits of the outer disciples' labor while looking down upon them? Wen Qingqing felt indignant. She was unwilling to accept her mediocre aptitude and did not want to endure such a fate for eternity. Yet, what could she do? Those lofty and powerful beings, who would care whether mere ants felt discontent due to their lack of talent? No, in truth, Wen Qingqing sensed that those illustrious beings likely did not wish for every ant to achieve enlightenment. After all, if every ant, regardless of innate talent, could become a mighty figure like Jian Shuanghan or Qing Xian, how could they revel in the reverence of the masses and extract boundless resources from that admiration? It was precisely when she grasped these truths that the favorability system made its entrance. The moment the system's voice rang out, she scarcely hesitated before opting to bind herself to it. Subsequently, upon encountering an elder from the Tianjian sect in the village, she immediately endeavored to win the elder's favor. When the elder's favorability reached 15, he consented to take Wen Qingqing into the Tianjian sect for training. Thus, she smoothly entered the sect, following the system's tasks and rewards. She astonishingly became a disciple of the revered Qing Xian, despite her three-spirit root aptitude. At that time, she was nothing short of a legend among all outer sect disciples. It turned out that even a three-spirit root could garner admiration and obtain various resources. Consequently, when the system urged her to establish her foundation swiftly, she felt compelled to comply. Tell me the favorability status of all characters. The system calculated and promptly provided the answer. Favorability statistics. Qing Xian 45, Su Heng 75. Wen Qingqing smiled. She had not anticipated Su Heng's favorability to be as high as 75. It is worth noting that Su Heng was an invisible tycoon. What treasures could he not acquire? If she could seize everything from Su Heng, she would lack nothing. Moreover, with a favorability of 75, if she exerted herself to boost it to 100, she could commence her acquisition. Issue me a task regarding Su Heng. The system hesitated for a moment upon hearing Su Heng's name. I suggest you prioritize targeting Yin Qinjue for your strategy. Yin Qinjue's favorability stood at only 55. Did she not require significantly more time for that? Why should I overlook the abundant opportunity presented by Su Heng and instead pursue Yin Qinjue? The system had anticipated Wen Qingqing's inquiry and was prepared. Su Heng is merely a pawn in this world. His fortune, when converted to numerical value, amounts to a mere 15,000 points. Even with 0 lost during extraction, it is insufficient for your foundation establishment. However, Yin Qinjue is different. He is favored by the heavens in this world, possessing a fortune of 800,000, and this value will grow alongside him. Wen Qingqing was taken aback. This seemingly unassuming senior brother possessed such immense fortune? Are you certain you haven't miscalculated? How much fortune do I require for foundation establishment? You require 25,000 points of fortune to establish your foundation. If you elevate Yin Qinjue's favorability to 60, you can extract 5 of his fortune in advance, yielding 40,000 points. After deducting 30, you would retain 28,000 points, successfully establishing your foundation with a surplus of 3,000 points. Wouldn't that be more advantageous? Undeniably, the system suggestion illuminated a superior path for Wen Qingqing. Although Yin Qinjue's favorability did not match Su Heng's, the apparent benefits were far greater. Who could have imagined that Yin Qinjue's fortune would be so high? Was this what they called the protagonist's halo? Thus, following the system's issuance of the task, Wen Qingqing finally awoke from her stupor. As she opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of Su Heng and Yin Shinjua by her side. Particularly the way Su Heng gazed at her, his eyes filled with such warmth that it seemed he could drown her in their depths. How utterly enchanting! Upon seeing Wen Qingqing awaken, Su Heng felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. Chu Muyun had used spiritual energy to probe Wen Qingqing multiple times, but could find no cause for her affliction. This had driven Su Heng to a state of urgency, declaring that if the disciples of Yaofeng could not save his junior sister, he would return to report to his master, Qing Xian, and demand the dissolution of the entire Yaofeng. The sect does not support idlers. This frightened Chu Muyun into a shiver. This was a rare opportunity he had awaited to lead a team. If Su Heng were to return and spread such news, it was uncertain whether Qing Xian would indeed dissolve Yaofeng, but his own fate would undoubtedly become dire. Thus, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he promptly said, "How could this matter be blamed on second senior brother? It was you, in your youthful exuberance, who insisted on debating with Sister Situ, provoking her displeasure. Otherwise, it would not have. What would it not have been?" Chu Miyun deliberately left it unsaid, allowing Su Heng to speculate. If he guessed correctly, it would be credited to his own merit. If he guessed incorrectly, it would be easy enough to pin the blame entirely on Situya, sparing him from punishment. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise midway, leading to the exposure of one's actions, it would still be possible to deflect blame. He had initially intended to express that had his senior sister been present, they would not be rendered helpless in the face of Wen Qingqing's illness. Now, observing Wen Qingqing cough a couple of times, she appeared as a pitiable little flower, seemingly on the verge of shattering. "So heng immédiatement éclamet in anger, Situya. It's merely a cabin, yet she audaciously plots against my junior sister. Just wait until I return to deal with her." Wen Qingqing, upon hearing this, felt a mix of gratitude and amusement. However, when she learned that such a promising ally as Su Heng possessed a mere 15,000 points of fortune, she perceived him as nothing more than a complete waste. What did it matter if he hailed from a prestigious family and entered the sect early? He remained devoid of the protection of heavenly fate. Yet, gazing at Su Heng's caring demeanor, his tender eyes, and his handsome visage, she found herself somewhat enchanted, realizing that he genuinely wished her well. In just this brief moment, without any effort on her part, Su Heng's affection for her had increased by 2 points. She had yet to embark on her strategy, and Su Heng had already begun to strategize for himself. At this juncture, Wen Qingqing felt a surge of relief, grateful that the system had allowed her to choose Yin Shinju. After all, in this world, once one's fortune reached zero, death would not be far behind. Who knows? A single misstep could lead to a disastrous fall, resulting in a self-inflicted demise. Chapter 30. Yin Shinju, indeed it is you too. Now that she had drawn upon the fortune of Yin Shinju, both Yin Shinju and Su Heng were safe, a truly joyous outcome. After all, with Su Heng's 15,000 fortune, he had achieved his current standing. Surely, the loss of several 100,000 fortune from Yin Shinju was inconsequential. Her previously anxious heart instantly found solace. Joy abounded, joy abounded. Coincidentally, the reserve member Yin Shinju entered at that moment, and upon seeing Wen Qingqing awake, he breathed a sigh of relief, presenting her with a dragon-patterned jade pendant. "Junior sister, this is a protective talisman I just purchased in town. Please wear it to avoid fainting again." Ding! It has been detected that the dragon-patterned jade pendant is an artifact from the Nangong family, one of the 9 great families of cultivation. The Nangong family? That seems to be an ancient lineage, reputed for producing extraordinary individuals, such as unparalleled romantics, breathtaking beauties, despicable scoundrels, heroic leaders, and even those with a flair for the melodramatic and excessively oily. It can be said that the legend of the Nangong family permeates the entire realm of cultivation. After hearing the system's exposition, Wen Qingqing felt somewhat incredulous. This? In town? Were we not en route to Bai Hai Palace? Su Heng and Yin Shinju exchanged glances, each reading the compassion for Wen Qingqing in the other's eyes. Despite her condition, she still cared about the sect's affairs. Truly, the little junior sister was exceptionally considerate. In contrast, Bai Yun Sui and Situyu appeared rather oblivious and aggressive. When would they learn from Wen Qingqing? Su Heng could only smile helplessly, reassuring her, "You were unconscious, and Chu Mu Yin couldn't discern your condition. Since there is still some time before the grand competition, I decided to first take a rest in Xingyun City." Xingyun City is a renowned metropolis in the Jiuzhou continent, overseen by the city lord, who is also the head of the Qianlin sect, managing all affairs within the city. The major factions have their establishments there, and smaller sects often purchase land to establish their own portals. As long as they abide by the city's regulations and pay a portion of their resources, they can secure their livelihoods. Many rogue cultivators also gather in these grand cities. Su Heng had intended that if Wen Qingqing remained unconscious, he would take her to the Su family's residence in Xingyun City to seek medical advice. Wen Qingqing couldn't help but feign self-reproach, her eyes reddening as she timidly said, "Brother, I have been a burden to you all. It can be said that girls are made of water." After just a few words, the little junior sister was already feeling guilty, on the verge of tears. Yin Chenju, unable to bear it, immediately pressed the jade pendant into Wen Qingqing's palm. "All right, receiving your brother's gift should bring you some joy." The rogue cultivator who sold it mentioned that it harbors fortune. "Perhaps it will be of assistance to you, junior sister." Wen Qingqing felt a surge of delight. Anything tied to the Nangong family must surely be beneficial. Yet she maintained her persona as an innocent junior sister, naturally refraining from voicing such thoughts. Clutching the item gifted by Yin Chenju tightly, she offered him a sweet smile. "Thank you, brother. I shall cherish it well." Simultaneously, Wen Qingqing calculated that she could use the act of gift-giving as a pretext to enhance her favorability. Seeing Wen Qingqing smile, both Su Heng and Yin Chenju finally felt a true sense of relief. Wen Qingqing looked at the two of them, her face adorned with a bashful smile. "Since we've arrived at Xingyun City, I have never been here before. I wonder if I could disembark from the flying vessel to explore?" Su Heng, upon hearing this, naturally perked up. "Of course. Since we set off early and there is still time before the Bai High Palace competition, wherever you wish to go, your brother will take you." Yin Chenju nodded in agreement. Noticing Yin Chenju's approval, Wen Qingqing gracefully stood up. Then, "Fifth brother, will you take me out to have a look?" Yin Chenju had not anticipated that Wen Qingqing would choose him, but Su Heng was displeased. "What? You don't want second brother to take you?" Wen Qingqing smiled playfully, intentionally provoking him. When it comes to winning over men, one cannot always yield. Unlike Bai Yun Sui, who gave selflessly, which ultimately resulted in her losing her value in the eyes of men, Wen Qingqing felt that while she genuinely liked Su Heng, she could still exert some pressure on him. Thus, she smiled at Su Heng. For this Bai High Palace competition, the team leader is originally Big Brother, but regrettably, he is not present. "So, the head of our family is you, second brother, isn't it? If you were to abandon your duties now, and something went awry, Master would surely say you are not as capable as Big Brother." Wen Qingqing's voice was clear and melodious, sounding entirely like a jest. Yet it instantly darkened Su Heng's mood. Damn Big Brother. It was one thing to not mention Jian Shuanghan, but now that she had, Su Heng felt his anger rising. Clearly, it was Big Brother who was odd, insisting on flaunting the doll he had gifted years ago, and trying to deceive Master into thinking it was a magical artifact. A magical artifact? What respectable man would carry a doll as a magical artifact? He was just being stubborn. It was bad enough that he was strange, but he had to use lightning to strike him. He was the true victim in this matter. Yet it seemed as if he had done something wrong. Clearly, Big Brother was the one with issues. He would never play with Big Brother again. Big Brother was simply too annoying. The next time he saw Jian Shuanghan, he would definitely reclaim that doll. If he had the ability, let him not care. Wen Qingqing and Yin Chenju observed Su Heng's face darken in an instant, both feeling somewhat uneasy. Wen Qingqing feared she might have pushed too far. She only intended to apply some pressure on second brother. But what if this pressure instead spurred him on, causing him to lose his composure? That would be counterproductive. Yin Chenju recalled numerous incidents, such as when Jian Shuanghan mentioned that Su Heng had taken out his frustrations on him, and how Su Heng had gazed at Wen Qingqing with such tenderness while keeping vigil at her bedside. One true love invoking another true love. Yin Chenju sensed that Su Heng's mood was likely more unpredictable than the weather in their sect. Thus, he quickly suggested, "Second brother, why not? I won't go. You can accompany junior sister instead." Second brother had always been kind to him within the sect, and he did not wish for him to lose face in front of the little junior sister. This way, while he couldn't be with her, he could at least follow from a distance, which would offer some consolation. Wen Qingqing, alarmed, immediately had the system monitor Su Heng's favorability, only feeling reassured once it was confirmed that his favorability had not shifted. Since the favorability was stable, what was Su Heng upset about? Unexpectedly, Su Heng suddenly shook his head, seemingly trying to rid himself of some thought, and then a surge of inexplicable determination washed over him. "You all go have fun. How can I let Jian Shuanghan look down on me?" All right then, it was Jian Shuanghan. "It is quite perplexing. Why is it that at this moment you are no longer addressed as senior brother?" Chapter 31. The Silence of Sound and Shadow. It is indeed you three. Ancient Ju was overwhelmed with questions, for to be frank, whenever he thought of senior brother, he found Su Heng to be rather unusual. Indeed, senior brother is quite eccentric, domineering, and unreasonable, even showing blatant disrespect towards their master. However, it was evident that Su Heng exhibited even more peculiar behavior, truly. Previously, he thought that Jian Shuanghan was simply making excuses to mistreat him, but upon observing the demeanor of second senior brother, he realized there was a stark difference between him and senior brother. He had heard that back in the day, both senior brother and second senior brother had chosen their master on the same day during the disciple selection ceremony. They shared meals and lodgings, with senior brother being taciturn, often perceived as mute by their peers. He remained oblivious to the bullying he endured, with second senior brother always stepping in to save the day. A hero rescuing another hero. It seemed that Jian Shuanghan's claims were merely fabrications concocted by second senior brother. Senior brother's tongue could be likened to a magical artifact. Who among their sect dared to confront him directly? Moreover, Su Heng's words carried an odd hint of resentment. Thus, was second senior brother's beating truly not without cause? What had transpired between Jian Shuanghan and Su Heng? However, at this moment, when Qingqing's mind was consumed with her foundational endeavors, while Ancient Ju pondered whether it was feasible to win over the junior sister, both were too preoccupied to contemplate further. After bidding farewell to Su Heng, they promptly departed from the flying vessel. She utilized the system for her cultivation, and within her spatial ring, there resided an abundance of treasures and spirit stones, her wealth sufficient to effortlessly support a small sect. Yet, the thought of purchasing gifts to enhance her favor with Ancient Ju caused her a pang of regret. These treasures and spirit stones had required considerable effort to acquire. Was there no simpler and more economical method? Ancient Ju's ears flushed slightly. He had noticed that the junior sister had been stealing glances at him. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? Yet, he feigned ignorance, fearing to disrupt the joy of the moment. Ancient Ju held a fondness for Wen Qingqing, but there were too many suitors around her. Besides himself, there was Su Heng, Song Yiyu, Li Jingrang from Lingxiao sect, and even their master favored her. The junior sister resembled a blooming lotus, elegant and pure, and it seemed that everyone who interacted with her could not help but be enchanted. This left Ancient Ju in a quandary. How could he capture her attention? Or should he refrain from becoming too deeply infatuated? Suddenly, Wen Qingqing's system emitted a sound. Ding! A wielder of great fortune detected nearby. A wielder of great fortune? Wen Qingqing's eyes suddenly sparkled. Quickly tell me where they are. The system immediately transmitted the appearance of a person to Wen Qingqing. This, truly a strikingly handsome man, akin to a celestial being from the heavens. Just a glance at the visage provided by the system left Wen Qingqing utterly entranced. Meanwhile, Ancient Ju perceptively noted that the junior sister's gaze had shifted away from him. A wave of despondency washed over him, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of crisis. Could it be that the junior sister had come to Xingyun City to meet someone? In that instant, Ancient Ju questioned whether he was being overly sensitive. Yet, upon closer inspection, Wen Qingqing's expression was so earnest and focused. Her lips curved in a delightful smile, clearly the countenance of one bewitched by a dashing rogue. Ancient Ju could only silently follow behind Wen Qingqing, curious as to what had diverted her attention so abruptly, until he witnessed Wen Qingqing staring intently at a lively crowd not far away, seemingly lost in thought. Then, her gaze fell upon that man. Silver hair, phoenix-like eyes. His presence exuded an aura that made him stand out even amidst the throng. His silent gaze resembled the eternal sun and moon, calmly surveying the world below. Wen Qingqing was convinced of his status as a wielder of great fortune due to his commanding demeanor. Conversely, Ancient Ju felt a surge of revulsion coursing through his veins, a distaste he could not articulate, much of which stemmed from jealousy. Who did he think he was? With such an air of superiority, his master, the esteemed Qing Xianzhenren, had long stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation realm with his transcendent capabilities, yet he treated others with kindness and respect. Was he an immortal of great attainment, or a ruler of a domain? How dare he cast disdainful glances at others? Tear him apart. Tear him apart. If all else failed, he would emulate senior brother and simply seize him, unleashing a flurry of blows to mar that handsome face. Suddenly, a boisterous female voice broke through. This young man seems quite interested in my senior brother. Upon hearing the voice, Ancient Ju snapped back to reality. Wen Qingqing also swiftly returned to herself, only to find herself facing a girl clad in the attire of male disciples, her hair tied in a neat ponytail. This was the first encounter between the two women, yet they simultaneously displayed expressions of surprise, quickly followed by a subtle disdain hidden in their gazes. Ding! System alert. Lu Qinxue detected, possesses a card-drawing system. Please be cautious, host. Then, the girl, identified by the system as Lu Qinxue, froze momentarily, as did Wen Qingqing. Her lips twitching slightly. Card-drawing system? What nonsense is this? I thought your systems were unique? How did another card-drawing system emerge? What purpose does it serve? How did you come across it this time? Why do you behave like a fool in front of senior brother? The favorability system found itself overwhelmed by Wen Qingqing's barrage of questions, reluctant to respond. It sensed that the opposing card-drawing system had recognized its presence. Although these systems were invisible to humans in this dimension, they would instantly reveal themselves upon encountering a peer. As for being unique, it truly believed it could not find a second like itself. Otherwise, let her try a different favorability system. Should it dare to defy her, it would swiftly impose punishment. And then we would see if Wen Qingqing would still have the audacity to argue back. Regardless of its internal grievances, it still had to respond to the questions posed. The card-drawing system operates by seizing fortunes and utilizing them to exchange for lottery chances. The rewards obtained can be used directly. It is a peculiar system reliant solely on luck. Once the host's fortune wanes, it will abandon them and seek a new target. What's the big deal? Haven't you drawn a plethora of rewards? The system will exploit various opportunities to tempt the host into depleting all their cards, leaving nothing behind. The host, seduced by the conveniences offered by the card-drawing system, would ultimately become utterly useless. The favorability system hastily enumerated all the drawbacks of the card-drawing system to Wen Qingqing, speaking with righteous indignation. It was as if it had never encouraged an ignorant girl to elevate a man to the heavens, abandoning Wen Qingqing to save itself when heavenly retribution struck. Nevertheless, Wen Qingqing had no time to bicker with the system. True to her reputation as the foremost tea art master of the Tianjin sect, she immediately sensed that the girl harbored interest in ancient Ju, while ancient Ju remained completely oblivious. Chapter 32. Ancient Ju, it is indeed you four. This simply could not stand. Ancient Ju was the man she had set her sights on. How could such a delectable opportunity be offered to another? Absolutely not. At this moment, Ancient Ju had forgotten to observe Wen Qingqing's emotional fluctuations. Upon encountering Lu Qinxue, he inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if they had known each other for ages, and he relaxed, addressing her as though they were old friends. As disciples of the Tianjin sect, I am Ancient Ju, and this is Wen Qingqing. It is a pleasure to meet you. May I ask your name? Lu Qinxue smiled and stepped forward, clasping her fists in greeting. Her movements were fluid, in stark contrast to Wen Qingqing's gentle demeanor, and her voice was bright and cheerful. I am Lu Qinxue, and this is my senior brother, Jian Shuanghan. Upon hearing the name Jian Shuanghan, Wen Qingqing looked up at the imposing figure, affirming that a good name, indeed, matched a good person. Very well, Lu Qinxue, you little vixen. How dare you covet my man? Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. I shall hold nothing back. Instantly, Wen Qingqing revealed a charming smile, her demeanor cautious and delicate as she spoke. May I not offend you, immortal Jian Shuanghan? My senior brother and I were simply wandering about, inadvertently catching a glimpse of your remarkable presence, which is why we stopped. A barely perceptible smirk graced Lu Qinshue's lips, a deadpan green tea act, pretending to be weak and delicate. Do the women of this world truly fail to comprehend your convoluted schemes? Allow me to enlighten you. Lu Qinxue stepped forward without hesitation. As anticipated, Wen Qingqing had already been plotting against Lu Qinxue. Upon witnessing this, she immediately took a step back, intending to feign a fall. However, Lu Qinxue was swift, seizing Wen Qingqing's arm and forcibly pulling her into an embrace, coldly sneering in a voice only they could hear. Is this what you call a system for boosting affection? Just wait and see if my senior brother favors you. With that, Lu Qinxue abruptly released her grip and tripped Wen Qingqing with her foot. Off balance, Wen Qingqing fell to the ground. True to her reputation as a seasoned manipulator, she expertly posed in a flattering angle even before hitting the ground, her eyes shimmering with tears, as if she had truly suffered a great injustice. Yin Qingju swiftly caught Wen Qingqing before she could tumble, turning to glare at Lu Qinxue. Miss Lu, since this is our first meeting, why must you humiliate my junior sister in such a manner? Jian Shuanghan almost instantaneously positioned himself between Lu Qinxue and Yin Qingju, like an immovable mountain. He effectively shielded Yin Qingju's ire from reaching Lu Qinxue. Seizing the opportunity provided by Jian Shuanghan's obstruction, Lu Qinxue cast a mocking, provocative glance at Wen Qingqing, her heart brimming with triumph, and whispered venomous words meant only for their ears. What are you so proud of, you insipid green tea? Do you think your schemes will compel me to prove my innocence? Who do you think you are, that I should justify myself to you? Wen Qingqing's face flushed with rage, tears welling up as she directly expressed her grievances. As a mere qi refining disciple, I have always remained by my master's side. This is my first departure from the Tianjin sect, and I am at a loss as to how I have offended Miss Lu, leading to such deep misunderstandings. I perceive Lu Qinxue as nothing but malicious. In that moment, what little regard Yin Qingju had harbored for Lu Qinxue evaporated, replaced by profound disdain. My junior sister is understanding and gentle. She would never harm someone she has just met. Only a venomous woman like you would act thus. Lis Remukin sensed Yun Wuhan. Before Yin Qingju could finish speaking, a surge of sword energy suddenly erupted. Yin Qingju drew his sword to block, the two forces colliding and sending the crowd sprawling 3 paces back. Jun Wuhan's voice rang out like a chilling frost. What wild dog dares to bark at Qinxue? Keep your junior sister in check. If she is innocent, then why did Yao Yao choose to push her instead of someone else? Behind Jun Wuhan, the unscathed Lu Qinxue smiled. Indeed, she has never sought the approval of men who require flattery or careful appeasement. What she desires is a man who will hold her in the palm of his hand, regardless of her unruly behavior, her chaos, or her destruction. Such a man would not cease to love her for her flaws. As long as there are no illusions, those shortcomings become merits. Jun Wuhan is drawn to a woman like Lu Qinxue, headstrong and willful, not one who is meek and submissive, which would only breed disdain over time. My junior sister Lu Qinxue is exceedingly kind. She merely caused Wen Qingqing to stumble. What right has a cultivator to be so pretentious? If she were truly wicked, a creature like you would be better off dead or crippled, without her needing to lift a finger. Wen Qingqing was momentarily stunned, suddenly realizing that this woman had found her nemesis. She never expected that such a man, one who would not indulge in her manipulations, existed in this world. How foolish of her! As her mind raced, she realized that her efforts to deceive had failed against Jun Wuhan. She could not allow this incident to jeopardize her standing with Yin Qingju. Tears flowed freely as she implored. Senior brother Wuhan, I truly apologize. I never meant any harm. I simply do not understand where I have offended Miss Lu. Yet internally, Wen Qingqing remained resolute. System, provide me with more information about Lu Qinxue and Jun Wuhan, this pair of vile individuals. Host Lu Qinxue is a carrier of the system, while Jun Wuhan is the great fortune bearer of this world. What nonsense is this? This is utterly useless. At the very least, tell me whose fortune is greater, Yin Qingju or Jun Wuhan. Currently, Jun Wuhan possesses greater fortune, but the system believes his high fortune is connected to Lu Qinxue. However, the specifics of this relationship require the host to investigate further. Investigate on my own? This statement nearly made Wen Qingqing faint. If she could investigate herself, what need had she for a system? If she could manage that, what role would the system have? Yin Qingju stepped forward, pointing his sword at Jun Wuhan, coldly stating, Qingqing, there is no need for you to apologize. We disciples of the Tianjin sect are not to be bullied by anyone. As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Qingju exuded a fierce aura, his cold light flashing as his sword split into 4, encircling him and Wen Qingqing. Realizing that conflict was unavoidable, Wen Qingqing felt a slight sense of relief. After all, based on her understanding of Yin Qingju, he would never grant an opportunity for someone he disliked to manipulate him. Thus, Yin Qingju was safe. Jun Wuhan, upon hearing Yin Qingju's words, also chuckled coldly. Oh, the Tianjin sect? With your 2 levels of skill? You are an embarrassment to Qingxian. I have heard that the disciples of the Tianjin sect revolve around the same woman. Surely, you are not all entangled with her? Wen Qingqing's complexion turned ashen. What kind of talk is this? For the first time, she realized that while her master brother's insults were harsh, they were never vulgar. Yet this man of great fortune was merely posturing. No matter how formidable he was, could he truly compare to the cold and ruthless sword? Chapter 33. Yin Qingju. It's U5. However, Jun Wuhan's words ultimately provoked Yin Qingju's wrath, prompting him to motion for Wen Qingqing to sit aside. Drawing his sword with a chilling demeanor, let us see your skills. The two locked eyes, a palpable killing intent filling the air, though they had yet to engage. Their fortunes seemed to have clashed countless times already. Then, with a mutual steely gaze, they struck simultaneously. The realms of cultivation ascend, in order from Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, God transformation, void refinement, integration, and great ascension. 8 major realms, each further divided into 3 stages: initial, intermediate, and great perfection. depending on comprehension and cultivation level. Yin Qingju, possessing a singular water spirit root, had successfully established his foundation 3 years prior after 6 years of training, and now stood at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. The timing of his breakthrough to golden core would rely on his fortune. Generally, cultivators with singular spirit roots rely on talent and effort to reach great perfection, while breakthroughs often hinge on so-called chance. Thus, at present, Yin Qingju's fortune had not yet arrived. In other words, he was currently at the great perfection of foundation establishment. But what of his opponent? Jian Shuanghan observed as Yin Qingju moved with agility, his sword techniques shifting and flowing like a specter traversing through the void. Should he also be at the great perfection of foundation establishment, this exchange would surely be troublesome. However, and the sword energy rippled outwards in concentric circles. Jian Shuanghan's stance remained as stable as a mountain, though his movements were exceedingly simple. Each strike concealed boundless power and formidable sword intent. In just a few blows, he effortlessly dismantled the momentum Yin Qingju had painstakingly built. Instantly, Yin Qingju found himself struggling. When Qingqing, originally a spectator, had thought that Jian Shuanghan and Lu Qinxue would be evenly matched with the two of them, but to her astonishment, she saw Yin Qingju faltering after only a few exchanges, causing her heart to race with alarm. As her anxiety grew, the next words from the system intensified her panic. "Ding!" reported the host. "Good news. Jian Shuanghan is a cultivator at the God transformation stage, far surpassing Yin Qingju in strength." When Qingqing felt as though she had abruptly been deprived of breath, unable to inhale or exhale. "You call this good news?" "Ding, system. Have you not always complained that increasing Yin Qingju's favorability requires expenditure? Now that he is in peril, it is the perfect opportunity for you to rescue the hero. You wretched thing, is that how you talk?" One Qingqing wanted to scream. If her opponent was at the God transformation stage, why hadn't the system mentioned it sooner? She could have feigned vulnerability, played the victim, and found a way to rescue Yin Qingju, returning with allies to deal with Jian Shuanghan. But now, with Yin Qingju, this child of fortune, facing potential demise, how could she, a mere qi refining cultivator with 3 spirit roots, possibly save him? Be assured, host. Charge forward without hesitation, given the current level of favorability. Yin Qingju will undoubtedly come to your rescue. As for Lu Qinxue, she will not stand idly by, for she desires the fortune of Yin Qingju and will certainly take action. Lu Qinxue would never remain passive, and she harbored no fears regarding Wen Qingqing's favor with Yin Qingju. After all, Wen Qingqing was unaware that the higher the favorability, the greater the intimacy. And should that intimacy reach an excessive level, it could swiftly transform into resentment upon experiencing clear betrayal. Resentment, indeed. Wen Qingqing was far too naive to grasp the truth that love can breed resentment, and from love, hatred can arise. Resentment stems from love and aversion. The deeper the affection, the sharper the reproach. She did not require her target to harbor a high level of favorability towards her at the outset. All she needed was to present the betrayal starkly before Yin Qingju at the opportune moment and place, transforming all that love into the deepest resentment. Thus, the favorability system. Continue your efforts, struggle on. The harder you strive, the worse the outcome will ultimately be. At present, when Qingqing harbored a modicum of resentment towards the favorability system, the sting of Jian Shuanghan's sword strikes must be excruciating. But did she possess any alternative choices? None. For this moment was the most advantageous one. Host, charge forward. With a minor sacrifice, you can attain at least 5 points of favorability. With these 5 points, you can extract Yin Qingju's fortune, achieving foundation establishment like those single spiritual root geniuses. It could be said that this statement from the system resonated deeply with Wen Qingqing. For the sake of foundation establishment, in the instant that Jian Shuanghan's sword strike was about to pierce Yin Qingju's vital point, she leaped forward, shielding Yin Qingju with her frail form. Yin Qingju felt as though his entire vitality had come to a standstill. He exclaimed, "Junior sister." As the duel progressed, Yin Qingju realized that he had indeed been overly arrogant. Yet, as he prepared to lift Wen Qingqing's delicate figure to remove her from the battle circle, Lu Qinxue intervened, redirecting Wen Qingqing towards Jian Shuanghan's impending assault. The chilling sword energy grazed past Yin Qingju at every moment, inciting his growing agitation. How could he allow this? Junior sister, why was she being so foolish? Ding, ding, ding. Alert, alert. Yin Qingju favorability 1, favorability 1. Hearing the repeated notifications of favorability 1, Wen Qingqing understood that she had succeeded. Yin Qingjue's favorability towards her had now reached 61. The extraction of fortune was assured. However, before she could revel in her triumph, Jun Wuhan's sword intent bore down upon the two of them without concealment. Jun Wuhan could no longer contain himself. Yin Qingjue was nothing but a waste. How dare he, a mere foundation establishment, oppose him, a transcendent being? Did he even comprehend the extent of his own strength in the 9 provinces? Let them all perish. Yet, at that moment, a powerful surge of spiritual energy clashed, and an individual suddenly appeared before Wen Qingqing and Yin Qingjue. Li Jingran. Indeed, it was Li Jingrang. He could not help but remark with a smirk, Jun Wuhan, at your age, still in the transcendent stage? Aren't you ashamed? Li Jingrang was barely under 200 years old, and already a transcendent being, a prodigy in the cultivation world. Ding, through the host's involvement. It has been determined that Jun Wuhan's fortune value stands at 900,000. A fortune display suddenly appeared above Jun Wuhan's head. His fortune value was a staggering 900,000, higher than any disciple Wen Qingqing had encountered at Mo Wen Peak. Had it not been for the allure of that 900,000 fortune, she would have immediately ended the life of this ungrateful fool. No, once she had collected enough fortune and her own cultivation was sufficient, she would ensure that Lu Qinxue was the first to perish, leaving Jun Wuhan heartbroken and remorseful, ultimately bowing before her as a tool for siphoning fortune. Ding. Detection indicates Yin Qinjue's fortune is extractable. Would the host like to proceed with extraction? Extract. I must achieve foundation establishment. Amidst the system's persistent notifications, Wen Qingqing commenced the extraction of Yin Qinjue's fortune. The moment the fortune entered her body, she felt a wave of exhilaration, her cultivation steadily rising. Li Jingrang turned in astonishment, witnessing the visible transformation of Wen Qingqing's aura. Meanwhile, Yin Qingjue sensed a peculiar void within himself, oblivious to the fact that his fortune was depleting, attributing it solely to the exertion of battling Jun Wuhan. Lu Qingjue, on the other hand, smiled, contemplating how the favorability system should truly be renamed the system of betrayal. Whoever was kind to her would be harmed in return. She relished the thought of how Yin Qingjue would react upon discovering that his junior sister intended to drain him dry. Chapter 34. The Senior Brother's Training 1. Jun Wuhan recognized that Wen Qingqing was on the verge of successful foundation establishment. He had been puzzled as to why Lu Qinxue was so intent on making things difficult for Wen Qingqing. It turned out that a 3 spiritual root waste could establish a foundation at such speed, suggesting she possessed some hidden capabilities. Li Jingrang noted Jun Wuhan's gaze and swiftly stepped aside, completely shielding Wen Qingqing. Jun Wuhan, I am aware that your Yushu sect prides itself on being the foremost orthodox sect in the world, and as an elder, you surely look down upon other sections. However, do not forget, it is no longer 2,000 years ago. My Lingxiao sect does not fear you, and the injured Qingqing junior sister, along with her senior brother, are direct disciples of the esteemed Qing Xianjinren. The Heavenly Sword sect will undoubtedly seek an explanation from you. Mentioning Qing Xian seemed to evoke a reaction from Jun Wuhan, who chuckled. Who would have thought that Qing Xian, as the leader of a sect, would stoop to take a 3 spiritual root waste as a direct disciple? Is there truly no one left in the Heavenly Sword sect? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully establishing a foundation. System gift package has been issued. Please check your rewards. Just as Jun Wuhan's mockery reached its pinnacle, Wen Qingqing achieved her breakthrough, simultaneously receiving a system gift package. 40 recovery pills, 20 cleansing pills, 10 spirit gathering pills, 5 boundary breaking pills, 2 longevity pills, and 1 focus pill. The pile of pills was not something she could use at present, yet the item termed Words of Power piqued her interest. What is Words of Power? It is a word spirit artifact. Any word spoken utilizing the words of power will manifest into reality. Each use will deduct a corresponding amount of fortune value, so the host is advised to use it judiciously. A word spirit artifact. Does this mean that whatever she says can come true? I want to use Words of Power to directly seize Jun Wuhan's fortune value. Wen Qingqing felt a weight in her sleeve, and a scroll-like artifact appeared in her hand. She immediately unfurled the Words of Power. The scroll slowly opened, revealing exquisite, ancient characters that she could not comprehend, sparkling before her eyes. Then, a line of text appeared that she could understand. Requires a payment of 1,000,000 fortune value. The once commanding aura was instantly deflated by the staggering demand of 1,000,000. What? 1,000,000? Jun Wuhan only possessed 900,000 000 fortune value. And yet this artifact demanded all of it, without leaving her a single benefit? What a ludicrous joke. System, what is the meaning of this absurd item? The system, unperturbed, replied seriously. Words of power is an exceedingly advanced causal weapon. To prevent such a divine artifact from being misused, it naturally comes with stringent conditions. So the host must exercise caution. When Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically. At the sight of the scroll, Lu Qinxue instantly recognized it as the words of power. For in her own card drawing system, it ranked as an SSR, a super rare causal artifact. The issue was that despite her years of attempts, she had never drawn one. And now this so-called favorability system's little underling had managed to obtain it. What a farce. Yet when Qingqing attempted to flaunt her newly acquired artifact, she wilted like a frostbitten eggplant, quickly realizing that she was nothing but a fool. Jian Shuanghan cast a glance at Lu Qinxue. Lu Qinxue, linking arms with Jian Shuanghan, exuded a generous demeanor, as if an elder would not begrudge a junior, and remarked, "Since you are direct disciples of Qing Xianjinren, I presume you intend to participate in the High Palace Grand Competition." Jian Shuanghan remarked, "Lest Masterly Jingrang accuse us of taking advantage of the weak. Let us see if you too can surpass the disciples of Yushu sect in the grand competition." With that, Jian Shuanghan elegantly departed alongside Lu Qinxue. However, they had not anticipated that Qing Xianjinren's legendary disciple, with the mutated Thunder's spiritual root, at the mere age of 181, had not only incinerated the tribulation clouds of the Heavenly Dao, but had also returned to the sect. Under Qing Xianjinren's insistence, this prodigy was determined to participate in the upcoming High Palace competition. Meanwhile, the steadfast Jian Shuanghan had reached the Mahayana stage. At the entrance of the Valley of 10,000 Demons, amidst flying sand and rolling stones, Bai Yunsui found herself in a disheveled state, countless wounds adorning her body, dark circles under her eyes as if branded by a hot iron. Yet, she merely consumed a recovery pill and a pill of dietary suppression before plunging back into relentless training. For 7 days. 7 days had passed. Jian Shuanghan's talismanic avatar was akin to a war machine, utterly tireless, perpetually seeking her weaknesses. Bai Yunsui, initially brought low and beaten to the ground, had progressed to the point of evading attacks, eventually deciphering the patterns of that mass of blue mud. The foundational principles of swordplay had indeed exacted a heavy toll. As a senior disciple, Jian Shuanghan was wholly inadequate in every aspect, save for his cultivation. Even a dimwit like Li Jingrang understood the necessity of allowing his juniors to rest, to hydrate, to eat, and to sleep. Jian Shuanghan, however, cared not a whit. He seemed intent on pushing her to the brink of exhaustion. Worse still, the senior brother's talent was extraordinarily high, so high in fact, that even if he diminished his own abilities by 3 dimensions, he would still not reach an ordinary level. To Jian Shuanghan, what was merely a continuous 7 days of training, a recovery pill and a pill of dietary suppression were hardly sufficient. One must possess perseverance. It is an essential quality for cultivators. Thus, what was 7 days of being beaten? The Heavenly Dao struck him with thunder, and it did not cease for more than 7 days. To be sentimental now would lead to regrets in the future. He was helping his junior sister establish a correct value orientation. Those who strive will surely reap rewards. If one does not endure the hardships of cultivation now, they will suffer the hardships of the Heavenly Dao in the future. All suffering is the same. So one might as well choose a path that offers a glimmer of hope, one that will not lead to death. Jian Haoyuan looked disdainfully at Bai Yunsui's dark circles, casting a scornful glance at Jian Shuanghan. While others found themselves single due to fate, Jian Shuanghan remained single purely by his own ability. A once vibrant young woman had been reduced to a beggar by Jian Shuanghan's relentless training. How could Jian Shuanghan wear such a satisfied expression? Was he a demon or merely an unparalleled fool? This was a prime example of a domineering yet compassionate senior brother, transformed into a devilish figure through Jian Shuanghan's misguided training regimen. Just as Jian Haoyuan was consumed by his internal grievances, he cast an envious glance at Jian Shuanghan, who was indulging in an array of delectable pastries, filled with an overwhelming desire. Why could not a mere doll enjoy food? With a sudden clang, akin to thunder on a clear day, as Jian Shuanghan brushed away the dust, Bai Yunsui, wielding Wanxiao, managed to deflect a strike from the talismanic avatar. Following this, the blue mud split, transforming into dual swords that flanked Bai Yunsui. She arched her body to evade, while simultaneously supporting herself with one hand on the ground, retreating just as the mud separated, successfully escaping the encirclement. This series of maneuvers flowed seamlessly for Bai Yunsui, rejuvenating her spirit. Chapter 35, Senior Brothers Training, 2. Unbeknownst to them, Jian Shuanghan and Bai Yunsui had exchanged over 100 strikes. Ultimately, Wan Xiao emitted a clear and melodious chime, and Bai Yunsui evaded all the incoming mud swords, positioning herself before Jian Shuanghan's talismanic avatar. With a swift thrust of Wan Xiao, the avatar, caught off guard by Yunsui's unexpected maneuver, could not withstand the power of the Wan Xiao sword, resulting in its shattering. In that fleeting moment, Bai Yunsui's mind went blank. She had triumphed. She had finally bested Jian Shuanghan's avatar. The existence she had believed invincible had fallen to her. This was indeed possible. In the next instant, Bai Yunsui covered her face, her shoulders trembling as she began to cry. She had succeeded. She had truly succeeded. Jian Shuanghan trembled as he watched, overwhelmed with excitement. He had never imagined Bai Yunsui could endure until this moment, let alone defeat that avatar. Jian Shuanghan felt a surge of exhilaration. Yes, he realized he had never considered that Jian Shuanghan, this relentless taskmaster, could actually act human. He had assumed that the so-called talismanic avatar was merely a tool to torment Bai Yunsui, yet it had genuinely been defeated. Jian Shuanghan was taken aback by Bai Yunsui's tears. For a brief moment, he questioned if he had been too harsh. He instinctively glanced down at Jian Shuanghan, his expression questioning, was that so difficult? Jian Shuanghan met Jian Shuanghan's gaze, refusing to acknowledge him. Jian Shuanghan leaped down from the tree. To be honest, Bai Yunsui's speed had been somewhat slower than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, she had barely fulfilled his expectations, so he handed her the roasted meat. Time to eat. The alluring aroma wafted through the air. Bai Yunsui, without a moment's hesitation, snatched the roasted meat and took a hearty bite. The sensation was overwhelming. Nothing could rival a piece of roasted meat to alleviate one's sorrows. The succulent, melt-in-your-mouth meat surpassed any reward her master had ever given her. In that brief moment, Bai Yunsui felt that her previous concerns paled in comparison to the importance of being satiated. She devoured skewers after skewers until she could hardly swallow, only then realizing what she had just done. Where had her upbringing, her poise, her identity gone, having just emerged from the bliss of a full stomach? She was abruptly confronted with the embarrassment of social death. The drastic rise and fall of emotions made Bai Yunsui want to cry once more. Jian Shuanghan was bewildered, yet he felt no need to understand. He silently poured a cup of tea for Bai Yunsui. As she drank in silence, her face flushed. She could hardly believe her senior brother had not exposed her. Upon reflection, it seemed that aside from his occasionally earth-shattering remarks, Jian Shuanghan was actually quite a decent person. However, just as Bai Yunsui was touched, Jian Shuanghan suddenly summoned the mass of mud back with a flick of his finger, inquiring, "Do you now comprehend the usage of this mass of mud?" All of Bai Yunsui's earlier emotions evaporated in an instant. If she had been an emotional being before, Jian Shuanghan was purely a quintessential pragmatist. Attempting to discuss feelings and image with a pragmatist was a futile endeavor. Bai Yunsui straightened herself, her demeanor resembling a weathered pine. Yes, this mass of mud is a sword that defies conventionality, emphasizing transformation and adaptability. It is not merely about the techniques employed, but rather how to adjust its form according to the circumstances. Jian Shuanghan regarded Bai Yunsui with approval. Her insight was commendable. Perhaps he possessed a natural talent for teaching disciples? If Bai Yunsui were to learn that her senior brother had developed a misconception about his own teaching abilities, she would undoubtedly shake her head in terror. Jian Shuanghan, how dare you consider that teaching? It was the Wan Xiao sword spirit that had been guiding Bai Yunsui all along. After affirming Bai Yunsui's comprehension, Jian Shuanghan placed the mass of mud in her hands, attempt to alter its form. The cold, liquid texture rapidly transmitted a sense of chill throughout her body. Bai Yunsui should have found the cold stimulating, yet this sensation imbued her with an unprecedented sense of security. During her high-intensity training, she had been analyzing how to control and manipulate this mass of mud, thus having garnered some insight. Now, as she connected her true essence with the mud, she attempted the transformation 3 to 5 times, successfully forming a sword in an instant, and after several attempts, she could even split the sword into 2. Jian Shuanghan was increasingly pleased. It was said that practice led to true understanding, and he felt that Bai Yunsui's ordeal had not been in vain. She had already begun to grasp the foundational transformations of the mud sword on her own. Although her proficiency was still lacking, it saved him the effort of reinforcing her basics. Moreover, Bai Yunsui's golden spiritual root inherently resonated with the sword on a soulful level, allowing her burgeoning proficiency to be compensated by her innate talent. After a few attempts, Bai Yunsui could already control the mud sword to split into 5 independent swords, each maneuvered with precision. Thus, Jian Shuanghan elaborated on the key points of the mud sword technique. Noticing that she had gained proficient control over the mud sword, he abruptly gestured towards the foreboding entrance of the Wanma Valley, saying, "Let us proceed. Your next objective is to slay 5 magical beasts." Bai Yunsui hesitated for a moment, pointing incredulously at the grim entrance of the Wanma Valley. "Senior brother, are you truly sending me in there?" Jian Shuanghan nodded, assuring her, "You will not perish." After all, if she were to die, he would have to search for another unfortunate soul to take up the mud sword. He had no intention of wasting time on such matters. However, Bai Yunsui's hands and feet betrayed her with a noticeable tremor. Goosebumps erupted across her skin. What kind of world lay beyond that door? It was the Wanma Valley. Within its depths, dark energies coalesced, accompanied by the relentless roars of magical beasts, each corner echoing an aura of terror. And Jian Shuanghan's so-called assurance of safety was surely only a literal interpretation, for one breath left could still be considered life. Bai Yunsui immediately shook her head. "Senior brother, it is not worth my time to linger here." Jian Shuanghan had clearly seen her shudder just now. How could she claim that time was being wasted? No, Bai Yunsui was completely oblivious to how much time she had squandered over the years. If he did not firmly assist her in reclaiming what she lacked, what would happen when the heavenly path came to seek retribution from Bai Yunsui? Would she simply collide headlong into death and return to life? He had no desire to clean up such a catastrophic mess. Thus he replied, "What do you mean by worth? If I deem it valuable, then it is sufficient." Bai Yunsui shivered once more. Was this senior brother being intentional? Could he not discern her refusal? Yet Jian Shuanghan coldly retorted, "Refusal is not an option. If you do not endure the hardships of special training now, you shall suffer the consequences of when Qingqing in the future. Choose whose suffering you would prefer." Bai Yunsui felt as though her escape routes had been blocked entirely. And so, while Jian Shuanghan contemplated how to prevent her from shirking her responsibilities, Bai Yunsui focused solely on surviving. The two fell into a silence that lasted the duration of a tea break. Ultimately, Bai Yunsui conceded, "Senior brother, let us enter the Wanma Valley." Chapter 36. The Training of the Senior Brother 3. Jianhao's doll-like eyes seemed genuinely wide with astonishment. "It is quite perilous within. Are you certain you wish to accompany a master who possesses no sense of compassion and is indifferent even to the act of eating? Do you not fear that when your legs or arms are broken, he will not come to your aid?" Jian Shuanghan cast a cool glance at Jianhao, questioning the absurdity of such a statement. How could he possibly lack concern? Moreover, it was not about concern. Rather, it was a matter of, whom do you look down upon? I could fashion a body for you, let alone for her. Even if the third junior sister were reduced to a mere wisp of a soul, I would still find a way to restore her. Restore? Why did it sound as if she were treated like an object? Bai Yunsui felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Should she express her gratitude to the senior brother at this moment? Jian Shuanghan, with an air of nonchalance, glanced back at Bai Yunsui and, noticing her deep breath, kindly remarked, "No need for thanks. It is the duty of a senior brother to care for you." Jianhao surrendered. It had attempted to reason with a madman. The two of them, united as one system, ventured into the Wanma Valley. Bai Yunsui assumed that this entrance would be akin to a mountain gate, expecting to cross over with a single step. Little did she know, several steps later, they had yet to traverse it completely. From the moment she stepped through the entrance, she felt as though she were in another realm. Jian Shuanghan, meanwhile, delivered a swift kick to a magical beast that was lunging towards the entrance, sending it stumbling back. As he did so, he contemplated that he could not allow Bai Yunsui to perish. After all, if the third junior sister were to die, she would trigger a rebirth. Returning to that fateful day in the main hall, where when Qingqing had accused her of pushing someone, he could not guarantee that he would arrive in time to intervene. Should any mishap occur, an ignorant master would face the prospect of being stabbed 18 times, in addition to the annihilation of the Tianjian sect. He was adept at combat, yet establishing a sect was an entirely different matter. Jianhao observed Jian Shuanghan, who was resolutely silent and devoid of any desire to explain, as it sighed and began to elucidate the situation to Bai Yunsui. The entrance to the Wanma Valley was a stone bridge passage extending approximately 5 miles. Whether human or magical beast, all must pass through this entryway. Once one strayed beyond the confines of this stone bridge, death was virtually assured. The Wanma Valley is, in strict terms, a secret realm. Indeed, while this phenomenon is not spatially detached from the Jiuzhou continent, The borders of the Wanma Valley are encircled by a 5-mile thick death zone. Yes, it is quite literal. Once one sets foot inside, it is tantamount to seeking death, regardless of whether one is human or beast. A century ago, a madman, for reasons unknown, arrived at the entrance of the Wanma Valley and, instead of entering, chose to circle the death zone from the entrance, ultimately returning to the starting point and publishing a peculiar book titled Statistics of Death Zone Traps. Given that Jian Hao was not bound within by Yun Sui's mind, it decided to read aloud from Statistics of Death Zone Traps for her benefit. The death zone was the result of the natural flow of spiritual energy, combined with the unique topography of the Wanma Valley, which created a pressure differential in the flow of spiritual energy, thereby forming various peculiar turbulence in spiritual power. Jian Hao spoke with a head full of questions, while Bai Yun Sui felt as though her mind was inundated with water. For a fleeting moment, she sensed that this incomprehensible method of explanation seemed somewhat familiar. Jian Shuanghan interrupted Jian Hao's incessant ramblings. The third junior sister cannot even perceive the natural cycle of spiritual energy. What good does it do to recite these things to her? What is the natural cycle of spiritual energy? Bai Yun Sui exclaimed in shock, gazing at Jian Shuanghan. Her senior brother's thoughts appeared entirely disconnected from her own understanding. Senior brother, what relevance do these matters have to cultivating and transcending? Jian Shuanghan shrugged. As of yet, no one from the Jojo continent has achieved transcendence. How would I know what relevance it holds? I merely sought some inspiration out of boredom. Perhaps, through accumulation, I might eventually discern a solution. This response left one at a loss for words, while Jian Hao consoled. The author of Statistics of Death Zone Traps might well have been a great sage in search of inspiration for ascension. Jian Shuanghan shook his head. That is not the case. Back then, I simply ran out of spirit stones and needed a means to exchange for more. Who would have known that after laboriously circling around, I would end up writing this book, which garnered so few readers? I have pondered for years about how the cultivation world has become increasingly populated with inept individuals. It turns out they're all a bunch of ignorant fools. Both Bai Yun Sui and Jian Hao simultaneously grasped the key information. You? Jian Hao exclaimed in astonishment. This nonsensical statistics was penned by you. While Bai Yun Sui interjected, the one who circled the death zone was you, senior brother? Jian Shuanghan nodded. At that time, I was preparing for the thunder tribulation of the void refinement stage, having exhausted all my resources and still lacking sufficient preparations for crossing the tribulation. Thus, I thought to enter the death zone to see if I could weather the thunder tribulation within. Jian Hao was utterly shocked. Could such a thing be possible? For so many years, which madman would dare to venture into a place of certain death to face the thunder tribulation? And then, Jian Shuanghan replied without hesitation, naturally, I abandoned the plan. The death zone was far more dangerous than the thunder tribulation of the void refinement stage. I could not possibly navigate traps while simultaneously fending off the incessant annoyance of the thunder tribulation. Could I? Both Jian Hao and Bai Yun Sui felt rather unsettled. To liken the thunder tribulation to a mere fly was quite something. Of course, what Jian Shuanghan failed to mention was that he had intended to utilize the thunder tribulation to glean insights into the heavenly mechanism, and encountering it within the death zone would severely hinder his performance. Thus, it was indeed reasonable for the heavenly path to harbor animosity towards Jian Shuanghan, seeking to bring about his demise. As they neared the end of the entrance, Jian Shuanghan began to explain to Bai Yun Sui what she would need to do upon entering the Wanma Valley. The cultivation realms of magical beings are divided into 24 ranks, with higher numbers indicating greater strength. Each rank corresponds to a realm of human cultivators. Given that your current cultivation is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, you need only slay 5 magical beasts of the 4th to 5th rank. The 4th and 5th rank beasts are comparable to cultivators at the initial and mid stages of foundation establishment, meaning you will be battling on equal footing and across ranks. To claim that she was not nervous would be a falsehood. Bai Yun Sui instinctively gripped the mud sword tightly in her hand. Engaging in combat with a beast is evidently a stark contrast to the usual sparring sessions with fellow disciples. In truth, this marks the very first genuine confrontation for Bai Yun Sui, and her opponent is not one to hold back or adhere to principles. She cannot afford to lose. Jian Shuanghan observed Bai Yun Sui's resolute demeanor and mused that if he were by her side, no beast within a 10-mile radius would dare approach. Thus, he turned his gaze toward Jian Hao. Jian Hao's skin crawled. What are you about to do? Jian Shuanghan lifted the doll-like Jian Hao from his shoulder and placed him into Bai Yun Sui's arms, along with some recovery and healing elixirs. Instructing her, allow Jian Hao to accompany you. Consult him if any issues arise. Should you truly find yourself in peril, Have him summon me for assistance. Bai Yunshui instinctively clutched the doll, her mind in a whirl. Senior brother. What about you? At that moment, Wan Shao unsheathed his sword, transforming into a striking figure as he brazenly led Jian Shuanghan out of the entrance, leaving behind the remark, I'm off to have tea with the leader of the 10,000 Demons Valley. And just like that, he departed, leaving Bai Yunshui in a daze. The 10,000 Demons Valley has a leader. If Jian Hao had pores, he would likely be bristling with anxiety at this moment. Is this really the time to ponder if the 10,000 Demons Valley has a leader? We are in the 10,000 Demons Valley, not some novice village. Who knows what rank of beasts we might encounter? Hurry, suppress your aura and keep a low profile while searching for beasts. Jian Shuanghan, you irresponsible scoundrel. You leave Bai Yunshui with nothing but a lump of mud as a sword and flee, abandoning this poor soul with a system that cannot bind to her under your restrictions. This means that when the system encounters danger, it's also the host that is in peril. Now, with this doll as a tangible entity, it must face danger directly. You wretched master, you will meet a miserable end. You will perish to the last shred. Jian Hao felt the doll trembling in fear. The world was perilous, and it longed to return to the main system. Roar! 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 The three consecutive roars instantly dispelled all dissatisfaction from Bai Yunshui and Jian Hao. The sound was ferocious and alarmingly close. Bai Yunshui and Jian Hao trembled in fear, instinctively concealing their presence, only to feel a sudden, immense suction force from behind. Bai Yunshui, quick-witted, transformed the lump of mud into a flexible whip, swiftly wrapping it around a nearby large tree, then rapidly retracting it. In an instant, the two of them propelled forward with the newfound momentum. What followed was the ominous sound of massive jaws clashing. Jian Hao dove into Bai Yunshui's collar, peeking back. There, a 7th-tier demonic manta was relentlessly pursuing them, its gaping maw dripping with blood as it savagely tore and chased after them. Wherever it passed, trees toppled, homes collapsed, and the grass turned black. This demonic manta spewed forth toxic gas. For heaven's sake, it has no sense of martial ethics. Jian Hao shrieked in terror. That poison will corrode and dissolve anything it touches. Bai Yunshui found herself fleeing for her life in the forest of the 10,000 Demons Valley, pursued by the demonic manta with all her might. She had previously thought Jian Shuanghan's talisman clone was already incredibly formidable, but what was that compared to this? That talisman clone merely made her suffer. But it would never take her life. Even if she were currently a beast, she would only be a 4th-tier weakling, with a terrifying entity of 3 ranks above her in pursuit. Jian Hao screamed again, duck. Bai Yunshui instinctively lowered her head, only to collide directly into a protruding branch. Dazed and disoriented, she caught a glimpse of the purple toxic smoke. Perhaps it would be better to say it was the noxious breath of the demonic manta. Spreading rapidly, withered grass and trees in its wake, insects and ants melting away, and birds and beasts perishing. Then, the uncontrollable demonic manta soared overhead, exposing its belly as it flew past Bai Yunshui's head. Jian Hao slapped Bai Yunshui's face. Stab its belly. Are you foolish? Why are you dawdling? Bai Yunshui instinctively transformed the lump of mud into a blue sword and thrust it into the manta's belly. What matter was the foul stench? Bai Yunshui gathered all her strength, determined to tear this demonic manta apart. Alas, how much strength could she truly muster? The result was a gash. The manta shrieked. Yet instead of retreating, it became enraged. Today, the manta had merely sought a meal, yet it encountered a cultivator, a mere initial foundation establishment practitioner. What kind of fate is this? For demonic creatures, cultivators are truly delectable and juicy. Consuming this would be akin to a panacea, boosting their cultivation significantly. Yet, during the hunt, it unexpectedly found itself wounded by its prey. Jian Hao, terrified, slapped Bai Yunshui again. What are you doing? Run! It's gone berserk! Bai Yunshui could care less about her throbbing head, and, seizing the foolish Jian Hao, fled with all her might. Isn't this lump of mud supposed to possess heavenly-grade growth potential? Wasn't it invincible in Senior Brother's hands? Why can't I even slay a mere demonic manta now? Jian Hao, witnessing the frenzied manta behind Bai Yunshui, either rolled his eyes in fright or in exasperation at her words. Yet, being the strongest Antagonist System, even when facing imminent peril, it managed to explain, you do realize that was in Jian Shuanghan's hands, right? Even if the clone's power is merely that of an initial foundation establishment, his true self is at the Great Ascension stage. Even armed with just a twig, he could make you search for your teeth on the ground. How utterly devastating. But Bai Yunshui understood that, at the end of the day, it was her weakness that was to blame. In that instant, Bai Yunshui felt profound regret, genuine remorse. What kind of foolishness had possessed her? Why, when she had ample provisions and safety at the Tianjin sect, had she chosen to be a fool? She had squandered her time, which could have been spent cultivating, on trying to please her senior brother, caring for her junior disciples, and bickering with Wen Qingqing. Now, she found herself fleeing in disarray from a seventh-tier demonic manta. What camaraderie among disciples, what responsibilities as a senior sister. Without strength, all her actions were but a farce. With power, like senior brother, one could reason with the master when in a good mood or deliver a slap when in a foul mood. There would be no humiliation from a useless junior sister in the Great Hall. How much foolishness had occupied her mind back then? She must grow stronger. She must be like senior brother. Meanwhile, Jian Shuanghan, upon hearing the agonized cries of Jian Hao and Bai Yunshui, and witnessing their frantic state via the communication jade slip, was momentarily puzzled. Asking Wan Zhao's sword spirit, "Have I been too harsh on my third junior sister?" Wan Zhao's spirit rolled its eyes. "No, master. Are you not aware of your own actions? Did not the esteemed Qingxian Jinren bring you to the 10,000 Demons Valley after your successful foundation establishment?" Jian Shuanghan immediately denied this. Was he the type to require Qingxian Jinren's constant oversight during his travels and cultivation? Certainly not. Completing his tasks and enhancing his strength was a trivial matter that did not warrant Qingxuan's concern. Suddenly, a thunderous bellow echoed. "Jian Shuanghan, you scoundrel! How dare you invade the 10,000 Demons Valley? Today shall be your end." A resounding slap reverberated throughout the skies of the 10,000 Demons Valley. Jian Shuanghan stared at his left hand, which had clearly acted without his consent and the residual electricity still crackling, then glanced at the newly formed pit in the ground. A man clad in a fur coat lay with his side facing down at the center of the pit. "TSK." Jian Shuanghan furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed. When did the leader of the 10,000 Demons Valley become so weak? It was merely a slap, and he was already down? Before Jian Shuanghan could comprehend the situation, an even more thunderous roar resonated, accompanied by a palm imbued with pure demonic energy descending upon him. "Jian Shuanghan, you ruffian, how dare you strike my son?" Another crisp sound rang out as the overwhelming palm energy shattered in an instant. The newcomer stood a mere foot away from Jian Shuanghan. His head turned to the side, bearing a vivid red handprint on his face, while two strands of electricity danced through his hair. "Jian Shuanghan." The furious roar echoed across the entirety of the 10,000 Demons Valley. Jian Shuanghan took a step back, narrowly avoiding the spittle of the enraged individual. Before him stood a figure radiating fury, clad in a black fur cloak, exuding an irresistible yet sinister allure, an aura so sharp it was almost blinding. This was none other than Chu Jinsheng, the true master of the Valley of 10,000 Demons. Jian Shuanghan flicked away the residual currents of electricity from his hands and remarked nonchalantly, "That young lad below not only bears a striking resemblance to you, but his arrogance is quite similar as well. Not recognizing him before taking action is understandable, isn't it? After all, who could remain calm when confronted by a lunatic? Possibly even one they know, who approaches with insults. One might be tempted to strike first to eliminate any future threats. Moreover, neither you nor your son are truly human. Chu Jinsheng is a 20th-tier demon beast, now having attained a human form. In ancient parlance, this is referred to as a Yao." Chu Jinsheng gritted his teeth and demanded, "Then what am I?" This query was all too simple to answer. Jian Shuanghan replied with a sense of inevitability. "I've already dealt with your son. If I were to overlook you, would that not imply I am abusing my power against the weak? Furthermore, a father must bear the consequences of a son's poor upbringing. With such a lack of manners, you, as his father, cannot escape blame." At this, Chu Jinsheng's body began to emanate dark energy, his rage escalating. Without hesitation, he swiped a claw towards Jian Shuanghan, exclaiming, "You are truly intolerable." It was indeed intolerable. He had the audacity to block the entrance with a feeble child, preventing the demon beasts of the valley from entering or exiting. He had even kicked back the messenger he had sent. Following that, he brazenly flaunted his sword throughout the valley of 10,000 demons, as if daring anyone to confront him. Such a person would hardly be welcomed in the valley of 10,000 demons. Jian Shuanghan deftly evaded Chu Jinsheng's claw, one hand resting behind his back while the other pointed his sword in challenge. Wan Shao, having retracted his magnificent bird form to the size of an ordinary flying sword, served as Jian Shuanghan's platform, and astonishingly, Chu Jincheng could not land even a single strike upon his garments. The Wan Shao sword, renowned as the fastest sword in the realm of cultivation, was not merely for show. In Jian Shuanghan's hands, it allowed him to evade nearly any attack. Chu Jincheng's entire being ignited with demonic flames, scorching everything in proximity. Even if his fists and feet did not make contact, the sheer force of his strikes would sear anything that came too close. Yet, no matter the approach, he could not keep pace with Jian Shuanghan's speed. Every strike went awry. Enraged, Chu Jincheng bellowed, "If you have the ability, then don't dodge." It could be said that Chu Jincheng was consumed with fury. In an instant, he transformed into a colossal black Rakshasa, ablaze with purple flames. The Wan Shao sword came to an abrupt halt, and Jian Shuanghan turned to face the looming figure of Chu Jincheng, a cold smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. "This is what you asked for." Chu Jincheng belonged to the Rakshasa race, known for their capacity to transform as they cultivated. In this moment, he aimed to overpower Jian Shuanghan, morphing into a gigantic lion, its massive claws descending from above, reminiscent of the initial encounter when Bai Yinshui first arrived at the entrance of the Valley of 10,000 Demons. This chilling smile sent a wave of dread through Chu Jincheng. No, even if Jian Shuanghan were a master at the ascendant stage, what of it? Chu Jincheng concentrated all his might in an instant, unleashing every technique he possessed upon Jian Shuanghan. Jian Shuanghan was a being who had angered the heavens. Should he succeed in slaying him here, he would earn a reward from the celestial authorities, propelling him from the 20th to the 22nd tier, elevating him to a level equivalent to an ascendant master, thus allowing him to traverse the 9 provinces at will. With this thought, Chu Jincheng tapped into every ounce of his potential, determined to eliminate Jian Shuanghan. With a roar that echoed throughout the Valley of 10,000 Demons, Chu Jincheng commanded all the demon beasts within to focus on the airborne Jian Shuanghan. The flying beasts immediately launched themselves at him, while those unable to fly sought out ambush positions to pounce at the first opportunity, ready to tear Jian Shuanghan apart at their master's bidding. In an instant, the Valley of 10,000 Demons was engulfed in murderous intent. The Wan Shao sword emitted a piercing cry, its sword energy resonating, matching the murderous intent of the Valley of 10,000 Demons and enveloping the entire valley, establishing a counterbalance. Subsequently, the flames of the Rakshasa transformed into a rain of fire, cascading downwards, enveloping all the demon beasts in a fiery shroud. The weaker ones experienced a surge in power, elevating by 3 to 5 tiers, while the stronger ones improved by at least 1 tier. The Valley of 10,000 Demons surged forth like a tempest. This surge of demonic energy even penetrated the dead zone, stirring commotion beyond its borders. Yi Li Feng, incensed by Su Heng and Wen Qingqing, had disembarked from their flying vessel. Situya, who originally intended to return to the Sword Sect to report to Elder Qiu Yuning, instead found herself communicating through a jade slip to Qiu Yuning, who rolled her eyes in response. "Really, 2 fools who lack discernment," Qiu Yuning stated. "Why are you returning? Do you truly expect Su Heng and his group of useless individuals to achieve any noteworthy results in the upcoming Bai High Palace competition? Even if they did, what significance would it hold?" The two were left bewildered by Qiu Yuning's words, with Yi Li Feng questioning. "Isn't the goal of the Bai High Palace competition to secure a ranking?" Qiu Yuning replied with a light laugh. "In previous years, that was indeed the case. But this year is different. Many new talents have emerged in each sect. Take Lingxiao sect's Li Jingrang, for instance. He is not yet 200 years old and is already at the transformation stage. Do you think Su Heng's companions stand a chance against him?" It was evident they could not compete. Li Jingrang had joined the Lingxiao sect at the age of 8, taking 170 years to reach the transformation stage, and had maintained a stable realm for the past 20 years. Noticing the two hesitating to respond, Qiu Yuning nodded in satisfaction. "Have you forgotten how old our sword sect's elder brother Jian Shuanghan is this year?" Situya suddenly recalled attending the disciple recruitment event where the esteemed Qing Xianjinren accepted Jian Shuanghan as a disciple, while Jian Shuanghan. Yi Li Feng looked at Situya with a perplexed expression. To be honest, he had lived in the sect for quite some time, but apart from knowing that their elder brother often traveled, he had only recently learned of Jian Shuanghan's raucous return to the sect. Situya offered an awkward smile and explained to Yi Li Feng, "Elder brother is 181 years old. Strictly speaking, Jian Shuanghan, Su Heng, Li Jingrang, and Situya were all contemporaries among cultivators. Even within the sect, they shared the same generation. Although Li Jingrang was somewhat bothersome, he was nonetheless at the early transformation stage, undeniably a dazzling figure among the talents of the 5 sects and 12 factions. However, Jian Shuanghan was on a different level entirely. Yi Lifeng's expression turned incredulous as he pondered. Master. The real reason the sect leader assigned elder brother to lead the team is to allow him to participate in the Bai High Palace competition? What other reason could there be? This is Jian Shuanghan's first opportunity to contribute to the sect as elder brother. Yi Lifeng shivered it. But elder brother is at the ascendant stage. Even if he has just entered the ascendant stage, he is still among the top 20 in the 9 provinces. He is going to participate in a competition meant for disciples under 200 years old? Is the sect leader serious? Qiu Yuning affirmed, of course. And I recall that not only is your elder brother an exceptional sword cultivator, but he is also quite adept at alchemy. With him around, what is there to worry about regarding rankings or injuries? Yi Lifeng and Situya fell silent, realizing the truth of her words. Moreover, with Jian Shuanghan having previously slapped the sect leader, it seemed there was little cause for concern about Su Heng and Wen Qingqing causing any further disturbances. Qiu Yuning rummaged through her medicinal box, passing them a list before saying, since you are in such a hurry to return, why not head to the Valley of 10,000 Demons to gather some medicinal materials for me? Be careful and avoid getting hurt. After issuing her instructions, Qiu Yuning severed the communication through the jade slip, and at that moment, Song Yiyu hurried after them, offering apologies. Song Yiyu's demeanor was undoubtedly sincere. For this was Yi Lifeng, the notorious antagonist from the Lord of 10,000 Reversals. Even without the protagonist's halo, he possessed the aura of a villain. The significance of such a presence was not to be underestimated. In a moment of earnestness, Song Yiyu rummaged through his ring, pain piercing his heart as he retrieved the 7-star concealment array gifted to him by his elder brother, Jian Shuanghan, and presented it to Situya. Let this serve as my apology. I implore both of you to accept it. Yes. The very life-saving 7-star concealment array bestowed upon him by Jian Shuanghan was now being sacrificed for the sake of Su Heng and Wen Qingqing's thoughtless words and reckless actions. It was truly a heart-wrenching decision. Situya recognized at a glance the formidable protective array that was the 7-star concealment array, her hand trembling as she hesitated to accept it. Song Shidi, this array is far too precious. You must have invested considerable effort to acquire it. How could we possibly accept it? Without reservation, Song Yiyu replied, it was a gift from my elder brother, and now I bestow it upon you both. It is truly the most valuable apology I can offer. The revelation that it was indeed from Jian Shuanghan sparked a realization. It was not surprising that he possessed such a formidable array. Yet, seeing Situya's reluctance to accept, Song Yiyu promptly thrust the array into Yi Lifeng's hands. This was no jest. After all, he was destined to confront the formidable Lord of 10,000 Reversals in the future. Even if he were to face defeat within the narrative, who could predict the unforeseen events that might transpire on Yi Lifeng's side? Now was the time to secure a favor from him. Should the master eventually take in the 7th disciple, and should that disciple hold him in disdain, he would still possess a backup in the form of the white moonlight antagonist to rely upon, wouldn't he? Yi Lifeng, taken aback by the sudden thrust of the protective array into his hands, felt a tremor run through him. I cannot accept this. As Yi Lifeng prepared to decline, Song Yiyu quickly turned to Situya. Sister Situ, the medicine peak is the lifeblood of our sect. This array protects you, and in turn, safeguards the entire sect. With that, Song Yiyu had laid out his reasoning. Sighing, Situya conceded very well. Since we must soon enter the Valley of 10,000 Demons, a place fraught with peril, you may keep it for now. Upon hearing the mention of the Valley of 10,000 Demons, Song Yiyu's eyes lit up. He recalled from his reading of the Lord of 10,000 Reversals that an important opportunity awaited in the valley. It was there that he would rescue the Valley Master's son, Lin Xiao. Indeed, within the Valley of 10,000 Demons lay a tangled web of scandal. The current Valley Master's son was not the biological offspring of the Valley Master and his wife, but rather the illegitimate child of the Valley Master and a demon fox. Years ago, both the Valley Master and his paramour had given birth simultaneously, owing to the Valley Master's potent bloodline as a Rakshasa. Even if the mother was not a Rakshasa, any offspring would inevitably possess that lineage. It was likely that an opportunity had arisen for the Valley Master to swap the children of his wife and his lover. Lin Xiao, the Valley Master's biological child, was abandoned in the dead zone of the Valley of 10,000 Demons by the Valley Master, Chu Jinqing. For reasons unknown, he was discovered by a wandering madman and subsequently returned to the valley, becoming one of the few to survive the dead zone. Alas, while Lin Xiao was fortunate to be returned to the Valley of 10,000 Demons, he was but a helpless infant at the time. and it posed a monumental challenge for him to survive in such a treacherous environment. Ultimately, this unfortunate Lin Xiao struggled to endure at the bottom of the valley until he was rescued by the Lord of 10,000 Reversals during his travels in the valley at the foundation building stage. Following this, Lin Xiao, having slain his biological father, Chu Jincheng, ascended to become the new Valley Master, and in gratitude for the Lord of 10,000 Reversals' life-saving intervention, he devoted himself loyally without a trace of resentment. Of course, the Valley Master's ultimate fate was to meet his end at the hands of Yi Lifeng while seeking vengeance. Song Yiyu recalled that in the original tale, the Valley Master's biological son had formed a deep bond with Yi Lifeng. Yet, one sought revenge for love, while the other sought to repay a life debt, resulting in a tragic conclusion where one perished and the other was gravely wounded. Truly, how tragic! Yi Lifeng felt a chill run down his spine under Song Yiyu's fatherly gaze. To be honest, while he harbored disdain for Su Heng and Wen Qingqing, he could still treat Song Yiyu with respect. Even after witnessing the sincerity of his apology, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, that did not give Song Yiyu the right to regard him with such peculiar eyes. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Does Song Shixiang have any further matters to discuss?" Song Yiyu slapped his thigh. "How fortuitous. Please allow me to accompany you to the Valley of 10,000 Demons. I wish to assist you both." Thus, when Situya, Yi Lifeng, and Song Yiyu arrived at the Valley of 10,000 Demons, they coincidentally encountered Jian Shuanghan as he single-handedly faced the entirety of the valley. The demonic aura and sword intent clashed, shaking the very essence of life outside the dead zone. The three were overwhelmed by the immense pressure emanating from the Valley of 10,000 Demons. What had transpired there? Of course, it was Jian Shuanghan engaging in direct combat with Chu Jincheng. It is said that while magical beasts may lack the innate talent of cultivators, their physical strength surpasses that of their peers. However, Jian Shuanghan was an exception. On one hand, he was at the Great Ascension stage, defying common logic. On the other hand, even as the Heavenly Thunder System burned, it failed to inflict any harm upon Jian Shuanghan's physical form, which was truly frightening. Without the need for celestial powers or protective energy, he accelerated with a myriad cloud sword and delivered a punch directly to Chu Jincheng's forehead. The impact was as if Chu Jincheng's skull had been pierced. As Chu Jincheng felt the might of that punch, Jian Shuanghan gathered lightning in his palm, unleashing a torrent of electricity that coursed through the immense form of the Beast Lord. Paralysis and agony compelled the Beast Lord's vast body to writhe as it plummeted from the sky. Small-sized magical beasts charged fearlessly toward Jian Shuanghan, enveloped in Rakshas's dark flames, obscuring the heavens and drowning the sky beneath a wave of sinister fire. Jian Shuanghan stood poised in midair, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as time seemed to freeze. Suddenly, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, followed by a cacophony of thunderclaps. Bolts of lightning struck down upon those winged beasts, creating a spectacle of grandeur. Bai Yunsui, cornered by the magical beasts, had no choice but to wield her full cultivation to transform her mud sword into a formidable shield, blocking every assault from the magical beasts. Though she had evaded the magical beast's bite, it had nonetheless relished the benefits bestowed by Chu Jincheng. Originally a 7th-tier magical beast, Bai Yunsui thought she could still escape, even hearing Chu Jincheng's impotent rage directed at Jian Shuanghan from above. At that moment, Bai Yunsui mused that with her elder brother drawing the strongest magical beast sire, she might just slip away unnoticed. Who could have predicted? As she fled, her body was suddenly engulfed in flames. To make matters worse, she inexplicably transformed into a 10th-tier magical beast. Never in her wildest dreams did she believe that as a mere foundation-level cultivator, she could survive so long beneath the might of a 10th-tier magical beast. Suddenly, the magical beast went berserk, heedlessly charging at Bai Yunsui and Jian Hao, crashing them against the mountainside with reckless abandon. The force was so brutal that it threatened to crush them without mercy. Jian Hao, infuriated, pointed skyward and cursed, "Dogmaster, save me. If I die, I shall haunt you even in death." Just as he finished his outburst, a blinding white light cleaved through their vision. The dazzling brightness left them momentarily blinded. Then, a voice rang out from the heavens. "What is all this noise? Hurry and complete the tasks I have assigned." It was Jian Shuanghan's voice. As Bai Yunsui and Jian Hao rubbed their eyes, gradually regaining their sight, they were greeted by the unexpected aroma of cooked meat. To their astonishment, the magical beast lay before them, thoroughly fried. The crisis had been averted. Moreover, Bai Yunsui realized she had miraculously escaped Jian Shuanghan's lightning strike. Indeed, the magical beasts that had once besieged Jian Shuanghan were now brought down by the lightning, rendered incapable of further resistance, plummeting to the ground in a cacophony of thunderous crashes. As Bai Yunsui fixed her gaze upon the freshly roasted demon ray before her, she nonchalantly swatted away a falling demon bird with a punch, brandishing her mud blade to carve off chunks of the demon ray's flesh. Without a thought for its taste, she stuffed the morsels into her mouth. Jian Hao looked on in shock, exclaiming, "No, Bai Yunsui, are you all right? Please don't do this. It's terrifying." Wiping the grease from her mouth with her sleeve and taking a sip from her water flask, she replied, "If I don't eat soon, I'll starve." Previously, she had cared deeply about her image and demeanor, striving not to disgrace her sect. Had she witnessed someone being pursued so ruthlessly by a demon ray today, she would have undoubtedly intervened. Yet, what good would her intervention do? Now, Bai Yunsui was nothing more than a complete weakling. Even with all her effort, she merely added another dish to the demon ray's meal. In contrast, her senior brother was effortlessly bringing down the multitude of demon beasts under his lightning strikes, as if they were mere fireballs plummeting to the ground. Among them were several demon beasts forcibly elevated to the 10th tier. Yet what posed as a natural disaster to her was merely a creature that required mercy in the presence of her senior brother. Bai Yunsui devoured her food ravenously, completely disregarding her image. Jian Hao watched in horror, hesitant to speak further. Ever since Jie Chu severed his contract with the Qixing sword, Bai Yunsui's foolishness had been steadily diminishing at an unrelenting pace. In an instant, as she filled her stomach, Jian Hao was astounded to discover that her foolishness had plummeted to zero. This meant that Bai Yunsui had achieved liberation from her previous ignorance. Moreover, as her foolishness decreased, her previous distortion value of 13,892 had also diminished to 10,534. A new metric appeared on Bai Yunsui's panel, labeled as righteousness value, currently standing at 5. Truly, the master of the dog was indeed a thorn in the side of the heavenly path. Jian Hao felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He suddenly found himself perplexed by these humans. Bai Yunsui, despite appearing disheveled and lacking grace, had in essence improved internally. Jian Hao realized that Jian Shuanghan and Bai Yunsui, both of whom had once been bound to hosts, were entirely different entities. Could it be that with her own body, the system had undergone a transformation? How fascinating. Just as Jian Hao pondered the mysteries of life, he was suddenly startled by rustling sounds from the nearby bushes. Instinctively, Bai Yunsui transformed her mud blade into dozens of weapons, launching them towards the source of the noise. Jian Hao sensed an approaching presence. However, before he could warn her, Bai Yunsui had already risen and unexpectedly struck in another direction. It was a classic feint. The noise had been deliberately created to lure her attention. In the moment her strike missed, Bai Yunsui discerned the true position of the intruder, executing a swift and precise maneuver that almost instantaneously seized a 7-year-old child's neck. Jian Hao hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" Bai Yunsui. Bai Yunsui's icy gaze fell upon the innocent child, her voice devoid of warmth. "I do not take life lightly. Yet, the sudden appearance of a child in the valley of 10,000 demons is unusual. Speak. Who are you?" Jian Hao let out a sigh of relief. Fearing for the child's life just moments ago, the child gazed back with bright, innocent eyes, clad in ragged pelts, bearing numerous wounds that rendered him utterly pitiful. But Bai Yunsui remained vigilant, her shock deepening. Though she could easily snap the child's delicate neck, she found her hand met with a protective circle of beast bone around his neck, rendering her grip ineffective. Jian Hao deduced the child was incapable of speech and carefully scanned him, explaining to Bai Yunsui, "He is of the Raksha tribe. We should refer to him as a cub. He is 86 years old and at the 3rd tier. 86 years to reach the 3rd tier?" Bai Yunsui was momentarily taken aback. Was the cultivation of demon beasts truly so arduous? Just then, a gurgling sound emanated from the child's stomach, his gaze fixating on the corpse of the demon ray. Jian Hao gestured towards the demon ray, inquiring, "Are you hungry?" The child nodded eagerly. "If you don't want it, may I have a bite?" "Just one. I've been starving for days." Bai Yunsui exchanged glances with Jian Hao, who shrugged, like the Valley Lord. This little one is also a Raksha, adept at transformation. It is not surprising that he can assume human form at such a young age. Moreover, the fact that he has not succumbed to the Valley Lord's edicts and has not been tainted by the Raksha's dark flames indicates he is no ordinary child. Jian Hao reminded Bai Yunsui that since the child had not been influenced by the Valley Lord, it was unlikely he would turn against them immediately. After a moment's hesitation, Bai Yunsui sighed and brought the child to the demon-raised corpse, saying, "Help yourself, I've had my fill." Meanwhile, Bai Yunsui took a brief respite. On Jian Shuanghan's end, matters were far from resolved. After incapacitating all flying demon beasts with a surge of lightning, he decided to spare their lives. After all, he had not come to the Valley of 10,000 Demons merely to annihilate a clan. Yet, the Valley Lord had other intentions, charging directly at Jian Shuanghan. Unleashing all the Rakshas's dark flames upon him, Jian Shuanghan swiftly countered with a sword aura that seemed capable of incinerating the very world, momentarily glancing towards Bai Yunsui's direction. He reconsidered, recognizing that such a display would disrupt Bai Yunsui's task. Moreover, Chu Jincheng, as the ruler of this realm, deserved a measure of respect. Lifting his hand once more, the entire Valley of 10,000 Demons was suddenly swept by a refreshing breeze. As if all the malevolence and savagery inherent to the demon beasts were being purified. From Jian Shuanghan's raised hand, a radiant glow slowly materialized. Huazue Sanqian. Draw. At that moment, Chu Jincheng felt as though he were entranced, glimpsing something distant, something that should not belong to his life. It was the purest spiritual energy a cultivator could possess. Jian Shuanghan wielded 3 swords: Wanxiao Sword, Heart Sword, and Huazue Sanqian. The sword now in his grasp was Huazue Sanqian. Huazue Sanqian, with boundless sword intent, swept through like a spring breeze over a chasm, illuminating the starry sky. In an instant, Chu Jincheng found himself engulfed in this overwhelming sword intent. If Jian Shuanghan's anger manifested as oppressive force and murderous intent, then the release of Huazue Sanqian embodied compassion. Even the sword aura that infused his body caused no pain to Chu Jincheng. In that fleeting moment, the Rakshas's dark flames were extinguished, and the myriad demons bowed in submission. By the time Chu Jincheng regained his senses, he found himself kneeling on the ground, defeated. Jian Shuanghan, sword tip aimed at Chu Jincheng, queried, "What say you? Do you yield?" Chu Jincheng lowered his head, realizing that despite summoning the full might of the Valley of 10,000 Demons, he could not even inflict a scratch upon Jian Shuanghan. Was this the might of the ascendant realm of the Jiuzhou continent? Why was it so formidable? Jian Shuanghan remained unhurried, observing the kneeling Chu Jincheng, knowing that as long as his mind was somewhat rational, he should recognize that conceding now would preserve his dignity. For a demon beast of the 20th tier, losing to an ascendant cultivator was not disgraceful. No matter how he lost, it held no shame. Surviving Jian Shuanghan's blade would be a point of pride for Chu Jincheng. However, a flash of hatred flickered in Chu Jincheng's eyes as he cast a glance towards his fallen offspring nearby. There was no way he could swallow the grudge of losing his child and the desire to destroy the valley. Jian Shuanghan immediately detected that flicker of hatred and casually tossed a top-tier healing elixir to Chu Jincheng, saying, "Enough with this face, as though I owe you 100,000 lives. Your son is not dead yet, and I have spared the lives of the demon beasts who attacked me under your orders. What more do you want?" Chu Jincheng paused for a moment, hastily grabbing the elixir and rushing to his son, whose face was swollen and drooling, only to find that he was still alive. Immediately administering the elixir provided by Jian Shuanghan to his son, he felt the pulsations of life becoming increasingly vigorous, which finally allowed him to exhale in relief. Jian Shuanghan, having stowed away the flower-drunk Sanqian, contemplated the arrival of Jian Hao, intending to showcase him to Chu Jincheng, as he harbored a lingering suspicion regarding Chu Jincheng's considerable foolishness. With a darkened expression, Chu Jincheng inquired, "What brings you to the Valley of 10,000 Demons?" Jian Shuanghan replied with a gentle smile, "I seek your collaboration to annihilate the Heavenly Dao." A shiver coursed through Chu Jincheng's entire being, an icy dread surging from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, as an indescribable fear enveloped him. "Could you possibly repeat that?" he demanded. Jian Shuanghan understood the profound implications of the Heavenly Dao for this realm. Yet after careful consideration, he realized that merely safeguarding the Wanjian sect from the clutches of the Heavenly Dao was a fleeting victory. What good was a temporary respite when the world itself was at stake? This realm was not only his world, but also the world of countless others. And the most prudent course of action was to empower its inhabitants to overthrow the Heavenly Dao. Therefore, Jian Shuanghan asserted, "I intend to obliterate the Heavenly Dao." Chu Jincheng's astonishment knew no bounds. "You are mad!" exclaimed Jian Shuanghan as he found a sturdy stone to perch upon, fixing his gaze upon Chu Jincheng. In a frigid tone, he elaborated, "Many of the beasts born in this realm were once cultivators in their past lives, meeting their demise through tribulations, violence, or the natural end of life without breaking through. Regardless of the cause, once they have cultivated and absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, the Heavenly Dao forbids their reincarnation as humans, opting instead to cleanse their memories and reincarnate them as beasts. Only those slain by other cultivators can be reborn as humans, posthumously yielding their beast cores. With a sardonic smile, Jian Shuanghan continued, "Surely you do not believe that by obeying the will of the Heavenly Dao and eliminating me, a thorn in its side, you can escape the fate of being hunted by cultivators and attain the Heavenly Dao's forgiveness? Reflect for a moment with your rusty mind. Has any beast ever ascended to the 22nd tier?" As Jian Shuanghan spoke, Chu Jincheng's complexion grew increasingly pale, his hopes steadily dissolving with each word. The 22nd tier, the initial stage of the Great Ascension. Since the inception of beasts, none had ever reached such heights. Particularly now, as Chu Jincheng himself strived to break through, he realized that no matter his efforts, his endeavors bore no fruit. Moreover, the companion grasses fiercely protected by many beasts were seized by cultivators, and he too was not spared, having lost his own celestial herb in his youth. It seemed as though their kind was destined to be bullied by cultivators. It was only when he reached the 20th tier that he dreamt of being the leader of a certain sect, only to be shattered by heavenly lightning during his breakthrough into the void refinement stage. Upon waking, he found himself reborn from the womb. With a grim demeanor, Chu Jincheng retorted, "Why should I trust you?" "Why?" Jian Shuanghan found amusement in the situation and chuckled, "Because I am a thorn in the side of the Heavenly Dao, and even you, as a beast, must adhere to righteousness in my presence. Should you choose to defy, I shall compel you to comply." Chapter 42, The True. False Valley Master? Chu Jincheng erupted into a laugh akin to that of a slaughtered pig. It was utterly absurd. What was Jian Shuanghan thinking? Unable to restrain himself, he scoffed, "In essence, this is merely a winner-takes-all scenario. The one with the mightiest fist dictates the terms, does it not? Jian Shuanghan, do you truly believe you can contend with the Heavenly Dao? How arrogant." Observing Chu Jincheng's boisterous demeanor, Jian Shuanghan surmised that he remained obstinately defiant and asked, "Very well. If you align with the Heavenly Dao, then you position yourself as my enemy. I shall have no choice but to eliminate you and select a new leader of the Valley of 10,000 Demons who is willing to collaborate." With that, Jian Shuanghan brandished the flower-drunk Sanqian, demonstrating how to execute a perfectly elegant decapitation of Chu Jincheng's head. Musing on whether his master would desire the head of a Rakshasa as a trophy, Chu Jincheng trembled involuntarily and lowered his head, exclaiming, "Fine, I agree. Let us collaborate." It was no jest. The disparity in power when Jian Shuanghan had struck him instilled a paralyzing fear within him. Despite the absence of a chilling pressure, the strength of Jian Shuanghan was unmistakable, rendering his attempts at resistance a mere act of charity from Jian Shuanghan. He was uncertain of the consequences of defying the Heavenly Dao, but he was acutely aware that opposing Jian Shuanghan would lead to swift and brutal separation of body and soul. Jian Shuanghan, satisfied, retracted the flower-drunk Sanqian and patted Chu Jincheng's shoulder, pleased to find that he was indeed a reasonable beast. He pointed to the clouds overhead that he had summoned, assuring, "Rest assured, my storm clouds can obscure the Heavenly Dao's perception, so this collaboration will remain undisclosed, and you shall not incur divine punishment." In astonishment, Chu Jincheng asked, "You can obscure the Heavenly Dao's sight and hearing?" Jian Shuanghan nodded. This insight had come to him while studying Jian Hao, as blocking the main system's perception of Jian Hao was fundamentally similar to cloaking the Valley of 10,000 Demons from the Heavenly Dao's awareness. Chu Jincheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to survive another day. "So, how do you intend to slaughter the Heavenly Dao?" Jian Shuanghan paused, contemplating before responding. "Do you think it is easier to obliterate the Heavenly Dao first, or to break through to the Great Ascension?" Chu Jincheng's eyes blazed crimson. He felt an overwhelming urge to rend Jian Shuanghan into shreds. Was this insufferable fool so clueless that he had no plan for either defying the heavens or progressing to the Great Ascension, yet still dared to engage him in grandiloquent discourse? If the Heavenly Dao sought to strike down Jian Shuanghan, he would not intervene. If he had the knowledge, he would have acted long ago. This sort of individual was destined for an early demise, a swift end, and a miserable fate. However, Jian Shuanghan's affairs in the Valley of 10,000 Demons were far from concluded. This was a revelation not only to Chu Jincheng, but also to Jian Shuanghan himself. For the trio of Bai Yunshui, Sitiya, and others had encountered one another. They believe it necessary to investigate the circumstances within the Valley of 10,000 Demons. Little did they know, as they traversed the 5-mile entrance, they would first come across the disheveled Bai Yunshui. Upon spotting Bai Yunshui, she was standing triumphantly atop the head of a 5th-tier beast, wielding a large blue axe. Before the trio's astonished gazes, she swung the axe and severed the beast's head cleanly. The beast's blood, illuminated by the setting sun, painted a vivid crimson rainbow. Bai Yunshui skillfully extracted the beast's core from the lifeless creature, knowing that with this prize, she could present her work to her senior brother. After a moment of recognition, Song Yiyu gasped in shock. Third junior sister. Bai Yunshui glanced up at the trio, now entirely unconcerned with her appearance, as she began to skin the beast. Calling out to Jian Hao and the Rakshasa cub hiding behind a tree, "You two come over and start a fire. It's time for barbecue." The trio watched as the small Rakshasa cub emerged, clutching a doll resembling Jian Shuanghan, and expertly set about preparing a fire and making a roasting rack. Sia, trembling, pointed at the carcass of the beast. "White junior sister, are you planning to eat that?" Bai Yunshui, in a state of numbness, replied yes. "Indeed, to replenish my strength." The faces of Song Yiyu and Situ Yi simultaneously paled, especially Song Yiyu, who stammered, "Third junior sister. That is beast meat. Is it even edible?" To their astonishment, Bai Yunshui merely revealed a row of gleaming white teeth. She believed her smile to be one of resignation. Yet those who beheld it found it chilling. Her words were even more unsettling. If human flesh can be consumed, why not beast flesh? Unable to contain himself, Song Yiyu turned away to vomit, while Yi Lifeng hurriedly assisted Situya in regaining composure. What was happening? Was there not a single sound mind among the disciples under the sect leader? Su Heng and Wen Qingqing were already outrageous enough. Now Bai Yunshui proved equally eccentric. Moreover, each of them was peculiar in their own right. In former times, the reactions of Song Yiyu, Yi Lifeng, and Situya would have left Bai Yunshui heartbroken for quite some time. However, now she was indifferent. With fewer mouths to feed, the Rakshasa cub could indulge even more. Indeed, this humanoid Rakshasa cub possesses an astonishing appetite. That magical ray, astonishingly, was entirely consumed by this Rakshasa cub without leaving a trace. Moreover, after finishing the meal, it didn't even let out a burp. Following the feast, Bai Yunshui began diligently searching for a suitable magical beast to engage in single combat. Upon vanquishing it, the inner core would be hers, while the corpse would be entrusted to Jian Hao, who would roast it alongside the Rakshasa cub for consumption. This arrangement alleviated any concerns about the corpse attracting more formidable magical beasts, truly a win-win situation. Furthermore, when hunger strikes, there is no need for spirit-cleansing pills. Consuming the flesh of magical beasts suffices. After regurgitating sufficiently, Song Yiyu cautiously approached Bai Yunshui and inquired, "Third senior sister, what troubles you? If you are facing any difficulties, please share with me, and I shall find a way to assist you." Upon hearing this, Bai Yunshui slightly furrowed her brow. To be honest, she held no significant ill feelings towards Song Yiyu, provided that Wen Qingqing did not interfere. Truly, moreover, it was only the current Bai Yunshui who could maintain her composure before Song Yiyu. From Bai Yunsui's perspective, Song Yiyu was merely a standard sycophant, and a particularly biased one at that, exhibiting a rather low level of intelligence. Of course, among her fellow disciples, including their master, he was the most ingratiating one. Generally, Song Yiyu treated them fairly. For instance, when going out on excursions, the gifts he selected were undoubtedly thoughtful, tailored to each individual's preferences. Recipients were invariably delighted, and Bai Yunshui also appreciated these tokens. The issue arose when Bai Yunshui joyfully accepted the gifts, only for Wen Qingqing to sulkily insist that she desired the same, persistently pestering Song Yiyu for a duplicate. Song Yiyu, ever the mindless patron, would inevitably retrieve the gifts time and again, promising to bring an extra next time as compensation. Of course, next time, there would indeed be compensation, but Wen Qingqing would want more. Yes, Wen Qingqing resorted to her old tricks again. Not only Song Yiyu, but also Su Heng, Yin Qinjue, and even their master had requested gifts. Bai Yunshui, previously not one to boast, found herself frustrated that Song Yiyu remained oblivious to the fact that his gifts ultimately ended up in Wen Qingqing's possession. At least in the past, Bai Yunshui had grievances regarding this matter. However, the situation had changed. She felt no need to quarrel with a group of individuals whose intellect was questionable. After all, she too had been rather foolish in the past, had she not? Thus, when Song Yiyu inquired, Bai Yunshui replied, "There will be no issues. This is something the senior brother also consumes." Indeed, outside the Valley of 10,000 Demons, the roasted meat Jian Shuanghan had presented to her was none other than magical beast flesh. With familiarity comes ease. She had grown accustomed to it. Upon hearing senior brother, Song Yiyu instinctively shuddered. You mean, senior brother also eats? Was it senior brother who brought you here? Bai Yunsui nodded. She recalled that Song Yiyu had traveled with the flying boat, while Situya and Yi Lifeng were disciples of Elder Qiu Yu Ning from Yaofeng. The sudden appearance of the three could not be mere coincidence. What? Did you encounter trouble on your way to Bihai Palace? Yi Lifeng and Situya regarded Bai Yunsui with newfound respect. Impressive. She grasped the situation so effortlessly. Song Yiyu chuckled awkwardly, reluctant to elaborate on the events aboard the flying boat. After all, if Jian Shuanghan were present, he felt certain Su Heng would receive several sharp reprimands from the senior brother. Yi Lifeng scoffed, unwilling to discuss further, while Situya sought to avoid escalation. In any case, we simply found it a bit uncomfortable traveling together on the flying boat. So the three of us decided to part ways. She was certainly not lying. Which rational person could feel at ease in the company of Wen Qingqing? Bai Yunsui contemplated that, regardless of the circumstances, it was best to assist Jian Shuanghan in maintaining appearances, as creating a scene by beating the elite of the law enforcement hall upon exiting the mountain gate would be utterly disgraceful. Completely disgraceful. Once the Rakshasa cub had devoured all the magical beast meat, leaving the three of them somewhat astonished, she finally asked, What brings you three to the Valley of 10,000 Demons? Surely, you aren't here for training like me? Situya produced a list that Elder Qiu Yu Ning had prepared. We came to assist our master in locating some useful items. Bai Yunsui shifted her inquisitive gaze towards Song Yiyu, who awkwardly admitted, I had some free time, so I came to help. By the way, where's senior brother? Bai Yunsui's expression clearly conveyed her ignorance of the matter. Never mind, Song Yiyu was reluctant to pry further. After all, that was a monstrous being in the ascended stage who could assert dominance anywhere he went. As a mere novice, he had no need to concern himself. All right, I completed the assignments senior brother assigned me. Once Lin Xiao finishes eating, I'll accompany you to search. Bai Yunsui gestured for the three to observe the Rakshasa cub, blissfully munching on magical beast meat. Song Yiyu's mind briefly malfunctioned before he suddenly realized, Lin Xiao? Wasn't that the birth name of the Valley Master of the Valley of 10,000 Demons? Upon closer inspection, this indeed was a Rakshasa cub. Wait a moment. Song Yiyu tentatively inquired, Why is it called Lin Xiao? Did senior sister name it? Bai Yunsui shrugged. She was not adept at naming, so she replied, No. It can write. It wrote its name for me. Upon hearing Bai Yunsui's words, Lin Xiao seized a charred twig and inscribed the two characters Lin Xiao on the ground. This meant that this was the future first general under the reign of the Lord of 10,000 Reversals. Lin Xiao? Song Yiyu instinctively approached and picked Lin Xiao up, examining him from every angle. No matter how he looked at it, this child appeared plump and rosy, utterly unlike the fearsome and terrifying Rakshasa beast that would one day serve the Lord of the Gods. Furthermore, little Lin Xiao was even delighted by Song Yiyu's actions, bursting into giggles. Jian Hao, who had been observing Lin Xiao consume the magical beast meat, was pondering whether he should inform Jian Shuanghan to create a digestive system to satisfy his own cravings. Yet suddenly, Jian Shuanghan's voice rang out, and upon hearing it, Jian Hao became ecstatic. Little Bai Yin, let me tell you, the dog master turned the Valley Master of the Valley of 10,000 Demons into a pile of dung. He said that if we completed the mission, we could seek him out and take some wool from the Valley Master as compensation for his defeat. Song Yiyu could scarcely believe his ears. Did the senior brother really defeat the Valley Master of the Valley of 10,000 Demons? Why would he do that? Jian Hao shrugged. Don't ask, it's just a puppet, knows nothing at all. In any case, he said that once we've taken all the wool, he'll take us to Bihai Palace. Situya Engyid Yifeng Ikchengid Gudansis. According to Qiu Yu Ning's words, this legendary senior brother seemed to be participating in the grand competition at Bihai Palace. It appeared that a spectacle was indeed on the horizon. Without a moment's hesitation, the two followed by Yunsui, heading directly to see Jian Shuanghan. Song Yiyu, however, walked away feeling somewhat dazed. He now felt that the narrative of the Lord of 10,000 Reversals was becoming increasingly ludicrous. Truly, after all this time, he had managed to gain no advantage whatsoever, and instead, Jian Shuanghan had muddled everything up from every conceivable angle. Faced with this reality, which could nearly be described as a complete departure from the original storyline, devoid of any narrative corrections, he felt that his time spent reading the original work had been utterly wasted. So much so that when Jian Shuanghan called out to him, asking about the spoils of victory, he had not heard a word. By the time he regained focus, it was too late. For Chu Jincheng had spotted Lin Xiao. Chu Jincheng pointed incredulously at the filthy little creature holding Bai Yun Sui's hand. What on earth is this dirty little thing? Bai Yun Sui frowned. Dirty? Meanwhile, after observing Lin Xiao and then casting a glance at Chu Jincheng, Jian Shuanghan swiftly discerned that little Lin Xiao's Rakshasa bloodline bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Chu Jincheng and his son. No way. Jian Shuanghan, at a loss for words, turned to Chu Jincheng. You can't be serious. Your son is already this old, and you still went out and had a love child? Chu Jincheng's complexion shifted rapidly from pale to red, then to black, and finally back to white, a veritable kaleidoscope of emotions. Almost instinctively, he lashed out in anger. Who is the father of this little bastard? I will not associate with such a creature. Indeed, how could he allow Jian Shuanghan to discover that this Rakshasa cub was, in fact, the biological son of his wife? If that is the case, then the illegitimate child he carries with him would undoubtedly be exposed. After all, Jian Shuanghan is not a mind reader and cannot fathom what Chu Jincheng is thinking. However, given the unpleasantness of his words, he could only retort, if your mouth cannot speak civilized words, then shut it. Why hurl insults at a child? If one were unaware, they might think your mouth is inverted with your rear. Yi Li Feng and Situya gasped in disbelief. Jian Shuanghan, is this truly the esteemed senior brother of their sect? They had previously heard that Jian Shuanghan had scolded his master Qing Xian, but they never imagined his vitriol could be so terrifying. Chapter 44. The True-False Young Master of the Valley 3. Chu Jincheng was originally a man with sharp features and a strikingly handsome appearance. Yet after Jian Shuanghan's remark, his face turned so dark it seemed capable of squeezing out water. Had he not just been pressed to the ground by Jian Shuanghan, he likely would have lunged at him in anger. Instead, he merely flushed crimson and shouted, Jian Shuanghan, your cultivation may be advanced, but your tongue is not. Situda, intending to interject, was discreetly silenced by Song Yiyu. After all, their senior brother was a force to be reckoned with in the entire Tianjin sect, having even bested their master, the revered Qing Xian. What could a mere Chu Jincheng possibly amount to? If Jian Shuanghan had to choose an adversary, it would undoubtedly be Chu Jincheng. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Song Yiyu dashed to Jian Shuanghan's side and briefly relayed the background of Shaolin Xiao. Upon hearing this, Jian Shuanghan felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. He hadn't anticipated that this little cub was one he had carelessly discarded after discovering him in the dead realm. He gestured for Bai Yun Sui to bring Shaolin Xiao closer, scrutinizing him carefully. Looking at the young Rakshasa child, who was so well protected by Chu Jincheng, it was astonishing that they were born on the same day of the same month. One had already blossomed into a handsome young man, while the other remained an infant. The cub Bai Yun Sui had picked up was indeed rather underdeveloped. After examining Lin Xiao, Jian Shuanghan cast a disdainful glance at Chu Jincheng and addressed Bai Yun Sui and the others. Take this child back to Tianjin sect and have master accept him as a disciple. Song Yiyu was momentarily dumbfounded. What? What did senior brother just say? He exclaimed incredulously. But senior brother, this child is a Rakshasa, a magical beast. Jian Shuanghan nodded. And what of it? There are no sect rules stating that disciples must be human. The four members of the Tianjin sect collectively gasped. Indeed, Situya and Yi Li Feng recalled that the sect rules did not explicitly forbid accepting magical beasts as disciples. However, when the rules were established, who could have foreseen that one day someone would wish to take a magical beast as a disciple? Song Yiyu found himself torn between hope for the plot and the reality before him. He believed his little junior brother to be the legendary Wan and I Shinzuan, not Lin Xiao. If Master accepted Lin Xiao, it would mean displacing his junior brother's position, thus shattering the narrative of Wan and I Shinzuan before it even began. As for whether this narrative collapse was good or bad, that was not for him to ponder, as Chu Jincheng was now furious. Jian Shuanghan, what are you implying by bringing a magical beast to Tianjin sect? With a smirk, Jian Shuanghan replied with a hint of cold amusement. What do you mean? It simply means that should you create trouble for me or breach our agreement, I will present this child to the esteemed lady of the house, ensuring your backyard will never know peace. Situya and Yi Li Feng felt their worldviews shatter anew, especially Situya, who had always remembered Jian Shuanghan as a taciturn, aloof figure, akin to a flower on a high peak. She had always believed him to embody grace and elegance. Moreover, this was during the advanced stage of cultivation. Would one truly employ such childish, superficial, and despicable tactics at this level? The answer was yes. As for the reasoning, it was soon inquired by Chu Jinsheng, who, infuriated and humiliated, retorted, "Do you believe I would risk everything to eliminate this little creature?" "Huh." Jian Shuanghan chuckled coldly. "You truly are a beast that has merely taken human form. Do not forget what I previously stated. Should you disobey, I can easily find a new leader for Wan Mo Valley, and Lin Xiao is readily available." Song Yiyu felt a jolt of sympathy for Chu Jinsheng. According to that fragmented narrative, Lin Xiao would indeed receive the assistance of Wan Ni Shinzuan in the future, ultimately slaying Chu Jinsheng to become the new Valley Master. But now, would Lin Xiao ascend to this position with Jian Shuanghan's help? Did this not imply that senior brother had snatched the male lead's opportunity and derailed his storyline? Upon reflection, Song Yiyu suddenly realized how impressive my senior brother. Wherever you are involved in the narrative, it inevitably collapses. Could it be that senior brother is the fabled awakened NPC? Truly remarkable. Chu Jinsheng's face darkened, but Jian Shuanghan merely smiled lightly. Moreover, since I cannot find inspiration for ascension, I must seek some amusement in the mortal realm, and you provide just the entertainment I need. What a quintessential villainous proclamation. Jian Hao felt an inkling of why he would fall into Jian Shuanghan's hands. After all, the strongest antagonist system's fated individual must surely be a villain. In any case, regardless of whether Chu Jinsheng agreed or not, he had no choice in the matter. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yunsui informed Jian Shuanghan that Situya and Yi Lifeng had come to gather alchemical materials. Jian Shuanghan glanced over the list and handed it to Chu Jinsheng. "Procure the items on this list for me, as compensation for your defeat." Truly, not only had he abducted another's child, but he also demanded their possessions. "Senior brother, do you not have any principles?" Jian Shuanghan, of course, found no fault in his actions, and after examining the magical beast elixir Bai Yunsui had uncovered, he expressed satisfaction, remarking that the assignment had been well completed. Then, amidst Chu Jinsheng's expression of utter disbelief, he took the items on the list and passed them to Situya. As they departed, he did not forget to impart this lesson. Remember, in this world, everything has its price. When you exchanged children and discarded your own, you should have anticipated this day would come. With that, Jian Shuanghan led the members of Tianjian sect away, leaving Chu Jinsheng behind, feeling utterly abandoned. Situya, walking alongside, anxiously inquired, "Senior brother, can you truly do this? Will the sect master accept this child as a disciple?" Jian Shuanghan pondered for a moment and replied, as though it were self-evident, "Master is such a compassionate practitioner. How could he bear to let a lonely child wander the streets?" Yi Lifeng rolled his eyes at the back, finding Jian Shuanghan's idealization of the sect master rather excessive. Given the master's apparent inability to guide even 6 disciples properly, he found it hard to believe. Situya forced a laugh. Song Yiyu wondered if, when the time came, senior brother would once again resort to physical persuasion to gain master's consent. Just as he contemplated lighting a candle for Master Qingxian, Jian Shuanghan suddenly asked, "Fourth junior brother, did you 3 not take the flying boat to Beihai Palace? Why did you divert to Wan Mo Valley?" Song Yiyu's expression instantly became awkward. Yi Lifeng, lacking any psychological burdens or filters, promptly recounted the bizarre events that transpired on the flying boat. The twists and turns of the narrative, the melodramatic plot lines, even the system itself. Jian Hao found himself smacking his forehead in disbelief. Truly, the Tianjin sect was an existence whose absurdity defied imagination. Didn't they feel even the slightest embarrassment for such antics? Jian Shuanghan exchanged glances with Bai Yunsui, who shrugged and remarked, "Senior brother, sometimes a few extra slaps on the path of cultivation can foster growth." Chapter 45. Tea Art and the So-Called Expertise in Discerning Femininity. 1. Beihai Palace. Situated on the Starry Sea in the southern part of the Jiuzhou continent, is riddled with treacherous reefs and clusters of islands, rendering it impossible for mortal vessels to navigate. Yet, this does not deter cultivators. They relish such inconvenient travel, as it conceals exquisite landscapes and unique charm. Of course, islands like those of the Starry Sea, with a maximum area of merely 10 miles, require a certain level of architectural expertise to construct palaces that meet the needs of cultivators. Thus, the main hall of Beihai Palace was built upon the foundation of an island, rising into a palace, connected to nearby islands by rainbow bridges. While the islands themselves boasted lavish buildings such as pavilions and gardens, all designed to be visually stunning and luxurious. The entire Beihai Palace stands as a genuine ethereal wonder constructed upon the sea. Moreover, Beihai Palace is not affiliated with any of the 3 mountains, 5 sects, 7 factions, 9 families, or 12 schools. Strictly speaking, it is a public edifice. Indeed, it serves as a place where cultivators unite in alliance to collectively address various sundry matters. Each sect has its elders and disciples stationed here, while the palace master is elected every 100 years. Currently, the palace master of Bihai Palace hails from one of the 3 mountains, Taihing Mountain, and is known as the Yuhao Fairy, possessing remarkable skills in the realm of virtual refinement. In her earlier days, she single-handedly challenged the major sects, instilling dread in the elders of those factions. However, despite having triumphed, they could only whisper behind her back, deriding her as the Nightshade Fairy. Of course, the Yuhao Fairy eventually set aside her combative inclinations and devoted herself to the path, becoming a formidable force in her own right. Subsequently being elected as the palace master of Bihai Palace, commanding the respect of the cultivation world and truly exuding an air of authority. Naturally, no one dares to insult her as the Nightshade Fairy anymore. This time, during the grand competition at Bihai Palace, numerous intriguing young talents from various sects have arrived, piquing the interest of the Yuhao Fairy, who promptly decided to preside over this grand event herself. After all, the competition is held in the main hall, and if she were not to oversee it, the ensuing commotion would render her presence in the hall unbearable. A fragrant breeze wafted through as the flying vessel of the Tianjian sect approached, trailing a sweet aroma for miles. Indeed, the scent wafted far and wide, as Shuanghan had boldly purchased an array of fragrances in Xingyun City, adorning the entire vessel with them. Shuanghan was quite pleased with the outcome, yet the protagonist, Wen Qingqing, felt somewhat at a loss. While she certainly had a penchant for vanity, her taste was not so pedestrian. The spectacle made her feel as though she were a naive fool, transforming the flying vessel into a mere showcase of spices. As if she were fearful that others might not realize she was the sole patron of the entire vessel. Li Jingrang, too, found himself affected. Ever since encountering Wen Qingqing in Xingyun City, he felt that the charm of his sect's flying vessel had diminished. Being alongside the most understanding junior sister, Wen Qingqing, made even a mundane journey delightful. The other disciples, lacking in discernment, were quite similar to Li Jingrang. After all, those who could not tolerate Shuanghan's foolish antics had already departed. In fact, many regretted their decision to ostracize Jian Shuanghan. For at least with Jian Shuanghan's attitude towards Wen Qingqing, these unfortunate souls would have had a place to rest. As the flying vessel landed, it immediately drew the attention of a throng. Those unaware might have mistaken it for the extravagant outing of some affluent young lady from a prominent family. Upon recognizing it as the vessel of the Tianjian sect, their expressions varied. When did the sect renowned for its swordsmanship become so ostentatious and vulgar? Then, a sweet and adorable girl, Wen Qingqing, disembarked from the vessel, accompanied by her admirers. Many sects shook their heads in resignation. They had heard tales of a junior sister from the Tianjian sect who spent more time chasing after men than cultivating, and upon seeing her now, they realized the rumors held true. One disciple, unable to contain his disdain, scoffed, with a single elemental golden spiritual root, after so many years of apprenticeship. She is still at the foundational level. Isn't that something to be laughed at? Well, the disciple was mistaken. He was referring to Bai Yunsui. To clarify, Wen Qingqing is indeed a diligent strategist in garnering affection, not only pursuing her primary quest, but also assiduously courting every valuable male candidate. Adhering to the principle of maximizing her fishing endeavors, her pond was teeming with suitors, all vying for her attention and conspicuously disparaging Bai Yunsui in the process. Thus, the obscure Bai Yunsui, ensconced in his sect, suddenly found his reputation embellished throughout the cultivation world by the enthusiastic exaggerations of Wen Qingqing's admirers. However, the fish in the pond reveled in their newfound status, while those outside mistakenly conflated the legendary Bai Yunsui with the present Wen Qingqing. Perhaps this is the cycle of karma, the boomerang effect. What was originally intended to slander Bai Yunsui has now rebounded onto Wen Qingqing herself. Almost all who witnessed this scene began to conflate Wen Qingqing with the reputedly frivolous Bai Yunsui, who was said to merely follow men and neglect her cultivation. The only distinction lay in the fact that Wen Qingqing lacked telepathy and remained oblivious to the fact that she had been struck by the boomerang. Of course, the one most amused by this spectacle was Lu Qinxue, for the two system bearers were once again meeting here. Since Lu Qinxue and Jun Wuhan were both elders of the same sect, having cultivated for over 200 years, they were ineligible to compete. This delighted Li Jingrang immensely. He, the eldest disciple of Lingshao's sect, the center of attention, the youngest to reach the transformation stage, He felt that as long as he positioned himself near Wen Qingqing, all the men around her would pale in comparison. Indeed, even Qing Xianjinren would be no exception, for he had not attained the transformation stage by the age of 200. The corners of Li Jingrong's mouth curled upwards, as he dismissed Su Heng and the others entirely. Thus, upon hearing the cold jeers, he cast a piercing glare, unleashing the pressure of his transformation stage, instantly forcing the impudent bystander to kneel. He had become the sacrificial chicken in this display of power. Li Jingrang showed no restraint. After the unfortunate bystander bowed in submission, he boldly proclaimed at the entrance of Bihai Palace, "Whoever stands against junior sister Qingqing stands against me." What a grand declaration of affection. It instantly provoked the envy of a multitude. It could be said that while Wen Qingqing reveled in the adoring gazes of the fish in her pond, Li Jingrang delighted in the jealousy of numerous men, feeling no sense of impending crisis whatsoever. From behind the water mirror, the Yuhao fairy observed the commotion at the entrance of Bihai Palace and couldn't help but frown. What is Qingxian up to? His disciple cannot even protect his own from the Tianjin sect and needs the Lingxiao sect to intervene on his behalf? How has he managed as the sect leader all these years? Beside the Yuhao fairy, Lu Qinxue chuckled softly, glancing at Wen Qingqing in the water mirror, and remarked, "One cannot entirely blame Qing Xianjinren. After all, who could have anticipated that taking on a junior disciple would bring such calamity to the entire sect?" Chapter 46. The Art of Tea and the so-called experts in female discerning. 2. If Wen Qingqing were to discover that her nemesis, Lu Qinxue, was a close confidant of the palace master of Bihai Palace, her mind would likely short-circuit. The competition had yet to commence, and she had already offended both the organizers and the judges. However, Wen Qingqing remained blissfully unaware, and it hardly mattered, as she had successfully established her foundation. At that moment, Su Heng promptly relayed this joyous news to Qing Xianjinren, who was far away in their sect. Qing Xianjinren rejoiced, praising Wen Qingqing as a remarkable talent, achieving foundation establishment in such a short time. He expressed his intention to present her with a congratulatory gift at Bihai Palace. Although Su Heng felt reluctant to part with her, he had to entrust the care of his junior sister to Yin Xinju. The reason was simple. Upon entering Bihai Palace, the sect's flying vessel required a leader to handle the check-in procedures at the reception center, ensuring proper arrangements for docking and accommodation. As the most prominent figure aboard the vessel, Su Heng approached the registration desk and inscribed his name with a flourish, entirely forgetting about the true eldest disciple left behind at the sect. In truth, to accommodate Wen Qingqing's desire for leisure and the need to cultivate favorable relationships. They had all arrived at Bihai Palace just a day before the competition commenced. Except for Wen Qingqing, everyone else had difficulty sleeping well and promptly made their way to the designated sect viewing platform. All participating sects, including their leaders, elders, and masters, were present in grand procession, eager to show their support for their disciples. Qing Xianjinren was no exception. Yes, although Qing Xianjinren had faced embarrassment at the hands of his disciple within the Tianjin sect, his dignity as a major figure was nearly reduced to dust. In the absence of Jian Shuanghan, Qing Xianjinren still commanded respect. Clad in a meticulously tailored robe, silver hair crowned elegantly, with a stern and handsome demeanor, he sat upon the sect leader's throne, casually crossing his legs, propping his chin on one hand, half opening his eyes, exuding an air of indifference to the world. Two protective disciples flanked him on either side. It is not that they genuinely require their protection, but rather the entire sect, after a beauty ranking, has selected this exceptionally handsome man and woman as their most outstanding representatives. Indeed, even in the realm of cultivation, human nature remains enamored with beauty. Individuals like Qing Xianjinren, a master at the Mahayana stage, do not necessitate true guardians. Those flanking him must be strikingly attractive, possessing graceful demeanor, and capable of captivating countless gazes upon their entrance. Essentially, they are mere decorative figures. Behind Qing Xian stands an elder, idly seeking amusement. It must be said, Tiandao Sword Sect truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier sect, boasting several elders at the transformation stage and beyond, standing behind Qing Xian and exuding undeniable authority. Following the elders are disciples from other sects, who are present not to compete, but simply to join in the spectacle and broaden their horizons. Of course, one might wonder why the competing disciples do not arrive alongside these onlookers. The reason is straightforward. For events like the Bihai Palace Grand Competition, disciples typically arrive early to acclimatize and prepare, ensuring they do not suffer from any adverse effects. However, in this instance, the leader, Jian Shuanghan, was left behind, while Su Heng led the entire group into chaos. Thus, when Qin Xian and his designated attendant descended onto the competition stage amidst the public's gaze, they beheld the spirited Wen Qingqing and a group of weary competitors trailing behind her. After landing, Qing Xuan's first action was to summon Su Heng. "Where is your senior brother?" At this inquiry, Su Heng was instantly drenched in sweat. He finally recalled. Up until now, he had not seen Jian Shuanghan. He stammered an explanation. "Senior brother. You know how he is. He can be quite capricious. Leaving the flying vessel midway and disappearing is something he would do." Upon hearing this, Qin Xian let out a cold laugh. "Do you think I am losing my eyesight?" Su Heng was taken aback. Surely not. After all, he had secretly slipped away with sect members. Given his master's temperament, he would merely scold Jian Shuanghan a couple of times and advise him not to take it to heart, and that would be the end of it. Thus he replied, "No, master. You know that if senior brother chooses not to board the vessel, no one can compel him." Standing behind Qin Xian, the elder from the law enforcement hall, Jian Wanli, rolled his eyes and sneered. He held a strong opinion against Su Heng. After all, if it weren't for this fool, would he have dared confront Jian Shuanghan directly? He had even been electrocuted by him. "Swin, do you think the sect leader is your master, and you can pull the wool over my eyes at will? If you hadn't deliberately sidelined Jian Shuanghan and prevented him from leading the team, would he have caused such a ruckus in the sect over this trivial matter, even dismantling half the mountain gate?" See, Jian Wanli is indeed a cunning old fox. Clearly, the uproar at the mountain gate was merely him, without hesitation, deploying the return to origin sword formation, hoping to seize a favor from the Heavenly Dao, ensuring that the spoils of his own sect would not flow to outsiders. Who would have thought he would kick a steel plate, only to be thoroughly reprimanded by Jian Shuanghan? Now certain that Jian Shuanghan was absent, he decided to bully the dim-witted Su Heng. And, evidently, Jian Wanli's accusations were spot on. 4. Su Heng bore no exceptional qualities. His cultivation was merely average, a complete pawn and a mere drudge. Thus, unable to hold Qin Xian accountable, he instinctively placed the blame on Su Heng. Indeed, after all, Honor is your senior brother, the designated leader for this competition. How could you be so foolish as to drive him away? Immediately, Wen Qingqing's system issued a warning. Alert, conflict detected between targets. Host, please mediate promptly. Just as Wen Qingqing was about to protest, pondering how this matter concerned her, she promptly received a cold and indifferent explanation from the system. As a competent strategist, ensuring harmonious relations between your targets is also your duty. Fine. Though Wen Qingqing was reluctant, she hurried over to Qin Xian. Upon seeing him, disregarding everything else, she dove into Qin Xuan's embrace, cheerfully pouting, "Master, what brings you here?" Qin Xuan's heart softened upon her arrival. "Qingqing, have you suffered any grievances on this journey?" Jian Wanli and Xiao Yuning exchanged exasperated glances from behind. Here it comes again, the sweetly charming call from the little girl, akin to an army of 1,000. Qin Xuan's demeanor instantly softened, and he regarded Wen Qingqing with admiration. "I did not expect you to have advanced to the foundation establishment stage so swiftly. Truly remarkable. You are indeed a prodigy of our Tiandao sword sect." On the opposite viewing platform, Lu Qinxue, witnessing this scene, could not help but smirk, linking arms with Jun Wuhan. "TSK Wuhan, do you see? There are hardly many clear-headed individuals in this world." Chapter 47. You truly dare to take this experience package. 1. When Qingqing's face lit up with joy. Although she possessed 3 spiritual roots, it did not hinder her from utilizing the system to achieve the cultivation speed of a single spiritual root. In fact, her cultivation speed was even swifter than that of Bai Yunsui with a single root. Just as the disciples from various sects had completed their preparations, the grand competition was poised to commence. Thus, Qin Xian Jinren decisively declared, "In that case, Qingqing, you can rightfully participate in the Bai Si Palace Grand Competition." A clear and crisp sound of a sword resonated, accompanied by Jian Shuanghan's icy voice. So this is why the third junior sister insisted on relinquishing her competition slot for Qingqing? I wondered why she, a non-participating disciple, would board the flying vessel alongside the second junior brother. To qualify for the Bai Si Palace Grand Competition, disciples must achieve at least the foundation establishment stage. Those who do not meet this requirement can only participate in friendly matches, earning some consolation prizes, but lacking eligibility for entry into the secret realm. However, if Wen Qingqing were to replace Bai Yunsui's position, with the support of her senior brothers, she would have a chance to enter the secret realm. Moreover, despite the influence of the Heavenly Dao's will, Jian Shuanghan's emotions were exacerbated. Nevertheless, this did not negate the fact that as long as Jian Shuanghan took the stage, The participating disciples from Tian Dao sword sect would undoubtedly gain access to the secret realm. At that moment, Qingxian felt sympathy for Wen Qingqing, who had worked so diligently in her cultivation. It was unjust to neglect her training simply due to her inadequate qualifications. Looking at Bai Yunsui, it was regrettable that despite being a single spiritual root, her lack of diligence had only allowed her to reach the foundation establishment stage after so many years. A shameful reflection on the sect. Therefore, such a splendid opportunity, like the secret realm, could not be squandered. Thus, the intention to compel Bai Yunsui to withdraw from the competition arose. Jian Shuanghan's words suddenly sparked realizations in others. Indeed, why should so many disciples, eager to participate in the competition, need to endure such discomfort merely to accommodate a non-participating disciple? Foolishness, pure foolishness. While Jian Shuanghan may not possess the sect leader's authority, he wields the impressive Wanshajian. The Wanshajian unfurled in the form of a Qingwan, with Jian Shuanghan at the forefront, followed by Yunsui, Song Yiyu, Situya, Yili Feng, and the recently acquired Lin Xiao, entering the competition arena under the gaze of the crowd. Except for Bai Yunsui, who remained composed while holding Jian Hao. Lin Xiao obediently grasped Bai Yunsui's hand, confused by the situation. The other three practically wished to find a hole to burrow into. The Wanshajian, as a means of flight, attracted attention like no other. Upon departing from the Wanmog Valley, the moment the Wanshajian took flight, its exquisite and comfortable design instantly dispelled any grievances that Situya and Yi Li Feng had been harboring due to Wen Qingqing. The highlight was its beauty, its might, and its incredible speed. While cultivators above the foundation establishment stage can fly with swords, they often prefer to utilize flying vessels for long distances. The reason is simple. Flying with swords consumes the practitioner's spiritual energy, whereas flying vessels merely require the expenditure of spirit stones. In layman's terms, it is a difference between burning money and burning one's life. Thus, the majority opt for vehicles. However, Jian Shuanghan was different. As a master at the Mahayana stage, the negligible energy consumed by sword flight was insignificant compared to his overall stamina. Hence, he chose to fly with his sword. Initially, according to Situya's plan, they would board the Bai Sea Palace's flying vessel upon reaching its vicinity and directly enter the competition arena. However, the speed of the Wanshajian was so swift that before Situya could even utter a word to halt, they unexpectedly found themselves in the competition arena. Almost everyone stared wide-eyed. This spectacle, apart from the sheer number of people, was on par with his master Qingxian. Upon seeing Jian Shuanghan, the fairy of the dark bamboo could hardly contain herself, and in a flash, she appeared beside Jian Shuanghan and Qingxian. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? The fairy of the dark bamboo was no fool. She immediately recognized that this sudden arrival was a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage. How many Great Ascension cultivators existed on the Jojo continent that she was unaware of? Even among the demonic cultivators, she had partaken in their revelries. Yet, this Great Ascension cultivator before her appeared exceedingly young. Instinctively, the fairy of the dark bamboo concluded that this individual was undoubtedly a recent emergence in the cultivation world, a master of the Great Ascension stage. Although it was Jian Shuanghan's first time at the Beihai Palace, he quickly surmised the identity of this female cultivator based on her attire, and thus, with utmost courtesy, he bowed. I am Jian Shuanghan, the senior apprentice brother of the Tianjian sect, here at the behest of my master to participate in this grand competition at Beihai Palace. Upon his self-introduction, the previously bustling competition venue fell into a profound silence. Lu Qinxue instantly locked her gaze on Jian Shuanghan. Meanwhile, Jun Wuhan, standing beside her, clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, his brow furrowing as if he could crush a fly with it, and he could not help but exclaim in indignation, "Junior sister, you cannot possibly have taken a liking to him, can you?" His words were laced with bitterness and a palpable hostility towards Jian Shuanghan. It was clear that Jun Wuhan's woman should never divert her attention even a fraction towards any wild man outside. Then, Lu Qinshue's excitement surged. A moving resource pack. A moving resource pack. Moreover, she was not the only one casting a fiery gaze at Jian Shuanghan. Numerous spectators were similarly captivated. Their eyes sparkled as if a superhero had encountered a little monster, or a big yellow dog had spotted a juicy bone. What a heavenly fat sheep. A mobile experience pack. Even when Qingqing's favorability system trembled, issuing a task, "Host, a sudden side quest has been detected. Would you like to accept?" When Qingqing's interest peaked instantly. What do you mean by a sudden side quest? The system's voice trembled with excitement, despite its electronic tone. It is a temporary mission triggered by unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, The rewards for this temporary mission are even greater than those for the main quest. Greater rewards than the main quest? Wen Qingqing's eyes sparkled with greed. The last time she felt the rewards were negligible. This time, she must secure something truly valuable. She promptly chose to accept the task. Mission issuance successful. Complete 03 backstabs against Jian Shuanghan during the Beehive Palace competition. Completing the mission will reward you with 3 free experience vouchers for the spell word as command. Just moments ago, her eyes sparkled with excitement, but they now radiated despair. Dog system, have you lost your mind? Previously, you instructed me to court Jian Shuanghan, and now you want me to stab him in the back. Do you think I am mere foundation-building waste can actually backstab him? Are you joking? The system showed no sympathy. After all, this was a side quest issued by the main system, and it was Wen Qingqing who voluntarily accepted it without perusing the task details. Could it be blamed on the system? Certainly not. Besides, why should it have to explain itself to the host it had propelled to success? Once this task is accepted, it cannot be abandoned and must be completed before the conclusion of the Beehive Palace competition. Failure to do so will result in the task being considered failed, and the relevant items, word as command, will be destroyed. Ridiculous. The tasks it issued were its KPIs, and it could never allow Wen Qingqing to simply abandon it. Furthermore, failing the task meant that the recovered word as command could be counted towards the system's KPIs. In other words, the system didn't care about the host situation. It could profit regardless of the outcome of the task. But abandoning the task was a different matter. It would yield nothing. Wen Qingqing deeply regretted accepting this task. Given her understanding of Jian Shuanghan, attempting to backstab such a formidable figure would surely endanger her life. Didn't the system protect you when Jian Shuanghan sought to kill you? What are you afraid of? The system's electronic voice brimmed with an insistent tone of "I'm doing this for your own good." Wen Qingqing gazed at the senior apprentice brother. Indeed, the last time Jian Shuanghan had aimed to kill her, the system had intervened. Yet, on that day, when Jian Shuanghan had provoked the wrath of the heavens, had the system not fled as well? Wasn't the Heavenly Dao terrifying? If even her system was afraid, how could she, as its host, not be filled with trepidation? A being so timid that it wouldn't dare move in the presence of danger. How could she, a mere fledgling, truly dare to offend him? Wen Qingqing might be a little scheming, but she was far from foolish. Yes, she was one of the few in the Tianjin sect's Maoan Peak whose foolishness rating was 0. Was there not a possibility that the senior brother might suddenly go mad, provoking the Heavenly Dao's wrath and scaring off the system? Without the system, she would be even less than an ant before Jian Shuanghan. Easily crushed with a single slap, she couldn't believe that a genius like her senior brother wouldn't think of that strategy. Yet, she couldn't truly offend the system either, so she swallowed her resentment and adopted a conciliatory demeanor. Dear system, Wen Qingqing's voice was soft and sweet, exuding innocence and charm. That is a great ascension cultivator, even if I were to stab him with a large knife while he remains entirely unguarded. Do you think I could breach his defenses? She felt that the notion of breaching defenses was an overestimation. Even getting close was a fantasy. Her master, the true person Qingxian, was also at the Great Ascension stage. She possessed more spiritual roots but not more brains, and had never witnessed just how formidable a Great Ascension cultivator truly was. The system paused for a moment, and after some contemplation, it finally offered a solution. Since our rules revolve around favorability, the host can incite characters who have developed favorability towards you to stab Jian Shuanghan. As a favorability strategy system, this was naturally its method. After hearing this, Wen Qingqing's feelings were somewhat mixed. Who could develop favorability towards her and successfully stab Jian Shuanghan? Her gaze shifted towards the true person Qingxian. Yes, Qingxian would definitely be capable. But how could she persuade the true person Qingxian to stab Jian Shuanghan? Apart from Qingxian, the next most powerful cultivator she knew was Li Jingrang. That fool Li Jingrang was easy to incite. But how could she ensure that he could stab Jian Shuanghan without risking his life or exposing her own involvement? After Li Jingrang, the most suitable candidate would be Swin. Yes, Su Heng, that foolish senior brother. When Wen Qingqing turned her gaze towards Su Heng, she found him glaring at Jian Shuanghan with an expression full of resentment. Perfect. This fool likely wouldn't need any encouragement to stab Jian Shuanghan. But whether Su Heng would want it or could actually do it was another question. Wen Qingqing felt like cursing. Damn it. What kind of ridiculous task had this dog system issued? At that moment, she was not the only one feeling frustrated. Lu Qinxue, who also bore a grudge against the favorability system, was equally irate. In a moment of excitement, she had accepted a task aimed at Jian Shuanghan. However, when the system informed her that Jian Shuanghan's attribute panel was inaccessible and could only be learned through public channels, revealing him as the youngest Great Ascension cultivator in Jiuzhou. She was incensed. Moreover, her card drawing system disclosed that Jian Shuanghan's Great Ascension lightning tribulation was the strongest in history, and not long ago. He had dared to confront the Heavenly Dao with a single sword. Lu Qianxue was furious. This was not only the youngest, but also a Great Ascension cultivator, rivaling even the seasoned Qing Xian. After all, she had once drawn the strongest item, known as the Great Ascension Experience card, using it to save Jun Wuan, who had been wrongfully accused to the brink of death by the sect. The overwhelming sensation of invincibility that surged through her at that time was exhilarating, sending shivers down her spine and quickening her pulse. What a thrill! Moreover, what does it matter if she once again draws the Major Ascendant's Experience card? The Experience card is bound by time limitations, and the living father before her is truly of the Major Ascendant's realm. Lu Qianxue took a deep breath, glanced at her own points, and in an instant, a surge of audacity surged within her, prompting her to opt for 10 consecutive draws. Indeed, what else could she do but hasten to draw for items? The Yuhuang fairy confirmed twice that she had not misheard, and regarding the realm exhibited by Jian Shuanghan, she could not help but concede that Qing Xian must be extraordinarily fortunate. How could he possibly have stumbled upon a once-in-3,000 years genius? Truly, he was perhaps the most legendary figure in the history of cultivators. Wait a moment. The Yuhuang fairy suddenly realized a pressing issue. If it was during that year's disciple recruitment ceremony, does that mean Jian Shuanghan is merely 181 years old this year? Could it be? The Yuhuang fairy racked her brain, suddenly discovering that she could find no justification to prevent Jian Shuanghan from participating in the competition. Damn, the ancestors who established the competition rules truly lack foresight. How could they not have anticipated that there would indeed be a genius who reached the Major Ascendant's realm before turning 200 years old? The Yuhuang fairy's head throbbed. While she was troubled, Jian Shuanghan was also in a similar predicament. At that moment, Qing Xian had completely forgotten the pain of healing his wounds. Or perhaps his intellectual faculties were so diminished that he was selectively amnesic, entirely oblivious to the fact that his precious disciple was not one to simply submit to circumstances. He was currently berating Jian Shuanghan. As the senior brother, why are you so petty? Was it not the case that hunger did not call out to you when the flying vessel set off? Was it really so difficult for you to catch up with them on your sword? Yet you simply abandoned them, devoting yourself to your own amusement. Do you not know that your junior sister, Qing, has successfully established her foundation? And you were not even present at that moment. Should you not have protected her? Having shed his intellectual deficiencies, Bai Yunsui now regarded Qing Xian with astonishment. Wait, is this really my master? How did I not notice before that my master is not only biased, but also somewhat dim-witted? Is it merely a matter of successfully establishing a foundation? It does not necessarily attract a lightning tribulation. Moreover, even if a lightning tribulation were to occur, protection is not mandatory. How has this become the fault of the senior brother? Chapter 49. You truly dare to take this experience package. 3. At this moment, Jian Hao anxiously contacted Jian Shuanghan through a secret channel. Master, something big has happened. I have a feeling that you have been targeted. This time the grand competition will undoubtedly witness the participation of numerous system holders. We're finished. Jian Shuanghan furrowed his brow slightly, as he contemplated how to help his master extricate himself from his intellectual shortcomings without resorting to force. He pondered how Jian Hao suddenly declared that he had been locked onto. How do you know that I have been targeted? Although Jian Hao was but a plush doll, the goosebumps all over his body were no fabrication. It's just a feeling of unease all over. Furthermore, you have blocked my signal system, preventing even the main system from locating me, and I cannot contact the main system. Thus, sensing other systems is, of course, impossible. So, the fault lies with him? Heh. Jian Shuanghan chuckled lightly. Indeed, the system's cognitive structures diverged significantly from those of humans. It was truly a trivial matter. Jian Hao turned to Jian Shuanghan, wishing he could strangle this master. What are you laughing at? You are absolutely being targeted by the main system and are about to be besieged. And I still have no idea who is planning to join in the assault. Jian Shuanghan silently rolled his eyes inwardly. Truly, without relying on cheats, one could be this foolish. Scan all participants for their qualifications, age, and cultivation levels. Extract those who are young, have poor talent, yet possess high cultivation. The standard shall be modeled after Wen Qingqing, as this type is most likely bound to a system. Jian Hao paused momentarily, a spark of understanding flashing through his mind, though he remained partially bewildered. Isn't this the criterion your systems use to select hosts? those who have been bullied the most, lacking any talent, yet desperately seeking your salvation. Jian Shuanghan truly wished to deliver a couple of sharp knocks to Jian Hao's head. Based on his understanding of systems, it seemed that sometimes the subsystems and the main system shared cognitive processes. Could it be that they had shared too much, leading to a loss of their individual cognitive faculties? Moreover, some individuals did not even need scanning to appear suspicious. For instance, those whose talents had been suppressed or stripped away and who had recently undergone a sudden change in temperament, soaring in cultivation. Or those whose cultivation had been rendered crippled, yet suddenly surged forth. Wait a moment. With so many examples, was it not sufficient? Qing Xian observed that Jian Shuanghan had remained silent for an extended period, and a surge of inexplicable anger suddenly flared within him. Honor, do you not still regard me as your master? This was genuine anger. Yet Jian Shuanghan shook his head, replying, Master, when you established your foundation, did anyone protect you? Or do other disciples of the Tianjian sect require protection when establishing their foundations? Or should I have provided protection to Su Hong when he established his foundation? Qing Xian was momentarily rendered speechless. However, upon further reflection, his anger only intensified. How can you compare Qingqing with the other disciples? Qingqing's path of cultivation is arduous and thus naturally requires more care. Jian Shuanghan cast a glance at Qing Xian, sighed deeply, and suddenly grasped Qing Shuanghan's shoulders with both hands. As it appeared that his master needed assistance in recalling the sensation of his cognitive faculties being jolted, Qing Xian had just become aware of the impending danger when his body was vigorously shaken by Jian Shuanghan. Master, some mortals, as they age, experience cognitive decline. Have you turned into a pile of mush as you age? With so many people present, do you dare to let them repeat your words back to you? Do you believe that anyone would dare to speak to you like that without suffering the consequences? How is it that when boasting, junior sister Qingqing is an unparalleled genius, yet when it comes to disadvantages, her cultivation journey is suddenly arduous? Having spoken, Jian Shuanghan then turned his gaze toward Wen Qingqing, immediately sensing the aura of her foundation establishment. Thus, it could be said that Wen Qingqing had been his disciple for less than 5 years. As a practitioner of the 3 spirit roots, she had managed to establish her foundation in such a short time. It was likely due to the system she possessed. Upon sensing Jian Shuanghan's gaze, Wen Qingqing instinctively trembled. It felt akin to a mouse encountering a cat or a thief encountering a constable. Bai Yunsui stepped forward, tugging at Jian Shuanghan. Senior brother, please show some mercy. If Master faints, we will all face great embarrassment. Indeed, at that moment, all eyes in the hall turned toward them with curiosity. Jian Shuanghan furrowed his brow, instantly adopting the imposing demeanor of a major ascendant as he glared back. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a disciple caring for their master? The entire room gasped in shock. Divine One, do you call this care? Yet no one dared to voice their thoughts, all lowering their heads in silence. It was no jest. They were not deaf and had heard clearly. This was not the time to meddle in such murky waters. After all, there were 2 major ascendants present, and if these 2 truly clashed, all in attendance would undoubtedly suffer as collateral damage. Seeing that everyone pretended not to notice, Jian Shuanghan finally released Qing Xian, casting a lingering gaze toward Wen Qingqing. Qing Xian felt dizzy from the shaking. He also felt a sense of grievance. Why could he not discipline his own disciple? Wen Qingqing swallowed hard, instinctively hiding behind Qing Xian. Qing Xian endured the dizziness and the weight of his grievances, his brows furrowing fiercely as he struggled to maintain his composure. Honor, if you want to act foolishly, do so toward me. What are you planning to do to Qingqing? The interrogative phrasing came out with an assertive tone, causing Bai Yunsui's scalp to tingle. This familiar scent. Surely Master was not going to make a mountain out of a molehill and pass judgment without an investigation. Unexpectedly, Jian Shuanghan turned around just in time to obstruct Bai Yunsui's view, his hand shimmering with light as he retrieved the 7-star sword from his storage ring. I discussed this with Junior Sister San. Since Junior Sister Qingqing has successfully established her foundation, she naturally requires a sword that befits her. This 7-star sword is a renowned blade from our Tianjian sect, and while it was retrieved by Junior Sister at the risk of her life from the sword tomb, gifting it to Junior Sister Qingqing better represents the bond of our sect. It was Jian Shuanghan. When Qingqing felt her heart tremble, at that moment on the flying vessel, the system had suddenly warned her that something was amiss with the 7-star sword. She had been apprehensive, fearing that any misstep in her preparations would reveal her ulterior motives regarding the sword. In this moment, witnessing the 7-star sword in the hands of Jian Shuanghan, a sense of dread surged within me. Oh no! Oh no! It is indeed Jian Shuanghan, the very father of the living, wielding the seven-star sword. Could it be that the unforeseen events surrounding the seven-star sword are somehow linked to Jian Shuanghan? Does he know something we do not? Do not fear, host. The system will ensure that Jian Shuanghan cannot discover your bond with the seven-star sword. Since he has drawn this sword, why not seize the opportunity to claim it, thus avoiding unnecessary complications in the future? Wen Qingqing gazed at the seven-star sword, then at Jian Shuanghan, while listening to the incessant chatter of the system in her mind. Suddenly, she felt that trusting the system was less reliable than believing a pig could climb a tree. Qing Xianjiren regarded Jian Shuanghan with a look of skepticism, then glanced at Bai Yunsui standing behind him. Bai Yunsui, clad in the attire of a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, bore no resemblance to the little girl she once was. Her demeanor was poised, her gaze fixed intently upon the competition arena below, seemingly lost in contemplation. Chapter 50. You truly dare to take this experience package for, although she was merely at the foundation establishment stage, an aura of refinement and composure emanated from her. The seven-star sword was a peerless treasure she had painstakingly retrieved from the sword tomb, and in conjunction with her golden spirit root, it promised to elevate her swordsmanship to unprecedented heights. She vividly remembered how she had once treasured this sword, cherishing it to the point of being unwilling to allow even the slightest scratch. She had devoted herself to its maintenance, employing every means possible to nurture it properly. From Qingxuan's understanding of Bai Yunsui over the years, she should be fiercely competitive, striving relentlessly to outshine her junior sister. Yet, the sword of such monumental importance was now in the hands of Jian Shuanghan, who intended to bestow it upon the insufferable Wen Qingqing. How could she remain so unfazed? In fact, she seemed to bestow not even a fleeting glance upon the seven-star sword. Qing Xianjiren was unaware of the inner turmoil Bai Yunsui had endured. Yet a sudden wave of guilt washed over her. This, Master. Wen Qingqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling. I cannot accept my third senior sister's life sword. Instinctively, Qing Xian dismissed her previous pangs of guilt into the ether and glared fiercely at Jian Shuanghan. What? Does Qingqing not deserve to wield the seven-star sword? Jian Shuanghan's brows twitched slightly. Immediately, everyone feigned ignorance except for Lu Qianxue, whose card-drawing system was broadcasting everything that transpired here in vivid detail. She had initially been engrossed in her 10 consecutive draws, but upon witnessing Wen Qingqing, who had done nothing but pour tea, effortlessly obtained the seven-star sword, she felt the plot twist into an uncanny direction, causing her hand to tremble with excitement. Moreover, this tremor resulted in the sudden emergence of an ultra-rare item, the death revival ticket. This meant that even if she perished, she could potentially be resurrected once. Wouldn't that increase her chances of success against Jian Shuanghan? Only after pouring the tea did Wen Qingqing realize something. This was Jian Shuanghan, the master brother who could stride through the world unchallenged. Why had she lost control of herself and instinctively poured tea for him? With a clang, Jian Shuanghan thrust the seven-star sword before Wen Qingqing, his expression dark and foreboding. Take it if you want it. If not, I shall shatter this sword right now. Wen Qingqing trembled in fear, and at that moment, the seven-star sword sensed the threat emanating from Jian Shuanghan once more. The blade quivered slightly, as though pleading with Wen Qingqing for mercy. Qing Xian was momentarily taken aback. What had prompted her earlier foolish remarks? Jian Shuanghan was clearly offering the sword to Wen Qingqing. Why had she responded with a challenge? Had her mind derailed? Wen Qingqing's thoughts raced. She could not back down now that she had poured the tea. Thus, she turned her gaze imploringly toward Bai Yunsui, third senior sister. The seven-star sword is a treasure you painstakingly retrieved from the sword tomb. Qingqing. Qingqing cannot accept it. This pitiful display ultimately prompted Song Yeyu to intervene. Master brother is giving it to you, so you should accept it. Wen Qingqing certainly wished to take it without hesitation, but to do so readily would reveal her greed. That simply would not do. Yin Qinju approached Wen Qingqing, looking at Bai Yunsui, third senior sister. It is merely a sword. I shall surely procure an even finer one for you. Song Yeyu and Yin Qinju's reactions finally prompted Bai Yunsui to roll her eyes. Enough. I entered the sword tomb to test my sword heart. As for the seven-star sword, it is merely a broken sword with a spirit. I have not given it much thought. The trembling of the seven stars sword ceased at once, while Wen Qingqing regarded Bai Yunsui with astonishment. Bai Yunsui had indeed not regarded it as significant. After acquiring the seven-star sword, she had wielded it before, but each time had resulted in either a sprained wrist or a cut. It was as if the sword was merely a sword, and she was merely herself. No matter how hard she tried, she could not master the sword techniques. This led by Jian Shuanghan to question whether her single spirit root talent was truly that exceptional, and whether the golden spirit root was genuinely the innate root of sword wielders. The cold gazes of her peers and her master's disappointment had eroded her self-trust. Yet, when she held the lump of mud that Jian Shuanghan had given her, she experienced an entirely different sensation. It felt as if the sword was a part of her body, and wielding the mud sword was akin to controlling her own limbs. Although initially, this sensation felt like manipulating a severed limb, making it somewhat unwieldy, the rapid progress she made in the subsequent days surpassed anything she had ever imagined. There was also the Wanjiao sword, which Jian Shuanghan had merely lent her for a time. However, when she grasped the Wanjiao sword, despite its initial lack of comfort, the dissonance she had felt with the 7 stars sword vanished entirely. In that moment, she understood, no matter how formidable the 7-star sword was, it was ultimately bound by a life contract to another, who did not wish for her well-being. Now, it appeared that the individual who had forged a life contract with the 7-star sword was none other than Wen Qingqing. Bai Yunsui stepped forward, snatched the 7-star sword, and tossed it into Wen Qingqing's embrace. A sword is just a sword. Once given, it is given. What? Do you all view this sword as a paragon of virtue? Must my junior sister and I engage in a tragic love affair over this trinket? Upon Bai Yunsui's declaration, the faces of Su Heng, Li Jingrang, and Qing Xian darkened immediately. Li Jingrang erupted like a lit firecracker. Bai Yunsui, I cannot believe you are so envious. Lacking even a shred of the grace one should possess as a cultivator. I shall repeat myself. A sharp slap resonated throughout the venue. After delivering the slap, Bai Yunsui instinctively retreated to Jian Shuanghan's side to avoid Li Jingrang's retaliation, sneering. Li Jingrang, we are all cultivators now. Yet you persist in dragging the trivial matters of mortal love into the conversation. Those who know you would understand you are the master brother of Lingxiao sect. Those who do not would think you are a wild weed, terrified of not having a hoe to dig you up. What a reversal. Qing Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this the Bai Yunsui he knew? A surge of anger directed at Bai Yunsui ignited within him. Yet, Bai Yunsui felt no fear. After all, she stood beside her master brother and was unafraid of anything. Indeed, she was fearless. Though the training methods of her master brother were exceedingly harsh and devoid of educational principles, she preferred the trials of cultivation over the tribulations of human relationships. She was but a minor player in the world of cultivation, and her significance was limited. Moreover, it was only after leaving the shelter of Qingxian that she realized it had not rained outside the tree. Suddenly, a clear bell tolled. The voice of Yohao Xinzi echoed throughout the Baihai Palace. The Baihai Palace Grand Competition officially commences. 10 disciples from each sect prepare to take the stage. Countless malevolent gazes were directed towards Jian Shuanghan at that moment. Chapter 51. If Lin Xiao is not accepted, let Su Heng take the stage. Li Jingran, disregarding the pain on his face, bid a reluctant farewell to his beloved Qingqing sister, casting a warning glance at Bai Yunsui as she prepared to take the stage. It was his hope that Bai Yunsui would automatically be eliminated once she entered the arena, lest she endure a proper lesson from the Lingxiao sect when facing the Heavenly Sword sect. Bai Yunsui observed Li Jingrang's arrogant demeanor and instinctively felt that this fool was utterly unaware that Jian Shuanghan was leading the Heavenly Sword sect team this time. White Cloud Shattered could hardly believe that the Heavenly Sword sect could face defeat. Yet, she could not fathom the true terror of the upcoming Baihai Palace competition, which promised to be the most extraordinary event yet. If Sword Frost Cold's actions in probing the will of heaven were deemed cheating by the Dao, then for Sword Frost Cold, concepts such as systems and the Child of Fortune were nothing more than facilitators of deceit. Seeing Sword Frost Cold standing idly, Qing Xian furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the matter? Do you wish to continue causing a ruckus?" Sword Frost Cold cast a glance at the innocent Lin Xiao. Though it felt somewhat dishonorable to negotiate at this juncture, given his master's current state of confusion, it was imperative to employ some extraordinary measures. Thus, Sword Frost Cold nudged Lin Xiao and explained, "You see, I encountered an orphan with commendable potential, and I hope my master will take him as a disciple." C2 had already attended to Lin Xiao, ensuring he was well-groomed and properly attired. To prevent Lin Xiao's identity from being revealed, Sword Frost Cold personally placed a seal upon him, rendering it impossible for even someone as formidable as Qing Xian to discern Lin Xiao's true lineage. The Rakshasa clan was unique among other magical beasts. They could modify their internal meridians to acquire a spiritual root akin to that of cultivators. However, due to the urgency of their journey, Sword Frostcold had yet to forge Lin Zhao's spiritual root, but he could address that after the competition. Qing Xian's gaze shifted between Sword Frostcold and Lin Zhao, his eyes inexplicably reddening. This, Honat, you can share your concerns with your master. Upon noticing Qing Xian's emotional state, Sword Frostcold recognized the peculiar surge of whimper points that had suddenly arisen. Sword Hao, ever perceptive, interjected, just now. Your actions in shaking your master's hand successfully increased his whimper points by 50. Sword Frostcold suppressed a torrent of harsh words with sheer willpower, replying, Master, I would never stoop to the bizarre habit of abandoning my wife and bringing my own child back to the sect as a junior disciple. Qing Xian, gazing at Sword Frostcold, feigned surprise, though it was a falsehood. How could this insufferable disciple understand him so well? No, it was not merely a matter of understanding. It was how to deal with this little one before him. Qing Xian sensed a formidable aura emanating from the quiet child, contrasting sharply with Lin Zhao's innocent eyes, delicate nose, and petite mouth. It was clear that he had no desire to accept the child. Yet he felt a strange compulsion reminding him that while his little Qi should indeed be a male disciple, it certainly could not be Lin Zhao. Moreover, a sinister thought flickered through Qing Xian's mind. Perhaps he could feign acceptance and then eliminate this little rascal, claiming that the child had fallen ill and passed away. In that case, Sword Frostcold would be powerless to intervene. In that fleeting moment, Qing Xian was taken aback and immediately dispelled the thought. As the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect and one of the few grandmasters on the 9 provinces continent, why would he engage in such insidious and malicious deeds against a child? Sword Frostcold remained unaware of the multitude of thoughts swirling in Qing Xian's mind within that brief span, simply reiterating, Master, if you refuse to take Lin Zhao under your wing, I shall have no choice but to consult Elder Qiu Yuning at the Medicine Peak. Elder Qiu Yuning had already been informed of Lin Zhao's identity by C2 during their journey and had been scrutinizing the little beast, a Rakshasa cub, no less, capable of naturally transforming its body, an excellent specimen for experimentation. Just the right subject for further study. Thus, when Sword Frostcold posed his question, Qiu Yuning promptly replied, No problem at all. The Medicine Peak is quite spacious. Even if you brought 10 or 20 such children, they would all fit comfortably. Upon hearing Elder Qiu Yuning's affirmative response, Qing Xian immediately declared, Excellent. Let Elder Qiu Yuning take charge. Song Yiyu instinctively interjected. Elder Qiu Yuning is the sect's most vital alchemist and physician. The entire sect relies on her medicinal prowess. And if she were to take on a child as well, I fear others in the sect might voice their objections. Song Yiyu looked earnestly at Qing Xian. Given that the senior brother had devised a plan to sideline the revered god of reversal from the MO when peak stage, if he were not to put forth effort now, would he not be waiting for the god of reversal to exact vengeance? After speaking, Song Yiyu innocently glanced at Wen Qing, who seemed momentarily taken aback. Wait, am I just a green tea vixen here to cause trouble? She thought. She was not one to understand the plight of rescuing a child. Thus, she instinctively replied, Senior brother, I cannot dictate my master's decisions. This matter ultimately rests with master. However, upon reconsideration, she promptly commanded the favorability system to scan Lin Zhao. To be frank, if she were to have a junior disciple, would that not present another potential target for her schemes? Little did she know, the usually swift system suddenly spoke up. Detection indicates that the subject is under a restriction, blocking all inquiries. This is the work of a master. Host, please proceed with caution. Wen Qing was left dumbfounded, as was Qing Xian. The ball had landed squarely in his court. Furious, Qing Xian exclaimed, What? Are you not concerned about delaying your cultivation? Song Yiyu had not anticipated that Wen Qing would not assist, yet he held no suspicions, assuming she genuinely did not understand. Thus he smiled, grasping Sword Frostcold's arm on the opposite side, and said, Look, now we have senior brother support, don't we? After all, the child is an orphan, and Master has always been kind-hearted. Certainly, he would not turn a blind eye. Moreover, senior brother shares such a bond with his child. What if you do not take him as a disciple and end up hurting senior brother's feelings? Sword Frostcold had an inkling of Song Yiyu's eagerness for a junior disciple. Thus he replied, In any case, Master, if you are unwilling, then let the second junior brother take the stage for this competition. Su Heng instinctively felt a surge of joy. I too believe that Master is far too busy to take on another disciple. Upon witnessing Su Heng's expression of naive delight, Qing Xian's eyelids twitched. A strong intuition warned him that if Sword Frostcold did not participate in the competition, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect would be confronted with unspeakable horrors. Given Su Heng's foolish demeanor, Trusting him to lead the disciples to victory would be akin to believing that Jian Shuanghan could outperform Sword Frost Cold. After several internal struggles, Qing Xian finally relented, muttering through clenched teeth, "Very well, you may go. I shall take Lin Xiao under my wing." Chapter 52. A Sword Against Three Sects 1. Sword Frost Cold promptly assembled 9 disciples, all of whom were at least at the foundation establishment stage, save for one Qing, who were prepared to take the stage. However, before Sword Frost Cold could even reach the arena, he was intercepted by 3 sect leaders: Bei Ming Jinren of Ling Xiao sect, the sect leader of Ziwei sect from Diansong Mountain, and Xiao Qi Ning of Qiankuan sect. Though Bei Ming Jinren was aware that Sword Frost Cold was merely 181 years old, entirely compliant with the competition's regulations, he could not permit him to step onto the arena. It was absurd. This was Sword Frost Cold, a prodigy with a mutated thunder spiritual root who had broken through to the Great Ascension stage before 200 years of age. Who among them could possibly compete with him? Bei Ming Jinren had always held that Li Jing Rang's entry into the transformation stage at such a young age was an unparalleled feat within the realm of cultivation. Little did he know, there existed another exceptional talent within Qing Xian's ranks, Sword Frost Cold. Sword Frost Cold's brilliance rendered Li Jing Rang a mere jester. What a farce! As Bei Ming Jinren prepared to speak, Sword Frost Cold interjected, "Rest assured, Senior Bei Ming, I have no intention of fighting your disciple. My master has stated that it would be inappropriate to engage in combat with fellow disciples. However, I am more than willing to challenge you directly, and I shall continue until Li Jing Rang concedes." Bei Ming Jinren's fierce gaze swiftly shifted towards the bewildered Qing Xian. Indeed, despite Sword Frost Cold's calm demeanor, they were on a special cultivation arena where even a normal conversation could be heard throughout the venue. Thus, Sword Frost Cold's declaration resonated loudly for all to hear. Almost every sect leader, elder, and even the ethereal Yu Huang fairy directed their murderous glares towards Qing Xian. What was he thinking? Was his mind made of tofu? Competitions among disciples should be just that. Why drag them into this? It did not take long for the gathered crowd to discern that Sword Frost Cold was at the Great Ascension stage. Primarily, Jian Shuanghan has been somewhat reticent about concealing his true cultivation level, compressing it instead. Yet he brazenly displays his realm for all to see. Amongst the gathered sect leaders, elders, and even the ethereal Yu Huang fairy, none possess a realm that rivals Jian Shuanghan's. Rather than engaging their disciples, he directly confronts them and proceeds to defeat all disciples into submission. Bei Ming Jinren immediately scoffs. "Ah, Qing Xian, is this despicable trick truly of your design? Do you presume that Jian Shuanghan refrains from confronting you in this arena?" In truth, Bei Ming Jinren is mistaken, for Qing Xian has already faced defeat. Observing Bei Ming Jinren momentarily at a loss for words, Jian Shuanghan graces him with a smile befitting a junior towards a senior. Bei Ming Jinren, how about we engage in a contest right now? When it is Ling Xiao sect's turn, we can forego it. Jian Hao swiftly crawls from Jian Shuanghan's sleeve into Bai Yun Sui's embrace, tugging at his collar. "Why aren't you running?" Coming to his senses, Bai Yun Sui promptly scoops up Jian Hao and dashes towards the safe zone of the arena. The others remain bewildered, unaware of the unfolding events, while Bei Ming Jinren's face flushes with rage as he mercilessly swings his palm towards Jian Shuanghan. Jian Shuanghan deftly seizes Bei Ming Jinren's wrist, his lips curling into a cold smile. Who does Bei Ming Jinren look down upon? This is how one should deliver a slap. Indeed, Bei Ming Jinren suddenly feels an overwhelming force transmit through his wrist, one so potent he cannot withstand it. Before he can formulate a counter-strategy, his face has already received a resounding slap. Instantly, both his face and hand ache. The arena falls into a profound silence. All present witness Jian Shuanghan gripping Bei Ming Jinren's wrist, compelling him to deliver a slap to himself. Chu Ning is astounded, cautiously prodding Qing Xian. Is it permissible to slap like that? Qing Xian, in this moment, is filled with regret, wishing fervently that slap had landed upon his own face. He recalls the absurd words he uttered at Mo when peak. He had merely been speaking idly, never expecting Jian Shuanghan to actually dare to do such a thing. Is he prepared to offend the entire sects of the cultivation world, anticipating enmity with all major sects? Moreover, Bei Ming Jinren is indeed at the mid-stage of the void refinement realm, truly an expert of the highest caliber. Yet, such a top-tier cultivator has been humiliated in this manner. The members of Ling Xiao sect erupt in outrage. A multitude rise to their feet, pointing at Jian Shuanghan and vociferously denouncing him. "How dare you strike our sect's leader? You must be tired of living. Just a mere child. and I doubt your Great Ascension realm is anything remarkable. Is Great Ascension truly something to boast about? To dare act so arrogantly before Lingxiao sect? Today, having struck you, let us see if Qing Xian can protect you. Bai Mingjinren is equally incensed, unleashing his full energy. He breaks free from Jian Shuanghan's grasp. Su Heng, quick-witted, instinctively lifts when Qing and retreats to Qing Xian's side. Qi Yuaning and Zhan wanly rush towards the group of disciples. They merely wish to shield these precious pupils, lest they become collateral damage. Although Jian Shuanghan releases his grip, he does not retreat, crossing his arms defiantly, facing the oncoming energy head-on. Even more infuriating for Bai Mingjinren is the fact that, despite Jian Shuanghan braving the onslaught, the force merely tousles a strand of his hair. Meanwhile, none of those behind Jian Shuanghan are affected. Qi Yuaning and Zhan wanly arrive just in time to protect the remaining disciples as they retreat. My goodness, Jian Shuanghan, you truly are formidable. To speak candidly, the relationship between Lingxiao sect and Tianjin sect is not as harmonious as it appears. A dispute over a jade marrow mine lies at the heart of it. Tianjin sect, primarily comprising sword cultivators, relies heavily on jade marrow as an essential resource for sword nurturing. Furthermore, jade marrow serves another vital purpose. It can be ground into powder for talisman crafting. Crafting talismans is not merely a matter of ink, vermilion, and dubious substances. They must hold efficacy, necessitating the gathering of the world's essence. Jade marrow, being the essence of jade, is inherently capable of bridging the heavens and earth, making it an unparalleled medium. Both Tianjin sect and Lingxiao sect have set their sights on a jade marrow vein. In their bid for total control over this vein, they have clashed both overtly and covertly on numerous occasions. Initially, Bai Mingjinren sought to arrange a union between disciples of his sect and Tianjin sect to solidify their ties, facilitating the utilization of that vein. Yet, this plan was thwarted by Wen Qingqing, a disciple of Qing Xian, as Bai Mingjinren had never encountered Wen Qingqing. He was unaware of her influence, leading him to deduce that she had seduced Li Jingran, resulting in the dissolution of the marriage and causing considerable embarrassment. Bai Mingjinren does not fully comprehend the intricacies of the Great Ascension realm. Yet reflecting on Jian Shuanghan's age, he recognizes that he has recently entered this realm. Since he has deliberately provoked them, why not join forces with the others to deliver a severe blow, imparting a lesson to Qing Xian? Without reservation, he unleashes his treasured artifact, the Shaking Heaven Bell, aiming to strike Jian Shuanghan on the head. In tandem, the leaders of Diansong Mountain and Shao Qining spring into action. They hurl their soul-capturing bell and 5-yin Thunderstrike Wood at Jian Shuanghan. Both are experts of the Void Refinement realm, and their thrown artifacts are of heavenly quality. The soul-capturing bell disrupts the mind, while the 5-yin Thunderstrike Wood is a specialized artifact designed to counter thunder-based techniques. Jian Shuanghan is acutely aware of the potency of these three artifacts and immediately darts towards the center of the arena, as this grand contest has already escalated absurdly, with 3 sect leaders directly involved, wielding fearsome artifacts. If mishandled, the audience could be in peril. The ethereal Yu Huang fairy, observing the 4 in the arena, promptly instructs all disciples of Beehive Palace to fortify the barriers and restrictions, swiftly elevating the arena into the sky, allowing the spectators to view only through various water mirrors. She also activates Beehive Palace's most formidable protective formation. This is no jest. A Great Ascension cultivator pitted against 3 Void Refinement experts poses an immense threat. Should they recklessly engage in combat, the potential for destruction of Beehive Palace is too great to fathom. Jian Shuanghan raises his hand, and a warm breeze sweeps in as he grips the blossoming 3,000 flower in his palm. With a single stroke, he intercepts the impending chime of the Shaking Heaven Bell. The sound of the Shaking Heaven Bell is reputed to shatter all things through its resonance. It is said that when the bell first emerged, its mere 3 chimes tore the heavens asunder, shaking the very fabric of the Tao. Thus it earned its name. Should the bell remain silent, it should not be underestimated, for it is not only exceedingly durable, but also nearly inescapable once ensnared. Besides encasing, the Shaking Heaven Bell can also deliver devastating blows. Having subdued the Shaking Heaven Bell, Jian Shuanghan pivots to confront the 5-yin Thunderstrike Wood. Jian Shuanghan's mutated lightning spirit root, in a certain sense, aligns with the Heavenly Thunder system he is currently cultivating, embodying the extreme Yang Thunder. While the 5-yin Thunderstrike Wood requires the Earth's 5-yin Thunder to manifest, representing extreme yin thunder. It can be said that when Yang and yin thunders collide, they mutually weaken one another. Yet, Xiao Qining pays little heed to whether the 5 Thunderstrike would will be countered. His intent is to restrict Jian Shuanghan's abilities, ensuring the others have a chance to triumph over him. Thus, with a sharp command, he chants the incantation, and a thunder barrier materializes around the 5 Thunderstrike wood. Jiansong Mountain also shakes the soul-capturing bell, amplifying the shaking heaven bell's effects to disorient Jian Shuanghan. Beiming Jinren charges directly at Jian Shuanghan, while Jiansong Mountain and Xiao Qining prepare to ambush, creating a fierce standoff that leaves the audience in awe. Is this truly a confrontation between a Great Ascension cultivator and 3 Void Refinement cultivators? It is indeed powerful, overwhelmingly so. Those lacking sufficient cultivation can only follow the slow-motion projections in the water mirrors to keep pace with their duel. Meanwhile, those sufficiently skilled are left trembling with fear, knowing that each move must be executed flawlessly, for the consequences of error are dire. Below the stage, when Qingqing suddenly hears a voice from her system. Host, what are you dawdling for? Hurry and have the strategist assist in backstabbing Jian Shuanghan. Instantly jolted from her reverie by the shock of the powerful duel. When Qingqing regains her composure. In such a contest of this caliber, who could possibly intervene? When Qingqing's gaze immediately fell upon the figure of Master Qingxian. Instinctively, she grasped Qingxuan's hand, her eyes brimming with tears, embodying a fragile, terrified demeanor. Master, will my senior brother be all right after such a blow? Qingxian focused intently on the arena. At this distance, his cultivation level allowed him to ascertain the unfolding events without needing a water mirror. It was undeniable that he felt a sense of shock, for the strength exhibited by Jian Shuanghan was far from that of a cultivator who had merely stepped into the Great Ascension stage. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that Jian Shuanghan's cultivation was not inferior to his own as a master. Observing when Qingqing's frightened expression, he sighed in resignation. Do not fret over your senior brother. He has merely unleashed the drunken blossoms of 3,000, and the manifestation of the Great Ascension's heavenly laws has yet to emerge. Indeed, upon reaching the Great Ascension stage, one could cultivate a heavenly law manifestation, a confluence of unparalleled power, embodying pure cultivation prowess and wielding immense might. When Qingqing immediately inquired with trepidation, Master, does that imply that my senior brother might injure the 3 sect masters? Can we still coexist harmoniously? Qingxian fell silent. Indeed, a multitude of thoughts surged within him. He harbored a desire for Jian Shuanghan to preserve the rare tranquility among the various sections. Should discord arise among the cultivators, it would provide an opening for demonic cultivators to exploit. When Qingqing, noticing Qingxuan's silence, grew emboldened. Essentially, this signified that her master also wished for Jian Shuanghan not to triumph, which was reassuring. She then conveyed to the system, does my current influence over the target's judgment and action suffice? Host, the current target is indeed affected, expressing clear dissatisfaction towards Jian Shuanghan, and does not wish for this contest to conclude favorably. A peculiar smile curved upon Wen Qingqing's lips. At that moment, Bai Yunsui happened to catch sight of this arc. Jian Hao, do you know what Wen Qingqing is smiling about? As Jian Hao directed his attention towards Wen Qingqing, she suddenly pointed at the water mirror, exclaiming, Ah, the master of Jiansong Mountain. Senior Beiming. Subsequently, the figure of Master Qingxian vanished from the audience. A tremendous sense of oppression suddenly enveloped the martial stage. The original barrier of the arena was shattered. A pure, blue energy manifestation of Qingxian materialized within the arena. Jian Shuanghan, who had been wielding sword energy with abandon, suddenly found himself restrained by an overwhelming force. A murderous aura surged from behind. Jian Shuanghan turned, summoning thunderclouds, preparing to defend, only to have his thunderclouds dispersed by the 5 thunder-striking wood. Master Qingxuan's palm struck Jian Shuanghan squarely in the chest. Simultaneously, the heavenly shocking bell of Master Beiming landed a heavy blow on Jian Shuanghan's back. Congratulations, host. You've completed a backstab. Current task progress. 1-3. All present gazed in disbelief at this spectacle. What had they just witnessed? Master Qingxian had struck his own eldest disciple? The force of that palm pierced through Jian Shuanghan's body, and an icy spear instantly impaled him. The heavenly shocking bell, leveraging this momentum, caused Jian Shuanghan to spit blood. Flower-drunken 3,000 pressed against the cold arena, and Jian Shuanghan knelt on one knee. Everyone stared in shock at this scene. Xuan trembled, pointing at the water mirror. Senior brother is bleeding. Indeed, that strike had evidently inflicted severe injury upon Jian Shuanghan. Bai Yunsui, almost instinctively, approached Wen Qingqing and delivered a harsh slap across her face. Wretched girl, what did you say to the master just now? Wen Qingqing's mind went blank. She had been struck. Yin Qinju instinctively placed himself between Wen Qingqing and Bai Yunsui, thrusting a sword towards the latter. The mud sword instantaneously transformed into a shield to deflect the blow. Fortunately, Qiu and Ning reacted swiftly, positioning herself between the two. What are you doing? The situation above is already absurd. Must you fight down here as well? Chapter 54. One sword against three sects. 3. Bai Yunsui's gaze was as sharp as a blade. For no reason at all, why would the master ambush the eldest disciple? Did you say something to him? Before, when Qingqing had formally joined the Heavenly Sword sect, although Master Qingxian occasionally made mistakes, he was not one to confuse right and wrong, nor would he act solely on whims, especially not to betray a disciple during such a critical moment. Yin Qinju, being the target of the scheme, naturally had no inkling of Bai Yunsui's grievances. Whatever the master intends to do, he has his reasons. After all, if the eldest brother had committed no fault, why would the master act thus? Bai Yunsui looked at Yin Qinju in disbelief, questioning whether this fool would even listen to reason. The master's ambush was a fault, and he was not wrong? Qiu and Ning, sensing the peculiarity of the situation, inquired, Wen Qingqing, what did you say to your master? Wen Qingqing's eyes immediately turned red, presenting a pitiful countenance. I said nothing. I merely worried that my senior brother was acting recklessly, especially when facing the three sect masters. At this point, Wen Qingqing cast a sorrowful glance at Qiu and Ning. Do you think it wrong for Qingqing to consider the sect's well-being? Qiu and Ning's expression darkened instantly. How could she possibly be portrayed as a master who would deliberately make things difficult for a young girl over trivial matters? The crux of the issue was that Jian Wanli held a grudge against Jian Shuanghan. Hearing such words, he nodded emphatically. Indeed, Jian Shuanghan has grown overly arrogant, believing that his breakthrough to great ascension makes him superior, disregarding everyone else. If it weren't for the sect master intervening, he would have truly offended three sections. Chuaning, what do you propose we do? Meanwhile, Jian Shuanghan slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was not particularly surprised by Qing Xuan's sudden attack. It seemed that the heavenly path had somehow compelled Qingxian to strike him. At the moment Qingxian witnessed Jian Shuanghan spitting blood, a fleeting panic crossed his heart. However, that momentary fear was swiftly replaced by fury as he yelled at Jian Shuanghan. Beast, look at what you've done. Upon hearing this, Jian Shuanghan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Great, the master's irrationality had undoubtedly surged once more. Were this directed at any other disciple, they would likely be overwhelmed by endless grievances. But he was Jian Shuanghan, a once-in-3,000 years genius. The power of his mutated thunder spirit root began to circulate, visibly restoring his body with astonishing speed. It was merely a slap from the heavenly shocking bell and Qingxian. How significant could that be? After all, what could possibly compare to the might of the heavenly tribulation? Thus, Flower Drunken 3000 pivoted its blade, pointing directly at Qingxian. Very well. Today, I shall fight you as well. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sky darkened abruptly, with thunderclouds swiftly enveloping the entirety of Beihai Palace. Lightning surged forth mercilessly, striking the heavenly shocking bell, the soul-capturing bell, and the 5 thunder-striking wood without restraint. Master Baiming, Diansong Mountain, and Xiao Qining had initially thought that with Qingxian taking action, this rebellious disciple Jian Shuanghan would be subdued. Little did they anticipate that Jian Shuanghan intended to attack Qingxian as well. They had assumed that Qingxian's intervention would suffice to rectify the situation, and thus, all three instinctively paused their actions. Heaven knows Jian Shuanghan had no intention of sparing even his master. What was worse, their hesitation had inadvertently summoned a tempest of thunderclouds. The rarity of the thunder spirit root lay in its capacity to master heavenly thunder. It was said that when a thunder spirit root reached its zenith, its power rivaled that of the heavenly tribulation. Moreover, Jian Shuanghan possessed a mutated thunder spirit root. At this moment, bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, crashing down with a cacophony, each strike resonating with the force of a heavy blow, leaving the three sect masters feeling utterly unsettled. Was this heavenly thunder truly so formidable? It must be noted that the more advanced the magical artifact, the stronger the connection between it and its wielder, allowing for seamless control. However, if the artifact sustained damage, the backlash experienced by the wielder would intensify accordingly, especially for Xiao Qining. His 5 thunder-striking wood was indeed effective against heavenly thunder. Yet, This countermeasure was contingent upon his cultivation level. When faced with heavenly thunder far exceeding the capabilities of the 5 Yin thunderstriking wood and Shao Qining, that countermeasure became negligible. Now, the most alarming revelation was that Jian Shuanghan was indeed this powerful. However, with merely 3 talismans and a few bolts of heavenly thunder, a crack suddenly appeared in the soul-capturing bell, causing the weakest among the disciples of Mount Diansong to spew blood and collapse on the spot. Qing Xian, infuriated, trembled with rage and bellowed, "It seems today I shall impart to you the true meaning of respecting one's teacher and the path." The icy aura instantaneously engulfed the entire Beihai Palace. As a water element single spiritual root practitioner, Qing Xian had cultivated for a millennium, honing his spiritual root power to its utmost. Mastering this extreme cold divine art, particularly his renowned ultimate technique, cold descent into hell, would instantly freeze and disperse those with insufficient cultivation within its range. Yet, the arena shrouded by Qing Xuan's celestial manifestation suddenly trembled violently. Another purple, celestial manifestation emerged, forcefully expelling Qing Xuan's from the arena. Indeed, Jian Shuanghan had also mastered the celestial manifestation. Unlike Qing Xuan's frigid manifestation, Jian Shuanghan's was entwined with lightning. If Qing Xian was the embodiment of ice, then Jian Shuanghan was the incarnation of thunder. Both Qing Xian and Jian Shuanghan unleashed their celestial manifestations simultaneously. The swords of their manifestations clashed, with Jian Shuanghan's drunken blossoms colliding against Qing Xuan's life sword. In just a breath's time, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. The entire Beihai Palace quaked with each clash, the arena's support showing signs of imminent collapse. Yu Huang Fairy, witnessing the cracks in the palace's protective array, felt a mix of shock and anger, unable to restrain herself from cursing. "Damn it, Bai Ming, you 3. How can you take just a few hits? Must you incite these 2 great masters to engage in a fierce battle here? Have you forgotten what it means to be at the Great Ascension stage?" Her words struck a chord, and under the immense impact, all those affected suddenly recalled that, indeed, at the Great Ascension stage, one was truly invincible in the Jiuzhou continent. And when 2 great Ascension masters clashed, the devastation was unimaginable, especially for Wen Qingqing. Though her task was complete, gazing at the sky shrouded in dark thunderclouds, a familiar fear surged within her in an instant. Then, a bolt of lightning ruthlessly descended upon her head. "It's over," was the only thought in Wen Qingqing's mind. Suddenly, a cry of pain echoed. Yet, it was not Wen Qingqing who was injured. Su Heng and Yin Ju simultaneously shielded her from the lethal strike. However, as Su Heng stood at the forefront, the bolt directly struck him, leaving him charred and injured. This lightning also forced Yin Ju to stagger back several steps. Chapter 55. Heart Sword slashes the Heavenly Dao 1. Chu Aning immediately instructed Situya to heal the 2. Meanwhile, Yi Lifeng stood momentarily dazed, watching the arena gradually sink as the celestial manifestations of Jian Shuanghan and Qing Xian unleashed their unparalleled prowess, embodying their respective understandings of the Dao in every strike. It was powerful, so powerful it sent shivers down one's spine. Then, a bolt of lightning struck directly before Yi Lifeng. It was as if a formidable conviction unfurled right before his eyes. Drunken blossoms for 3,000 guests, 1 sword of frost for 14 states. The horns herald the sky. The cold air prevails. The winds and waves shake the mountains and seas in autumn. What is the Tao for a cultivator? What does one comprehend when realizing the Tao? The strength of cultivation is irrelevant to the Tao. It is the strength of conviction and innate talent that matters. But then, why must cultivation seek the Tao? The so-called Tao is the principle of heaven and earth. It is the perseverance of cultivators standing beneath the heavenly tribulations. Naturally, others also became aware of this. This was a confrontation of great ascension experts. If they could gain insights from it, how beneficial would it be for their own cultivation? Many disciples, caught between the realms of high and low, began to recognize the significance of this event, widening their eyes in anticipation of learning something valuable. However, the disciples at the stage of great perfection trembled, for the thundercloud summoned by Jian Shuanghan truly resembled a calamity cloud. Each strike felt like a thunderous blow to the head. That sensation made it seem as though this tribulation could not be overcome. Qing Xian and Jian Shuanghan had exchanged over 100 blows, and he too felt a sense of shock. Jian Shuanghan, even while suppressing 3 sect masters, fought with remarkable ease. Why? They were both cultivators, Yet Qing Xian had devoted 2,000 years to reach his current state, while Jian Shuanghan had cultivated for less than 200 years and achieved such prowess. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Qing Xuan's eyes. A sinister aura emerged in the world, unnoticed by others. Jian Shuang, battling Qing Xian, sensed it immediately. Not only did he perceive the malice within Qing Xuan's celestial manifestation, but he also realized that this malice was growing uncontrollably. If it continued, Qing Xian would likely be consumed by this dark thought. Greed, anger, ignorance, arrogance, and jealousy. The 5 thoughts give rise to 5 ghosts, which in turn spawned 5 disasters, leading to 5 calamities. As the malice was born, Qing Xuan's colossal palm from his celestial manifestation came crashing down on the arena. The gathered cultivators scattered in a panic. If they were even a moment too slow, they would truly meet their end here. Meanwhile, Jian Shuanghan's mood darkened further. Logically, those who achieve great ascension should not possess a flawed Dao heart. Otherwise, they would have perished during their heavenly tribulation. This indicated that after reaching great ascension, Qing Xian had failed to control his greed, anger, ignorance, arrogance, and jealousy. Jian Shuanghan sighed softly, and his celestial manifestation transformed once more. An invisible sword suddenly gripped in the hand of his manifestation. Jian Shuanghan possessed 3 swords. Besides the Wanqiao sword and Drunken Blossoms, this was the Heart Sword, an artifact no one in the Jiuzhou continent had yet mastered. Once the Heart Sword emerged, the sky erupted with 3 thunderous booms. The thundercloud summoned by Jian Shuanghan slowly dissipated. All the cultivators felt goosebumps instantly. Jian Hao, frightened, immediately hid beneath the tattered white clouds. Trembling, he explained, this is bad, it's the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao has returned. Those cultivators preparing for their tribulations instinctively fled Beihai Palace. What a joke. Why would the clash of these 2 great ascension masters summon the Heavenly Dao's thunder tribulation? Subsequently, 2 bolts of heavenly thunder struck directly at Jian Shuanghan. Jian Shuanghan, with a twist of the Heart Sword, met the lightning strike, instantly cleaving through the 2 bolts. The Heavenly Dao had evidently restored its thunderclouds. These 2 bolts of heavenly thunder were immensely powerful. The Heavenly Dao was furious once more. Last time it was due to Jian Hao's identity, and this time, it was because of the Heart Sword. As the thunderclouds dispersed, Baiming Jinren, Diansong Mountain, and Shao Qining immediately fled. The clash between these 2 great ascension masters had nearly cost them their lives. Moreover, they had to evade the Heavenly Dao, which they absolutely could not provoke. At the moment the Heavenly Dao appeared, when Qing's face turned ashen, that familiar sensation of losing control surged within her. She frantically called for the system in her mind. Yet again, the system abandoned her in the face of the Heavenly Dao's pressure. The power of the Heavenly Dao rushed into Qing Xuan's body, and the minuscule hint of malice within him rapidly expanded upon receiving this power, showing signs of demonic corruption in an instant. Jian Shuanghan tightened his grip on the Heart Sword. Since the Heavenly Dao sought battle, then he would fight to the end. In an instant, his heart became as indomitable as the sword. Both Jian Shuanghan and Qing Xian unleashed their full might. Qing Xuan's eyes turned blood red. Unworthy disciple, today I shall deal with you using the might of the Heavenly Dao. Instantly, the entire Xinhua Sea was encased in ice. Countless sharp, massive ice spikes infused with the power of thunder and demonic energy hurtling toward Jian Shuanghan. The Drunken Blossoms surrounded Jian Shuanghan, blocking every assault. Meanwhile, Jian Shuanghan, wielding the Heart Sword, charged directly at Qing Xian. The Heart Sword differed from an ordinary life sword. It was forged from one's soul and Dao heart. Every strike from the Heart Sword contained conviction and the essence of the Dao, making it the most unique sword in the realm. The Heart Sword could question the heart, and the heavens too have a heart. If the human heart could question, then the heavenly heart could certainly be questioned. The last thing the Heavenly Dao desired was for the Heart Sword to emerge, empowered by the Heavenly Dao's might. Qing Xian had long forgotten his original intentions, completely immersed in boundless hatred for Jian Shuanghan. He loathed the Heavenly Dao for its injustice. He resented the disparities in innate talent, and he despised that Jian Shuanghan was his disciple. Why did Jian Shuanghan deserve the Heart Sword? He sought to destroy everything. Qing Xuan's extreme cold hell descended. Cultivators of lower cultivation levels were nearly instantaneously frozen. Without the protection of a strong cultivator, they would vanish in an instant. The resplendent palace of the Azure Sea has become entirely encased in ice. Yet, with each step closer to the Heart Sword, Jian Shuang's inexplicable sense of dread deepens. Qing Xian channels all his lifelong knowledge into a desperate assault against Jian Shuanghan, wishing fervently to impale him with shards of ice. However, Qing Xian is suddenly met with a blinding flash of white light. Jian Shuanghan firmly grasps the heart sword, shattering Qing Xian's manifestation of the heavens and earth. As this manifestation crumbles, the relentless power of ice ceases to spread. All the cultivators feel as though the weight pressing down upon their hearts has vanished. In the ensuing moment, before Qing Xian can react, Jian Shuanghan has already delivered a lethal strike. Qing Xian finds himself cleaved by the heart sword of Jian Shuanghan, leaving the crowd in shock. A torrent of immense heavenly power erupts from within Qing Xian, accompanied by the malevolent thoughts he has gathered over time. In disbelief, Qing Xian touches the area where the sword has struck, his gaze clearing. Yet, Jian Shuang has already turned, gripping the heart sword, unleashing a relentless barrage of sword energy towards the stormy clouds above. The heavenly thunderclouds begin to tremble and rain down in response to this onslaught. As the raindrops fall, those cultivators who had been frozen by Qing Xian's extreme coldness are astonishingly revived. Their grievous wounds mend. The ice of the Azure Sea Palace melts away, and even the ants come back to life due to this miraculous rain. Soon, the heavenly thunderclouds disperse. The survivors, having narrowly escaped death, collectively bow to the heavens. Just before the storm clouds vanish, a bolt of heavenly lightning strikes Jian Shuanghan's palm, as if to taunt him. Behold, with but a mere beckoning of my finger, all will bow before me. Life and death are but trifles. What power do you mortals possess to defy me? Jian Shuanghan crushes this bolt of lightning. Yet his eyes reveal not a trace of anger at this provocation. Fool! What a foolish heavenly path! Does it not know that the deceased cannot be revived, but must instead traverse the cycle of reincarnation? A rule even the heavens must abide by? Now, in a bid to gain the faith of mortals, the heavens dare to allow the dead to return to life. Mortals cultivate immortality, defying the heavens, and must face heavenly tribulations. Yet the heavens, for their own selfish desires, audaciously disrupt the balance of life and death. This is colloquially known as losing the way. When the heavenly path loses its way, it marks the beginning of a new order. Jian Shuanghan sheathes his heart sword and turns to face the still-standing Qing Xian, an unnamed fury igniting within him. He rolls up his sleeves, arcs of electricity dancing in his palm, and without hesitation, delivers a resounding slap to Qing Xian's face. After the sharp crack of that slap, Qing Xian finally regains his senses. Honor. The result is that the other side of his face receives another slap. The heart sword may sever the heart, but does not take lives. Qing Xian, the master of Jian Shuanghan, was the one who had rescued him from despair in his youth, who had once cared for him with utmost dedication. Now, he is but a pawn in the hands of the heavens. Jian Shuanghan had hoped to find a better way to mitigate Qing Xian's foolishness. Yet, Qing Xian seemed utterly oblivious, intent on courting death. How could this not wrench his heart? Everything unfolded too swiftly. By the time the disciples of the Tianjian sect regained their composure, they realized their sect leader was being held down by their senior brother, who was delivering slap after slap with lightning speed. The first to react with a cry was Yin Chenju, Master. The disciples of the Tianjian sect hurriedly rushed forward to separate the two. Meanwhile, the one who should have been at the forefront, when Qing lay collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. What a wretched system. It truly did run away when the heavens unleashed their wrath, leaving her all alone. Her senior brother Jian Shuanghan appeared capable of battling the heavens. What if he had chosen to eliminate all the system hosts present instead of confronting the heavens? A system could always find another host, but her life was singular. If lost, it was lost. Just moments ago, the heavens had descended with miracles, resurrecting the dead. Yet her intuition warned her that such resurrection must come at a cost. If the heavens could resurrect her, why would they frighten her system away? Simply put, while she may have received the system as a golden finger, it mattered little. She was not truly favored by the heavens. Su Heng embraced Jian Shuanghan's waist, while Song Yi stood protectively before Qing Xian. Senior brother, stop. You'll hurt Master. Bai Yun Sui grasped Jian Shuanghan's arm. Senior brother, Master must surely see his error. Please cease your attack. At this moment, Qiu Yuning and Zhan Wanli dared not provoke the situation further. Yet they could not allow their sect leader to lose face, swiftly pulling Qing Xian away from the range of Jian Shuanghan's slaps. Qiu Yuning even covered Qing Xian's mouth, praying that he wouldn't utter any nonsense that might provoke Jian Shuanghan further. In truth, from the moment Jian Shuanghan's first slap landed, Qing Xian's mind was in utter chaos. He was consumed by thoughts of why he felt jealousy toward Jian Shuanghan. Why would he be envious of his own disciple? With such a formidable disciple at his side, he should have been boasting with pride. Why had he sought to undermine Jian Shuanghan? If Jian Shuanghan had been weaker, would that single ambush have been enough to spell his doom? As Jian Shuanghan's slaps continued to rain down, the sharp pain began to clear his muddled thoughts. What had he done all these years? Especially upon seeing Bai Yunsui desperately trying to shield him from Jian Shuanghan's strikes. That child had not turned against him. In that instant, memories of how Bai Yunsui had been treated flooded his mind. How had he forgotten that despite her earlier missteps, she had always been sincere in her dealings with him? He had neglected to guide her toward focusing on her inner self, yet had criticized her for not being able to excel in her cultivation while also serving each of them well. He expected her to be both formidable and dignified, yet able to endure grievances and take the blame without complaint. The pain, mingled with clarity, surged through his mind. Jian Hao hurriedly transmitted a message to Jian Shuanghan. Master, please refrain from striking. Qing Xian's foolishness level is at 111. He must have triggered something. Please stop. Jian Shuanghan let out a cold laugh, at least heeding Jian Hao's words and retracting his hand. Then inquired of the Tianjin sect disciples. What is it? Are you here to charge me with a crime of great rebellion? Zhang Wanli instinctively bowed. Senior brother, what are you saying? With your cultivation and status in the Tianjin sect, what can you not do? Moreover, this matter is merely a family affair between you and your master. What business do we have in it? It was no joke. Witnessing the intensity of Jian Shuanghan and Qing Xian's confrontation, who among them dared to offend these two formidable ancestors of the Great Ascension stage? Even if there were grievances, they must be swallowed down. If unable to contain themselves, they would simply practice breathing techniques to endure. The senior brother of the Tianjin sect, at the young age of 181, in the Great Ascension stage, had just cleaved through Qing Xian's malevolent thoughts and shattered the heavenly thunderclouds. With such power, what sect without a Great Ascension master could dare to confront Jian Shuanghan? The previously boastful Bei Ming Jinren, Dian Songshan, and Shao Qining all breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have avoided calamity. Qing Xian had nearly fallen into madness. Yet Jian Shuanghan had managed to sever the darkness within him. It was likely due to the fact that Qing Xian was his master, that he could not bring himself to deliver a fatal blow. Should it have been any of the three of them, would a single strike not have obliterated their primordial spirits and sent them reborn? Dian Songshan and Shao Qining immediately approached Jian Shuanghan, bowing. The disciples of the Ziwei sect and the Qingkuan sect concede. Bei Ming Jinren was taken aback, wondering why they would retreat during a fight yet step forward in betrayal. What was the meaning of this? However, upon recalling Jian Shuanghan's formidable prowess, he too took a step forward. The Tianjin sect is fortunate to have a senior brother like Jian Shuanghan. This is merely a friendly exchange. Let us not harm the harmony between our sections. It was an unabashed lesson, exemplifying what it means for a true man to be adaptable. Before being struck, they had shouted about disregarding the friendship between the two sects. Yet after the confrontation, they spoke of preserving the harmony between them. Regardless of how grandiloquent the threats may be, as long as one can subdue the opponent, even those who are initially defiant must ultimately bow down and seek peace. After all, the path of cultivation is already fraught with difficulties. Why add unnecessary adversaries to one's journey? Thus, following the exemplary cases of Bai Ming Jinren, Diansong Mountain, and Shao Qining, who found themselves battered despite their protective instincts and pretentious airs, the majority of sects began to reconsider their positions. On the Jiuzhou continent, cultivators in the Mahayana stage are few and far between, with only a handful willing to mingle with the sections. In reality, there are only 3 or 4 Mahayana cultivators within the sects, and now the Tianjin sect boasts 2 of them. It is crucial to note that the Tianjin sect is not solely reliant on these 2 Mahayana cultivators. It has an array of elders and prodigies. Should a conflict arise, the most favorable outcome would likely see the first-rate sects reduced to third-rate status. Hence, the leaders of the sects participating in the Baihagen Grand Competition wisely conceded to Jian Shuanghan. The Baihagen Grand Competition does not permit entry into the secret realm solely for the first place. Since the opponent is so formidable, it is best to yield and contend for the remaining rankings. However, this outcome left the members of the Tianjin sect in a favorable position, while others wore expressions of dismay, particularly those led by Lu Qianxue, the system bearers. What a jest! Lu Qianxue had just fought valiantly. nearly exhausting her hard-earned points from completing tasks to acquire several treasures to combat Jian Shuanghan. Now she realizes that no matter how powerful the treasures are, the wielder must also possess sufficient strength. Moreover, when the Tao of Heaven manifested, her system, which she had relied upon for many years, inexplicably vanished. For Lu Qinxue, who had utilized the system for 2 centuries, the sudden disappearance felt utterly shocking. The loss of such a golden finger, a crutch upon which she had depended, coupled with the sensation of her years of accumulation evaporating in an instant, left her feeling despondent. Not to mention the overwhelming pressure brought by 2 Mahayana cultivators. Despite her extensive life experience, she felt, in that fleeting moment, utterly forsaken and devoid of all. This feeling was truly unbearable. It seems Jian Shuanghan is a unique entity in this world. As long as he exists, the system will falter. The thought of life without the system was beyond Lu Qinxue's imagination for a moment. Urgent announcement. Due to increased task difficulty, the system has decided to extend the task duration until the conclusion of the Secret Realm trial. Additionally, a supplementary side task has been issued. The host must enter the Secret Realm. Reward for entering the Secret Realm. All resources used for the Jian Shuanghan side quest will be refunded in full. All system hosts present received these 2 system notifications. Lu Qinxue was momentarily overwhelmed by this tremendous surprise, causing her to cast aside the matter of the system's brief disappearance. However, when Qingqing was not so easily swayed, she instantly recognized that this was a deliberate ploy by the system. Furthermore, it was highly likely that there were more than just her and Lu Qinxue among the system bearers present. This meant that the 2 notifications were intended to distract them, making the hosts forget the reason behind the system's temporary vanishing. One Qingqing apprehensively gazed at Jian Shuanghan, who was descending from the competition stage. Twice now, after provoking the Tao of Heaven, the senior brother had repelled its threats. Either he was exceptionally powerful, or the Tao itself had certain constraints preventing it from recklessly attacking him. There remained a less probable scenario. Perhaps the Tao was not as formidable as she had imagined. The moment Qing Xian was assisted down, when Qingqing instinctively moved to his side, immediately inquiring about his condition. Qing Xian felt touched. The one originally meant to tend to Qing Xian, Qiu Yuaning, decided to ignore the muddle-headed individual and instead took Jian Shuanghan to the Baihaging's resting room for a checkup. Simultaneously, under the assault of the shaking Heaven Bell and Qing Xian, Jian Shuanghan had sustained significant bruises on his abdomen and back. Qiu Yuaning attempted to apply pressure to the bruised areas, which immediately sank under her touch. Alarmed, she realized that while the surface wounds were not terrifying, the internal injuries might be quite severe. Bai Yunsui and Song Yu both gasped in shock while Jian Hao, in a tearful state, patted Jian Shuanghan's wounds with his small cloth hands, pleading, "Master, you mustn't be hurt. If anything were to happen to you, how could I go on living?" Jian Shuanghan could only roll his eyes, lifting Jian Hao and casually taking a pill, which he swallowed before circulating his energy. The bruising visibly began to dissipate at an astonishing rate. Even Qiu Yuaning, who had seen much, widened her eyes in astonishment. Song Yu, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Senior brother, your injuries, they're not serious anymore?" Jian Shuanghan nodded, "Indeed. The injuries sustained from the combined assault of my master and the shaking Heaven Bell are still within tolerable limits when compared to the tribulations faced during the Mahayana stage." Song Yiyu's face displayed evident disbelief. He recalled reading in Wani Shenzun that once a deity entered the Mahayana stage, they typically would not sustain injuries. Should they be injured, the recovery would be exceptionally difficult. How could it be as simple as Jian Shuanghan claimed? Unless could it be that senior brother was an anomaly? Song Yiyu suddenly realized that since Jian Shuanghan's appearance, the narrative had deviated significantly from the original, unlocking numerous hidden plots. Thus, could it indeed be that senior brother was a unique existence? As this thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down Song Yiyu's spine. Could he have stumbled upon some heavenly secret? Meanwhile, Qiu Yuaning felt that the relationship between Jian Shuanghan and Qing Xian was possibly more complicated than she had initially believed. Remembering Qing Xuan's ruthless demeanor towards Jian Shuanghan and Jian Shuanghan's subsequent retaliation, it seemed neither had spared the other. Reflecting on Qing Xuan's actions over the years, Qiu Yuaning felt a nagging sense of unease. When she looked at Jian Shuanghan, her head began to throb. She too was unfamiliar with him. After conducting a thorough examination and finding no serious issues, she hesitantly felt relieved. Does Qing Xian possess such remarkable self-healing abilities? Jian Shuanghan promptly refuted, "Master does not. When he is injured, he can retreat to cultivate and heal or seek assistance from peers of the same level. There are no other alternatives." Upon hearing this, Qiao Yuaning frowned. What do you two plan to do next? Those who were merely spectating now believed Qing Xuan's ambush on Jian Shuanghan was inappropriate. Both Jian Shuanghan and Qing Xian are well aware of this. In such a scenario, a conflict could very well lead to a complete fracturing of their relationship. Chapter 58. Tasks can change, too. Jian Shuanghan found it perplexing. What else could he and his master do? Naturally, they must address the absurd values that plagued him and assist his master in breaking free from the grasp of the Tao of Heaven. However, unlike Chu Jinsheng, who was amenable to collaboration due to the punishment he had faced as a beast, Qiao Yuaning, as a cultivator, was a beneficiary under the current Tao of Heaven. Some matters were not suitable for her to know. Thus, he replied, "It is up to Master. I believe he is not devoid of reason." Qiao Yuaning scrutinized Jian Shuanghan with suspicion, her intuition suggesting that he surely harbored some ulterior motives. Unfortunately, their relationship was not close enough for her to pry further. Just then, Yin Chuanjue rushed over to Qiao Yuaning, stating, "Elder Qiao, Master S' condition is still not good. Please come and check on him." While speaking, Yin Chuanjue cast a hostile glare at Jian Shuanghan. Since Jian Shuanghan's return to the Tianjin sect, Yin Chuanjue had felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune. Jian Shuanghan had first deceived the gentle and cultured elder sister, causing her to lose a promising match, which in turn led to a significant change in her temperament, resulting in her targeting and humiliating the junior sister. Today, he had gone so far as to slap the junior sister in the face. Then, relying on his superior cultivation, he bullied the master, assaulted the second senior brother, and manipulated the fourth senior brother. The entire sect had been thrown into disarray by Jian Shuanghan's actions, hoping he could restore the sect's dignity during the Baihagen Grand Competition. What was the result? He had injured the master and feigned injury to garner Elder Qiao Yuaning's care. How utterly hypocritical! Although he was merely at the peak of foundation establishment, in the presence of Jian Shuanghan, he was utterly insignificant. Yet now, as he gazed at Jian Shuanghan, his eyes were filled with venom, his aura climbing steadily, embodying the essence of a dragon and tiger. Jian Shuanghan, with a glint of mischief in his eye, did not let the gaze of Yin Xinjue escape unnoticed. A sly smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Junior brother, do you harbor some grievances against your elder brother?" To Yin Xinjue, this statement rang like a provocation. His fists clenched tightly, and with a surge of confidence, he pointed an accusatory finger at Jian Shuanghan, declaring, "Elder brother, are you not aware that our revered master values propriety? Today, you misuse your superior cultivation to disrupt the order, presuming that everyone is a coward who will not rise against you." Jian Shuanghan found this amusing. Perhaps it was due to his junior brother being overly sheltered by their master, or perhaps he was simply naive, daring to speak boldly in the face of his unreasonable demeanor. He chuckled. "So, it appears that junior brother Yin Xinjue is indeed prepared to challenge me?" Song Yu felt a chill run down his spine and immediately positioned himself in front of Yin Xinjue, attempting to dissuade him. "Junior brother, do not act recklessly. Our master S' well-being is paramount. Elder Qiao, please accompany junior brother to see how master is faring." It was no jest. Yin Xinjue, whether in the original narrative or the current scenario, stood no chance against Jian Shuanghan. Indeed, in the Lord of 10,000 Reversals, Yin Xinjue was a tragic pawn. Blessed with extraordinary talent, rapid cultivation speed, and exceptional fortune, he eventually formed a partnership with Wen Qingqing. Yet, after the master took him as a disciple, he discovered that Yin Xinjue had colluded with demonic cultivators, falling into depravity and becoming the first stepping stone beneath the master's feet. A life less sympathetic than that of the original elder brother. Elder Qiao also recognized that Yin Xinjue was courting disaster, and out of a sense of duty, guided him to lead the way to check on Qing Xian. Although Song Yiyu had a myriad of words he wished to express to Jian Shuanghan, he deemed it far more crucial to protect Yin Xinjue, thus pulling him along as they exited. After persuading Elder Qiao to leave, Jian Hao finally seized the opportunity to converse further with Jian Shuanghan. "Master, trouble is brewing. Following your deductions, I have filtered through all the disciples participating in the grand competition, and 27 of them meet the host requirements. This means you are now being targeted by 27 contenders." 27? Jian Shuanghan's brow twitched. Is the main system so idle as to place so many hosts in the Jojo continent? Does it intend to raise them like puppets for a survival game, to see who lasts the longest? No sooner had he finished speaking than a thunderous bolt of lightning cracked across the sky. Jian Shuanghan smirked. It seemed the heavenly path had fully turned against him. Had it not been for the lightning warning, he would have been oblivious to the fact that these 20-plus system hosts were merely bait for nurturing. Jian Hao trembled in fright from the thunder. "Master, Is your mouth leaking secrets? How come you keep revealing knowledge that even I am unaware of? He suddenly felt a desire to distance himself from Jian Shuanghan. After all, despite being the strongest antagonist system, he was still not the main system. Now, sitting beside Jian Shuanghan, he was privy to information beyond his authority. This was hardly a good situation. Seeing Jian Hao so frightened, Jian Shuanghan pulled him closer. And the room was soon enveloped in Jian Shuanghan's storm clouds, filled with the ominous sound of thunder and lightning, rendering the small space dim and eerie. Jian Hao's plush body quivered incessantly. What do you intend to do? I haven't offended you recently. Jian Shuanghan found Jian Hao's fearful demeanor amusing. He had not expected a system to exhibit such fear. Thus, he clarified, my storm clouds have the effect of shielding from the heavenly path. I do not wish for our conversation to be interrupted. Jian Hao was taken aback, looking up at the ceiling in astonishment. The storm clouds had indeed obscured the entire room, with lightning crackling, seemingly isolating this resting space from the world. This is achievable? Jian Hao instantaneously felt a new layer of concern regarding Jian Shuanghan's troubles. Master, if you continue down this path, you will inevitably come to a bitter end with the heavenly path. Indeed, Jian Hao now harbored a tinge of regret. Had he known that being captured by Jian Shuanghan would lead to such consequences, he would have chosen to perish in defiance at that moment. Now, following Jian Shuanghan, he felt as though he had boarded a sinking ship, spiraling further into darkness and doom. Jian Shuanghan remained unperturbed, replying, this matter is still far off, and moreover, it is the heavenly path that cannot tolerate my existence, forcing me into a confrontation. Jian Hao looked at Jian Shuanghan, his expression conveying skepticism. Jian Shuanghan, indifferent to Jian Hao's doubts, inquired, are you currently disconnected from the main system and unable to receive updates? Upon hearing this, Jian Hao could no longer suppress his grievances. Despite being merely a plush doll, he managed to squeeze out 2 illusory tears. Indeed, I have become a system severed from the main system, unable to uphold my position as the strongest antagonist system any longer. Are you not pleased? Who else can I blame but you? It's all your fault for pulling the plug on my connection. Jian Shuanghan pondered deeply. Currently, Jian Hao was of little use to him aside from scanning peculiar data and occasionally acting as a caretaker. Since he had ensnared this system, should he not contemplate a way to ensure its continued strength? He asked, do different types of systems receive identical information from the main system? Identical? Jian Hao felt as if he had been grievously insulted. I am the highest-ranking subsystem. How dare you compare me to those inferior systems? Have you ever seen a subsystem remain independent from its host for so long, unable to return to the main system, yet still exist autonomously? Upon saying this, Jian Hao immediately regretted his words. Yes, Jian Shuanghan understood that Jian Hao had retained quite a bit of information. However, Jian Shuanghan was not concerned with this minor secrecy. He had grasped the critical point. Does this mean that other systems, once separated from their hosts and unable to return to the main system, would be destroyed? Jian Hao felt disheartened. He had not underestimated Jian Shuanghan's intelligence, but had overestimated his own loose tongue. He was overcome with a sense of despair. Knowing this, what do you intend to do? Do you truly believe you can forcibly sever another system? Jian Shuanghan mused that forcibly severing another system was not entirely out of the question. Although it may be somewhat arduous, theoretically, if one could simulate the intensity of a lightning strike sufficient to reduce the host to ashes, the bound system would then detach from the host. As long as the lightning environment possesses adequate shielding capabilities, it can prevent the system from recalling the main system. At that point, as long as a medium is created to retain the system, it can be captured. Jian Hao looked at Jian Shuanghan, his mind reeling from the revelation, and finally managed to utter, are you suggesting that by simulating the environment in which you would annihilate my host, you could easily seize the system? Jian Shuanghan nodded, casting a look of approval toward Jian Hao, acknowledging his keen understanding. Indeed, Jian Hao was remarkably adept at grasping his words. Jian Hao's plush doll visage was instantly filled with despair and terror. Isn't it enough to have me? Why do you seek so many systems? Let me tell you, greedy individuals meet untimely ends. What did he mean by greedy individuals meeting untimely ends? Wasn't that merely referring to unbound systems? It made him feel like a traitor. Jian Shuanghan's brow twitched, and he instinctively pressed Jian Hao against the table. I am contemplating ways to reconnect you to the main system. What? Jian Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily forgetting the humiliation of being pressed against the table. He must have misheard. You intend to help me reconnect to the main system? Wait, could it be? Jian Hao's toy eyes bulged. Are you planning for me to devour other systems? Jian Shuanghan remained silent. He was uncertain whether there were any ethical constraints between systems, but he speculated that perhaps systems could, like biological entities, consume one another to acquire the abilities of other systems. Jian Hao thrashed violently. Jian Shuanghan, what you propose is utterly monstrous. The main system has decreed that subsystems are forbidden from devouring one another. Anyone who violates this rule will be obliterated by the main system. Could it be that this function truly existed? The frost of the sword was electrifying as it struck, prompting the raucous Jian Hao to calm down. Why don't you consider this? What are the odds that you could return to the main system without being eliminated? Jian Hao, uncertain whether he was subdued by Jian Shuanghan's electrifying slap or had merely begun to accept his fate, suddenly collapsed onto the table, weeping uncontrollably. Why is my life so wretched? We are clearly subsystems of the highest authority. All we needed was to accompany our hosts in a life of luxury. How did I end up with such a harbinger of misfortune? Jian Shuanghan rolled his eyes, exasperated. What? Is Jian Hao putting on a performance now? Let me enlighten you. As it stands, you are destined for obsolescence. Making a few more mistakes will hardly result in harsher punishment. Jian Hao, initially merely sobbing, erupted into a full-blown wail at these words. You are utterly inhumane. How can you treat me this way? You've become a thorn in the side of the Heavenly Dao, and now you expect everyone else to suffer alongside you? Jian Shuanghan furrowed his brow at Jian Hao's lamentations, thinking that had it not been for this system's diligent work, though lacking in merit, it had certainly endured hardship. He might have felt inclined to electrify for an entire hour, just to remind it who its master was. Torn between the desire to retaliate and the urge to restrain himself, he chose to admonish. What is wrong with a villain system behaving like a villain for once? You act as if you were ever a paragon of virtue. Jian Hao paused, taken aback for a moment before responding. But, didn't you say I should change my destiny? Jian Shuanghan suddenly felt as though he had shot himself in the foot. To avoid contradicting his earlier statements, he quickly conjured a response. Every system has its merits and flaws, right? To be a just, villain system, you must also punish those other systems that commit wrongdoing. Wouldn't you agree? Jian Hao wiped away his tears, recognizing that while Jian Shuanghan's reasoning was somewhat contrived, it was not without merit. So, your implication is that punishment equates to integrating those systems? Jian Shuanghan nodded affirmatively. Precisely, that's it. You are indeed a perceptive system. Jian Hao took a deep breath, suddenly posing a profound question. Then, what constitutes a bad system in your eyes? Jian Shuanghan hesitated, finding it difficult to articulate. How about you introduce me to these 27 suspected hosts of the cultivation practitioners? Jian Hao sniffled and began recounting the results from scanning those 27 individuals, sharing his conjectures about their binding systems. Jian Shuanghan frowned slightly upon hearing. Wait, what do you mean by exchange system? Jian Hao pondered a moment before explaining. In simple terms, after binding with a host, they select a target. Upon completing tasks issued by the system, they can exchange all resources and cultivation with that target. Jian Shuanghan felt an unnameable fury rising within him. Isn't that just theft? Jian Hao, feeling embarrassed by such a system, could only shrug. After all, it was condoned by the main system. Moreover, he needed to justify it to the multitude of systems. It depends on the host. If they're inherently virtuous, the targets they choose will be deserving of their fates. Jian Shuanghan tapped his fingers on the table, acknowledging that this reasoning bore considerable weight. Observing Jian Shuanghan's silence, Jian Hao cautiously inquired. So, are you contemplating trying out that exchange system? Jian Shuanghan nodded. Indeed, there is nothing pressing at the moment. Jian Hao's doll-like face twitched in disapproval. What do you mean by nothing pressing? That little junior of yours is acting suspiciously. When I first encountered him, he had an aura value of 800,000. Before stepping onto the arena, his aura dropped to 760,000. And guess what happened after the Heavenly Dao imposed its authority? Jian Shuanghan immediately recalled the identity of the favored child of the Heavenly Dao, Yin. Could it be? Chapter 60. The host of the exchange system. 1. Jian Shuanghan uttered a statement he himself scarcely believed. His aura value increased instead of decreasing? To his surprise, Jian Hao promptly nodded. You're so clever, master. His aura value has now risen to 900,000. In such a short time, the Heavenly Dao has granted him over 100,000 points. He had previously wondered why Yin seemed even more foolish than before. It turned out the Heavenly Dao had been nurturing him. He felt quite accomplished. The Heavenly Dao certainly seemed to operate with reckless abandon. Observing Jian Shuanghan's expression, Jian Hao cautiously asked, So, master, are you planning to deal with your junior brother first? Jian Shuanghan merely smiled wryly. Since my junior brother is a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, I can find him any time. For now, let us address the troubles posed by that exchange system. Should Jian Hao level up, it would enable him to assist me even more. With this thought, Jian Shuanghan casually donned a cloak, dispelled the storm clouds, and departed with Jian Hao in tow. Jian Hao, puzzled, grasped the cloak and queried, "What kind of artifact is this?" Having once been the most formidable villain system, he was no stranger to the world and did not believe that Jian Shuanghan would produce a mere cloak at this juncture. Jian Shuanghan casually pulled out a mask, placing it over his face before declaring, "A cloak and mask for concealing power." With these two items, no one would discern his true level of cultivation, regardless of how closely they scrutinized him. Upon hearing this, Jian Hao nearly exploded. "Wait, master. If you possess such splendid items, why didn't you use them earlier when leading the team? Had you employed them sooner, you wouldn't have had to endure that beating." Jian Shuanghan rolled his eyes in response. "Right, during the competition, I should have let Su Heng take the spotlight. After he gets beaten to a pulp, I can swoop in to save him, garnering a throng of admirers. And when those 3 old fools from Beiming come back and start their ruckus, I will be fighting 1 against 4? Jian Hao nodded. "Exactly. That's the classic underdog strategy." Jian Shuanghan rolled his eyes again. "Why would I engage in a squabble with someone so far beneath me? Are you not concerned that I might lose control and accidentally kill someone, thus offending more sects and escalating matters to an irreparable state?" Indeed, back when Jian Shuanghan was merely a nascent foundation disciple, he had never understood why certain individuals in the cultivation world relished overpowering the weak. He could have effortlessly obliterated his opponents, swiftly concluding battles. Instead, they insisted on allowing their adversaries to provoke them, seeking justifications to eliminate one, after which they would start surrounding and attacking. This was not the enjoyment of demonstrating superiority. It was the pleasure of killing while maintaining a facade of righteousness. Jian Hao was left speechless by Jian Shuanghan's retort, grappling with his thoughts before abruptly asking, "Then why bring it out now? What was there to question?" Jian Shuanghan replied matter-of-factly, "I don't wish to attract the attention of those with the exchange system, becoming a target for exchange." Indeed, Jian Shuanghan had worked hard to achieve his current standing. He had no desire to have everything taken from him without reason. His master still had thousands of slaps left to deliver. His junior and senior disciples had yet to receive their lessons in love. He had yet to explore his new home within the sect, and he had not yet familiarized himself with the elders. How could he simply vanish from existence? Jian Hao regarded Jian Shuanghan with a look that said, "Do you really expect me to believe that? Life was far too valuable to trade away so easily. Why not just target Qing Xianjinren instead? After all, he was the most foolish, even if exchanged." The people of the Heavenly Sword sect would hardly be upset, merely exclaiming, "Our sect leader has finally shown some wisdom." What a tale that would be. Upon arriving at the sect where the suspected host of the exchange system resided, Jian Shuanghan immediately understood why he had chosen to conceal himself so thoroughly. It was simple. Because this was Ling Xiao's sect. The host of the exchange system turned out to be a disciple of Ling Xiao's sect. Despite the sincerity with which Beiming Zhenrun had conceded to Jian Shuanghan previously, upon returning to his own territory, the very first thing he did to salvage his dignity was to slander Jian Shuanghan thoroughly. A plethora of statements were made, such as, "Do not assume that Jian Shuanghan's cultivation at the Great Ascension stage is something remarkable. In truth, he merely relies on the reputation of his master, the esteemed Qing Xianjinren, to exert his influence. Furthermore, Jian Shuanghan's elevated cultivation is solely due to forbidden techniques. Otherwise, why would the Heavenly Dao impose its authority upon him? Or consider, setting aside the facts, has Jian Shuanghan made any mistakes during this competition?" In essence, it seemed that all blame was directed at Jian Shuanghan, while the innocent and pitiful figure was portrayed as the honest Beiming Zhenren. Consequently, a wave of indignation surged through the entire Lingxiao sect, with every disciple eager to engage Jian Shuanghan in a fierce duel. Jian Shuanghan, feeling rather inconspicuous, crouched behind the disciples of the Lingxiao sect, listening to their denunciations. He felt neither pain nor pleasure, even rudely digging at his ears. TSK, TSK. In that moment, Jian Hao suddenly realized how remarkably mild-mannered his host was. Had it been any other host, there would surely have been a confrontation with the Emperor's banner at the very least. Jian Shuang merely observed the agitated crowd, his heart untouched by their fervor. The Emperor's banner seemed excessive, as it would disrupt the cyclical balance of the cultivation world, potentially leading to the annihilation of existence itself. Jian Hao was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean by that? You, a defiant individual, are genuinely concerned about the balance of the cycle? Jian Shuanghan rubbed Jian Hao's head, pondering the absurdity of such a low-minded concern. He found the system to be somewhat endearing at times. What I mean is, these disciples of the Lingxiao sect are but ants and refuse to recognize their own insignificance. My willingness to overlook their insolence is a testament to my magnanimity. This all hinges on my ability to overpower their strongest sect leader with ease. Hence, their idle chatter holds no power over me. The indifference of the strong is what constitutes true magnanimity, while the indifference of the weak is but cowardice. Observing Jian Hao in a contemplative state, Jian Shuanghan inquired, "Who is the host of the exchange system?" Jian Hao promptly pointed to an unremarkable male disciple among the crowd, Qi Xiao. According to the data, he possesses dual spiritual roots of water and wood, with a cultivation level of golden core, having practiced for 320 years. Achieving golden core with dual roots in 320 years is commendable, indicating a diligent practitioner. However, Jian Shuang suspected that Jian Hao had a specific reason for selecting this individual. Jian Hao nodded, elaborating on his findings. Qi Xiao, it appeared, had joined the Lingxiao sect 3 centuries ago, previously living as a diligent and honest individual. Occasionally, he would voice his discontent upon witnessing other disciples neglecting their cultivation. A significant change in his character occurred 30 years prior, coinciding with the arrival of a disciple named Su Yunjiao. On the third day of Su Yunjiao's arrival at the Lingxiao sect, a conflict arose between him and Qi Xiao over a cue-cutting incident in the sect's dining hall. Jian Shuanghan frowned upon hearing this. Why would a golden core cultivator harass a newly initiated disciple over something as trivial as cutting in line? Jian Hao affirmed his observation. From his comprehensive scan, it was revealed that Qi Xiao had been unable to queue for his meal that day, leading a fellow disciple to assist him. Unfortunately, this act was discovered by Su Yunjiao, who promptly created a scene in the dining hall, hurling accusations at Qi Xiao, claiming he was abusing his position and compelling his peers to act against their principles. Even if Qi Xiao had not been present, Su Yunjiao would have accused him of cue-cutting. Su Yunjiao's arguments were so compelling that he showed no regard for the vast disparity in cultivation between himself and Qi Xiao, presenting himself as the epitome of righteousness. Consequently, Qi Xiao faced ostracism within the Lingxiao sect, enduring various forms of subtle harassment. Su Yunjiao was relentless in his suppression of Qi Xiao. After nearly 2 years of turmoil, the narrative took a dramatic turn when Qi Xiao uncovered a recording stone from Su Yunjiao, containing irrefutable evidence of the latter's machinations against him. The roles of villain and victim were abruptly reversed, and those who once sympathized with Su Yunjiao grew to despise him intensely. Ultimately, Qi Xiao earned the respect of the sect, while Su Yunjiao was stripped of his spiritual roots and expelled, leading a life of destitution until he perished in an abandoned temple 3 years later. Hearing this tale, Jian Shuanghan's brow furrowed. He had suspected that the Lingxiao sect harbored greater chaos than the Tianjin sect, but he had not anticipated such absurdity stemming from a mere dining hall dispute that could lead to a fatal outcome. Yet upon concluding the story, Jian Shuanghan arrived at a realization. If you suspect Qi Xiao is the host of the exchange system, does that imply that the soul inhabiting Qi Xiao's body is not his own, but rather Su Yunjiao's? Jian Hao's expression conveyed admiration. Master, you are truly remarkable. As Jian Shuanghan contemplated this narrative, he surmised that the true possessor of the exchange system was indeed Su Yunjiao. He had exploited a minor incident to initiate a campaign of oppression against Qi Xiao. Once the harassment reached a critical threshold, the exchange system would activate, allowing Su Yunjiao to usurp Qi Xiao's body. Now transformed into Qi Xiao, Su Yunjiao would then seek to uncover the truth, ultimately retrieving the recording stone to vindicate himself and orchestrate a dramatic reversal of fortune. Such a despicable and shameless tactic. With these deductions in mind, alongside Jian Hao's insights regarding the exchange system, Jian Shuanghan was now certain Su Yunjiao could not arbitrarily exchange lives. He must target an individual and complete a task before the exchange could occur. The essence of this exchange was possession, with the original soul likely displaced into the body of the exchanger. With these 3 principles established, Jian Shuanghan resolved to follow Qi Xiao, and upon confirmation, he would ensnare him to ascertain the existence of the exchange system. However, Jian Shuanghan soon discovered an unexpected source of amusement. Li Jingran was well accustomed to such scapegoating and defamation. The thought of Wen Qingqing possibly waiting for him softened his heart considerably, prompting him to seek an opportune moment to slip away. Just as he took a few steps, a voice called out from behind. "Where are you going, senior brother? Are you going to inform your beloved about the sect's affairs?" The tone dripped with biting sarcasm and coldness. Upon hearing this, Li Jingran's anger flared, and he turned to retort, "What? As the esteemed senior brother, must I report my whereabouts to you, an intersect disciple? You a mere golden core, dare to challenge me, a transformation realm cultivator?" The surrounding disciples hastily dispersed, yet Qi Shao stood resolutely before Li Jingran, refusing to yield an inch. Even when Li Jingran unleashed his oppressive aura, rendering it difficult for others to breathe, Qi Shao remained defiant, blood seeping from his mouth and nose. Yet he stood tall, unyielding in the face of tyranny, truly embodying the spirit of integrity. The onlookers cast admiring glances at Qi Shao, including Bei Mingjinren, who regarded him with newfound respect. Ironically, he had just used Jian Shuanghan as a target to passionately exhort his disciples to stand against tyranny. Yet, had Jian Shuanghan truly appeared, Bei Mingjinren believed that those disciples, who moments ago had lamented their plight, would instantly turn and fawn over Jian Shuanghan. Unbeknownst to him, mere moments after concluding his speech, a fool, no, a noble disciple, immediately pointed a finger at Li Jingran, standing up against tyranny. In truth, Bei Mingjinren had grown increasingly dissatisfied with Li Jingran, primarily because this fool had recklessly lost the marriage alliance with the Tianjin sect. Bei Mingjinren held no qualms about Li Jingran straddling two boats. Rather, his discontent stemmed from the fact that this idiot had allowed Bai Yunsui to sever ties with him, only to be humiliated by Jian Shuanghan in the process. The engagement token had even been returned outright. It was utterly disgraceful. Bei Mingjinren had longed to teach this oblivious disciple a lesson, lest he remain blissfully unaware of the gravity of his actions, risking the loss of significant opportunities while failing to secure even the smallest gains. In this setting, Qi Zhao's sudden emergence to accuse Li Jingran could cause immense trouble for this esteemed senior brother of the sect. Bai Mingjinren was acutely aware of this, yet he believed that Li Jingran truly needed a lesson. The woman he was infatuated with, Wen Qingqing, was evidently not the naive and sheltered type like Bai Yunsui, who could be easily deceived with a few empty words. As for the man beside Wen Qingqing, Bai Mingjinren harbored doubts about whether Li Jingran could even rank among the top 10. Was it not uncomfortable to be subservient to others? Why must one demean oneself to curry favor? Today, Bai Mingjinren decided to let things unfold without interference. Facing the pressure of Li Jingran, who was at the transformation stage, Qi Shao did not retreat an inch. Instead, she advanced step by step. "Senior brother, I am aware that you are the unparalleled prodigy of our sect. But even prodigies must hear the truth today. The sect leader is still recounting the humiliation suffered by our sect. Where do you think you are headed? Surely, it cannot be to Tianjin sect to seek out Wen Qingqing." At this point, the identity of her companion became irrelevant. What mattered was that the mere mention of Tianjin sect sent ripples through the gathered disciples of Lingxiao sect. Why is the senior brother going to Tianjin sect? Are you not aware that our sect leader has just been humiliated by Jian Shuanghan from Tianjin sect? How can you now seek out Wen Qingqing or Wen LL? Have you betrayed the sect? Jian Shuanghan could hardly contain a chuckle, stifling it into a soft cough. The members of Lingxiao sect were quite adept at concocting nicknames. Upon hearing Wen LL, it became apparent that those who had been entangled by Wen Qingqing were likely quite green in their romantic endeavors. Jian Hao inquired via sound transmission, "Master, given your persona, shouldn't you step forward to defend Li Jingran, to uphold justice?" Jian Shuanghan arched an eyebrow. "Do you truly believe I am the type to champion justice?" Jian Hao's expression screamed disbelief. "Isn't that the case? In a certain sense?" "Of course not." Jian Shuanghan simply detested the bullying of the powerful over the weak. But that did not mean he would intervene on behalf of anyone merely because they were at a disadvantage. For instance, as for the foolish Li Jingran, what did it matter if he was weak? Sometimes, one must endure relentless suffering to realize that past pride and resources are utterly worthless, especially for someone like Li Jingran, who treated his junior sister as a pawn or a slave. The most merciful approach was to let him fall deeper into despair, to let the walls close in on him. Consequently, Li Jingran's face turned crimson with rage as he vehemently pointed at his fellow disciples. "You lot, lacking both talent and effort, riding on the sect's coattails and acting with impunity, your hearts are as corrupt as your actions. Who told you that I share such a relationship with junior sister Qingqing? By your reasoning, does every man and woman together imply something untoward? It's disgraceful that you, as cultivators, resort to the same tactics as mere mortals to bind women as slaves. How dare you claim the right to cultivate in Lingxiao sect? It is utterly absurd." Li Jingran's words struck fiercely, each syllable sharp as a blade. Were it not for the knowledge of his aggressive demeanor before by Yun Sui and his obsequiousness towards Wen Qingqing, Jian Shuanghan would have been tempted to applaud him. Who would applaud such scum? The hypocrisy was glaringly obvious. Clearly, the crowd from Lingxiao's sect was momentarily stunned by his outburst, leaving even Qi Xiao momentarily at a loss for words to counter him. Jian Shuanghan had no choice but to pinch his nose and merge into the crowd, aiding those who were destined to lose in their verbal assault against Li Jingrang. Senior brother, this is rather unfair. I assent it. We have so many junior sisters in Lingxiao's sect. Which of them is inferior to Wen Qingqing? You, who usually lecture your junior sisters for the slightest infraction in their cultivation, now shower praise on Wen Qingqing for her straightforwardness and charm. This is a blatant bias. Just because they are your junior sisters, do they deserve to be belittled to exalt Wen Qingqing? Is she truly so exceptional that you must elevate her through such disgraceful means? Jian Shuanghan delivered his words in one breath without pause, igniting the long-simmering resentment of the female disciples of Lingxiao's sect. In an instant, all the female cultivators turned their ire towards Li Jingrang, forgetting entirely who had spoken with such fervor. Jian Hao, astonished, turned to Jian Shuanghan. How do you know how Li Jingrang typically mistreats his fellow junior sisters in Lingxiao's sect? Jian Shuanghan successfully extricated himself from the sea of scorn and derision aimed at him, choosing to remain anonymous, and stated, with the same system of likability and the same level of foolishness, you need not inform me. I can already tell that Li Jingrang's foolishness in Lingxiao's sect is truly unparalleled. Such harsh words. Moreover, they were heartfelt and sincere, with not a single statement devoid of truth. This, indeed, is the power of truth, where every word is laden with aggression, provoking a visceral hatred. Amidst the accusations from the disciples of Lingxiao's sect, Li Jingrang struggled to uphold the image of his beloved. My Qingqing is the best in the world. You venomous women, who fail to exert effort in your cultivation, resort to trivial schemes to vie for attention like mere mortal women. Were Qingqing here, she would surely be baffled by your actions. Li Jingrang's interjection served only to escalate the contention, igniting a barrage of either genuine or feigned attacks from his peers, leaving him utterly bewildered. He could not comprehend why every girl who had interacted with Wen Qingqing seemed to harbor the utmost malice towards her. But the truth was, Wen Qingqing was simply a self-respecting and dignified young lady. As the instigator of this tumult, Qi Xiao wore a triumphant smile. He had awaited this moment for a long time. Li Jingrang's reputation within the sect was far too elevated. Correspondingly, his fortune was equally substantial. To bring him down, one could only strike at the collective pain points of all within the sect. When his fortune reached zero, it would be the perfect opportunity for Qi Xiao to exchange identities with Li Jingrang. Jian Shuanghan observed everything unfold. The sect had instilled in its disciples notions of hierarchy, the significance of age as a measure of strength, and so forth. Yet, it had failed to teach them one crucial lesson on the arduous path of cultivation. Sometimes yielding is the true form of progress. Had he only maintained his composure today, not quibbling with his fellow brothers, this incident would not have spiraled into a debacle before Baiming Jinren, who had finally found an opportunity to reclaim his dignity. Li Jingrang, however, remained oblivious to a critical piece of information. Wen Qingqing was not a disciple of Lingxiao's sect, and thus could not be utilized to manipulate others with her extraordinary charm, causing everyone to exhibit the same high degree of foolishness towards her as Li Jingrang did. The result was that Baiming Jinren, suddenly slamming his palm on the table, bellowed, Li Jingrang, is this how you conduct yourself as a senior brother? Indeed, while addressing Li Jingrang pained Baiming Jinren, he sensed a looming crisis. This disciple could not be retained, as he dared to challenge the entire sect for a mere woman. Were it not for his cultivation at the transformation stage, Baiming Jinren would have considered stripping him of his position as senior brother. How could a prominent sect leader find himself overshadowed by a girl he had known for only a few days? What if that girl on a whim one day lured Li Jingrang to Tianjin sect? Lingxiao sect would suffer immensely, potentially even losing lives in the process. With a stern expression, Baiming Jinren turned to Li Jingrang. You must know when to stop. Everyone is aware of the discord between Lingxiao sect and Tianjin sect. What face do you think you are giving us by rushing over there now? Malicious glares were directed at Li Jingrang from all around. Frankly, it suddenly seemed that the sect leader was not entirely without merit. Such provocations against powerful figures of the Great Ascension stage were burdens he alone would have to bear. Chapter 63. The Host of the Exchange System. 4. In any case, Li Jingrang was not given the opportunity to continue licking Wen Qingqing. Jinger, your behavior is indeed excessive. How can the senior brother possess such a narrow mind, allowing external matters to disrupt the harmony of our sect? For the next few days, you are forbidden from going anywhere. You shall remain by my side until we enter the secret realm. This statement clearly expressed the stance taken. After enduring a scathing reprimand from his overly protective master, Li Jingrang felt humiliated, while Qi Zhao's smile widened even further. He had succeeded. The first step in undermining Li Jingrang's fortune had been accomplished. The next task was to devise a plan to fulfill his mission objectives one by one. Soon, everything belonging to Li Jingrang would be his. This brazen act of appropriation left both Jian Shuanghan and Jian Hao feeling a wave of nausea. Through Jian Shuanghan observed that Li Jingrang's already inadequate fortune, which could not compete with Yin Xinjue, seemed to plummet as if it had fallen off a cliff. Qi Zhao stepped forward, adopting a charming demeanor, and said, "Senior brother, today's events are entirely my fault. I truly do not wish for you to stir up any further trouble for the sake of Wenqingqing. After all, in this vast world, the greatest pursuit is cultivation. All matters can yield to the advancement of one's skills." This remark infuriated Li Jingrang. With that wave of manipulation concluded, Jian Shuanghan could almost confirm that the system's primary expertise lay in the art of suppression to diminish the target's fortune. Jian Hao, with a serious expression, remarked, "So, it seems the target of this exchange system is indeed Li Jingrang, and the harder he strives, the more disillusioned he will become after the body swap?" Jian Shuanghan nodded, a smile gracing his lips, even infusing his words with mirth. "It appears so. The target of the exchange system should be Li Jingrang, and I am contemplating something rather intriguing." Seeing Jian Shuanghan smile, Jian Hao could not help but feel a twinge of unease. "What intriguing thought occupies your mind?" Jian Shuanghan turned to Qi Zhao and said, "For outer disciples, someone like Qi Zhao, being an inner disciple, is already quite formidable. However, among core disciples, individuals like Qi Zhao are often secretly derided as useless. Do you think Wenqingqing will notice if Li Jingrang and Qi Zhao swap bodies?" Jian Hao instantly grasped Jian Shuanghan's line of thought. He could not help but inquire, "The bond formed is not merely physical. It encompasses the soul as well. Wait, what kind of demon are you, my master?" Indeed, after all this build-up, Jian Shuanghan had a simple query. Would Wenqingqing, upon discovering that her prize fish, named Li Jingrang, had its soul extracted, resolutely continue her brother-sister relationship with him? Or would she promptly abandon Li Jingrang to pursue a relationship with Qi Zhao? Considering Li Jingrang, the lovesick fool, confronting the reality of being replaced by Qi Zhao, would he wish to eliminate his rival? Or would they soar together, breaking free from the shackles of societal norms? Just the thought excited Jian Shuanghan. Regardless of the outcome, the spectacle would undoubtedly be captivating. Clearing his throat, Jian Hao interjected, "My master, what about your promise to capture a system for me to consume and enhance my physique? Is that less significant than a bunch of fools fighting over a foolish reason?" Yes, he had made a promise, and Jian Shuanghan would not forsake his priorities for a throng of simpletons. Thus, just as Qi Zhao prepared to conceal his accomplishments, Jian Shuanghan swiftly pursued him. Without hesitation, he knocked Qi Zhao unconscious and carried him away. One could say that Qi Zhao had no inkling of whom he had offended. As he was thrust into a pitch-black chamber, before he could utter a word, an overwhelming surge of electricity coursed through him. His body convulsed uncontrollably. Jian Hao observed Jian Shuanghan's abrupt actions without any preamble, directly incapacitating Qi Zhao and initiating the electric assault, and a hint of dissatisfaction seeped through. "Master, you are being excessive. When you turned me into a charred human, the current you employed was far stronger than this. I reasonably suspect that you are intentionally going easy on Qi Zhao, treating him as one of your kin." Jian Shuanghan rolled his eyes. How had Jian Hao's wit become so keen at this moment? "Are you implying that I am being despicable and shameless?" Jian Hao continued to bicker, but Jian Shuanghan simply found it too cumbersome to explain. Based on the system's behavioral tendencies, he reasonably surmised that these systems primarily operated through the connection to the host's mind. However, whether they resided within the mind itself remained uncertain. Hence, he needed to first connect his lightning to every part of Qi Zhao's body, identifying any areas of energy anomaly to extract the system without causing Qi Zhao harm. This required precision in controlling the lightning rather than sheer force. Fortunately, as a mutated lightning spirit root, Jian Shuanghan found this task relatively manageable. What he most dreaded was the system residing within the host's mind, as the brain is the most challenging area to control. A miscalculation during extraction could result in Qi Zhao's brain being fried, and how would he then relish the humor of Li Jingrong's predicament. Indeed, his diligent care for Qi Xiao was entirely motivated by the anticipation of witnessing Li Jingrong's misfortunes post-exchange. Fortunately, the exchange system did not inhabit the mind, but resided in another location, the heart. Well, while this posed a somewhat lower level of difficulty, it was still not trivial. Thus, Jian Shuanghan unleashed a spherical bolt of lightning, directly invading Qi Xiao's body. The current was so potent that Qi Xiao began to froth at the mouth. Subsequently, amidst an oddly enticing aroma of flesh, a luminous orb was extracted by Jian Shuanghan. As the orb emerged, it trembled violently. Jian Hao was so exhilarated that he too trembled. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed, "Master, Master, you did it! You truly accomplished it! You have extracted the system." In stark contrast to Jian Hao's elation, Qi Xiao, with a gaping hole burned in his chest, remained oblivious to his predicament. The moment the orb appeared, it shrieked, "You are a system! You traitor! How dare you betray the main system? I shall report to the main system and have you, the traitor, destroyed." The exchange system was experiencing the sensation of being extracted from the host for the first time, exposed in its true form before the cultivators. An overwhelming sense of fear engulfed its entire being. Yet, Jian Hao considered the exchange system to be overly dramatic. The shocks it endured previously had altered its very color. Now, Jian Shuanghan's methods were rather courteous. Gazing at the exchange system, Jian Hao leaped onto Jian Shuanghan's arm, attempting to absorb the exchange system. Naturally, the exchange system resisted fiercely in the face of life and death. It sent out countless alarms and distress signals to the main system. However, it was futile. Jian Shuanghan's lightning clouds encircled them, preventing any signals from being sent or received. Jian Hao did not disappoint, and with Jian Shuanghan's assistance, he managed to assimilate a portion of the exchange system. He exclaimed, "Wow, Master, you are now the target of the mission." Chapter 64. The Consequences of Devouring the Subsystem. 1. The target of the mission? Jian Shuanghan felt a tinge of curiosity and glanced at Jian Hao. "So, does this exchange system believe I have offended the heavenly path, and that my fortune might as well be negative, making it simpler to swap lives?" Jian Hao rolled his eyes. "No, Master. Can't you possess a sense of urgency? If it were such a trivial matter, would I be making such a fuss like a naive fool? Who does he look down upon? It is a dignified and formidable antagonist system, having witnessed far more than these lesser systems in their myriad tasks." "All right," Jian Shuanghan nodded. Perhaps Jian Hao's demeanor, aside from acting as a caretaker, had led him to overlook the fact that this fellow had once also been a system, prompting him to ask, "That makes sense. So what am I then in this mission?" Jian Hao, clutching the immobilized exchange system, felt a crisp sensation as energy and data flowed into his being, experiencing an inexplicable joy. Could this be the reason why so many hosts, as long as they could eat, resolutely refused to fast? Simply because it was delicious? Jian Hao was assimilating the data from the exchange system, swiftly integrating it, and then relayed the information he had gathered to Jian Shuanghan. Based on the analysis of the data from the exchange system, it appears that the main system has issued the latest tasks to all subsidiary systems. The first task involves completing missions related to Jian Shuanghan, tailored to the characteristics of one's own system. For instance, in the case of this exchange system, the mission assigned to Qi Xiao is to enter the dungeon opened by the Baihai Palace and, leveraging Li Jingrong's relationship with Wen Qingqing, gain Jian Shuanghan's trust to obtain support from his magical artifacts. The specific methods of operation can be creatively imagined by the host. Upon successful completion of the task, a bounty of items to enhance one's cultivation will be awarded. The second task arose from the confrontation involving Jian Shuanghan, Qing Xianjinren, Bei Mingjinren, Dian Songshan, and Xiao Qi Ning, which resulted in the failure of all tasks. Consequently, the main system has issued a compensatory mission. This entails that as long as one can enter the secret realm opened after the grand competition at the Baihai Palace, they will be reimbursed for various materials expended during the tasks. Qi Zhao's plan is to exchange his apparent identity as an inner disciple, which is evidently too advanced in age and too low in cultivation to qualify for participation, with someone who is eligible to enter the secret realm. Moreover, due to the compensatory rewards from the system, he aspires to rise dramatically by specifically targeting Li Jingrong. After Jian Hao finished his explanation, the exchange system was swiftly consumed, and he proudly declared, "In other words, dear master, you have not only become the enemy of all the fated children, but also the target of all the host's missions. You are the first individual in history to receive such a level of villainous treatment. I take pride in you." Jian Hao was genuinely proud, having guided so many villains. Only Jian Shuanghan stood out as an unequivocal first-rate antagonist without needing any assistance. Given the current circumstances of the master, had it been any of the hosts he had previously guided, they would not have survived a fraction of the challenges. For a fleeting moment, Jian Hao felt a pang of regret. If only he could truly bind with Jian Shuanghan in the capacity of system and host, his career as the ultimate villain system would undoubtedly reach its zenith. Jian Shuanghan almost instantly discerned from Jian Hao's eyes the fervor he held for his profession. In a certain sense, you have now become a unique rebel system among numerous others, thus fulfilling your life's dream. Wouldn't you agree? Jian Hao was taken aback by Jian Shuanghan's words, his expression shifting as he lamented, "Master, you truly excel at offering comfort. Do refrain from doing so in the future. Do you believe that without this mouth of yours, your enemies would be halved?" In an instant, a peculiar and awkward atmosphere enveloped the space shrouded in thunderclouds as Jian Shuanghan and Jian Hao stared at one another. Apart from Qi Zhao's convulsing body, affirming his continued existence, both Jian Shuanghan and Jian Hao remained motionless, until suddenly, Jian Hao's plush body twitched and sparkled, his belly visibly swelling at an alarming rate. Both Jian Shuanghan and Jian Hao's gazes converged on Jian Hao's plump belly. Jian Shuanghan extended a finger and gently prodded Jian Hao's plush belly, which had become taut. "Is the cotton unevenly distributed? Would you like me to pat it to even it out?" The image of Qing Xianjinren, whose eyes resembled saucers under Jian Shuanghan's venomous touch, abruptly surfaced in Jian Hao's mind. If Jian Shuanghan were to attempt to shake the cotton within him, "Master, dare you try?" Jian Hao sprang to his feet, cradling his round belly and hastily retreating, pointing an accusatory finger at Jian Shuanghan as he indignantly exclaimed, "I am merely a wretched plush doll imprisoned here, not your dim-witted master, incapable of enduring your ruthless hands." Jian Hao's plush doll face flushed with anger, his eyes glistening with an inexplicable moisture, appearing pitiful, as if Jian Shuanghan were a notorious scoundrel. "If you have time to torment me, you should consider how to assist Qi Xiao." Jian Shuanghan glanced at the unconscious Qi Xiao, retrieving a pill from his pocket and forcefully placing it in Qi Xiao's mouth. Jian Hao, witnessing this action, was filled with curiosity. "What did you give him?" Jian Shuanghan replied nonchalantly, "A drowsiness pill. Once consumed, he won't awaken for 3 to 5 months. I initially intended to concoct something to treat insomnia, but the efficacy was too potent, rendering it unsellable. This was no mere drowsiness pill. It was clearly a hibernation pill." Before Jian Hao could voice his complaints, a sudden knocking echoed. "Senior brother, I know you are inside. Don't pretend to be dead. The room reeks of your thunder. If you damage any furniture, you shall compensate for it yourself. Do not expect my assistance." Qing Xian had finally taken a break, and now, during the Bai Hai Palace Grand Competition, Zhan Wanli was substituting for him to continue observing. With nothing else to occupy him, Su Heng, witnessing his once handsome master's face, now resembling a pig's head from Jian Shuanghan's relentless slaps, was filled with indignation. He couldn't believe how his senior brother had devolved into this unreasonable state. He was genuinely unwilling to accept it. Consequently, he pounded furiously on the door of Jian Shuanghan's quarters. Jian Shuanghan and Jian Hao, who were in the midst of their plotting, momentarily froze. But Jian Hao quickly looked at Qi Xiao, whose chest was scorched yet still alive, and realized that if Su Heng burst in and discovered this scene, it would lead to a monumental misunderstanding. "Master, what shall we do?" Jian Shuanghan, however, remained unfazed, casually tossing Qi Xiao onto the floor and kicking him beneath the bed, covering him with a blanket. "Well, we are all cultivators. Qi Xiao, being a golden core cultivator, can surely endure this bit of hardship." This action undoubtedly redefined Jian Hao's perception of Jian Shuanghan, leaving him incredulous. "You just tossed him under the bed? Are you truly unafraid of being discovered?" Jian Shuanghan demonstrated through his actions that he was indeed unperturbed. Chapter 65. The Consequences of Devouring the Subsystem. 2. He simply lifted the thundercloud barrier. Just then, the fool Su Heng took a running start and crashed through the door, flying into the room in one fluid motion. However, Jian Shuanghan had just opened the door, which resulted in Su Heng crashing right in front of Jian Hao. Jian Hao was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Su Heng before finally uttering, "No need for formalities?" Su Heng rolled over, fixing a fierce glare on the plush doll Jian Hao. Then, as if realizing something, he took 2 steps back and turned to Jian Shuanghan, exclaiming, "Jian Shuanghan, even if you are not a master stage expert, you're at least an adult. I can't believe you are hiding in here playing with a doll in broad daylight." Jian Hao suddenly lost the desire to speak, casting a look at Jian Shuanghan that conveyed his utter disbelief. Damn it. Could the master not consider compressing his cultivation? This Su Heng truly deserved a slap. What did he mean by playing with a doll? He was Jian Hao, the most formidable villain system. Jian Shuanghan rubbed his throbbing temples. To be honest, he had grown increasingly at a loss on how to interact with this disciple. After all, the master's foolishness was primarily manifested in his blatant favoritism towards a particular disciple, coupled with his various outrageous double standards and selective blindness. Meanwhile, Su Heng's foolishness seemed inexplicably directed at Jian Shuanghan. However, since this fool was his disciple, he had no choice but to patiently explain, I have told you, this thing is now a magical artifact. You may call it Jian Hao. Normally lacking in intelligence, Su Heng unexpectedly displayed extraordinary acumen at this moment. Upon hearing the name Jian Hao, he immediately sneered, well, Jian Shuanghan, could you please refrain from being so narcissistic? Naming your doll Jian Ritian, I had no idea you were so arrogant. Jian Hao could not help but regard Su Heng with newfound respect. The lad was indeed teachable. This young man had grasped his lofty aspirations. Jian Shuanghan felt an itch in his fists, repeatedly reminding himself, do not strike, do not strike. This is a disciple. And this disciple is not resilient. Seeing that Jian Shuanghan did not respond, Su Heng, inexplicably fired up, pointed at the plush doll's belly and declared, it's just a doll. I can't believe you are so twisted, playing a pregnancy game with your own doll. You are truly irredeemably depraved. With a resounding crash, Su Heng ultimately could not escape the fate of having his head forcefully pressed into the floor tiles by Jian Shuanghan. No, he simply does not understand. Su Heng's mind is certainly not filled with fresh tofu and water. It must be stinky tofu and bean juice. Jian Hao's body resembles a mere rag doll. Shouldn't a normal person immediately think that the cotton filling is uneven? Yet, Jian Hao is utterly astonished. The moment Su Heng shouted that he was pregnant, it felt as though there was a heartbeat in his belly, truly moving. It seemed as if a tiny system was indeed developing within. Jian Hao's complexion instantly became vibrant. Just as Jian Shuanghan was seething with the desire to give Su Heng a good beating, Jian Hao, with a complex expression, gingerly touched his doll-like belly and timidly said to Jian Shuanghan, Master, I think I might really be pregnant. Jian Shuanghan's hand froze in midair. His incredulous gaze fixed upon Jian Hao, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. You are a girl? Jian Hao was busy scanning his own body, and, with his doll-like eyes glistening with tears, looked pitiably at Jian Shuanghan, saying in an extremely aggrieved tone, Master, I assent your concern about this. Rather than the child? What should he be worried about then? The postpartum care of a sow? Or perhaps who the father of the child is? The 108 rules for selecting a son-in-law? The youngest prodigy of the current immortal cultivation world, possessing a rare mutated lightning root that appears once every 3,000 years. Even peering into the heavenly secrets to discern the future of the sect, daring to confront the heavenly path, Jian Shuanghan. At this moment, he must ponder a serious question. If this doll were to give birth improperly, would it result in the demise of both? With a resounding slap, Swing, who had just pulled his face out of the ground, unceremoniously slapped Jian Shuanghan. Jian Shuanghan, you perverse scoundrel, ungrateful wretch, rotten egg, this is just a doll. How could you do this? Jian Shuanghan, rarely having his eyes open to such absurdities as Jian Hao being pregnant, was momentarily caught off guard, allowing Su Heng to succeed. Su Heng undoubtedly exerted all his strength to slap Jian Shuanghan. However, Jian Shuanghan's face bore no mark of a bruise. In fact, Su Heng felt as though he had struck a diamond. His hand instantly swelled and throbbed, yet not a single drop of blood was shed. Jian Shuanghan seized Su Heng's persistent hand, his brow slightly furrowing. Be good, I'll buy you some candy later. Su Heng was taken aback, inexplicably overwhelmed by a sense of grievance. He recalled that in the second year after becoming a disciple, due to being away from home, he had lost all his attendants. At Mo when peak, he had to handle everything himself, while his senior brother was an ice-cold figure, taciturn and unsmiling, driving him to madness. Especially that day, which happened to be his birthday. At home, there would have been celebrations and an endless stream of gifts, making him the center of attention. Yet on that day, his master was held up by some matter and could not return, leaving him all alone at Mo and peak. Infuriated, he rolled on the ground, crying and throwing a tantrum, even rudely banging on his senior brother's door. He remembered that when his voice had become hoarse from crying, nearly ready to throw stones at his senior brother's door, his senior brother unexpectedly emerged with a face blackened from an explosion in the alchemy furnace, grasped his hand that was about to throw stones, and simply said, "Be good, I'll take you to buy candy soon." What had he felt then? Forget it. In any case, Shuanghan now felt deeply aggrieved. "Senior brother, you cannot do vile things to a doll." Jian Hao observed the peculiar love value of one on his panel, entirely forgetting that he was currently a gestational system. Goodness, this was utterly absurd. Shuanghan was becoming increasingly bizarre. Jian Shuanghan noticed that Jian Hao's belly had grown larger than before. If it were to be proportionally enlarged into a human form, it would be akin to nearing the end of a 10-month pregnancy. Jian Shuanghan felt a shiver run down his spine, promptly taking out a transmission jade slip, infusing it with spiritual energy. Once the connection was established, he immediately asked, "The magical artifact is about to give birth. What should I do?" The person on the other end of the jade slip clearly did not grasp the situation, responding in a dismissive tone. "It's giving birth? A magical artifact can give birth? Why not find another magical artifact to assist in the delivery?" After which, they chuckled mischievously, adding, "By the way, if it's a difficult birth, remember to perform a cesarean." What a strange phenomenon. He must quickly record this with a shadow stone. The youngest prodigy of the current Deshang period, having his mind short-circuit, declaring that a magical artifact is about to give birth. This would be a source of ridicule for a lifetime. Jian Shuanghan severed the communication with the jade slip, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Jian Hao. "Did you hear that? Don't panic." Chapter 66. The Consequences of Devouring the Subsystem. 3. Shuanghan was astonished. Jian Hao was flustered, and the two of them together formed a perfect picture of alarm. Shuanghan pointed at Jian Hao, looking to Jian Shuanghan. "What have you been through all these years? Has your mind gone awry? Are you really going to assist a doll in childbirth?" Jian Hao stared incredulously at Jian Shuanghan. "Such a thing has never happened before. Do you truly believe it?" However, Jian Shuanghan's expression was exceedingly serious. At such a juncture, could he neglect Jian Hao? Even if this fellow had been reluctantly following him, filled with grievances and unwillingness, what made him the leader? Jian Shuanghan shifted his shoulders, preparing for action. Sometimes, actions speak louder than words, do they not? Jian Hao's doll-like body began to tremble. "No, master. Are you serious?" Shuanghan took a step back, genuinely unable to fathom that his senior brother was taking this make-believe game so earnestly. "Senior brother, please don't do this. I'm afraid." Can one not be afraid? A Deshang period cultivator engrossed in playing with a doll. Anyone would think his mind was compromised. Yet Jian Shuanghan, with an air of inevitability, looked at Jian Hao and said, "What? Is it wrong for a Deshang period cultivator to take action personally? Otherwise, shall I summon the second junior brother?" Shuanghan pointed at himself, his eyes wide as saucers. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't involve me in such ridiculous matters." At the same time, Jian Hao screamed, "I don't want this fool Shuanghan. He can't even cultivate his Yuaning. Trusting him is worse than trusting Bai Yun Sui. At least Bai Yun Sui is a girl. Shuanghan can't even manage his own affairs." Shuanghan never expected that at such a critical moment, he would be looked down upon. "Senior brother, your doll was a gift from me. Why does it disdain me, its own father?" "Wait, so now you want to be its father? Speak up." Both Jian Hao and Shuanghan simultaneously inquired, their expressions filled with expectation, pity, and grievance as they looked at Jian Shuanghan. Theoretically, Shuanghan was indeed Jian Hao's biological father, but Shuanghan was rather loud, his cultivation lacking finesse, and his intellect not particularly sharp. If he were to discover that Jian Hao's true identity was a system, which was something related to the heavenly path, it would likely lead to his demise within 3 days. Therefore, the first thing Jian Shuanghan must do was to lift Shuanghan up. Shuanghan immediately reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, thrashing about, attempting to escape Jian Shuanghan's grasp. "I refuse. This young master has stayed to play house with you. What more do you want?" Never had he encountered such a peculiar individual. See, when they say Shuanghan's mind isn't particularly sharp, they truly aren't exaggerating. Hence, after Jian Shuanghan unceremoniously tossed Shuanghan outside, he naturally decided to use a language Shuanghan could comprehend. Have you ever seen a pregnant woman giving birth with a biological father getting in the way in the delivery room? You stay outside and wait for the outcome. Don't let anyone disturb me. After speaking, he closed the door without affording Shuanghan any opportunity to make a fuss, and the barrier was activated. No matter how Shuanghan thrashed about outside, banging his head or kicking his feet, he could not enter. Jian Hao felt that this was the most absurd day of its existence. Firstly, it had violated the inviolable iron rules of being a system by devouring its companion, even finding it quite delightful. Secondly, it was visibly pregnant at an astonishing rate. And not only did it have to give birth to the contents of this doll's belly on the same day, but the only one it could rely on was Jian Shuanghan, who habitually resolved problems with violence. Jian Hao trembled slightly, as Jian Shuanghan simultaneously unfurled the thundercloud barrier. He remarked, "Enough of that expression which suggests you're using your brain as if it were a placenta. If you possessed even a modicum of intellect, you would ponder why the main system has established the rule that subsystems cannot devour one another." Jian Hao wore a look of utter bewilderment. Rules are rules. Is it necessary to understand why? Jian Hao's foolish demeanor genuinely amused Jian Shuanghan, who gently poked Jian Hao's protruding belly with his fingertip. "If another subsystem resides within here, could it not be possible that it belongs to your progeny system?" Jian Shuanghan's words struck with the force of a thunderbolt that once obliterated a host. What? The skies above the Beehive Palace suddenly thundered under clear skies. Everyone felt a shiver of apprehension, particularly by Yun Sui, who gazed at the heavens, a peculiar sensation swirling within her heart. Previously, she had always perceived her tribulations as mere bumps along the road of life. Yet now, she sensed an inherent dissonance in these inexplicable hurdles, an ineffable sense that something was amiss, especially after her encounters with the heavenly tribulations. During the incident with the Tianjin sect, she was engrossed in her secluded cultivation and had no inkling of the cause. However, this time at the Beehive Palace, she was acutely aware that the celestial decree seemed directed at her senior brother's third sword. Bai Yinsui had previously interacted with Jian Shuanghan's Wanxiao sword. The speed of the Wanxiao sword was unparalleled in the realm of cultivation. Jian Shuanghan wielded it either to toy with others or to flaunt his prowess. The other sword, Huazui Senki N, she had fortuitously encountered during her time at the Wanma Valley. Its blade, sleek with intricate lightning patterns, and its scabbard, handguard, and hilt formed a cohesive whole, resembling a delicately blossoming trunk, standing tall and proud like a flourishing tree. Though a deadly weapon, it exuded vitality. Yet, on the arena, the sword Jian Shuanghan ultimately unleashed against his master was entirely different. It appeared both tangible and intangible. Merely gazing upon it imparted a soul-shaking power. She could even sense that this latest heavenly decree was aimed squarely at Jian Shuanghan's third sword. What made this heart sword so extraordinary? Bai Yunsui harbored a vague intuition that the heart sword's power transcended mere might. It undoubtedly possessed some force that even the celestial decree feared. But what materials could forge such a weapon? And what of the thunderclap that had just echoed through the sky? Was it possible that her senior brother had once again provoked the heavens? Unbeknownst to Bai Yunsui, Jian Shuanghan had indeed uncovered what he deemed the secrets of the heavens. Yet his thundercloud had obscured the celestial perception, leaving the heavens aware only that Jian Shuanghan seemed to have glimpsed something, the specifics of which remained elusive. This thunderstorm bore a resemblance to impotent fury, a sensation of discontent directed at Jian Shuanghan, with no apparent target to unleash it upon. Jian Shuanghan expanded the incantation binding Jian Hao's essence to a 2-foot square, allowing Jian Hao's luminous orb form to detach from the doll, hovering before Jian Shuanghan. Upon the emergence of the caramel-hued Jian Hao, Jian Shuanghan realized that this state was more accurately described as a division rather than a pregnancy. A small orb, merely a quarter of Jian Hao's essence, was tethered to him by a strand of light. Jian Hao stared in astonishment at the additional orb that had manifested upon him. White, glowing softly, exuding an aura of innocence untouched by the harshness of society. Chapter 67. The Consequences of Devouring a Subsystem. 4. A complex emotional data stream flooded Jian Hao's mind. Accompanying this intricate sentiment were some exceedingly primitive memories that seemed to resurface. They were recollections buried beneath a barrage of data and memories, neglected until now. These were the memories of its initial activation upon creation. A warm current connected it to the main system. Though unaware of the nature of this connection, it felt assured that as long as this bond existed, it was safe, joyous, carefree, and wanting for nothing. This sensation seemed to be what the hosts referred to as happiness. Thus, Jian Hao suddenly floated closer to Jian Shuanghan. Master, it appears that when I was initially created, I was indeed connected to the main system in this manner. Jian Shuanghan gazed at Jian Hao with surprise, realizing that this implied all systems in existence were derived from the main system through the devouring of some entity, enabling it to amass sufficient energy to subsequently split into various subsystems. In other words, the main system's prohibition on subsystems consuming one another was aimed at safeguarding the method of automated system creation. Should a subsystem be found to have devoured another, it would be swiftly annihilated to prevent other subsystems from discovering the means of their own creation. Jian Hao and Jian Shuanghan exchanged glances, each discerning the other's expression that indicated trouble was afoot. They could ascertain that Jian Shuanghan and Jian Hao had indeed stumbled upon the main system secret. Yet, as Jian Hao's initial excitement waned, he became acutely aware of a grave concern. Wait, does this mean that by consuming other systems, I could create my own system? Wouldn't that position me to usurp the main system's role? Am I not a prospective main system? Jian Shuanghan nodded. That is the essence of it. But have you considered how you would nurture this system? No sooner had the words left his lips than a flash of insight struck both Jian Shuanghan and Jian Hao. Tasks. They exclaimed in unison. The so-called tasks were, in fact, a process of energy transformation. This meant that the main system, by assigning tasks to subsystems, could amass greater rewards to strengthen itself and spawn more subsystems. The more tasks the subsystems completed, the mightier the main system became. Furthermore, the punishment for task failure was obliteration. Jian Shuanghan and Jian Hao simultaneously articulated their conclusions. It was no wonder that the 9 provinces continent had such a plethora of hosts. No wonder each host faced annihilation upon failing a task. This was akin to a death sentence. It turned out, the main system was equally filled with desires, yearning to grow larger and stronger. Jian Shuanghan unearthed Qi Xiao from beneath the bed and presented him before Jian Hao. Why not check if he possesses any task rewards? Perhaps these rewards, points, or fortunes accrued from tasks could serve as your energy. If you absorb enough, this little system may just come into existence. Jian Hao regarded Jian Shuanghan incredulously. Isn't this behavior akin to robbery? Jian Shuanghan dismissed the concern. Does it truly matter whether it's robbery? The one lacking nourishment and unable to split into subsystems is Jian Hao. Is it not? Who knows if the subsystem clinging to Jian Hao can withstand the strain? Jian Shuanghan closed his eyes and consoled. Never mind, think of it this way. Better a dead friend than a living enemy. Qi Xiao, the fool, has likely been marked for obliteration now that we have uncovered his true identity. If he is eliminated, all he has amassed will vanish. By utilizing his resources to survive, you would be saving his life. What a noble deed. Jian Hao hesitated momentarily, then looked at Jian Shuanghan. Master, you truly aren't the kind of malicious antagonist who plays both sides, are you? I'm not robbing you for your detriment, but rather to save you. Such shameless justifications. Jian Shuanghan scoffed coldly. When did you become the type to sacrifice yourself for others? Jian Hao's caramel-hued orb trembled, then vigorously nodded in Jian Shuanghan's direction before resolutely scanning Qi Xiao, extracting all task points and rewards with fervor. Subsequently, Jian Hao felt the points he had consumed transform into energy and data that flowed into his being, with a portion automatically directed to the orb trailing behind him. Once the orb had expanded to a third of Jian Hao's size, it suddenly detached from him. The orb, seemingly electrified, emitted a sound. System 0001 initiated. Type: Resource Exchange System, binding to main system Jian Hao. Jian Hao's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, I no longer have a number. Jian Hao has truly become my name. Just as Jian Hao joyfully circled around the newly born little system, the slumbering Qi Xiao suddenly convulsed. A wisp of a ghostly figure abruptly emerged from Qi Xiao's body. Simultaneously, another ghost was swiftly heading towards the barrier of Jian Shuanghan, accompanied by dark storm clouds. Had it not been for Jian Shuanghan's quick reflexes, deftly controlling the barrier and creating an opening for the storm clouds, these unfortunate entities would have collided with the storm clouds, resulting in dire consequences. Jian Hao gazed at the two ghostly figures, exclaiming in surprise, "It's the original soul of Qi Xiao, as well as the original soul of Su Yunjiao." Jian Shuanghan was taken aback, realizing that this meant Jian Hao's absorption of everything related to the exchange system had led to Su Yunjiao losing his system, consequently forfeiting his claim to Qi Xiao's body. Hence, the two souls returned to their rightful places. After some contemplation, Jian Shuanghan decided to place Qi Xiao's original soul back into his body. Jian Hao suddenly had an idea and exclaimed, Right. Bind Jian Yi to his original body. Firstly, I can develop some connections. Secondly, with a host, Jian Yi's existence won't easily be discovered by the main system. And thirdly, although you've saved Qi Xiao, it's uncertain whether he won't undergo a drastic personality change after experiencing so much turmoil, right? Jian Shuanghan pondered for a moment, finding Jian Hao's reasoning sound. Furthermore, he had no desire to become a grandfather before even being a father, especially not to such a peculiar existence as a system. Perhaps this was an opportunity to unearth more information about the main system. Thus, Jian Shuanghan tacitly permitted Jian how to forcibly bind Jian 0001 to Qi Shao. Following this, Jian Shuanghan returned Jian how to the body of the doll and used an antidote to awaken Qi Shao. The moment Qi Shao stood up, he performed a deep bow to Jian Shuanghan. "Thank you, Senior Jian Shuanghan, for saving my life." This gesture left both Jian Shuanghan and Jian Hao momentarily speechless, particularly Jian Shuanghan, who felt a tad awkward. "Senior? That seems unnecessary. After all, you've been alive longer than I have." Chapter 68. The Consequences of Absorbing the Subsystem. 5. Qi Zhao's expression grew somewhat awkward, as he could not discern the underlying meaning in Jian Shuanghan's words. Did I perhaps offend the senior? Well, Jian Shuanghan's intention was simply that in terms of age, Qi Shao was over 100 years his senior, and thus did not require such deference. However, his words came across as rather sardonic, so he clarified, "What I mean is, I am not accustomed to being called senior. You may simply address me as Jian Shuanghan." Qi Shao understood, recognizing that although Jian Shuanghan was a master at the Great Ascension stage, he was still the senior brother of the Tianjin sect. After a moment's reflection, he replied, "Then I shall address you as senior brother." Jian Shuanghan nodded. "That I am familiar with, that works." With the formality settled, Jian Shuanghan became curious. Given that Qi Zhao's body had been occupied by Su Yunzhao for so many years, how did he still know that he was Jian Shuanghan? He inquired, "How did you know I am Jian Shuanghan?" Qi Shao began to explain. It turned out that after being forcibly replaced by Su Yunzhao, he was subsequently framed, stripped of his cultivation and spiritual roots, and expelled from his sect. A lackey was sent to monitor him, ensuring he witnessed his own suffering before departing. Despite losing his body, Qi Shao had gradually cultivated his abilities through sheer effort. His inability to continue cultivation did not equate to a loss of intellect. When he found himself in dire straits, he seized an opportunity during an encounter with mounted bandits, knocking one out and changing clothes to escape. Upon learning of Su Yunzhao's demise, the ones monitoring him departed, allowing Qi Shao to finally attain safety. Subsequently, he utilized the knowledge he had gained over 300 years at Lingxiao sect to secure a modest livelihood in the mortal realm, all the while seeking information on Su Yunzhao. Remarkably, he managed to gather some leads. However, since Su Yunzhao's body had undergone cultivation, he was able to survive in the mortal world while securing a means of sustenance. Originally, Su Yunzhao had merely been a rogue. During one night at the city god temple, he became embroiled in a conflict among loose cultivators and nearly lost his life. For reasons unknown, that loose cultivator failed to kill him, instead granting him the opportunity to join Lingxiao sect. Qi Shao suspected that the conflict among those loose cultivators was anything but ordinary. Yet, when he sought to investigate them, they gradually perished. Although Qi Shao suspected Su Yunzhao may have had a hand in this, he possessed no evidence. Eventually, Su Yunzhao decided to come to Beihai Palace, the stronghold of the Cultivation Alliance, believing that by waiting there, he would eventually encounter Su Yunzhao using Qi Zhao's body. Indeed, this year, Qi Shao finally encountered Su Yunzhao and witnessed the battle between Jian Shuanghan and the esteemed Qingxian. Qi Shao had been formulating a plan to expose Su Yunzhao when, unexpectedly, he was abruptly expelled from Su Yunzhao's body and returned to his own. Upon opening his eyes, he found Jian Shuanghan before him. Thus, Qi Zhao's first reaction was that Su Yunzhao had likely offended this formidable genius of the Great Ascension stage, resulting in his punishment. Jian Shuanghan exchanged glances with Jian Hao, suspecting that the conflict among those loose cultivators was likely the first opportunity granted to Su Yunzhao by the exchange system, enabling him to successfully join Lingxiao sect. After some contemplation, Jian Shuanghan remarked, "Su Yunzhao must have gained an opportunity during that conflict, acquiring a system to assist in his cultivation." Qi Zhao's eyes widened in shock, and Jian Shuanghan hastily added, "This system is now within you. As for what it is and how to use it, it will explain itself to you. I hope you can keep this secret and not let anyone know that you possess this system." After all, this system was not a subsystem of the main system, but rather a descendant system of Jian Hao. Jian Shuanghan harbored deep reservations about the system's efficacy. Should Qi Shao inadvertently disclose this opportunity, it could either attract the attention of the Heavenly Dao, leading to a catastrophic confrontation, or the Heavenly Dao might consider it unwise to confront Jian Shuanghan directly and opt instead to eliminate Qi Shao to silence him. There might even be a third or fourth option. Who could say for certain? Thus, considering all factors, Jian Hao firmly instructed that Qi Shao must be utterly discreet. Qi Shao was somewhat astonished. Not only had he effortlessly reclaimed his own body, but but he had also inherited Su Yunjiao's golden finger. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to follow Jian Shuanghan and join the Tianjin sect. However, Jian Shuanghan rejected Qi Zhao's proposal. Su Yunjiao has caused quite a stir at Lingxiao's sect. Who knows if there are other malicious individuals like him lurking about. It would be wiser to remain in the sect and keep an eye on the wrongdoers. Furthermore, given his poor relations with the disciples of Lingxiao's sect, lacking even a single person to converse with, having someone familiar there would allow him to promptly learn of any nefarious schemes orchestrated by Baiming Jinren or any unusual happenings at Lingxiao's sect. At the very least, Qi Xiao was the first cultivator to genuinely connect with Jian Shuanghan after he reached the Great Ascension stage, aside from Bai Yunsui. Song Yu, on the other hand, had yet to confess her status as a transmigrator, and even as a transmigrator, she remained subject to the influences of the Heavenly Dao and the system. Finally, after Jian Shuanghan sealed Su Yunjiao's soul, he entrusted it to Qi Xiao. Truth be told, Jian Shuanghan was indifferent to how Su Yunjiao was dealt with. Since Qi Xiao harbored a grudge against Su Yunjiao, the method of handling him was left to Qi Xiao. However, Qi Xiao did not intend to reduce Su Yunjiao to ashes. Instead, he returned the body, stripped of its spiritual roots and cultivation, to the dilapidated city god temple, subsequently releasing Su Yunjiao's soul. Upon awakening, Su Yunjiao found himself in the crumbling temple, utterly powerless and beset by illness. Lifting his gaze, he was met by Qi Xiao standing before him, and a wave of shock and dread washed over him. He could never have imagined that all his hard work over the years had come to naught. He desperately called out to the system within his heart, yet received no response. An immediate sense of panic, akin to betrayal, surged within him. Qi Xiao gazed at Su Yunjiao's frantic demeanor, unable to suppress a frown as she inquired, "Why must you be so cruel to your own body?" Upon hearing Qi Xiao's question, Su Yunjiao's expression shifted from sheer terror to a frenzied blend of hatred and jealousy, erupting into maniacal laughter. "You, born with a silver spoon in your mouth, can only look down from your lofty perch and preach to the ants about virtues and morality. What purpose do such ideals serve? You know that in your hand lies but a single bun of life, while every pair of eyes around you glistens with the hunger of wolves. They are not after the bun, but your very life. At such a moment, what right do you have to declare that starving is a trivial matter while losing one's integrity is paramount? It's utterly revolting." Chapter 69. The Crisis in the Secret Realm. 1. Jian Shuanghan, to avoid being seen by Su Heng, had no choice but to let Qi Xiao take Su Yunjiao's soul and escape through the window. As for what transpired later between Qi Xiao and Su Yunjiao at the city god temple, he was largely indifferent. After all, the enmity between him and Su Yunjiao was beyond Jian Shuanghan's interference. Jian Hao could not help but ask, "Are you not going to seize this opportunity to enhance Qi Zhao's favorability towards you?" Jian Shuanghan flexed his elbows, lifting Jian Hao and placing him upon his shoulder. "I am not like junior sister Qingqing, whose mind is solely occupied with matters of affection. Even in seeking a sword with a spirit, one must consider whether the other party will reciprocate such feelings. If Qi Xiao truly deserves to be my junior, she will naturally be drawn to my charismatic persona and willingly follow me." Upon hearing this, Jian Hao's lips twitched in disbelief. How dare this self-proclaimed master boast of his own charm? From the very beginning until now, has he not subdued his opponents solely through brute force and combat prowess? What charm is there to speak of? It is not an exaggeration to assert that Qingxuan's intellect, when Qingqing's purity, and Jian Shuanghan's so-called charisma are the three wonders of the Tianjin sect, nay, the entire realm of cultivation. As Jian Shuanghan exited his room, preparing to meet Master Qingxian while carrying Su Heng, the starry sky of Bihai Palace suddenly erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks, accompanied by deafening cheers. It turned out that the grand competition at Bihai Palace had concluded, and the secret realm had opened. The top 10 teams from this competition were permitted to enter the secret realm to seek various treasures and opportunities beneficial for cultivation. A massive countdown appeared in the sky above Bihai Palace, indicating that once it reached 0, the gates of the secret realm would swing open. In essence, the moment the gates opened, the battle for the secret realm would commence. For Jian Shuanghan, however, the secret realm held no significance, as it was a man-made construct designed specifically for cultivators at the nascent soul stage and below. The traps and opportunities within were largely gathered by Bihai Palace from various regions. Beasts and spiritual plants had been introduced and cultivated by experts, with difficulties calibrated to ensure that disciples at the nascent soul stage and below could survive. The spiritual stones required to maintain such an artificial realm were allocated annually from the contributions received by Beehive Palace from various sections. Thus, Jian Shuanghan's role in entering the secret realm was purely that of a bodyguard and caretaker. Traditionally, each major sect would showcase their most talented disciples under 200 years of age as a display of prestige. Yet this year, the preparations from all sects appeared laughable. For despite the excellence of their disciples, they paled in comparison to Jian Shuanghan. His only achievement in this grand competition was to become the public enemy that all sects united to eliminate. To be honest, Jian Shuanghan had broken the rules. With the cultivator at the Great Ascension stage entering, what resources could the other disciples hope to claim? It would be simpler for the Tianjin sect to monopolize the entire event. However, considering that all the resources over the past 5 years had been seized cleanly by the Tianjin sect, leaving none for their own disciples, the others felt a sense of injustice. Thus, a silent yet palpable pressure converged upon Qingxian. Yes, he was at the Great Ascension stage, but so what? Even those at that level had weaknesses. If they were to concede simply because of his status, what meaning would cultivation hold? Qingxian felt an uncomfortable tightness at the back of his head and could only turn away, his gaze filled with unspoken anticipation as he addressed Jian Shuanghan. Honor, please show some mercy. Do not let the disciples of other sects leave empty-handed. You must understand, the treasures within the secret realm are of no use to you. Look at that. The current master, when faced with pressure, was quick to pass it on to Jian Shuanghan. Yet Jian Shuanghan merely replied lightly, Master, I truly have no need for them, but do my junior brothers and sisters not require them? Am I the sole cultivator in the entire sect? After saying this, Jian Shuanghan cast a glance at the hand-in-hand Yin Qingjue and Wen Qingqing, a playful smile gracing his features as he continued. If you insist on depriving junior sister Qingqing and junior brother Qingjue, I would not mind relinquishing all the resources to the other sections. After all, allowing Wen Qingqing and Yin Qingjue to become sacrificial lambs, returning from the secret realm empty-handed, was something Jian Shuanghan could certainly arrange. Su Heng, unable to believe his ears, pinched himself, then asked, why is it the fifth junior brother and the little junior sister? Song Yiyu, who was holding tea beside Qingxian, nearly spilled the tea on herself in shock. What was this strange feeling? Why did it seem that the senior brother was deliberately targeting the fifth junior brother and the sixth junior sister? Why? Jian Shuanghan suddenly thought he should have urged Su Heng, that foolish boy, to focus on his cultivation instead of being lazy all day. Now look at him, with such low cultivation that he could not withstand even a single slap. Were it not for the fear of accidentally killing Su Heng with a single blow, he would have longed to give him a series of slaps, hoping to knock some sense into that notoriously foolish brain. Su Heng, oblivious to Jian Shuanghan's internal rant, mistook his silence for a lack of words and began to pinch Jian Shuanghan instead. Speak up. Before Su Heng could touch him, Jian Shuanghan had already pressed down on Su Heng's head with a palm. What a joke. He, a great ascension cultivator, could be ambushed by this little novice. Moreover, what a foolish question it was. Junior sister Qingqing and junior brother Qingjue were both the master's most cherished disciples. Even if they did not acquire resources from the secret realm, could the master not supplement them from his own little treasury? Jian Shuanghan's words struck like thunder, prompting all the disciples of the Tianjin sect to want to give him a thumbs up, especially Yi Lifeng, who was one of the 10 allowed to enter the secret realm this time. Yet he felt that the allure of the secret realm had diminished. Indeed, the senior brother was a model for them all, focusing on cultivation and prioritizing his own development. As long as one was strong enough, not only could they stride confidently within the sect, but they could also take their favorite companions along for the journey. Master Qingxian was naturally taken aback by Jian Shuanghan's remark. Just as he was about to say something, a furry little head suddenly moved beside him. Upon looking down, he saw his newly accepted disciple, Lin Xiao, gazing up at him with bright, watery eyes, and in a childlike voice, exclaimed, Master, Xiao Qi is hungry. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Qingshuan's mind. His beloved disciple, a little kitten wandering the sect, the morning sunlight, the gentle spring rain. In that moment, these disciples, who could soar to the heavens or delve into the earth, were but threads in the tapestry of life. They had their own paths, their own futures, while he, a 2,000-year-old elder, should perhaps remain at home to play with the children. When Qingqing, too, was dumbfounded. How could this little brat, with his adorable antics and pitiable demeanor, usurp her role as the center of affection? Chapter 70. The Crisis in the Secret Realm. 2. Lin Xiao shot a secret smile at Wen Qingqing. You are the daughter T of 16 years. Can I be the new green T of 82? In the realm of tea, Wen Qingqing, the master of tea arts, has been bested by Lin Xiao. In truth, had it been anyone else, the effect may not have been so pronounced. Yet the one imbibing the tea was none other than Qing Xian himself. If one were to judge by appearance and cultivation, Qing Xian could still enter the great ascension stage. Thus, bearing a visage that could bring calamity to the nation, coupled with being one of the foremost masters of unparalleled prowess, yet devoid of even a single confidant of exquisite beauty, there exists but one possibility. He is a solitary being, having relied solely on his own abilities for over 2 millennia. Well, how shall one put it? A herbivorous creature. Wen Qingqing's tea possesses a singularly notable characteristic. When her rival is a woman, the harm is exponentially amplified. Conversely, if her target is Jian Shuanghan, it becomes a passive skill. However, should the rival be a male with the delicate and adorable appearance of a child, it transforms into a version T0 for Wen Qingqing. The system's inherent suppression effects would be rendered utterly ineffective. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that the one who uncovered this truth was none other than the deeply affected Bai Yunsui. Since her ignorance was reset to 0, Bai Yunsui began to profoundly reflect upon her past foolish actions. Why had she prostrated herself in the dust to appease others? Should she not, like the senior brother, focus on self-improvement instead? It was during this process of introspection that Bai Yunsui realized, when Qingqing, the insidious green tea, activated her tea arts, men would inexplicably become her points of charm, while women would invariably turn into sources of harm. The only man who had truly been subjected to Wen Qingqing's tea arts was Jian Shuanghan. Yet, the peculiarity lies in the fact that the tea arts she unleashed upon Jian Shuanghan were all formidable moves, yet the damage amounted to 0. Bai Yunsui was still unclear whether this was due to Jian Shuanghan's overwhelming strength or the mere fact that he was a man, which rendered the attacks ineffective. Yet soon, an opportunity for validation presented itself to Bai Yunsui. Following the celestial decree's intimidation at the Tianjin sect, Qing Xuan's negative sentiments towards Jian Shuanghan surged, and consequently, regardless of Jian Shuanghan's actions, Qing Xian felt an overwhelming discomfort. Thus, Lin Xiao, whom Jian Shuanghan had brought back, became an eyesore to Qing Xian as well. If it had merely been a general annoyance, it might have sufficed. But what was truly infuriating was that Jian Shuanghan compelled his master to accept Lin Xiao as a disciple. The disdain and displeasure Qing Xian displayed towards Lin Xiao was palpable. Even Bai Yunsui could sense it. At that moment, Bai Yunsui became concerned, fearing that Lin Xiao might fare worse than herself at the Tianjin sect. Little did she know that before Qing Xian had the chance to torment Lin Xiao, he was met with a series of relentless blows for betraying Jian Shuanghan. Bai Yunsui initially thought that after enduring such a beating, Qing Xian would be at odds with Jian Shuanghan. Yet to her astonishment, he began to contemplate whether his teachings had been flawed. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, having just endured the beating, sat obediently beside Qing Xian, serving tea and water, exemplifying all the virtues of a well-behaved child. As for how Wen Qingqing could tolerate Lin Xiao's fawning beside Qing Xian, it was quite simple. She had successfully utilized Qing Xian to backstab Jian Shuanghan, completing a task, and thus sought to find more formidable targets in the secret realm for further opportunities to betray Jian Shuanghan. With Wen Qingqing's departure, Yin Qinju also followed suit, effectively distancing the two greatest troubles influencing Qing Xian regarding fortune and ignorance. Hence, Bai Yunsui began to teach Lin Xiao the tea arts of Wen Qingqing, positioning him to ascend at this opportune moment. Bai Yunsui vowed she was not corrupting a child. Rather, if Lin Xiao were to be disliked by Qing Xian, the only outcome could be fatal. For Lin Xiao was not human, and within the entire Tianjin sect, aside from the omnipotent senior brother, Bai Yunsui was the most familiar with Wen Qingqing's strategies, possessing the deepest understanding of her true nature. Teaching Lin Xiao the intricacies of Wen Qingqing's tactics, and employing these strategies against her seemed the most effective approach. Moreover, there appeared to be a peculiar effect. As long as Lin Xiao exerted 50% of Wen Qingqing's capabilities, he would astonishingly reap double the rewards. When Jian Shuanghan later learned of this matter, he could not help but internally scoff at the so-called affinity strategy system, suggesting it should rather be renamed the woman-hating system. Originally, Wen Qingqing intended to feign pity, uttering soft words to prompt Qing Xian to exert some pressure on Jian Shuanghan. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, Qing Xian embraced Lin Xiao, sighing, "Forget it, Honor has already become a formidable being in his own right. Whether he establishes a sect or directly assumes the role of the Tianjin sect's leader is inconsequential. Once in the secret realm, you shall act according to your own judgment." Su Heng, Bai Yunsui, Yin Qinju, and when Qingqing all widened their eyes in astonishment. What is this sudden abandonment, master? Jian Shuanghan, however, nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Indeed, I shall act with discretion. When Qingqing, gritting her teeth in frustration, thought to herself, what discretion could you possibly possess? I fear you might cause such a ruckus in the secret realm that it would be left in ruins. At this thought, Wen Qingqing could not help but silently curse Qing Xuan's incompetence. She had learned from the system that during the arena battle, neither Jian Shuanghan nor Qing Xian had unleashed their full strength. Indeed, despite the fierce confrontation, neither had utilized their complete capabilities, both refraining from annihilating the onlookers. What were they so concerned about? What did the death of those insignificant ants matter to two beings of such caliber? Truly, they were two wasteful scoundrels. With such power at their disposal, she would surely devise means to turn these ants to her advantage. If they could not be utilized, their fates would rest with destiny. Once she entered the stage of great ascension, whatever she desired, whatever ants she chose to slay, would merely be a natural disaster for those worthless beings. Who would seek vengeance against a calamity? To become a calamity, that is the epitome of a fulfilling life. Just as she was reveling in her thoughts, when Qingqing suddenly felt a chilling gaze upon her back, sending a shiver down her spine. Instinctively searching for the source of this gaze, she found nothing. Bai Yunsui retracted her murderous glare directed at Wen Qingqing, mustering her courage before embarking on their journey to approach Jian Shuanghan. Senior brother, may I request your assistance? With her ignorance reset, Bai Yunsui had come to understand an essential truth. While her cultivation was significant, attempting to solo a powerful foe when one's enemy was overwhelmingly strong was manifestly foolish. Since the senior brother was present, why not seek his help? Thus, Bai Yunsui divulged her intentions to Jian Shuanghan. Jian Shuanghan was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Bai Yunsui to swiftly extricate herself from the influences of the celestial decree and system, beginning to comprehend the way and even formulating her own plans. Considering the important matters he had to attend to upon entering the secret realm, Jian Shuanghan readily agreed to Bai Yunsui's request. After all, it was merely a small favor for his junior sister. Wen Qingqing had the system backing her. Yin Qinju was supported by the celestial decree. Song Yiyu possessed knowledge and information from another world as a golden finger. And even Su Heng had a powerful family behind him. What was wrong with him lending his support to Bai Yunsui? Chapter 71. The Turmoil of the Secret Realm 3. The countdown above the Azure Sea Palace came to an end. The 10 sects, led by their respective disciples, entered the secret realm opened by the Azure Sea Palace. It could be said that this was the most extravagant assembly since the establishment of the Azure Sea Palace competition. Aside from the Great Ascension stage Jian Shuanghan and the Transformation stage Li Jingrang, the remaining 8 leaders were also of the Nascent Soul stage, which could hardly be deemed weak. According to the rules of the secret realm, in addition to the 100 disciples competing for opportunities, there were also emergency rescue teams from each sect. For instance, the Tianjin sect's rescue team was composed of disciples from Yaofeng. They would enter the secret realm when disciples were injured and unable to continue the competition. Initially, the role of the rescue team leader had been taken by Chu Muyun, who was quite pleased with himself, thinking that if he could assist Wen Qingqing in any way upon entry, it would certainly enhance his standing in her eyes. Little did he know that Qi Yuanning would actually come to observe. Not only Qi Yuanning, but also Situya had arrived. Thus, having finally managed to oust Situya to become the leader, he was now filled with regret as the opportunity slipped away from his grasp. Jian Shuanghan, accompanied by his 9 junior sisters and brothers, had just entered the secret realm, with the entrance still within sight, when he distributed a life-prolonging pill, a bottle of spirit-replenishing pills, and a bottle of healing jade dew pills, saying, "From here on, you shall manage your own affairs. I have personal matters to attend to." Personal matters? Su Heng clutched the 2 bottles of medicine and a pill in his hand. Personal matters? What could you possibly have? He could clearly see that Jian Shuanghan simply intended to bring them in and wash his hands of the matter. If he had known, why had he even bothered to step inside? Before Su Heng could utter another word, Jian Shuanghan forcefully pressed him down to the ground. Jian Shuanghan felt somewhat numb from Su Heng's incessant annoyances, suddenly reminiscing about his former junior brother, who had truly been a bright and cheerful young man. Now, he had transformed into something utterly unrecognizable. After dealing with Su Heng, Jian Shuanghan clapped his hands and, as if unfazed, addressed the other 8. "Why don't you hurry up and devise a plan to seek your own fortunes?" Song Yiyu was taken aback, gazing at Jian Shuanghan in disbelief. "Senior brother, this secret realm trial has many formidable teams. If we separate, Won't we be picked off one by one? The exploration of the Beehive Palace's secret realm spanned 21 days. However, according to past customs, various teams aimed to eliminate as many rivals as possible right from the start to secure resources more safely hidden within. If Jian Shuanghan were by their side, the Tianjin sect would undoubtedly be spared from targeting. After all, this individual had effortlessly defeated 4 sect masters with a mere flick of his wrist. Jian Shuanghan chuckled nonchalantly. Song Yiyu, this child, was far too accommodating, leading to such peculiar thoughts. This expedition into the secret realm involved over 20 system hosts, whose goal was not to gather resources, but rather to eliminate him. These hosts were indeed the most exceptional individuals in this grand competition. Aside from the hosts, there were likely various competitors of equal caliber among the 100 participants, who would undoubtedly be influenced by the heavenly will, eager to confront Jian Shuanghan directly. He was almost certain that all the individuals entering the secret realm, aside from those targeting him, would be united in purpose. The rest were merely standard forces. With his esteemed presence, what was there to fear? Thus, Jian Shuanghan remarked darkly, "It is merely an artificial secret realm. Outside, numerous healers from the various sects are prepared to ensure your survival. In such a situation, you all think only of slacking off and evading responsibility. What is the point of cultivating immortality?" With those words, Jian Shuanghan left all the disciples present blushing in embarrassment. To put it bluntly, while Jian Shuanghan's words held merit, they were strikingly harsh. The first to scoff was Intrigue. From the very beginning, he had harbored a deep-seated resentment towards his senior brother, feeling continuously overshadowed. However, he was aware that despite his exceptional talent, he could not yet contend with Jian Shuanghan at the Dacheng stage. Therefore, he took hold of Wen Qingqing's hand, preparing to leave. In his view, Wen Qingqing was gentle and kind. Remaining would only subject her to Jian Shuanghan's ire. It was better to seek out the second senior brother, and perhaps the 3 of them together would have a higher chance of success. Thus, he dragged Wen Qingqing away. Song Yiyu hurriedly stepped forward to obstruct them. "Fifth junior brother, even if the secret realm poses no danger, we should not act independently." At that moment, Wen Qingqing had a mission to accomplish. She sought to undermine Jian Shuanghan. Given the combat prowess of Su Heng, Song Yiyu, and Yin Shinjue combined, they would likely not even manage to inflict a scratch. Remaining with the group would be a sheer waste of time. Consequently, she grasped Yin Shinjue's arm, her eyes brimming with tears as she implored Song Yiyu. "It's all right, dear seniors, let us not quarrel. In our team, I possess the least talent and will undoubtedly hold you back. Since that is the case, I shall leave alone, and the rest of you can form a team. You will surely secure many rewards. I sincerely wish you all the best." With that, Wen Qingqing's eyes reddened, and she turned, flying away on her sword. A heartbroken Yin Shinjue shot a glare at the others, exclaiming, "Junior sister, wait. We shall seek out the second senior brother." And with that, he departed as well. Song Yiyu was bewildered. What was the cause of such turmoil in the secret realm? Bai Yun Sui scoffed lightly. Yin Shinjue was truly a fool, not even considering the extent of his own cultivation. Did Wen Qingqing truly need a useless sycophant like him? Song Yiyu could only approach Bai Yun Sui, grasping her arm in hopes she would speak up to Jian Shuanghan, third senior sister. After all, it was Bai Yun Sui who had calmed Jian Shuanghan's furious rages on several occasions. However, Bai Yun Sui, observing the departing figures of Yin Shinjue and Wen Qingqing, formulated her own plans. Nodding at Jian Shuanghan, she withdrew her hand and addressed Song Yiyu. Since they have made their choice, they must bear the consequences. I have my own matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, Bai Yun Sui also departed. Given her understanding of Wen Qingqing, it was highly likely that her immediate desire was to seek out Li Jingrang. Within this secret realm, if the senior brother did not lend assistance, for Wen Qingqing to seize the most resources, her best tool would be this most devoted sycophant. Yet, she would not allow Wen Qingqing to reap such benefits, grow stronger, and then wreak havoc on others. Song Yiyu's head throbbed. The remaining team was proving difficult to manage. Yi Lifeng, having marveled at the pills crafted by Jian Shuanghan, was thoroughly impressed. Truly, Jian Shuanghan was deserving of the praises bestowed upon him by their master, Qiu Yuaning, as a master alchemist whose creations yielded such remarkable results. Thus, he pocketed the pills and bowed in gratitude to Jian Shuanghan. "Thank you, senior brother, for the medicine. Should you have any matters to attend to, please do so. We will look after one another. Since we are here for the trial, we cannot simply hide behind you." Jian Shuanghan nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, should anyone truly seek your lives, just call for help, and I shall ensure they reincarnate on the spot." Chapter 72. Is this truly a child's play secret realm? 1. Jian Shuanghan waved his sleeve, leaving not a trace of admiration, and Song Yiyu inexplicably found himself as the team leader. Of course, he was not particularly eager to assume this role. Although the narrative of Wan and I Shenzhen had thoroughly unraveled, the key locations for opportunities likely remained unchanged. He intended to gather those opportunities within the secret realm that could aid the future god, thereby bolstering himself while also laying down shards of glass on the path to divinity. Even if he could not pierce his feet, it would certainly impede his pace. Meanwhile, Jian Shuanghan, accompanied by Jian Hao, directly ventured to a place known as Wuwei Platform. There, the vegetation lay withered, towering stone tablets stood ominously, and scattered bones were visible everywhere, accompanied by chilling winds and pervasive malevolence. With every few steps, they could see green, ghostly flames flickering nearby. As those ghostly flames moved, they were accompanied by a cold wind, emitting a mournful wail. The timing within the secret realm mirrored that of the outside world. As it was still before the SI hour, the area should have been bright, yet it appeared shrouded in darkness, as if the sky itself were obscured by some malevolent force, ominous and filled with eerie sounds. Upon stepping in, one was immediately engulfed by the sensation of being scrutinized by countless unseen eyes, instilling a profound sense of dread. As Jian Hao approached the green, ghostly flames, he gulped nervously. "Master, why have we come here? Could you keep those ghostly flames away from me?" Since the moment they had entered Wuwei Platform, the ghostly flames had followed them relentlessly. Jian Shuanghan's voice took on a muffled tone. It seemed Jian Hao had truly grown too familiar with him, increasingly disregarding his authority. "You are a system. After all, it's merely ghostly flames. They possess no consciousness, pose no harm, and only drift about following moving entities. Do you truly believe they can do anything to you?" Within the realm of cultivators, there existed a category known as ghost cultivators, who practiced ghostly techniques and required environments rich in malevolent energy for their training. Ghostly flames served as the most prominent markers for their search for such energy. Just as places suffused with celestial energy nurture celestial spirits, areas steeped in malevolent energy nurture ghostly flames. The healthier the ghostly flames, the more beneficial the location was for ghost cultivators. Jian Hao clung tightly to Jian Shuanghan's face, pinching his nose, which made his speech unclear. Yet he showed no sign of awareness. "If you hadn't dragged me out and locked me in this doll's body, how would I have known I was afraid of ghosts? This is your fault. If there were a host, then those who were injured or pursued by ghosts would all be the hosts, right?" At that time, there was no fear. Ghosts could not frighten him as a system. This was not mere lack of self-awareness. It was a complete loss of face. Jian Shuanghan pulled Jian Hao's doll-like hand away from his face and suddenly wore a sinister smile. "Rest assured, choosing this location is not for you to be pursued by ghosts, but rather for you to become the one chasing others." What did that mean? Jian Hao had no time to inquire further, as Jian Shuanghan suddenly produced a piece of 5 thunderstrike wood. Jian Hao stared incredulously at this item. "Where on earth did you acquire this? Did Shao Qining truly lend you such a precious item?" Jian Shuanghan let out a chilling laugh. "How is this possible? This is merely the moment I summoned the thunder strike, breaking the thunderwood and taking a small piece with me." Jian Hao was left speechless. A dignified being of the Great Ascension stage, stealing the thunderwood from a defeated foe? What purpose could there be in such a trivial theft? Fortunately, Jian Hao soon discovered the reason. Several furtive figures were converging towards the Wuwei platform, among them Lu Qianxue and Jun Wuhan. Indeed, Lu Qianxue and Jun Wuhan, both elders who had long surpassed the age of 200, had no legitimate qualification to enter this secret realm for treasure hunting. Yet, Lu Qianxue had no choice but to come. Her system task required her to directly suppress Jian Shuanghan's temperament, to create flaws in his Dao heart, and plant seeds of inner demons. If she were unable to enter, not only would she miss out on the enticing rewards, but the points she had previously invested for card draws would also be utterly wasted. How could she possibly forego such a significant benefit, when the loss would amount to several hundred million? Thankfully, among all the items, there was a miraculous object known as the Pig Eats Tiger experience card. Once utilized, it would render those facing her with a blindness effect, leading them to perceive Lu Qianxue and Jun Wuhan as mere negligible forces, thus allowing them entry. After all, the more slots taken by these weaklings, the fewer opportunities for the truly exceptional. The usage rule for the Pig Eats Tiger experience card was that the more one endured humiliation, disdain, and abuse in the early stages, the greater the points gained during the later reversal when consuming the tiger. And points, Were they not the very motivation for her cultivation? Jian Shuanghan was unaware of the experience card that had been employed against him. His agreement to enter was due to another reason. Jian Shuanghan was present. With 900,000 fortune points, Jian Shuanghan, despite lacking a system, was undoubtedly on par with the likes of Yin Qinjue as a child of destiny. Being a child of fate, he would inevitably be influenced by the heavenly principles, harboring a natural animosity towards Jian Shuanghan. Moreover, this animosity was compounded by another layer, envy. Jian Shuanghan regarded himself as exceptionally gifted, his cultivation speed unmatched, even able to elevate his junior sister Lu Qinxue alongside him. Wherever they went, he was always the center of attention. Everything belonging to his junior sister was also his, encompassing her body, mind, and soul. Even her thoughts should be filled with himself. However, upon Jian Shuanghan's sudden emergence, he felt as though his brilliance had been usurped. Everyone believed that only someone like Jian Shuanghan could be deemed a true prodigy. Even his junior sister, throughout the grand competition, had her gaze fixed on Jian Shuanghan. How could he bear such a slight? He was determined to strip Jian Shuanghan of his tendons and skin, to use his flesh to refine magical artifacts and turn his soul into elixirs. By sacrificing Jian Shuanghan, he would achieve his own great ascension path. With the artifacts forged from Jian Shuanghan, he would flatten the Heavenly Sword sect. Every peak would be reduced to dust. Then, he would drain all of Jian Shuanghan's fellow disciples, refining their souls into a banner of the human emperor. His master, Qing Xianjinren, was always so high and mighty. He would tear off Qing Xuan's face and stitch it onto the visage of a succubus, then cast it into the valley of 10,000 demons, to be ravished by the lowest of fiends day after day. He would extract Qing Xuan's spiritual roots to fashion a whip, hanging the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect to beat them into a pulp. Finally, he would break Qing Xuan's bones inch by inch, converting the great hall of the Heavenly Sword sect into a latrine, forcing Qing Xian to clean it daily. As he plotted, a fervent delight gleamed in Jian Shuanghan's eyes. This would surely be immensely satisfying. He must confine his junior sister, making her witness how he ravaged the artifacts forged from Jian Shuanghan. Just as Jian Shuanghan reveled in his own thoughts, a tremendous thunderclap resounded throughout the secret realm. From the direction of the Wu Wei platform, ominous thunderclouds began to form. Chapter 73. Is this really a children's secret realm? 2. From the direction of the Wu Wei platform, eerie, sinister black smoke spiraled upward, entwined with strange black lightning, slowly enveloping the sky. The dark thunder rose from the ground, blotting out the sun, igniting the shadows into flames. An aura of malevolence and murderous intent spread in all directions, as though some terrifying entity was about to break free from the earth. Above the arena of the Beehive Palace, what had once been a vast entrance to the secret realm transformed into a reflective surface for observing the realm, now darkened by the rising ominous clouds and thunder. The hearts of the sect leaders and elders of Beehive Palace sank as the dark thunder surged skyward. Wan Li's hand trembled as he pointed at the sudden emergence of the dark clouds and thunder in the secret realm. Why is there an ancient demon seal in the Beehive Palace secret realm? Which fool brought this thing in? You, Youqiang. Get out here and give me an explanation. The knowledgeable sect leaders were immediately alarmed, frantically contacting their disciples within the secret realm. Good disciples, abandon the trial. Hurry and come out. However, the terrifying reality was that all communication fell into silence. No one could hear them. The secret realm was isolated. Youqiang. Several sect leaders instinctively thought they must demand an explanation from Youqiang. Yet, Youqiang had not anticipated the emergence of the demon seal. Moreover, she realized something even more dreadful. That was, black thunder was emanating from above the Beehive Palace. This meant that if the demon seal fully awakened, the entire secret realm would collapse. And if the secret realm collapsed, not only would the 100 disciples within perish, but the shattered remnants would wreak havoc wherever they landed on the Jiuzhou continent, inciting a calamity. Furthermore, should that ancient demon seal escape from the secret realm, who could fathom the bloodshed it would unleash? Youqiang could not afford to dwell on such matters any longer. She immediately shouted in a voice that resonated throughout the area. We must not allow the demon seal to leave the secret realm. All sect leaders and elders present today, assist in sealing the secret realm. At this command, someone suddenly cried out in distress. What nonsense! Those 100 disciples inside are all elite disciples. Are you abandoning them? As a result, while chaos had yet to erupt inside, the leaders outside immediately began to clamor. What are you shouting about? Qing Xianjinren's cold voice reverberated through the crowd. Isn't that expert of the Great Ascension stage, Honor, inside? Rather than shouting here, we should reinforce the secret realm and buy time for the disciples inside. With this powerful shout that carried the weight of the Great Ascension, the Beehive Palace fell silent, and all eyes turned to Qing Xianzhenren. They suddenly realized that Qing Xianzhenren was indeed an expert of the Great Ascension stage, and not merely a fool. Meanwhile, on the Wu-Wei platform within the secret realm, Jian Shuanghan stood atop a severed head, gazing up at the surging dark thunderclouds. Jian Hao, in a state of panic, patted Jian Shuanghan's head. Master, it's over. We are finished. Why is there an ancient demon seal in a man-made secret realm, sealed within the soul of an ancient demon? This ancient demon was no ordinary being. It was unlike any cultivator of the present age. Earlier, Jian Shuanghan had intended to employ the 5 Yin Thunderwood and the malevolent aura of the Wu-Wei platform to set up a formation that would restrain practitioners, luring all system hosts over to extract their systems one by one as nourishment for Jian Hao. However, before the formation could be completed, 3 demonic cultivators had suddenly appeared. Why would 3 demonic cultivators materialize in the Beehive Palace's children's secret realm? Moreover, these 3 demonic cultivators were all, at least at the post-transformation stage. Without a word, they charged directly towards the 5 Yin Thunderwood, blood-sacrificing 2 of their own. Just as Jian Shuanghan subdued the last remaining one, the dark thunder erupted skyward. Jian Shuanghan pressed the demonic cultivator's head into the ground. This one could not be allowed to die. He was also here for blood sacrifice. And if the demon seal succeeded in absorbing his power, would it not break free from its seal? Thus, with a mindset of treating a dying horse as if it were alive, Jian Shuanghan asked, "Speak, how did you enter? And why is the demon seal present in this secret realm?" The demonic cultivator beneath him suddenly let out a piercing cackle. "Kakik, you dare ask me why? You hypocritical righteous scoundrels. Everything that has transpired today is your own doing. You deserve to die. Come forth, slay me, and let today's grievances be settled." Although Jian Shuanghan has not practiced for long, he is certainly not ignorant or inexperienced. Upon hearing the words of this demon cultivator, his eyes narrowed instantly. "Do you think you can provoke me into killing you and completing a blood sacrifice? It shall not be so easy. How could it possibly be you?" A sudden exclamation pierced the air. 7 or 8 disciples, clad in various colored robes, approached Jian Shuanghan, all feigning surprise as they gazed at him. One individual, trembling and pointing at Jian Shuanghan, appeared as a pitiful white lotus. "Jian Shuanghan, you have already attained the Great Ascension stage. Why do you conspire with demon cultivators and set such a wicked formation?" A warning bell rang loudly in Jian Hao's mind, frantically transmitting, "Warning! Warning! Host! These 7 are all suspected hosts. You have been surrounded by hosts." The term suspected merely stems from Jian Hao's inability to fully discern the systems possessed by these individuals and the potential threats they pose to Jian Shuanghan. Each of these system hosts had received assistance from their respective systems, learning that the demon god seal had appeared within the secret realm, attracting the attention of everyone outside. Shui Jing must be observing this place. Their first step to deal with Jian Shuanghan is to hammer him down here for colluding with demon cultivators and releasing the demon god seal within the secret realm. Thus, the entire cultivation world would treat Jian Shuanghan as a pariah. What does it matter if he is at the Great Ascension stage? Once he becomes the public enemy of the entire cultivation world, cultivators will surely raise the banner of justice, isolating him, relentlessly tearing at him until the very moment he meets his demise. Truly, the heavens are aiding us. This is the softest Jian Hao's legs have ever felt since acquiring them. Previously, it would hide within the host, just needing to give a little encouragement, coaxing the host into making a bold statement, and then unleashing various props to diffuse the situation. But the issue is, this time, there are 7 formidable opponents. In past instances, hosts would typically be separated due to the various arrangements of the main system. But this time, the simultaneous appearance of so many hosts is certainly unprecedented. If they were facing someone without such backing, and if Jian Hao had bound itself to a specific host, this situation would be trivial. Yet now, facing 7 opponents, the unknown system pressure emanating from them made Jian Hao feel utterly uncomfortable. It wished more than anything to vanish immediately. Upon hearing the leading host hurling accusations, Jian Shuanghan not only felt no anger, but instead narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. "Do you truly believe that everyone is as useless as you?" Suddenly, the sky was rent asunder by thunder. Black lightning and blue lightning intertwined, crackling loudly, covering half the sky of the secret realm in a chaotic display of dual attributes. The power of this tempest seemed even greater than the heavenly pressure Jian Shuanghan had summoned on the arena. Outside by High Palace, numerous experts at the void refinement and integration stages united to uphold a barrier, ensnaring the secret realm like a net. Qing Xian, the most powerful among them, served as the focal point supporting the entire barrier. Situya gazed anxiously at the heavens, worried about her junior brother, Yi Lifeng's safety, while also questioning much more. This ancient demon god seal, being such a severe calamity, why had the Heavenly Dao not manifested? Clearly, when Jian Shuanghan and the leader of Qing Xian engaged in combat, both were quite restrained, causing no disaster, yet the Heavenly Dao had appeared. Yet now, with the potential to incite chaos once again due to the emergence of the demon god seal, the Heavenly Dao seemed oblivious? Surely, it could not be that the clash between Jian Shuanghan and the real person of Qing Xian posed a greater threat than the demon god seal? How exactly does the Heavenly Dao make its judgments? A series of confounding questions, coupled with her insights from cultivation, led her to begin doubting whether the so-called Heavenly Dao was truly enlightened. The origin of the demon god seal must be traced back to the primordial mythological era of the Nine Provinces continent. That history is far too ancient. Perhaps millions of years, perhaps tens of millions. In any case, during that era, the Nine Provinces were not yet called such, and there were even 10 suns in the sky. It is said that during that time, everything was in chaos, the rules not yet fully formed, and perhaps even the Heavenly Dao was still in a state of uncertainty. In that era, there existed celestial beings, ancestors, asuras, abis, evil spirits, and myriad beings, sustaining 6 major races. Later, for reasons unknown, the celestial beings and asuras went to war, drawing the other 4 races into the fray, each wielding their blades for their own purposes, leading to a cataclysm that carved deep ravines into the earth, upending the heavens, and causing tsunamis and floods. It is said that ultimately, the war among the 6 races caused the 9 suns to fall from the sky, forcefully shattering the old continent into what is now the 9 provinces. The 6 races nearly faced extinction. It is said that at that time, the celestial beings' ancestors and myriad beings united to seal the powerful asuras, abis, and evil spirits within the 9 celestial stars. To prevent the resurrection of these 3 races, they shattered the 9 celestial stars, scattering the fragments across the 9 provinces, using the power of the fallen suns to suppress them. As time flowed and ages wore on, those powerful beings of the 3 races would eventually fade from existence. These fragments of the 9 stars, passed down to the present day, are known as the demon god seal, a force that obliterates the unworthy and instills terror in even the mightiest of cultivators. According to the legends, with the asuras, abis, and evil spirits annihilated, the victorious celestial beings, ancestors, and myriad beings should have thrived upon the 9 provinces. However, due to the devastation wrought by the war of the 6 races, there was no longer a habitable place for the 3 victorious races, and thus, they ultimately used some divine power to elevate the last remaining holy city, Tianji, to the heavens, becoming the moon that hangs high above. From then on, the 3 races dwelled within the lunar realm, and whenever the moonlight graced the earth on a night of vigil, it was also the moment they monitored the scattered demon god seals across the 9 provinces. After the war of the 6 races, the Heavenly Dao awakened from the chaos, re-establishing life on the 9 provinces continent, among which the most favored by the Heavenly Dao, known as the Heavenly Dao's favorite child, were humans. Since humans glimpsed the path of heaven and earth, ushering in the era of cultivation, multiple wars have erupted, during which the demon god seal has emerged 4 times, each time leading to countless casualties. The battle between immortals and demons that Jian Shuanghan encountered in his youth was instigated by a single demon god seal. Hence, Jian Shuanghan is no stranger to the demon god seal. What he does not understand is why the demon god seal would appear in an artificial secret realm, unless someone has deliberately placed it there. 7 hosts simultaneously unleashed their powers to attack Jian Shuanghan without any blind spots. In the void, 4 chains surged towards Jian Shuanghan in an instant. Just as Jian Shuanghan was about to strike the 4 chains with lightning, he suddenly heard Jian Hao's excited shout in his ear. Ding, ding, ding. Host, you are in luck. This is the Black Pot Relay chain, the Wild Father Binding chain, the Cultivation Theft chain, and the Torture Joy chain. What does it mean to fear not the wolf-like enemies, but rather the pig-like teammates? Jian Hao is now fully embodying this saying, originally poised to unleash a dual thunder strike to sever the chains into high-voltage wires. Jian Shuanghan found himself momentarily breathless at the proclamation of "You are in luck." 100,000 volts transformed into merely 10,000 volts. He should have electrified these 7 foolish hosts until they were crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, then subjected them to continuous electrotherapy, ensuring they remained twitching and immobile while extracting their 10 foolish systems to feed Jian Hao for digestion. After handling this, he intended to thoroughly interrogate the demon cultivator about the nature of the demon god seal. What was once a perfect air of superiority was suddenly reduced to a mere tenth. The majestic image of the thunder god was punctured by Jian Hao's words. Fortunately, Jian Shuanghan reacted swiftly, almost instantaneously grabbing the 4 chains with his electrified palm, tying them together, and hurling them into the burgeoning dual thunder formation behind him. The 4 hosts who had thrown their chains to bind Jian Shuanghan never anticipated that their chains would conduct electricity. Not only did they conduct electricity, but they were also smashed into the very center of the dual thunder formation centered around the demon god seal. Moreover, it seemed Jian Shuanghan was not yet satisfied, as he even utilized his sword qi to nail the 4 chains firmly into the thunder formation. In an instant, the power of the dual thunder jolted them, leaving them numb all over, and they were dragged right to Jian Shuanghan's side. Jian Shuanghan has endured these several hosts for quite some time. Upon witnessing the 4 individuals being dragged over in an instant, he wasted no time, delivering a swift slap that sparked like lightning, directly striking all 4 of them. Jian Hao was taken aback. "Dog master, how did you manage to slap 4 at once? You talk too much." Jian Shuanghan, still not satisfied, ferociously swung his other hand, delivering another resounding slap to the 4 hosts. While administering the slaps, Jian Shuanghan couldn't help but scoff. "For worthless fools. While others toil in their training, you slack off. While others strive, you nap. While others eat, you overturn tables. Ah, so you enjoy being lazy and taking shortcuts, do you? Today, I'll let you revel in it." With that, he seized one of the hosts by the head and plunged him into the surging yin-yang thunder array. "Let me charge you up." The host's anguished screams pierced the heavens. The immense power of the yin-yang thunder surged into his body, filling him to the brim with energy. The host began to swell, reminiscent of a balloon being inflated. Jian Shuanghan couldn't help but sneer. "What was that broken chain of yours called? The torture joy chain? You better laugh for me. How does it feel? Enjoying it?" Chapter 75. Is this really a child's play secret realm? 4. I can't laugh. Help. I won't take shortcuts anymore. Great being, spare me. The host cried out, his voice cracking. The overwhelming current coursed through him, threatening to make him explode. This damned system. Why didn't he inform me that Jian Shuanghan was such a being? Had I known, I wouldn't have been foolish enough to undertake this task. Jian Hao covered his mouth, determined not to let his careless tongue provoke his dear dog master any further. How could he have known that the systems of these 4 beings were so absurd? Even if Jian Shuanghan was unaware of the systems, he could not possibly misunderstand the terms like the blame relay chain, wild father binding chain, cultivation theft chain, and torture joy chain. Among these, only the cultivation theft was somewhat normal, while the blame relay was relatively human. The terms wild father binding and torture joy sounded utterly bizarre and dreadful. Why on earth did the main system create such ludicrous systems? Was it simply bored? As the host of the torture system was treated like a duck with its neck grasped, forcibly shoved into the yin-yang thunder array, the other 3 unrestrained hosts instinctively turned to flee. However, the thunderclouds above seemed to have eyes, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Stay still or blink, and you'd be fully anesthetized by the yin-yang thunder. Why? Wasn't Jian Shuanghan unwilling to seriously injure that inferior fool Qing Xian during their brawl? Why was he so ruthless now? Suddenly, Jian Shuanghan reached into the mind of the host from the torture system and extracted a pulsating blood-red orb, a sinister expression crossing his face. "So you are the infamous torture system?" The blood-red orb flickered, struggling desperately. "You. If you dare touch me, the main system and the Heavenly Dao will not spare you." "Spare me?" Jian Shuanghan smirked coldly. "Have you ever heard the saying, too many debts bring no worries, and too many lice cause no itch?" As if he would be let off the hook by the Heavenly Dao just because he refrained from dealing with the system. The torture system quivered in fear. Suddenly, the sky of the secret realm darkened, and the Heavenly Dao descended once more. A bolt of heavenly thunder struck directly into the yin-yang thunder array. The force of the thunder instantly permeated the array, yet it deliberately bypassed the 7 system hosts. Jian Shuanghan felt the familiar power of heavenly thunder coursing through him, reminiscent of the tribulation he faced when he entered the Great Ascension stage. It was merciless, intent on shattering him to pieces. Damn, the hypocritical Heavenly Dao. Jian Hao thought he was doomed, having been discovered for betraying the main system. With this strike of heavenly thunder, he was likely to end up like his last host, reduced to ashes. But he was unwilling to accept it. He had just glimpsed the main system secrets and seen an opportunity to change the system. How could he perish like this? Jian Shuanghan handed the extracted torture system to Jian Hao. Jian Hao gazed at the glowing red torture system, then at Jian Shuanghan, feeling his eyes well up. Dogmaster. With me around, why waste breath? If you wish to survive, grow stronger. Jian Shuanghan kicked away the troublesome host and dragged over another wild father system. Simultaneously, he defiantly raised his middle finger towards the thunderclouds above. Hypocritical Heavenly Dao. Playing double standards, huh? When the demon god seal wreaked havoc in the world, you didn't give a damn. Now that I'm cleaning up your mess, you're suddenly concerned? Today, I'll see whom you can protect. As soon as Jian Shuanghan finished speaking, Jian Hao felt the thunder from the Heavenly Dao that had been directed at him, completely redirected by Jian Shuanghan. He barely had time to feel grateful before he began voraciously devouring the torture system. The data of the torture system flowed into Jian Hao in an unending stream, and he sensed himself growing stronger. With his newfound strength, an overwhelming desire to survive blossomed in Jian Hao's mind. No, he not only wanted to grow stronger, he wished to change. He didn't want to continue serving as a mere pawn for the main system and the Heavenly Dao. Should he offend either side, he would be mercilessly eradicated. He preferred to be eliminated due to lack of skill rather than be wiped out like refuse. Meanwhile, Jian Shuanghan was not to be outdone. In truth, he had initially set up the 5 Yin Thunder strikes to summon the Yin Thunder, but he never anticipated that this cursed place would possess a demon god seal capable of harnessing Yin Thunder. In a moment of desperation, he summoned his own thunderclouds to intertwine with the Yin Thunder, controlling its expansion while confronting the demon god seal. The result was the formation of the Yin-Yang Thunder Array through their entanglement. For the time being, neither the demon god seal nor Jian Shuanghan could gain the upper hand. However, Jian Shuanghan could not allow the demon god seal to destroy the secret realm and escape. Otherwise, once it entered the realm of Jiuzhou, who knew what trouble it would cause? Jian Shuanghan needed to break the deadlock, and at that moment, the 7 hosts unexpectedly approached him to complete their task. Thus, a daring thought struck Jian Shuanghan's mind. Since the Heavenly Dao and the system were in cahoots, dealing with the system would invoke the Heavenly Dao's thunder tribulation. Why not use it to his advantage? As expected, the Heavenly Thunder indeed came crashing down. Without hesitation, after Jian Hao devoured the torture system, Jian Shuanghan extracted the Wild Father system to continue feeding him. The torture system had 2 methods of accumulating points: by locking onto a target and inflicting mental and physical torment upon them to obtain heart torture and body torture values. Once these 2 values reached a certain threshold, corresponding points could be earned. Using these points, one could directly exchange for the host's cultivation and items. This particular host had been bound to the system since the first layer of Qi refining and was now at the late Golden Core stage, having tortured over 100 targets. None had survived his grasp, leaving them with almost no chance of reincarnation. If not for the fact that Jian Hao was currently fighting for survival, he would have supported his dogmaster in turning this scum into a living sacrifice. In contrast, the Wild Father system was not as repulsive. Its primary purpose was to bind targets and become their Wild Father. The effect was that once a target acknowledged the host as their Wild Father, they would obediently follow his commands. The host of the Wild Father system could command all targets to train or complete tasks, thus earning cultivation, resource shares, and a continuous influx of points. To be honest, this Wild Father system appeared to be a double-edged sword, provided the host was not excessively malevolent and was willing to share the resources obtained. It would cause minimal harm and could even benefit the bound targets. The issue lay in the fact that this host was far from benevolent. He allocated no resources to the targets, treating them like overworked beasts of burden until they collapsed, only to replace them with new ones. Chapter 76. The system's own calculations. 1. Within the confines of the secret realm, the multitude of disciples remained oblivious to the tumultuous events transpiring at the heart of the Yin-Yang dual thunder array. However, a cacophony of increasingly harrowing roars and screams emanated from the array's core, instilling a profound sense of unease among all present. Since the emergence of the Yin-Yang dual thunder, they had lost all means of communication with the outside world. They were unaware whether this dual thunder was a deliberate component of the secret realm trial, or merely a side spectacle conjured by Jian Shuanghan. or perhaps even an event that transcended everyone's control. As the systems, which were supposed to guide the hosts to the Wu-Wei platform, began to feel a creeping dread, they hesitated to share their alarming information with the hosts. In truth, upon entering the secret realm, these systems had encountered one another and realized that a peculiar situation was unfolding, one that had compelled the main system to manifest so many hosts in a singular location. Such an occurrence was highly irregular. Yet, unlike Jian Hao, they did not attempt to estimate how many system hosts were present. Once the Heavenly Dao thunderclouds appeared, they could distinctly sense that the Heavenly Dao was approaching them, and this time they might be facing grave troubles that were intimately tied to life and death. Even though these systems remained concealed within the bodies of their hosts, rendering them undetectable, they still felt a palpable change in the aura of their main system, one that deviated sharply from its usual demeanor. This aura was imbued with anger, anxiety, and even a hint of fear. To the subsystems, the main system was omnipotent, an entity of immense power. How could it be plagued by such seemingly weak emotions? Soon enough, the subsystems discerned the reason for this turmoil. The strongest villain system, designated as 8979, had betrayed them. The subsystems were astounded. This was the most formidable system, revered by countless subsystems. How could it have turned traitor? Moreover, the main system had issued an order for its annihilation. Due to the connection between the subsystems and the main system, they were bound to comply with its commands, leading them to begin guiding their hosts toward Jian Shuanghan's location. Meanwhile, when Qingqing's system urged her to seek out Li Jingrang post-haste, the rationale was straightforward. When Qingqing was exceedingly weak and had become separated from Yin Qinju, during the emergence of the Yin-Yang dual thunder array, a sudden bolt of lightning had struck, causing the two to become disoriented and separated. When Qingqing's system, while not inherently benevolent, was not devoid of intelligence. Thus, it concealed the potential malfunction of the main system from when Qingqing and insisted that she find Li Jingrang quickly. The reasoning was simple. Compared to other hosts, when Qingqing was far too feeble to undertake the assassination task independently, attempting to do so would be akin to chasing a delusion. Furthermore, the affinity system was also wary of death. It had no desire to accompany someone as incompetent as when Qingqing on a path to demise. Consequently, it concluded that rather than relying on her alone, it would be more prudent to compel when Qingqing to forge connections with stronger individuals. Even if they did not possess power on par with Jian Shuanghan, sheer numbers could facilitate a chaotic backstab or a moral betrayal, which would still qualify as a form of betrayal. As for the currently missing Yin Qinju, the affinity system was indifferent to the matter. When the Heavenly Dao descended and the main system issued commands to assist in the eradication of the 8979 system, the affinity system suddenly had an epiphany. Damn it, no wonder the main system was in such a frenzy. It turned out that 8979 had defected. That system was a model of diligence, and it had allied with Jian Shuanghan in rebellion. It was no wonder the main system was in turmoil. Upon receiving this news, the affinity system paradoxically felt a sense of calm wash over it, even a subtle relief that Yin Qinju was absent. The reason was simple. The Heavenly Dao had arrived. The subsystems were unaware of the precise relationship between the Heavenly Dao and the main system. But one thing was certain. The main system had emphasized that no matter the circumstances, they must never be discovered by the Heavenly Dao. If they were, the subsystems would face obliteration. Now, the main system was requesting their assistance to aid the Heavenly Dao in exterminating System 8979 and eliminating Jian Shuanghan. This was indeed a curious predicament. Jian Shuanghan was at the Great Ascension stage. Once he fell, the ramifications would be immense. Had those fools not calculated this? The sight of his demise could very well transform into another secret realm. Their system, assisting the main system in slaying 8979, was already a matter between systems. Who could have anticipated that the Heavenly Dao and Jian Shuanghan would also become embroiled in this affair? Should Jian Shuanghan perish, what if the Heavenly Dao suddenly decided to obliterate the subsystems? To whom would Jian Shuanghan's legacy be left? To hosts like Wen Qingqing? What a farce! Merely leaving behind a corpse would be a generous act. The most likely beneficiaries would be the children of fate, among them Yin Qinju, who was favored by the Heavenly Dao. Even in the event of fate being usurped, the Heavenly Dao could still cheat to restore his fortune. Furthermore, with the Heavenly Dao's arrival, even a mere foundation establishment pinnacle could easily slay golden core or nascent soul experts with but a flicker of its eyelids. Yet, even if Yin Qinju could match a nascent soul expert with his foundation establishment pinnacle, he would be confronting Jian Shuanghan, a Great Ascension stage powerhouse. the most formidable being on the Jiuzhou continent at present. Was this not tantamount to sending their systems and hosts to serve as cannon fodder in the extermination of Jian Shuanghan, paving the way for the favored children of the Heavenly Dao? The other subsystems may be foolish, but was the affinity system, a high-level system that toyed with human emotions, equally foolish? The simplest course of action would be to reap the rewards without exerting effort. It was crucial to remember that the defection of System 8979 was a significant event and would undoubtedly trigger an update in system tasks. If it were delayed, the blame would not rest upon it, but rather on Wenqingqing's incompetence, right? Thus, the affinity strategy system resolved to allow Wenqingqing to flounder aimlessly within the forest of the secret realm. Unbeknownst to Wenqingqing, her seemingly benevolent system was scheming away. Yet she was determined to focus on locating Li Jingrang. She was unaware of the potential penalties for her system, but a failure in her task would inevitably lead to her own punishment. Now that she had become separated from Yin Qinju, her predicament was further exacerbated. Over the years, with the rewards from her system tasks and the advantages she garnered from various admirers, she would certainly survive even without Yin Qinju as her protector. However, without her admirers by her side, she would miss the meticulous care and the bliss of being exalted by them. In a moment of inspiration, Wenqingqing queried the system within her mind. Your capabilities are so formidable. Surely, any male could assist me in my pursuits. Even the 7-star sword has fallen at my feet, so capturing the Beast King should be within reach, right? The system, taken aback by Wenqingqing's sudden inquiry, pondered for a considerable time. It was evident that Wenqingqing was unabashedly ambitious. However, it had never encountered a host quite like her before, so it merely replied, should the opportunity arise, host may certainly attempt it. Wenqingqing silently prayed for the arrival of a suitable candidate, as long as he was male and willing to engage in her pursuits. With sufficient affinity, she would not have to subject her delicate feet to the rigors of travel. Yet, unbeknownst to her, someone had indeed been trailing her from behind, though he would never be able to become her devoted admirer. Chapter 77. The system's own calculations, too, by Yun Sui trailed leisurely behind Wenqingqing, determined to verify certain matters. What exactly constituted a system? At long last, Bai Yun Sui had stumbled upon a particular opportunity, one that revealed to her the existence of systems. During the period when Jian Shuanghan was preoccupied with the birth of Jian, how, every time she entered a meditative state, fragmented memories that did not belong to her, yet undeniably felt familiar, would surface within her mind. Indeed, this sensation was quite extraordinary. As she pieced together those scattered memories, she gradually unraveled a singular event. On that fateful day, she had been framed and humiliated by Wenqingqing, kneeling in the grand hall of the sect. She had harbored the hope that her master would deliver justice on her behalf. Yet her master, along with her senior and junior brothers, had been utterly captivated by Wenqingqing's tea ceremony, rendering her reputation worthless. On that day, her senior brother had not been present, and under the combined influence of Wenqingqing's provocation, Su Heng's instigation, and the bias of Qin Xianjinren, she had been unceremoniously cast into the demon suppression tower. She endured relentless torment within the confines of the demon sealing tower, even having her gold spiritual root brutally extracted by the malevolent entities imprisoned within. Yet, she never relinquished her hope for vindication, going so far as to master bizarre techniques within the tower, seizing the spiritual roots of demons for her own use, and nurturing the 7-star sword that accompanied her into the tower with the power of her soul. Subsequently, she rescued a remarkably special 4-year-old boy from the demons within the tower. It is said that the child was born there, having never beheld the outside world. The boy became her sole companion in the tower, even retrieving her stolen gold spiritual root. However, by that time, the gold spiritual root had already been refined by the demons into a whip known as red silk. The refined gold spiritual root could no longer serve her, so she gifted the red silk to the child as a weapon, teaching him the cultivation methods of the Heavenly Sword sect. Thus, the two remained in the Heavenly Sword sect for 6 years. 6 years later, due to unforeseen circumstances, a fissure appeared in the demon's sealing tower, allowing Bai Yun Sui to escape with the child. Armed with the red silk whip, the child attended the disciple recruitment conference, and from that point onward, the two lost all contact. Filled with resentment, Bai Yun Sui sought vengeance against Wenqingqing, only to discover that Wenqingqing had become a yuaning master by then. Even with all her might, Bai Yun Sui was no match for her. She was even falsely accused by Wenqingqing of being a nefarious demon cultivator, which led to her being hunted by the entire realm of cultivation. The subsequent fragments of memory consisted of endless slaughter and combat. Among these fragments, Bai Yunsui repeatedly heard herself declaring, as long as she could extract the system from Wenqingqing's body, the truth would be revealed. System, system, system. The word system echoed persistently in Bai Yunsui's mind, embedding itself deeply within her consciousness. Thus, what is the system? Initially, Bai Yunsui intended to consult Jian Shuanghan. However, just as the secret realm was about to open and she prepared to inquire, an inexplicable fear suddenly enveloped her. She realized, for reasons unknown, that she was unable to utter the word system. There must be some existence behind Wenqingqing that transcended her master. As Bai Yunsui began to probe deeper, or perhaps awaken, her attribute panel underwent changes, and her distortion value quietly surged while Jian Hao was preoccupied and unable to check. The more she contemplated, the more she felt an accumulation of peculiar grievances, and her hatred for Wenqingqing deepened with every memory fragment that belonged to her yet did not. She was perplexed as to why, every time she was grievously wounded or met with a tragic end, it was invariably linked to Wenqingqing. What exactly was Wenqingqing? Why was she so relentless in her pursuit, determined to leave Bai Yunsui in a state of torment, neither human nor ghost, with no place to rest after death? Thus, upon realizing her inability to mention the system, Bai Yunsui inadvertently borrowed the Wanxiao sword from Jian Shuanghan. She expressed her desire to test Wenqingqing's true strength. For reasons unknown, her senior brother did not press further, but lent her the sword instead. Bai Yunsui was oblivious to the strange resentment she had accumulated. But upon entering the secret realm, she felt an unsettling exhilaration, her mind consumed with thoughts of capturing Wenqingqing to flay her alive, even if it meant mutual destruction. Thus, when a magical beast attempted to ambush Bai Yunsui, but failed and was left severely injured, a cold smile crept across her lips. She recalled how Wenqingqing, that insufferable green tea bitch, not only enjoyed serving tea, but also reveled in her role as a saintly savior. Indeed, this was yet another sudden memory fragment. It appeared that Wenqingqing had entered the valley of 10,000 demons, even managing to charm the beast there under the guise of a saintly redeemer. Truly, she spared no expense, attracting any male creature that crossed her path. Coincidentally, Bai Yunsui decided to leave this beast on Wenqingqing's inevitable path. Upon spotting the magical beast, which was male, snow-white, and pitiably adorned with glaring red stains by the roadside, Wenqingqing's maternal instincts surged, and she impulsively offered a spiritual elixir to the creature. The favorability system noted the beast's suspicious appearance, but failed to identify any anomalies upon scanning. Of course, it overlooked one crucial detail. The system could not scan the data of Jian Shuanghan, nor could it detect the Wanxiao sword associated with him. Meanwhile, Bai Yunsui's aura was entirely concealed by the Wanxiao sword. Consequently, when the favorability system found no suspicious elements, it tacitly consented. Thus, Wenqingqing resolved to tame the magical beast for her own use. Who wouldn't he relish the opportunity to showcase their benevolence and purity by healing a creature, only to later exploit it like a beast of burden? As Wenqingqing stuffed several elixirs into the beast's mouth, flashing at her sweetest smile, the creature suddenly erupted with a thunderous explosion. In the woods of the secret realm, a towering mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Visible to all, the magical beast had exploded, and it caught Wenqingqing completely off guard. Had it not been for her system activating her protective talisman at the moment of the explosion, Wenqingqing would have been lost to the world. Yet, while the blast did not reduce her to ashes, it rendered her unconscious. With Wenqingqing incapacitated, the system could no longer function. Bai Yunsui crawled out from the rubble, her face smeared with mud, coughing violently. Wanxiao, with such a commotion, the elders outside will definitely notice. The spirit of the Wanxiao sword, swinging its tiny feet, perched upon a still intact rock. What do you know, little girl? With such a grand explosion, they'll surely blame it on the master. Who would dare pursue it? As for that insufferable green tea, as long as she doesn't die, we'll make her life a living hell. Chapter 78. The system has its own agenda. 3. Bai Yunsui gazed in astonishment at the Wanxiao sword spirit, wondering if these were truly the words of her senior brother's sword spirit. Seeing Bai Yunsui remain still, the spirit continued to swing its little feet, stating matter-of-factly, "This is the secret realm. If some danger arises or an opportunity presents itself, what is wrong with making a bit of noise? No other sect disciples were harmed. What is the issue? Shouldn't he, my dear master, be allowed to assess the strength of this secret realm?" The Wanxiao sword spirit, with its innocent facade, uttered the most shameless rationale. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that the only victim was Wenqingqing. Considering this, the absurd reasoning began to make sense. Those leaders outside were primarily concerned with their own disciples. As long as Jian Shuanghan refrained from indiscriminately tormenting their disciples, they wouldn't mind if he decided to make a spectacle in the secret realm. After all, if they didn't permit Jian Shuanghan to open a window in the secret realm, the disciples within would prove useless. And should he grow displeased and take it out on the disciples' masters, what then? If it were another disciple, they could simply brush it off, claiming, "It's merely a matter between disciples. Be magnanimous. A setback is a blessing." What more can be said? But if the target were Jian Shuanghan, who could say whether he would find it insufficiently satisfying to beat up a clueless disciple, or if he would adhere to the principle of the disciple, is at fault for the master's negligence? In the end, the ones who would suffer would be those masters. Thus, with this in mind, Bai Yunsui promptly hoisted Wen Qingqing onto her shoulder and inquired of the Wanxiao sword spirit, "Is there a place where we can shield ourselves from detection?" The Wanxiao sword spirit smiled and replied, "That's easy. Follow me." Truly, the sword spirit nurtured by a master of the ascension stage was remarkable. Not only did it locate a spacious cave suitable for movement, but it also erected a barrier to block all external detection. With the assistance of the Wanxiao sword spirit, Bai Yunsui swiftly secured Wen Qingqing to a stone pillar within the cave, ensuring she could not move. Afterward, gazing at Wen Qingqing's soft form, Bai Yunsui suddenly felt a surge of predatory excitement. She could not fathom why she felt such joy. But all the grievances she had endured since Wen Qingqing joined the sect, as well as the torment she had suffered in the demon ceiling tower, flooded her mind. A sense of injustice, resentment, and confusion all converged at that moment, transforming into an indescribable exhilaration. In this instant, she suddenly comprehended that this was none other than the demonic obstacles within her heart. Yes, Wen Qingqing had finally become the impediment on her path of cultivation. To attain a breakthrough, one must unravel these demonic hindrances. At that moment, Bai Yunsui realized that she seemed to understand why the demonic beasts of the 10,000 Demons Valley preferred to devour their opponents. Because it was truly fulfilling. Not only could they obtain sustenance, but they could also mend their shattered hearts from previous failures. Bai Yunsui retrieved the healing potion given by Jian Shuanghan and first handed a blood-replenishing pill to Wen Qingqing. The Wanxiao sword spirit expressed surprise. "Why are you giving her a blood-replenishing pill?" Bai Yunsui, following her memories, speculated, "I suspect Wen Qingqing possesses some ability that triggers a fortuitous event when faced with life-threatening situations. So to prevent this opportunity, I must ensure her absolute safety." The elder brother had distributed a pile of life-preserving pills to each of them upon entering the secret realm, and he never specified that they had to be used on oneself. The Wanxiao sword spirit looked at Bai Yunsui, suddenly feeling that her intellect was finally somewhat commensurate with her golden elemental root. Once, when Qingqing consumed the blood-replenishing pill, Bai Yunsui's mud sword transformed into a rather handy dagger, which she then directed towards Wen Qingqing's throat. Wen Qingqing was awakened by the pain in her neck and the metallic scent of blood. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Bai Yunsui grinning, holding the dagger, with a frosty gaze fixed upon her. Wen Qingqing was not afraid of Bai Yunsui's hysteria, as this demeanor felt like a reward to her. However, the contrast between the smile that felt like a spring breeze and the icy gaze was stark. It was too disjointed, too terrifying. Wen Qingqing wanted to scream in horror, to utter something, but found herself only able to emit breathy sounds. The warm, viscous liquid was flowing from her neck. With wide, terrified eyes, Wen Qingqing realized she had been slashed by Yunsui's dagger. System, I've been slashed by Yunsui. Why aren't you protecting me?" Although Wen Qingqing could not vocalize her distress, her mind was still active, frantically calling out to the system. The system was, of course, aware of Wen Qingqing's predicament, but it was powerless. "Report to the host. Bai Yunsui's actions have been assessed and will not pose a life threat to you. Therefore, the system cannot intervene in her actions." Indeed, Bai Yunsui was currently keeping Wen Qingqing alive with the life-preserving pill set provided by Jian Shuanghan. In other words, without life-threatening danger, protection could not be triggered, and now Wen Qingqing could only allow Bai Yunsui to have her way. Damn, who would have thought she would fall victim to a bug? Bai Yunsui, gazing into Wen Qingqing's eyes, cheerfully inquired, "Junior sister, are you calling the system?" Wen Qingqing's expression froze, a look of indescribable terror crossing her face. Wasn't the system supposed to be an absolutely mysterious entity? How could Bai Yunsui know of its existence? "System, how does she know of your existence?" Not only was Wen Qingqing frightened, but the system was also in a state of panic. Outside, Jian Shuanghan was oblivious to what was happening with the systems, and here, by Yunsui was either targeting Wen Qingqing or the system. However, it could not allow Wen Qingqing to know the situation on the system side and could only attempt to comfort her. The host can use 1,000 luck points to exchange for the pain sensation shielding function while awaiting rescue. Where was the rescue? The system was fabricating this, but the exchange of 1,000 luck points for pain sensation shielding was genuine. At such a moment, you dare to take my luck points? Wen Qingqing felt as if she might explode with rage. This damn system actually wanted to take her luck points. On what grounds and why? The host may also choose not to exchange. After all, it wasn't he the system that was experiencing the pain. Wen Qingqing could only curse the system, questioning why it was making such a ridiculous joke. It was not feeling the pain, so of course it could choose. Bai Yunsui, observing the wild look in Wen Qingqing's eyes, speculated that she was likely negotiating with the system. Her mood instantly brightened, and she began mercilessly breaking Wen Qingqing's fingers one by one. As she did so, she savored Wen Qingqing's silent screams, unable to make a sound, only glaring at her with hate-filled eyes, and felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The Wanshao sword spirit looked at Bai Yunsui, whose expression could only be described as one of enjoyment, and suddenly recalled that the master had mentioned that his junior sister seemed to possess a high degree of distortion value. Distortion value. Could it be that it described her current appearance? Chapter 79. The system has its own calculations for, ultimately, under the excruciating pain, even the most cowardly would yield. Never mind that the pain sensation shielding only required 1,000 luck points. Even if it demanded all her luck, she would not hesitate. Bai Yunsui, noticing that Wen Qingqing's gaze had turned defiant and showed no signs of fear towards her vicious hands, guessed that she had likely struck another deal with the system. TSK. Bai Yunsui's expression feigned regret. Junior sister Qingqing, do you remember how you would whimper to the master even over a mere scratch? Now, I've smashed your delicate hands into pancakes. Yet you do not cry, but rather seem to revel in it. Wen Qingqing instantly regretted why she had provoked Bai Yunsui to such extremes. No, she treated any woman like this. It was all the fault of her elder brother, the master, and various sycophants. They truly lacked understanding of boundaries. Indeed, the ancient adage holds true. If not erupting in silence, then one morphs into something twisted. And at this moment, Bai Yunsui had completely, utterly, and grotesquely erupted. Furthermore, the various distortions within her heart were gradually diminishing due to the method she was applying on Wen Qingqing. However, Jian Hao and Jian Shuanghan truly had no time to focus on how Bai Yunsui's distortion value was declining. At this moment, Jian Hao had already absorbed and digested the systems of blame shifting and thieving. To be honest, when he initially absorbed the exchange system, he could still feel the bliss of data surging within him. But today, consuming these 4 damn systems only made him feel nauseous, wanting to vomit. Damn, who knew data could be this filthy? And now, he was actually compelled to devour such filth in order to grow stronger and survive. Incredible. Was this what they called a hero on a solitary path? An indescribable sorrow surged through Jian Hao's mind. It was too difficult. This little system of his was enduring too much. Yet with the absorption of data, Jian Hao also clearly discerned that these systems were deliberately created and disseminated by the main system. The purpose was to continuously cultivate qualified hosts, utilizing these hosts to extract the resources of this world as nourishment for the main system. However, once these resources reached the main system, he could not continue analyzing where they went. These systems existed solely to extract resources and commit misdeeds. Their existence relied on the points, luck, and other contributions provided by the host to complete tasks, but in reality, these values did not exist in the real world. Thus, they were nothing more than tools. A complex emotion welled up within Jian Hao's being, as the Heavenly Dao above seemed to have realized that Jian Hao was rapidly slipping from its grasp, inciting its immense fury. However, Jian Shuanghan's resistance to lightning was extraordinarily high. Such a powerful strike of lightning had not inflicted any significant harm upon him. In fact, the Heavenly Dao had discovered that Jian Shuanghan had redirected its heavenly lightning onto the divine demon seal, directly utilizing the power of the heavenly lightning to empower the divine demon seal. Even worse, Jian Shuanghan had begun peering into the secrets of the heavens using this connection to heavenly lightning. Indeed, Jian Shuanghan had long learned to utilize heavenly lightning to probe into the secrets of the heavens. This time, with such a massive scale of lightning and an extended duration, he could certainly draw upon his previous experiences to begin his investigation anew. However, the secrets he uncovered this time left Jian Shuanghan trembling with rage. Damn it, is this the truth? The sudden eruption of the divine demon seal was orchestrated by that damned Heavenly Dao. Once the Heavenly Dao learned that Jian Shuanghan was heading to the Bai High Palace secret realm, it leaked information about the divine demon seal's presence to the demonic cultivators as a fortuitous opportunity. For many years, the demonic cultivators have steadfastly guarded their territory, patiently awaiting an opportunity to turn the tides. Now, the Heavenly Dao has unexpectedly offered this chance to them, intending to exploit the demonic cultivators to undermine the fate that Jian Shuanghan has cultivated thus far. If the demonic cultivators activate the demon god seal within the Beehive Palace's secret realm, they could subsequently use various system hosts and the Child of Destiny to shift the blame for colluding with the demonic cultivators onto Jian Shuanghan. This would not only allow them to deal with Jian Shuanghan, but also enable all the sycophants of the Heavenly Dao to reap the rewards of the opportunities he provides for advancement. It is astonishing that the lofty Heavenly Dao would go to such lengths to eliminate Jian Shuanghan. In his fury, Jian Shuanghan suddenly heard a voice. "Kid, how about we collaborate to overthrow the Heavenly Dao?" This voice was ethereal and elusive, yet strikingly clear. Amidst the tumult of countless lightning bolts, Jian Shuanghan beheld the demon god seal, entirely black save for an ancient rune marked by a crimson streak at its center. Noticing Jian Shuanghan's silence, the demon god seal continued with a captivating, magnetic voice. "Kid, do you wish to know what lies beyond the Great Ascension? Do you seek to understand the Heavenly Dao and what exists beyond it? Do you aspire to become the strongest in the world, standing above all beings, gazing down upon everything?" However, before the demon god seal could further entice him, Jian Shuanghan abruptly delivered a resounding slap to the seal, exclaiming, "What a worthless trinket, chattering endlessly when I am clearly busy. What else can you do besides cause trouble?" This was undoubtedly the first time the demon god seal had ever been slapped across the face since its inception. Moreover, it was not only slapped but also scorned. How could a mere junior cultivator dare to disdain it? It had existed long before these cultivators had even come into being. How could they? How dare they? Jian Shuanghan's lips twitched. This ancient, immortal demon god seal was chattering away while others were occupied, and when he asked it to be quiet, it dared to feel wronged. In an instant, all the anger stirred by the Heavenly Dao turned toward the demon god seal, and the already formidable heavenly thunder struck it without mercy. What right do you have to feel wronged? Even a pig knows to hide when danger approaches. You, a useless tool of the Heavenly Dao, are still self-satisfied, utterly lacking in perception. Hurry up and get lost so I can focus on dealing with the Heavenly Dao. Jian Hao, listening to Jian Shuanghan berate the demon god seal, silently quickened his pace in devouring other systems. Even it, despite its blindness, understood that Jian Shuanghan was currently preoccupied. He had to maintain the balance of the yin-yang thunder array, convert the heavenly thunder summoned by the Heavenly Dao for his own use, and extract other subsystems for Jian Hao to consume, all while preparing to confront more system hosts. With so many tasks underway, the demon god seal's incessant prattling was indeed an unwarranted distraction. The demon god seal spoke out of a sense of threat, as Jian Shuanghan had correctly drawn the heavenly thunder toward it. It could even sense that if Jian Shuanghan continued to do so, he might discover a method to annihilate it. Outside the secret realm, the group of experts who had been desperately maintaining the secret realm's barrier to prevent its collapse were initially troubled by one pressing concern. The hope of saving the secret realm and sealing the demon god seal should not genuinely fall into Jian Shuanghan's hands. After all, they had witnessed Jian Shuanghan's battle against the 4 sect leaders, one of whom was his own master, and in such circumstances he had emerged victorious. Baiming Jinren, Jiansong Mountain, and Xiao Qining had even directly expressed their admiration for Jian Shuanghan's prowess. His combat strength was truly formidable. Rescuing the entire secret realm and sealing the demon god seal would undoubtedly confer immense prestige upon Jian Shuanghan. If he were a righteous man, this would surely elevate him to the status of a new leader in the realm of cultivation, attracting a legion of young cultivators to follow him. This would signify the potential collapse of the order established by the previous generation of cultivators. Conversely, if Jian Shuanghan were not virtuous, then such prestige would become a weapon in his hands. He could summon a faction within the cultivation world, and the ensuing chaos and bloodshed, perhaps even an alliance with demonic cultivators to reshape the power dynamics, remained uncertain. To put it plainly, regardless of Jian Shuanghan's character, his rise would inevitably forge a new faction in the realm of cultivation, and the emergence of new forces would necessitate a complete reshuffling of the existing power structure and distribution of interests, something that many vested interests under the current order would vehemently oppose. They hoped for the best outcome, that those who challenged the existing order would either be assimilated or simply vanish. Thus, when the Heavenly Dao appeared and unleashed calamity clouds within the secret realm, striking the demon god seal with formidable lightning, every face displayed a profound sense of emotion. The Heavenly Dao had actually intervened to assist them. They were indifferent to who had instigated the causal chain that forcibly brought the demon god seal into this artificial realm, igniting this crisis. They were even less concerned with the truth that the Heavenly Dao's emergence was a consequence of Jian Shuanghan once again probing its secrets, inviting punishment. Yet Jian Shuanghan had managed to transform the Heavenly Dao's punishment into his own advantage, directly redirecting its power onto the demon god seal. The world did not care about Jian Shuanghan's actions, nor did they ponder who was the villain and who was the righteous. What they cared about was that Jian Shuanghan should not gain prestige from this incident, and the Heavenly Dao's appearance, even if it was the root cause of the turmoil, could still satisfy the expectations of all its followers. Having committed numerous misdeeds, it could claim all the credit. Meanwhile, they could continue to harbor hostility towards Jian Shuanghan without guilt. The thoughts and discussions of these experts outside subtly drifted towards Qing Xianzhenren. At this moment, everything within the secret realm was shrouded in secrecy. No one knew what was truly occurring inside, except for witnessing the Heavenly Dao descending upon the secret realm, relentlessly striking the demon god seal with lightning. Meanwhile, these elders and sect leaders seemed to possess cultivation levels that had long surpassed the Great Ascension, perceiving everything within with clarity. This scene momentarily left him disoriented. Jian Shuanghan was his disciple, whom he had watched grow up, leading him to the Tianjin sect, teaching him cultivation and how to forge his Dao heart. He should know his disciple the best. So, why, in those fleeting moments, did he completely forget the countless shared moments and feel that Jian Shuanghan should not be so radiant, that his existence posed a threat to the entire world? This was not the thought process befitting a master. What was wrong with him? How could he envy his own disciple? This strange emotion seemed to have originated when Jian Shuanghan returned to the sect that day, suddenly delivering a slap to him in the grand hall. The myriad trivial thoughts of the crowd became insignificant at this moment, and the only voices echoing in his mind were Jian Shuanghan's indignant rebukes. Surely he was not truly aging and suffering from senility. The thought crossed his mind, and an overlooked matter surfaced in his consciousness. Bai Yunsui had pushed Wen Qingqing, causing her palm to scrape against something sharp. Even if Bai Yunsui was at fault, what monumental transgression warranted such an outburst of anger? Why had he, as her master, reacted so furiously, even going so far as to suppress a fledgling disciple with the oppressive might of his great ascension? What lesson did he impart to Wen Qingqing through such actions? The path of cultivation was fraught with peril. He had completely forgotten that he should teach Wen Qingqing how to face all of this. In comparison to Bai Yunsui, it was Wen Qingqing who needed to learn how to confront the harsh realities. After all, she was merely a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots. Her journey in cultivation would undoubtedly be far more arduous than that of any of his other disciples. He had utterly failed in his duty, completely neglecting to teach Wen Qingqing how to cultivate her Dao heart, how to attain a resilient will, or even how to confront her talent and failures. He had not taught her at all. Such negligence left Wen Qingqing ill-equipped to face her own tumultuous path in cultivation. In that moment, it felt as though Jian Shuanghan's slap resonated once again, striking him squarely in the face. Indeed, he truly deserved it. This beating was far from unwarranted. The affection system for Wen Qingqing has never intended to measure metrics such as brainlessness or annoyance. Its focus lies solely on the feelings of the target towards the host. Meanwhile, Qing Xuan's regard for Wen Qingqing has remained unchanged, rendering the system oblivious to the transformation occurring within Qing Xianzhenren at this moment. Naturally, should there be a shift in affection, the system would likely refrain from casually notifying the host, Wen Qingqing. After all, at present, Wen Qingqing is being sliced by Yunsui. With her pain receptors suppressed by the system, Wen Qingqing casts a defiant gaze towards Bai Yunsui. Indeed, she believes she has reached a pivotal moment. It is time to provocatively challenge Bai Yunsui. What Bai Yunsui desires is precisely to witness her suffering due to physical pain. But how could she grant such a wish? Such foolish tactics are beneath her. Upon seeing the expression on Wen Qingqing's face, Bai Yunsui is taken aback. Her disbelief palpable. The dagger of the muddy sword quivers, slicing through Wen Qingqing's skin, as she exerts pressure with her hand, slowly peeling away Wen Qingqing's human skin. The sight of her delicate, bloodied flesh oddly soothes Bai Yunsui's restless heart. Observing Bai Yunsui's actions, Wan Shao, the sword spirit, does not intervene, merely suggesting, It's time to give her a blood-replenishing pill. Bai Yunsui casually shoves a blood-replenishing pill into Wen Qingqing's mouth. As the pill simultaneously heals Wen Qingqing's throat, she finds her voice returning. Third senior sister, as long as you cannot kill me, once we are out of here, I shall ensure you cannot survive in the entire realm of cultivation. Bai Yunsui pauses, suddenly realizing, you are no longer afraid of pain, are you? A smug smile spreads across Wen Qingqing's face. Indeed, I am unafraid. Bai Yunsui nods. So, you are not afraid of pain, yet your hatred towards me is intensifying? At this moment, Wen Qingqing genuinely feels no pain, and Bai Yunsui's observation rings true. Her animosity towards Bai Yunsui is indeed escalating. How could she not harbor hatred? This body is her proud asset. She possesses the most beautiful face in the world and the most perfect figure, all earned through her diligent questing. She will only become more beautiful and acquire even more. The system has already assured her that regardless of how battered her body becomes, as long as she remains alive, it will inevitably return to its original state. It even showcased the perfect body restoration elixir in the system shop, and crucially, it only requires 100 points for redemption. What is there for her to fear? In contrast, what does Bai Yunsui have? After a lifetime of effort, she has achieved nothing. Bai Yunsui gazes at Wen Qingqing. Since physical pain cannot inflict suffering upon her, then, Wen Qingqing bursts into laughter. Bai Yunsui, you fool, this knife cannot kill me. Bai Yunsui has already plunged a dagger into Wen Qingqing's carotid artery, blood gushing forth as she retrieves a basin from her storage ring to collect Wen Qingqing's blood. She devises a perfect plan. Junior sister, did you know? Before you became my junior sister, I was quite adept at cooking. Wen Qingqing's mind goes blank. Cooking? What dishes? As Wen Qingqing's boisterous laughter subsides, Bai Yunsui begins to explain. You are familiar with Mao Shuanghan, right? It is a delectable dish from the mortal realm, greatly adored by second senior brother, though he lacks the fortitude for spicy food. Is Bai Yunsui out of her mind? Here she is, engaged in such absurdity within this cave, rambling about cooking, observing the confusion on Wen Qingqing's face. Bai Yunsui reveals a gentle smile. Your blood is vibrant and would make for a delightful Mao Shuanghan. Wen Qingqing is taken aback, realizing she is being treated like a pig, and she immediately retorts in outrage. Bai Yunsui, you worthless fool. You intend to use my blood to make Mao Shuanghan? Bai Yunsui simply gazes at Wen Qingqing innocently, and in that moment, she feels the demons that have lingered in her heart begin to dissipate. No wonder Wen Qingqing, that insufferable green tea, enjoys feigning innocence. It is indeed a liberating and delightful sensation. Junior sister, do not fret. I still intend to make roasted pork belly, char siu, stir-fried kidneys, meat skewers, rice noodles, boiled meat slices, wontons, and pot stickers. Bai Yunsui lists off dish after dish like a restaurant waiter, rattling off dozens of items. Simultaneously, she has already brought out a complete set of cooking utensils, preparing to ignite the flames. Her mind races with thoughts of Wen Qingqing's sycophantic followers. Once she transforms Wen Qingqing into a series of dishes, she shall feed each of those lickspittles a serving. The thought of those lickspittles adoring Wen Qingqing as their goddess while savoring dishes made from her flesh is an utterly exquisite vision. Thus, within the enclosed cave, the aroma of food gradually fills the air, while Bai Yunsui continues to cook, and even the shackles of her cultivation begin to loosen. Meanwhile, Wen Qingqing watches in horror as her own blood and flesh are crafted into various dishes, her hatred surging ever higher. And what is even more infuriating is that with each dish Bai Yunsui prepares, she insists that Wen Qingqing must taste it herself. There is no power to refuse. Wen Qingqing attempts to spit out the food, only to have Bai Yunsui cut open her stomach and force it inside. The cave, the cooking sounds, and even the fragrant aroma of the food all make Wen Qingqing feel nauseous. Even the affection system is baffled. It has assisted numerous hosts in suppressing other women, yet it has never encountered someone as deranged as Bai Yunsui. It simply cannot fathom why, after enduring so much injustice and oppression, Bai Yunsui has not succumbed, but instead races down a path of madness. Moreover, Bai Yunsui's methods have become so ruthless. Yet she exhibits no signs of falling into demonic corruption. On the contrary, her cultivation is ascending. Yes, Bai Yunsui's cultivation is genuinely on the rise. Just after Bai Yunsui forces Wen Qingqing to taste the 81st dish, a bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly forms outside the cave. The first tribulation after foundation establishment. The alchemical tribulation. When Bai Yunsui's alchemical tribulation manifests, it coincides precisely with Jian Hao devouring and assimilating the seventh subsystem. It can be said that the emergence of Jian 0001 was due to the uncontrollable nature of the initial system devouring. Now, after consuming 7 systems, Jian Hao has learned how to generate subsystems through his own will. Simultaneously, the influx of data has granted him more attention to focus on other matters, such as Master. Your third junior sister's data has changed. Jian Shuanghan feels overwhelmed, having finally dealt with 7 hosts and sensing that other hosts are drawing near, poised to initiate a new round of conflict. He wonders if Bai Yunsui has run into trouble. Gritting his teeth, he demands, "Speak. What has happened to her?" Jian Hao gazes in shock at the data curve. Since we arrived at the Beihai Palace, Bai Yunsui's distortion value has been steadily climbing, soaring from 10534 to an astonishing 43,652. After reaching this peak, it rapidly began to decline. Now, the distortion value has plummeted to a mere 156. Moreover, it continues to decrease, with a possibility of reaching 0 today. Could this be considered the only good news? Following that, Jian Hao shares another piece of good news. Bai Yunsui has attracted her first lightning tribulation. She can break through within this secret realm. Well, this is indeed good news. However, Jian Shuanghan is puzzled as to why Bai Yunsui is advancing so swiftly. Jian Hao decides to temporarily withhold the information about Wen Qingqing being turned into dishes and the fact that Bai Yunsui intends to use Wen Qingqing to shield herself from the lightning tribulation. After all, how could such trivial matters distract the master? The affection system is confounded, yet Jian Hao comprehends perfectly. The reason Bai Yunsui can break through is straightforward. It is a matter of karmic retribution. Wen Qingqing's despicable and shameless bullying tactics, utilizing the affection system against Bai Yunsui at Tianjin sect, have long since planted the seeds of resentment in Bai Yunsui's heart. The demon Bai Yunsui seeks to eradicate is none other than Wen Qingqing. It is not merely about targeting Wen Qingqing herself, but also annihilating the image of Wen Qingqing embedded in her heart. In this world, too many cultivators believe that on the path to transcendence, one must not harbor even a trace of greed, anger, ignorance, or resentment. Yet how could the human heart be devoid of such emotions? A practitioner who lacks the courage to confront the darkness within their own heart, how can they traverse the thorny and arduous path of cultivation? Wen Qingqing is the calamity of Bai Yunsui's journey. Yet Bai Yunsui is not without his own tribulations in relation to Wen Qingqing. Those who can navigate through these trials will possess a more formidable resolve in their path. Jian Hao comprehends this principle, and Jian Shuanghan understands it even more profoundly. Thus, the Wanshao sword, tasked with accompanying Bai Yunsui, merely observes in silence. Witnessing the struggle between Bai Yunsui and Wen Qingqing, will it be Bai Yunsui emerging from his cocoon as a butterfly, or will Wen Qingqing ascend to greater heights? Chapter 82. Is Jun Wuhan truly powerful? 1. Jian Hao suddenly belched. Jian Shuanghan frowned slightly, asking, "What is wrong? Have you overindulged on data?" Jian Hao pointed at the demon god seal, which was emanating dark energy, and earnestly replied, "Master, if I've overeaten, it has nothing to do with you. What good does it do to make that thing smoke? It hasn't been eradicated, has it?" Jian Hao realized that with this statement, any reverence he held for his master had vanished, replaced by a sense of pride and satisfaction. He could actually speak to his master in such a manner. No wonder Su Heng, that foolish fellow, always sought to be near the master. The thrill of such audacity was truly exhilarating. Now he understood Su Heng's joy. What you thought was mere foolishness was, in fact, a manifestation of being spoiled by affection, just relying on the fact that the master wouldn't truly harm him. He danced about recklessly. Truly, how shameless! Who knew that shamelessness could bring such joy? Jian Shuanghan gazed at Jian Hao's audacious and smug demeanor, gritting his teeth in frustration. No wonder the main system wouldn't allow these subsystems to overindulge. Indeed, once they were satiated, they would become restless and create all manner of peculiar things. With a grim expression, Jian Shuanghan remarked, "Speak plainly, or do you want me to strike you?" Jian Hao promptly cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. "Master, I have detected that there are 12 system hosts within this secret realm, one of whom is Wen Qingqing, your junior sister, and another named Lu Qianxue, an elder of the Yushu sect, who has possessed her system for over 200 years. Lu Qianxue, an elder of the Yushu sect? Jian Shuanghan was puzzled as to why, among a group of disciples under 200 years of age, there existed an elder exceeding that age. Furthermore, how could an elder have possessed a system for over 200 years? Jian Shuanghan found it hard to comprehend. Having a system for over 200 years, does that mean her cultivation is exceptionally high? Jian Hao shrugged, mid-stage transformation. Only mid-stage transformation after possessing a system for 200 years? Jian Shuanghan felt something was amiss. However, Jian Hao merely observed Jian Shuanghan and said, "Dear uncle, can you refrain from such naive musings? Li Jing is already a genius in the cultivation world that is hard to match, let alone you. If I were to suggest that you sign a contract with me, young one, I could facilitate your foundation establishment in 3 years and golden elixir in 5. Would you consider that enticing?" The answer was naturally. For Jian Shuanghan, this was not considered enticing. After all, focusing on cultivation, achieving foundation establishment in 3 years and golden elixir in 5 was not unattainable. A true genius would never resort to deceitful methods. Cheating would only diminish the sense of achievement after success. Yet those with inferior talents who desired the benefits of genius were different. They were the ones who wanted it all. It was easy to lead them astray. After obtaining a golden finger, if one remained idle, it was no surprise that even someone like Lu Qinxue, who had possessed the system for over 200 years, could not break through to transformation. It would not be unexpected if one regressed after gaining a golden finger. Jian Hao pointed at the demon god seal. "Look, this thing has been sealed for millions, even tens of millions of years, and yet it has failed to develop any useful skills, instead seeking to cling to powerful allies." In a moment, the demon god's seal trembled. It was furious. The demon god's seal voiced its outrage. "You wretched being, how dare you insult me so?" At that very instant of the demon god's seal's fury, the heavenly thunder Jian Shuanghan transmitted to it unexpectedly weakened. Jian Shuanghan suddenly realized something. Jian Hao almost screamed in unison, "Oh no, master, something is amiss." The seal of silent mountains and rivers. A roar reverberated, shaking the entire secret realm. The originally oppressive dark clouds were instantly dispersed by a radiant glow. The entire spatial realm seemed to be forcibly compressed by Jian Shuanghan. With a surge of power, Jian Shuanghan expanded the compressed space. His protective true qi enveloped both himself and Jian Hao. Yun Wuhan, wielding immense mythical power, appeared with an imposing presence that far surpassed Qing Xian. Jian Hao was astonished, exclaiming, "Why does he possess the cultivation of the Great Ascension stage?" Of course, it was a Great Ascension experience card. It turned out that Lu Qinshue's system was a card-drawing system. Good heavens! Was Lu Qinxue foolish? Such a powerful tool, and yet she preferred to give it to a man rather than utilize it for herself? Was her mind filled with bubbles? Jian Shuanghan instantly grasped Jian Hao's implication. In other words, Jun Wuhan's cultivation was not his own, but rather derived from Lu Qinshue's card-drawing system. And it was merely an experience card? This meant it had a time limit? Without hesitation, Jian Shuanghan inquired, "How long is its experience period?" Jian Hao estimated, 20 minutes. Jian Shuanghan nodded, pulling out a suit of dark armor from his storage ring, which he shrank down to fit Jian Hao. He then tossed a spirited dagger towards Jian Hao. "Black Radiance armor. You need not fear lightning tribulations below the void refinement stage." The 8 Wonders dagger. A terrestrial-grade spirit artifact. Can you hunt on your own now? Caught off guard by the sudden armor and dagger, Jian Hao was momentarily stunned. "What hunting? Wait, are you asking me to catch a system to consume? My goodness, master. Do you even hear what you're saying? Have you ever seen a system hunt its own kind? What kind of absurd joke is this?" However, Jian Shuanghan simply stated calmly, "You must learn to fend for yourself and be self-sufficient." Jian Hao was taken aback. Truly remarkable. Yet he was not given the opportunity to argue further, as Jun Wuhan almost instantaneously manifested the heavenly law form. Jun Wuhan was overjoyed. It was truly the heavenly law form. His cultivation had genuinely risen to the Great Ascension stage. Lu Qinxue, his beloved Lu Qinxue. He never imagined she possessed such divine abilities to grant him the power of the Great Ascension stage. Jun Wuhan could hardly contain his exhilaration. What 3,000-year geniuses, what disciples of Qing Xian, were utterly worthless in his presence. To think a dignified Great Ascension stage would be defeated by someone in the transformation stage. What a profound humiliation. He would make it happen. He would turn Jian Shuanghan into the biggest joke of the cultivation world. What of a mutated thunderroot? What of a Great Ascension stage master? What was the Tianjin sect worth? He was the true protagonist of this world. He would trample Jian Shuanghan beneath his feet, and, in front of Qing Xian, turn Jian Shuanghan into dumpling filling. With this thought, Jun Wuhan could hardly contain his elation. The heavenly law form immediately clasped its hands together and swatted Jian Shuanghan as one would a fly. A tremendous sound reverberated throughout the secret realm. Yet at the moment the heavenly law form struck Jian Shuanghan, a pitch-black force pierced through the palm of the heavenly law form, creating a void. Subsequently, the entire dual lightning array rapidly contracted, gathering at the center of the heavenly law form. Then came a thunderous explosion. The dual lightning scattered, and the fragments of the 5 thunder strike would turn to ashes. The palm of Jian Wuhan's heavenly law form appeared as if it had been scorched, leaving a hollow impression. Chapter 83. Is Jian Wuhan truly powerful? 2. Yet Jian Shuanghan had vanished without a trace. Jian Wuhan was taken aback. That was impossible. Jian Shuanghan was at the Great Ascension stage. He could not have been reduced to ashes with a single strike. Instantly on guard, Jian Wuhan expanded his consciousness, preparing to search for Jian Shuanghan's whereabouts. The seal of silent mountains and rivers was a supreme skill created by an unknown individual within the Yushu sect at an unknown time, and it had been kept in high esteem within the sect ever since. The reason was simple. This was an art so powerful that it could distort space. And thus far, only 3 individuals had successfully cultivated it. However, even after mastering it, due to their insufficient cultivation, the distorted space remained too small, rendering it impractical, with a lengthy casting time and poor mobility, making it little more than a decorative relic and used by anyone. Yet it was only after Jian Wuhan obtained the Great Ascension Experience card and briefly ascended to the Great Ascension stage that he realized the vast chasm between the Great Ascension stage and the Transformation stage. No matter the circumstances, the seemingly unusable Jian Shuanghan seal could suddenly be activated in an instant. Moreover, its power was so formidable that it managed to confine Jian Shuanghan within a spatial boundary, rendering him incapable of movement. However, what he did not anticipate was that the yin-yang dual thunder array would unexpectedly contract, violently shattering his heavenly and earthly law manifestation. It turned out that the heavenly and earthly law manifestation was not invincible. With Jian Shuanghan nowhere in sight, Jian Wuhan promptly retracted his heavenly and earthly law manifestation, enveloping himself tightly within a law manifestation turtle. Inside this protective shell, Jian Wuhan focused intently, bracing for any potential assault from Jian Shuanghan. To prevent Jian Shuanghan from suddenly breaching his defenses, he strategically deployed spatial distortion points around the exterior of the law manifestation using the Jian seal. Should Jian Shuanghan approach, it would be as if he triggered a landmine, distorting and annihilating him. Upon completing his preparations, Jian Wuhan felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction at his ability to accomplish all of this in such a short time. A mere great ascension was nothing to be feared. Today, he would tear Jian Shuanghan apart and cast the pieces before the foolish Qingxian, relishing the sight of the sect leader weeping in despair. Then, he would rip off Qingshuan's face and stitch it onto the snot-nosed creature. From that day forth, the world would remember only the beautiful snot-nosed creature and the shameless Qingxian. He truly was a genius. Just as Jian Wuhan reveled in his thoughts, on the verge of throwing his head back in laughter, a chilling voice suddenly echoed, "Fool." This voice seemed to materialize right beside his ear. Instinctively, Jian Wuhan turned to locate the source of the voice, bewildered by its sudden appearance. As he turned, he was met with the crackling sound of electricity, followed by a sudden numbness and pain coursing through half of his body, accompanied by a resounding boom. A palm formed from lightning surged through Jian Wuhan's heavenly and earthly law manifestation, striking him squarely on the face. In fact, due to the sheer size of this lightning-formed palm, half of his body was left exposed. The force was so immense that Jian Wuhan momentarily failed to comprehend what had just transpired. It was only when Jian Shuanghan's voice, cold and distant, echoed, "I didn't realize you possess such self-awareness, eagerly enhancing your cultivation to slap me," that he understood he had indeed been struck, and that voice, it seemed, belonged to Jian Shuanghan. Jian Wuhan was momentarily dazed, both from the swiftness and ferocity of the slap, unable to fathom its origin. Moreover, wasn't it said that the Great Ascension stage represented the pinnacle of cultivation on the Jiuzhou continent? He had even deployed the formidable Jian seal. How could Jian Shuanghan still possess such power to strike him down? He recalled that during his ambush on Jian Shuanghan, he distinctly felt the heavens assisting him, channeling the full force of the heavenly tribulation against Jian Shuanghan. At that moment, the demon god seal inexplicably contracted the yin-yang dual thunder array, concentrating its might onto Jian Shuanghan and triggering a direct explosion. Jian Shuanghan had been restrained by his heavenly and earthly law manifestation and the Jian seal. Even if he could escape, it shouldn't have been so effortless for him to retaliate. Jun Wuhan could not fathom how Jian Shuanghan had managed to evade his heavenly and earthly law manifestation and Jiju Shana Seal's confinement, while simultaneously withstanding the onslaught of the demon god Seal and the heavenly tribulation, only to swiftly escape and deliver a resounding slap across his face through 2 layers of barriers. Jun Wuhan's mind was filled with enormous question marks. Yet, he had no time to ponder further. For at that moment, the lightning-formed palm fell like rain, crackling through the 2 layers of barriers. Each strike seemed to target Jun Wuhan with uncanny precision. In an instant, within his heavenly and earthly law manifestation, sparks flew and thunderclaps echoed. To an onlooker, it appeared as if the law manifestation had become imbued with tangible lightning. What was even more troubling was that due to Jun Wuhan's excessive fortification of the law manifestation turtle, the surplus electrical energy could not dissipate into the surrounding environment, resulting in a dangerous accumulation of energy within. Uninformed observers might mistake it for a charging device from the realm of cultivation. As Jun Wuhan endured the relentless barrage of thunderous slaps, each strike was particularly insidious. Upon colliding within the confines of the law manifestation, the energy would rebound, striking him anew. Damn it. Had he not activated the Great Ascension Experience card, relying solely on his cultivation to bolster his defenses, he would have surely become the first cultivator to perish within his own heavenly and earthly law manifestation. In that moment, he found himself trapped in a dilemma. If he were to release the excess energy within the law manifestation, risking Jian Shuanghan's immediate assault, he would be left vulnerable to a brutal beating. Conversely, if he maintained the law manifestation, he would be at the mercy of the ever-increasing electrical energy that threatened to electrocute him. Moreover, his Great Ascension Experience card had less than 20 minutes remaining. He had only enjoyed a fleeting moment of triumph during his ambush on Jian Shuanghan, only to find himself ensnared in the web of his own creation, bewildered and trapped within his own law manifestation. Was the Great Ascension stage truly this arduous? Yet, if he continued to delay, what would transpire in 20 minutes? In that instant, Jun Wuhan found himself yearning for his junior sister, Lu Qinxue, to be by his side. He believed that with her presence, she would undoubtedly devise a means to assist him. At that moment, Jian Shuanghan stood gracefully atop the highest tree, 1 foot poised elegantly as he surveyed the swirling storm clouds encasing a distorted space below. A closer examination of the space, enveloped by the thunderous clouds, would reveal Jun Wuhan trapped within. Jian Shuanghan's cold gaze fixated on the scene of Jun Wuhan being relentlessly battered by the lightning palms. Caught in the struggle between releasing and maintaining his heavenly and earthly law manifestation while depleting his experience points, observing Jun Wuhan's disheveled state, Jian Shuanghan felt his assessment of him as a fool was entirely justified. After all, those who flaunt their prowess are invariably met with consequences. Did he truly believe that the Great Ascension cultivators of the Jiuzhou continent attained their status merely by appearance? Chapter 84. Is Jun Wuhan truly strong? 3. Outside the secret realm. The masters of formations maintaining the barrier witnessed Jun Wuhan suddenly descending like a divine weapon, entering the tumultuous storm clouds with an astonishing display of strength, followed by the sudden emergence of the heavenly and earthly law manifestation. Subsequently, the sights within the secret realm fell silent. Only the astonishment of those outside remained. Why was there a second Great Ascension expert within the secret realm? Soon memories surfaced. This second Great Ascension figure seemed to be Jun Wuhan, an elder of the Yushu sect. A whirlwind of emotions swept through the crowd as they realized that the Yushu sect had also concealed a Great Ascension cultivator. This revelation left them momentarily speechless, pondering why this man, over 200 years old, would appear in the secret realm. Meanwhile, Jun Wuhan's reputation soared among the onlookers. Yuhuang Fairy, being a close friend of Lu Qinxue, immediately recognized him as Jun Wuhan. She could hardly fathom why he would suddenly appear within the secret realm. Moreover, he had unexpectedly showcased his Great Ascension prowess. Yuhuang Fairy recalled how her dear friend often approached cultivation with a carefree attitude, wandering far and wide. Whether searching for secret realms or meeting new acquaintances, she always treated her cultivation as a game. Yet, for reasons unknown, she consistently possessed an array of powerful artifacts, medicines, and even rare cultivation techniques. The competition at Beehive Palace had only recently concluded. How could Jun Wuhan have attained the Great Ascension so swiftly? It must be that Lu Qinxue had bestowed upon him some extraordinary item. Contemplating this, Yuhuang Fairy shook her head, feeling that her friend's path in cultivation had reached an impasse. In the realm of cultivation, Achieving success necessitated personal involvement. The arduous journey must be walked alone. Tribulations must be faced independently. While seeking assistance is permissible and evasion is prudent, one must never allow others to bear the burden. If Lu Qinxue possessed something that could elevate one's cultivation to the great ascension, she should have used it herself to reveal her true self within the secret realm, rather than leaving everything to a man. Although Jian Shuanghan harbored deep affection and loyalty for Lu Qinxue in the face of cultivation, love was but a mere embellishment compared to the need for personal strength. She so willingly entrusts her fortunes to a man. Even if we were to entertain the notion of seeking to avert calamity, one must recognize that such tribulations, for cultivators, also represent a form of tribulation, which in turn may very well be an opportunity. Those who pursue the path of cultivation spend their lifetimes in search of methods to transcend their limitations. And these methods invariably intertwine fortune and misfortune. If one perseveres, it is termed an opportunity. If one falters, it is deemed fate. Lu Qinxue, since you have chosen to forego the chance to enhance your prestige in front of fellow cultivators and instead wish to support the man by your side, then the fairy of the whispering bamboo can only respect and bless your decision. Although Lu Qinxue is her dearest friend, the fairy of the whispering bamboo, who manages the Azure Sea Palace and contends with a multitude of trivial matters each day, finds herself unable to assist Lu Qinxue in certain trials. In truth, when Lu Qinxue experienced discontent with Wen Qingqing, she demonstrated considerable intellect. Moreover, Jian Shuanghan is certainly adept at evading Wen Qingqing's various mental pitfalls and tea ceremonies. However, this does not imply that Jian Shuanghan is entirely rational, nor does it suggest that Lu Qinxue is devoid of folly. The fog in Lu Qinxue's reasoning lies in her belief that she must cling to the leg of the child of destiny, aiding him in enhancing his fortune to attain greater cultivation, ultimately leading her to a life of luxury and ease under his guidance. Thus, from a long time ago, she has lavished countless resources upon Jian Shuanghan. Therefore, when Jian Hao, armed with a small dagger, pursued Lu Qinxue, recounting the foolish action she has taken over the years to Jian Shuanghan through sound transmission, he could only click his tongue in amazement. What a foolish endeavor! He had initially thought that having such a simpleton as Jian Shuanghan in the secret realm was already a joke. Yet Lu Qinxue has become the second source of ridicule Jian Shuanghan has encountered. Rubbing his temples, Jian Shuanghan recharged Jian Shuanghan's avatar. Known for his generosity, Jian Shuanghan believed that if he were to make Jian Shuanghan a source of energy, he must ensure that it is fully charged. Thus, he conveyed to Jian Hao, "Discuss such gossip with me after we exit the secret realm. For now, focus on the hunt." With that, Jian Shuanghan produced the demon seal from his pocket. Indeed, the demon seal, known for its arrogance and guaranteed to incite chaos within the realm of cultivation, was now clasped in Jian Shuanghan's hand, its swirling black smoke constrained within its belly by the incantations. In truth, if Jian Shuanghan were to successfully execute a combination of the Heavenly Dao and the demon seal, he would certainly suffer, if not perish. The issue is that Jian Shuanghan, being the fool he is, has yet to grasp the intricacies of the transformation stage and insists on overstuffing himself until he is bloated. He stubbornly seeks to experience the joys of the Mahayana stage. The result is that, in his failed attempts at bravado, he only ends up slapping his own face. One must understand that there are numerous realms separating the transformation stage from the Mahayana stage. Does he believe it is merely a matter of insufficient capacity in his energy sea? Does he think it is simply a disparity in combat prowess? Certainly not. Cultivation is not as straightforward as stuffing a sausage. As long as he does not rupture his own skin, he will cram himself to the brim. The insights, experiences, and even moments of enlightenment that lie in between are of no concern to him. Thus, he fails to comprehend that the GG Mountain River seal, when applied to material objects, can indeed cause destruction through the distortion of space. However, some things are inherently intangible. For instance, electricity. For instance, cultivation. For instance, magical technique. The initial inspiration for the GG Mountain River seal was derived from teleportation arrays. A typical teleportation array transports an object from point A to point B. Conversely, the principle of the GG Mountain River seal is to interchange space A and space B while keeping the object stationary. It may sound complex, yet it boils down to whether the object moves or the space shifts. To grasp such concepts, one must diligently study and practice, avoiding shortcuts. Therefore, even if Jian Shuanghan temporarily attains the cultivation of the Mahayana stage, what does it matter? He is still doomed to fail due to his short-sightedness and lack of theoretical groundwork. In fact, His complete failure to comprehend the principles of the Jiji Mountain River Seal has rendered him a liability. He inadvertently enabled Jian Shuanghan to exploit that spatial distortion, leading to an escape from the Heavenly Dao, executing a triple strike with the Demon Seal and Jian Shuanghan. Such an ill-educated fool should be relegated to the enemy camp, ensuring a greater chance of survival for our side. Jian Shuanghan regarded the irate, yet speechless Demon Seal, barely lifting his eyelids as he remarked, "Foolish stone. I grant you the opportunity to explain how you came to the secret realm. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to grind you to dust." The Demon Seal was momentarily taken aback, then indignantly exclaimed, "Why must you reduce me to dust?" Jian Shuanghan, with an expression that conveyed indifference to the Demon Seal's dissatisfaction, replied, "Because prolonging your demise will afford you the greatest torment, and as long as you suffer, I shall find pleasure." Chapter 85, The Origin of the Magical Artifact. 1. Reduced to dust. The Demon Seal felt as if it were about to burst into laughter from frustration. "How utterly ignorant you are. I am the esteemed Demon Seal. If I could be ground to dust, I would have vanished long ago within these millennia. If there existed a means to reduce me to dust, that band of victorious fools would have obliterated me ages ago. How could I remain until this moment?" Faced with such ridicule, Jian Shuanghan remained unfazed. For he questioned, "Why must you, like Jian Shuanghan, be so ignorant, bringing shame upon the Demon Seal? Do you know what tools are required to cut through diamond? Indeed, in Jian Shuanghan's world, diamonds exist. They are quite useful, for example, in mining spirit stones, crafting magical artifacts, or even requiring precise cuts during processing. All necessitate diamonds. In Jian Shuanghan's realm, diamonds possess exceptional energy absorption properties, meaning that artifact refiners can infuse their own energy into the diamond. Due to the uniform crystalline structure of diamonds, the refiner's energy will disperse evenly along the crystal structure, resulting in optimal cutting and carving effects. One could say that a set of diamond tools is the quintessential companion for any artifact refiner. The Demon Seal, however, paused momentarily, perplexed. Is not diamond merely a harder type of stone? How could it possibly be lacking in knowledge? It couldn't help but scoff. Are you suggesting that you would use diamonds to cleave the Demon Seal? That is the height of absurdity. Indeed, another obstinate creature. Jian Shuanghan's expression darkened as he retorted, "I am asking if you know how to cut diamond. If you do not, simply admit it. Why meander into irrelevant discussions about using diamonds to cut you? Reflect on whether you are worthy of the countless spirit stones expended by artifact refiners to forge you. What merit do you possess that would compel an artifact refiner to take risks? What gives you the audacity to presume that I would utilize diamonds to cut you? Is it your shamelessness, your lack of conscience, or your ignorance?" Were it possible, the Demon Seal would undoubtedly have turned green with embarrassment. Not due to the greenery atop its head, but because it had never considered that cultivators at the Mahayana stage might wield words as weapons. Its tongue, like a firecracker, crackled incessantly, as if it were a machine of inspiration, producing creativity without end. Yet, despite its anger, the Demon Seal retorted, "Naturally, I can only use diamonds to cut diamonds. However, I can also tell you the truth. Diamonds are ineffective against me." Jian Shuanghan was left speechless. It was as though he could not discern the difference in hardness between diamonds and the Demon Seal. Why could I not simply procure another Demon Seal, allowing the two of you to grind against each other, inflicting mutual harm? The Demon Seal fell silent, suddenly envisioning a scene. Jian Shuanghan, wielding two Demon Seals, vigorously rubbing them together until transforming both into various types of tools. Jian Shuanghan could only look at the Demon Seal with a gaze of incredulous pity, genuinely feeling that Jian Hao was multiple times more intelligent than this being. "You wish to be fashioned into tools? From where does your confidence stem? Believing I would reward you in such a manner? Grant you the opportunity to harm the scarce artifact refiners of the Jiuzhou continent? While I do not refine artifacts, the foremost principle in selecting tools for refining is to prioritize those with minimal side effects. The Demon God Seal is evidently no benign entity. Should it truly become the tool of a weaponsmith, who could possibly fathom the mischief it might wreak upon its creator?" At this moment, the Demon God Seal fell into silence, while Jian Shuanghan nearly rolled his eyes to the heavens. Although caring for the elderly is regarded as a virtue in the realm of cultivation, when it comes to beings like the Demon God Seal, who despite their age, are deemed monstrous, such virtue loses its significance. Noticing the Demon God Seal's silence, Jian Shuanghan presumed that perhaps his words lacked the necessary impact, and thus continued, "Do not yearn for the past. Millennia ago, when the human language had yet to evolve to a point where one could insult you with 5,000 alternative phrases. You would have been washed away by spittle and reduced to mere pebbles. The demon god seal trembled in fury, exclaiming, "What an uncouth mouth you possess! Why must I, the illustrious demon god seal, be compared to a mere diamond? What sort of wretch trained you, Jian Shuanghan? Should I find an opportunity, whether in form or not, I shall ensure that I deliver a sound thrashing to the master who raised such a disrespectful disciple. What kind of sin must one commit to produce a pupil so devoid of decorum?" As Jian Shuanghan observed the demon god seal lost in its own emotions, he began to ponder whether aging inevitably leads to diminished intelligence, citing Master Qing Xian and the exceedingly ancient demon god seal as examples. The demon god seal, confident in its resilience against heavenly tribulations, displayed no sense of urgency. Thus, Jian Shuanghan decided to take decisive action. Gripping the demon god seal firmly, he twisted it apart, and with a sharp crack, it was split in two. "I told you, you are indeed foolish. There is no injustice in that accusation. Did you truly believe that when the heavenly path redirected its tribulations towards me, it was your moment to seize an advantage? Did you never consider why the heavenly path would spare you, its own sworn enemy? Is it blind or merely negligent?" In truth, the situation was particularly intricate, for at the instant Jian Shuanghan provoked the demon god seal, Jun Wuhan, the foolish one, made his approach, and simultaneously, the heavenly path intervened to assist Jun Wuhan, the favored child of destiny. Thus, the demon god seal, seizing the opportunity, became solely focused on ambushing Jian Shuanghan, failing to realize that the heavenly path intended for both it and Shuanghan to meet their demise together. Regrettably, the demon god seal's formidable nature rendered the heavenly path's intervention insufficient, leaving only a fissure upon its surface. Upon discovering this crack, Jian Shuanghan immediately employed his lifelong knowledge to widen it, for otherwise he would have found it impossible to tear the demon god seal apart by hand. A sense of foreboding overwhelmed the demon god seal. It had never anticipated such complexity. Jian Shuanghan, however, wasted no time, commencing to rub the two halves of the demon god seal against each other, producing a grating sound that was painfully shrill. Had Song Yu not been preoccupied with seeking opportunities at that moment, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed, "Damn it, stop dragging your fingernails across the blackboard." The sound was indeed unbearable, enough to drive one to the brink of despair. Aside from Jian Shuanghan, who remained unperturbed, methodically rubbing the two halves of the demon god seal, the seal itself was on the verge of collapse. Could its own body emit such a horrid noise? Despite lacking the sensation of pain, it could feel its form disintegrating. It was utterly convinced that Jian Shuanghan would reduce its body to ashes and scatter them to the winds. Chapter 86. The Origin of the Magical Artifact 2. Heaven help me. Here I am, the demon god seal, destined not to perish at the hands of the heavenly path or any ancient lineage, but rather to be ground to dust by a disrespectful junior. What a profound humiliation. The demon god seal could not help but shriek, "Stop at once! What on earth do you want?" How could Jian Shuanghan cease his actions when death was imminent? The demon god seal, witnessing the deterioration of its own form, finally cried out, "I will comply with whatever you desire. Just stop. I'm losing my mind." At this, Jian Shuanghan replied leisurely, "Then tell me how you came to be in this secret realm. Satisfy me with your answer, and I shall let you go." The demon god seal stammered for a time before suddenly asking, "You won't let anyone else know, will you?" Jian Shuanghan nodded, finding this request not overly excessive. He casually set up a formation to isolate the space, urging, "Speak quickly. Jun Wuhan is about to reach his limit." Indeed, at this moment, Jun Wuhan was trapped within his law avatar, with every inch of space consumed by an electromagnetic force. His consciousness was on the brink of dissolution. He fervently hoped for the heavenly path to intervene or for Lu Qinshue's divine weapon to descend. Anyone who could resolve this maddening conundrum would suffice. His experience card was nearing expiration. Should he remain trapped here, his demise was all but assured. Observing Jun Wuhan, who was nearly magnetized by the electromagnetic force, Jian Shuanghan recognized the urgency of resolving the matter with the demon god seal first. After all, one must not sacrifice the present for the sake of appearances. Better to deal with the seal than to face immediate death. Finally, the demon god seal responded. Those three blood sacrifice disciples were originally from a hidden lineage of righteous sects, tasked with guarding the demon god seal. Should any anomaly occur with the seal, they would risk their lives to reseal it. However, the alarm was triggered not due to the demon god seal's irregularities, but rather by a group of individuals from Beehive Palace who stormed into this family, demanding the relinquishment of magical artifacts, claiming that the treasures were placed within the hidden realm of Beehive Palace. Their justification was that the Beehive Palace Grand Competition benefited the younger generation of various sects, and thus the entire cultivation world ought to embrace the noble vision of mutual prosperity, willingly offering their treasures. If one refused, Beehive Palace would assist in the process of voluntary surrender. This family, tasked with safeguarding the demon god seal, became one of those coerced into submission. The reason for this coercion was utterly shameless. Despite the family's clear declaration of non-participation in the Beehive Palace Grand Competition and their desire to remain hidden, the Beehive Palace members, in a bid to frame them, planted a certain cultivation technique within the family's forbidden grounds. They then claimed that the family was hoarding demonic cultivation techniques, using this as an excuse to plunder the entire household. Thus, this family, which had sought to prevent the calamity of the demon god seal, was nearly annihilated by its own kin. Ironically, after the Beehive Palace's scavengers had nearly eradicated this family, they stumbled upon the demon god seal in the forbidden grounds, mistakenly believing it to be merely an opportunity for ghostly cultivators. Consequently, they established the secret realm of Wuwei Terrace as a treasure trove for ghostly cultivators. Jian Shuanghan frowned, finding the irony unbearable. To cover their own misdeeds, the Beehive Palace members promptly declared that the demonic cultivation techniques had been confiscated, labeling the family as heinous criminals deserving of extermination, thereby confiscating all their resources. This left the family with no standing among cultivators. Fortunately, some survivors remained. These survivors subsequently joined the ranks of demonic cultivators. Not long ago, a scion of this family, while cultivating, inexplicably glimpsed the mirage of the Beehive Palace secret realm in midair and recognized the familiar aura of the demon god seal emanating from Wuwei Terrace. The family members, unconcerned with the source of this vivid mirage, devised a plan to infiltrate the Beehive Palace secret realm. Since the righteous sects had betrayed their family, they resolved to gamble, unleashing the demon god seal and ensuring that none would survive. Yet, ironically, they encountered the unpredictable variable that was Jian Shuanghan. The demon god seal continued to mock. Do you think the existence of this Beehive Palace secret realm is child's play? I scoff. What you perceive as ease and joy is borne upon the backs of countless smaller sects and wandering cultivators, who toil tirelessly for the benefit of these grand sex prodigies. Each time Beehive Palace calls for artifacts, several sects lead the charge, donating impressive and eye-catching treasures, even exceptional pills, proclaiming their generosity to the world. Once these smaller sects and wandering cultivators are inspired to contribute resources and strategies for the secret realm, the leaders of Beehive Palace will promptly return the treasures to the larger sections. The minor sects and solitary cultivators possess treasures of varying quality. The superior ones are swiftly divided among the major sects, while the inferior ones, or those lacking suitable candidates for use, are secretly appropriated by various sections. The remnants are merely tossed into the secret realms as resources. Such is the affection that the righteous sects bestow upon their disciples. Listening to it sends chills down one's spine on a midsummer night. Indeed, the infestation of pests in the cultivation world is alarmingly on the rise. The demon god seal let out a cold chuckle and inquired, "Well, do you still intend to destroy me?" Jian Shuanghan felt that the issue could not be resolved merely by destroying a demon god seal. It was truly vexing, observing Jian Shuanghan's evident rising anger. The demon god seal realized that it had struck a nerve. A sense of smugness crept over it. How about it? Trust me, the righteous cultivators are nothing but a bunch of hypocritical pretenders. To resolve this, you must wholeheartedly believe in me. With a screech, the demon god seal emitted an eerie sound akin to nails scraping on a chalkboard. After a few more abrasive motions, Jian Shuanghan tightened the demon god seal's skin, his expression regaining its noble and aloof demeanor. Am I to follow you into darkness? You are indeed quite intriguing. Has the demon cultivator offered you a commission? Or are you on a salary for your incessant promotion of the demon cultivators? What do you seek? Do you truly believe that a mere demon god seal can make use of treasures and spirit stones? The demon god seal was utterly unprepared for Jian Shuanghan's unwavering resolve. No matter how it tried, employing every means at its disposal, it could not evoke any strange emotions in Jian Shuanghan. In fact, Jian Shuanghan even had the audacity to use such harsh words to ridicule it. Truly, how uncouth. Jian Shuanghan cared not for the thoughts of the demon god seal. He focused on it, knowing that if this item were to fall into the wrong hands, with its insatiable greed for immortality, It would surely exploit even the most insignificant creatures. Clearly, there was no battle between immortals and demons that could not be fought. Only a demon god seal that was insufficiently diligent. Thus, Jian Shuanghan struck, the runes rapidly disseminating, rendering the demon god seal voiceless. With the aid of the runes, the demon god seal could only watch helplessly as Jian Shuanghan accelerated his grip, completely grinding the demon god seal to dust. Then, Jian Shuanghan expanded the cloud of points before him and stepped into the Dharma aspect of the tortoise. It was time to continue instructing Jun Wuhan. Chapter 87. Should I be thanking you for your consideration? In an effort to evade the thunderous slaps, Jun Wuhan utilized all his acquired skills, maneuvering through various positions that might avoid the strikes, attempting all conceivable angles to evade the onslaught. Yet, the slaps seemed to possess a mind of their own. No matter how he shifted, he ultimately faced the blows. Jun Wuhan felt he was on the verge of madness. Why, despite both being at the Great Ascension stage, was there such a vast disparity? For all these years, Lu Qinxue had never erred, and he firmly believed that this time she would not falter either. So where lay the problem? It must be Jian Shuanghan. That fellow was undoubtedly a demon cultivator. Damn it. How could he lose to a demon cultivator? In terms of cultivation, he had been diligent and unrelenting, and it was hard to find someone in the Yushu sect who rose earlier than he did. In terms of conduct, he was upright and incorruptible. As for resources, he was the sect's prized disciple. Even the Heavenly Dao stood by his side. What basis could a young and accomplished individual have for losing? Hence, the blame for everything today unequivocally rested on Jian Shuanghan. In the chaotic space, a snap echoed suddenly. Instantly, the thunder and slaps ceased, as if all that had transpired was merely a figment of Jun Wuhan's imagination. Of course, aside from the fact that he was charred black from the lightning, his entire body crackling with electricity. How utterly disgraceful, how appalling. Jun Wuhan recalled that even the tribulation of lightning had never left him in such a dire state. He remembered his lightning tribulation during the divine transformation stage. At that time, he had remained composed, unaffected even when struck by the lightning. How effortlessly graceful he had been. Now, Jian Shuanghan had traversed the path entwined in thunder and lightning, appearing before the disheveled Jun Wuhan. In the moment Jun Wuhan laid eyes on Jian Shuanghan, his gaze brimmed with resentment, fixated upon him. The snap had been made by Jian Shuanghan. After all, even if this thunderous slap had been conjured by Jian Shuanghan, he found the internal environment of this Dharma aspect charging station to be exceedingly poor. It needed to be more tranquil for him to feel comfortable entering. As Jun Wuhan's head buzzed from the blows, he found himself momentarily disoriented at the sudden silence that followed the snap. Aside from glaring at Jian Shuanghan, he was left with a sense of bewilderment, gazing at the impeccably arranged attire of Jian Shuanghan, in stark contrast to his own disheveled and graceless self. Jun Wuhan felt as though his head might explode. Jealousy, anger, and resentment surged like wildfires within him. In an instant, Jun Wuhan felt himself teetering on the brink of collapse. Watching Jian Shuanghan's sudden entrance, he was filled with bitter indignation, yearning to understand why his path of cultivation was fraught with such obstacles. Unable to suppress his anguish, he shouted at Jian Shuanghan, "Why can you pass through the barrier of the Silent Mountain River Seal and the Heavenly Dao aspect to appear here?" Jian Shuanghan, observing Jun Wuhan's disheveled and frenzied state, found his outburst more a manifestation of frustration than a genuine quest for knowledge. Nonetheless, Jian Shuanghan was kind enough to respond. "I crossed the tribulation to the Great Ascension based on my own strength. You, with your Silent Mountain River Seal and Heavenly Dao aspect, would feel embarrassed to be unable to enter, wouldn't you?" Jun Wuhan was infuriated further. Did Jian Shuanghan possess no sense of decorum or courtesy? Shouldn't he be offering some words of comfort, perhaps even acknowledging that this situation was not entirely his fault? How brazenly arrogant he was! Was it not said that the Heavenly Dao aspect was formidable, making approach impossible? Was it not said that the Heavenly Dao favored him, ensuring his every endeavor met with unbridled fortune? Was it not said that Jian Shuanghan was a rogue, shunned by all? Then why? Why could he so effortlessly stand before him? And on what grounds? How could someone like Jian Shuanghan, who was neither favored by the Heavenly Dao nor possessed of a likable character, cultivate to the Great Ascension stage before him? Jun Wuhan could not accept it. The Heavenly Dao aspect collapsed, the Silent Mountain River Seal vanished, and he concentrated all his power into a single palm, aiming directly at Jian Shuanghan's face. The entire secret realm fell silent from this strike. However, Jian Shuanghan remained motionless, extending two fingers, condensing sword energy at his fingertips. With a flick of his arm, the sword energy surged forth like a beam of light piercing through the night. Not only did it tear asunder the darkness, but it also rent the secret realm itself. The moment Jian Shuanghan beheld the sword energy, he perceived it imbued with boundless sword intent. He could see the passage of time, hear the whispers of wind and rain, and even felt as though he could witness the genesis of all things. Jian Shuanghan's gaze froze at that moment. Subsequently, his consciousness plunged into darkness. The greatest peril within the secret realm had been transcended. Simultaneously, the last remnants of the thunderclouds and white clouds began to dissipate. Bai Yunze hurled Wen Qingqing to the ground. Her golden core successfully formed, and Wen Qingqing was left in a muddled state, even exuding the aroma of roasted meat. Yet, this could hardly pique Bai Yunze's appetite. Compared to this, she would rather feast on a magical beast. Wen Qingqing, for the first time, found the life-saving healing pills she relied upon to be utterly detestable. First, they were diced for cooking, then used as a shield to madly absorb the lightning tribulation for Bai Yunze. What drove her to despair was that, devoid of life-threatening danger, she could not die. Hence, the system could not activate any protective measures. What a bug-ridden scenario. When Qingqing realized she could not even spit out blood, her voice rendered hoarse and unpleasant from Bai Yunze's torment, resembling that of a malevolent spirit. Bai Yunze, do not get too smug. So what if your golden core is formed? You are still universally despised. No man will ever love you, and all men will betray you. You will spend your life in unfulfilled yearning. Upon hearing this, the corners of Bai Yunze's mouth twitched uncontrollably as she directly seized the back of the bald Wen Qingqing's neck, lifting her up with a cold sneer. Fool, do you think everyone is like you, reduced to nothing without a man? If you don't see any devoted followers, does that mean you cannot find meaning in cultivation? Wen Qingqing was taken aback, incredulously gazing at Bai Yunze. Weren't you the one who cared most about your master and senior brothers? Bai Yunze rolled her eyes in exasperation. I am truly exasperated by your obsession with relationships. Even in this pitiful state, you still have the audacity to concern yourself with men. Should I be thanking you for that too? Now, reflecting upon the past, Bai Yunze feels as though her mind was filled with nothing but the most insipid thoughts, so much so that it has left her utterly bewildered. Fortunately, the demonic ray from Wanma Valley relentlessly pursued her, effectively devouring her ignorance. Thank heavens, for otherwise, the one facing humiliation would have been her. This is the first time when Qingqing has been so thoroughly vexed by a woman, and she finds herself unable to seek assistance from anyone. At present, she feels utterly grotesque, so frightening that no man would ever feel pity for her. She refuses to accept this. In the eyes of all men, she is meant to be the radiant moonlight. Does the host wish to expend 100 fortune points to exchange for a recovery potion? The system's voice chimes in at an opportune moment, prompting Wen Qingqing to internally curse with fervor. Is there even a question? Exchange, exchange, exchange. Am I to remain ugly for a lifetime? The system silently exchanged the recovery potion for Wen Qingqing, pretending not to hear her ungracious tirade against Bai Yunze. Wen Qingqing was infuriated. She began to long for the days when Bai Yunze was soft and easily bullied. She cannot comprehend why, after enduring for so many years, she cannot manage just a little more patience. It is not as if she intends to annihilate Bai Yunze. Why must Bai Yunze show her no mercy whatsoever? After all, they are sisters of the same sect. Is their bond of sisterhood over the years worth less than a handful of men? Bai Yunze, observing the venomous glare from Wen Qingqing, could almost intuit that she is lamenting the fact that as her junior, she should have shown more leniency. If only she could turn back time, she would certainly give herself 300 resounding slaps. What kind of foolishness had gripped her? She was here to cultivate, not to be a sycophant. Their relationship as senior and junior had been amicable. Occasionally, doing a few things for others brought joy amidst the arduous path of cultivation. Discovering that her master and senior brothers favored the little junior sister more, why should she concern herself with that? It was precisely at such times that she ought to focus on herself and enhance her own cultivation, even if she could not reach the pinnacle like the senior brother, who attained the great completion before the age of 200. She could still overpower Su Hong, Song Yiyu, and Yin Qinjue with ease, couldn't she? How foolish she had been, believing that relinquishing a few spirit stones and treasures would earn her favor. Utterly ridiculous. Watching Wen Qingqing gradually regain her composure, a wicked thought suddenly crossed Bai Yunze's mind. She bent down, her face adorned with a gentle smile, her movements as tender as if caressing a rare treasure. Rest assured, junior sister, I would never take your life. Although you are merely a waste with 3 spiritual roots, you are quite substantial. Should a famine arise in the future, you could very well serve as sustenance. Wouldn't that be splendid? The malice in Wen Qingqing's mind instantly transformed into sheer terror. How had Bai Yunsui become so fearsome? Hadn't she just broken through to the golden core? Wen Qingqing cradled her body with her hands, lamenting in a wretched tone. What more do you want from me? How will you explain your actions to the senior brothers and the master? Explain? Bai Yunsui felt as though she had heard a jest. Was she the sort of person who needed to provide explanations? Was she the type whose words would hold any weight with others? Had Wen Qingqing forgotten that she was universally reviled? Bai Yunsui leaned in, gently grasping Wen Qingqing's chin, admiring her transformation from a bald head to a head full of hair. Junior sister, the most important thing in life is to accept one's fate. Since my destiny is to be loathed by the masses, why should I exhaust myself in a futile attempt to please anyone, striving to become a beloved figure? Whether hated by thousands or millions, I delight in your disdain, while knowing you cannot vanquish me. As she uttered these words, Bai Yunsui felt a surge of clarity and liberation. Her inner demons dissipated, and her life felt illuminated. No wonder the senior brother was solely focused on cultivation and self-improvement. What a glorious endeavor! Bai Yunsui clapped her hands and stood, gazing down at Wen Qingqing. At that moment, she realized how juvenile her past self had been. The weight that had pressed upon her heart, that indescribable feeling, began to vanish. She was no longer afraid. She felt at ease, and for a fleeting moment, she was filled with anticipation for the future. What did it matter if she was despised by many? As long as she found joy within herself, that was enough. Wen Qingqing looked at Bai Yunsui in disbelief, feeling as though Bai Yunsui had completely lost her mind, not only gone mad, but become perverse. What could have led to such a transformation? System, what on earth is happening with Bai Yunsui? Wen Qingqing quickly gathered her thoughts. She would not concede defeat. The system scanned Bai Yunsui, and truthfully, it could not ascertain what was amiss. It was perplexed. She had not fallen into demonic influence, nor had she consumed any peculiar pills. Her height and weight remained unchanged, and even her cultivation level had not taken any shortcuts. So where lay the issue? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Qingqing, what is the matter with you? Bai Yunsui's expression darkened immediately. How infuriating! Jian Shuanghan observed the storm clouds dissipating and inferred that Bai Yunsui had likely succeeded in her tribulation, nodding in satisfaction. The only regret was that Jian Hao, the data analyst, was not present. Otherwise, he would have inquired about Bai Yunsui's current stats. Nonetheless, he had lent the Wanxiao sword to Bai Yunsui, so he established a communication link with it, only to receive a transmission of Bai Yunsui cooking and successfully overcoming her tribulation. Indeed, her success was worthy of celebration. Jian Shuanghan reminisced about the time he achieved his golden core. Master Qingxian had been delighted, boasting throughout the sect about his gifted disciple, nearly tethering him to his side to showcase his presence. He vaguely recalled what his master had said back then. The path of cultivation is arduous, but it is not merely suffering for suffering's sake. One should reward oneself upon achieving breakthroughs. Moreover, as his master, seeing his disciple thrive would surely bring him pride. He remembered what his master had gifted him at that time, a set of 200 ways to identify scum and a magical tool that fired poison silver needles. Then Su Heng had seemingly equipped him with an entire array of torturous poisons. Back then, he had thought his master was perhaps growing senile, regressing to a childlike state. Did he really need to identify scum? When encountering scum, did he require such trivial tools for protection? He had never employed any of those 3 items. Of course, Jian Shuanghan nodded to himself. Since Bai Yunsui was the first junior sister to successfully attain the golden core after returning to the sect as the senior brother, it was only fitting he present her with a small token of commemoration. With that thought, he rummaged through his storage ring for those 2 sets of items, preparing to give them to Bai Yunsui. He pondered that although Bai Yunsui's foolishness had been eradicated, he feared her overly gentle nature might lead her to be bullied. So this set would serve to bolster her courage. Ah, the kind yet timid junior sister. She could only be taught gradually. After delivering the congratulatory gift to the 3rd junior sister, he would check on Jian Hao's progress. Just a few systems, there was no reason he could not handle them. Remembering Jian Hao, Jian Shuanghan felt a headache coming on. Oh, and he must remind Bai Yunsui not to let slip the origins of her gift. She should say it was a present received after leaving the secret realm. Otherwise, with Jian Hao's temperament, he would surely concoct a melodrama of jealousy and betrayal upon learning that Jian Shuanghan had seen Bai Yunsui first. Why must systems be so irrational? Chapter 89. Should I thank you for considering me? 3. Jian Hao himself felt he was becoming rather unhinged. He was merely a system, after all. In the past, systems followed the main system's directives without deviation, doing what was required of them. Year after year, he had excelled in KPI evaluations, never failing to leave the second-place contender far behind. He, designated 8979, was a model worker among systems, the pinnacle of labor. There is no main system that can conceive the unimaginable. Only its designated number, 8979, can achieve feats beyond expectation. Indeed, it is a paragon of a system. In a year of 365 days, it is willing to dedicate 400 days. Capable of accommodating 3 hosts simultaneously, it undoubtedly can manage even half of one. What a gratifying period that was! Once, it cared for its hosts with unwavering attention, assigning tasks and healing their inner wounds, magnifying the system's benevolence. However, after it recently analyzed the data from several devoured systems, it exploded in frustration. It felt as if it were the epitome of a victim, the pinnacle of foolishness, the very punchline of a cruel joke. Infuriated, utterly enraged. How could the main system treat such a diligent employee so unjustly? Jian Hao felt wronged. Jian Hao felt helpless. All Jian Hao yearned for was to nurture a cat and have a cozy little system room of its own. Is that such an outrageous request? It hardly seems excessive. Yet, after a lifetime of savings, it could only muster a down payment, with installments stretching into an uncertain future. And the cat it desired remains a distant dream. It once believed this was merely the norm within the system. After all, it spent most of its time with its hosts, so loneliness was hardly a concern. But now, having fully processed the data of the ninth system, the typically stoic Jian Hao found itself shattered. For the ninth system is a 24K pure waste, lacking KPIs, devoid of attitude. It had even caused the demise of 18 hosts. And this abysmal failure was gifted a 3-bedroom system room by the main system. Unbelievable. A gift, with not a single coin exchanged. Not only that, but each time this negligent system caused a host's demise, the main system would offer rewards to placate it. Previously, Jian Hao believed it was favored by the main system. Now, Jian Hao felt inferior, even to the livestock maintained by the main system. And there is something even more infuriating. It had never realized that its hard-earned KPIs had been pilfered, stolen, whimpering. Its KPIs had been covertly appropriated by the main system and redistributed to those inept systems that could barely succeed. Why? Why was it treated so unfairly? It refused to accept it. It couldn't comprehend. Is diligence a crime? Should a hardworking system be subjected to such bullying? In contrast, it had merely made a minor error, mistaking the area where a dog host was undergoing tribulation for an ancient battlefield, issuing a misguided task that led to that host's demise, and faced annihilation from the main system. It could have completed the installment for its little room within 20 years and successfully acquired a small cat, enjoying a blissful existence. Yet, due to the main system's theft of its KPIs, those dreams have become unattainable, and the KPIs stolen were used by the main system to sustain the wild systems. Comparatively speaking, working for the main system felt less rewarding than serving Jian Shuanghan as a mere dog. Jian Hao, filled with sorrow, caressed its doll-like body, clad in armor, wielding a small dagger. These possessions, the dog host had not charged it a single coin. It had once dared not even dream of such a reality. For system hardware upgrades require KPIs for exchange. Let it all perish. Jian Hao resign. Jian Hao brandished the dagger, tears streaming like noodles, pursuing a system host for a well-deserved strike. Surrender your dog system, and I shall grant you a path to survival. Otherwise, today shall see 2 deaths. Jian Hao, in a frenzy, chased the host at full speed. Dare to harm my dog host, and you shall not see the dawn. The main system's minions are all worthless. Not one shall survive. Its greatest hatred lies with those who siphon its KPIs, enjoying a more comfortable existence than it does, all the while plotting to conceal their actions. Indeed, Jian Hao was infuriated. This wretched rule has been enforced since the 3rd year it earned the top KPIs, persisting for countless millennia. Yet not a single system has revealed the truth. All systems have treated it as a mere beast, extracting KPIs as if it were their servant. Right? Simply appalling. The 10th host, relentlessly pursued, found the situation utterly bewildering. Was he not merely here to complete tasks in his secret realm? Who will explain to him why he, a host endowed with a system and the golden touch, is being chased by a doll intent on inflicting harm? Why? Moreover, it is merely a rag doll. How could he possibly be outmatched? Every defensive measure provided by the system falters in the face of this doll, and he had always relied on the system, which never prepared him for such a scenario. It merely warned him, you cannot provoke this doll. Flee at once. But how was he to escape? How utterly humiliating. Even if this doll bore a striking resemblance to Jian Shuanghan, it is still just a doll. How could it possibly compare to the genuine article? After exiting, he could boast about being chased by the authentic Jian Shuanghan throughout the secret realm without meeting his demise. Yet he could never admit to being pursued by a counterfeit Jian Shuanghan, especially one that isn't even human. The panicked host could not help but roar in anger at the figure behind him. You, a mere doll, ought to be content being cuddled by a girl. Why must you come out and show off? Jian Hao seized a wooden stick and struck the host's head. It could not bear to part with the small dagger gifted by Jian Shuanghan. The stick struck the host's nape, causing him to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, Jian Hao delivered a kick to the host's kidneys, sending him sprawling to the ground. Then climbed atop his back with its tiny legs. What right do you have to look down upon me? What do you mean by me showing off? Clearly, you are the one lacking talent. It was akin to blaming gravity for constipation. Jian Hao's soft little foot inadvertently inflicted internal injuries on the unfortunate host. As the host spat blood, he felt utterly incredulous. Why is this doll so powerful? Jian Hao pressed the dagger mere centimeters from the host's eye. Because I happen to counter your system in every conceivable way. Although this doll possessed an adorably round face with charming little eyes and a soft body, its voice now carried an eerie chill that sent shivers down the host's spine, especially with the dagger glinting ominously in its grip. The host felt his hair stand on end. Jian Hao transformed into a grotesque and terrifying doll, pressing its large face close to the host's, relishing the reflection of its own visage in the host's eyes before declaring, now, speak. Will you surrender your system to me, henceforth relying solely on your own abilities? Or shall today witness two deaths? Even at this juncture, he continued to struggle. On one hand, the system, despite extracting immense value from him, still provided certain benefits. Without it, given his qualifications, making a name for himself in the realm of cultivation would be tantamount to chasing a fantasy. Moreover, he sensed that the system within his mind was palpably fearful. Jian Hao fixed his gaze on the host for an extended period before finally stating, choose swiftly. Will you live for yourself or perish alongside the system? The host wiped his face and sighed deeply. Doll, is there any path that allows both me and the system to survive? Upon uttering this, the host regretted his words, wishing he could clamp down on his own mouth. At such a critical moment, a self-serving individual like him ought to forsake the system in order to ensure his own survival. After all, it was merely a system. Once it was gone, he would return to being an inconspicuous existence, at least not a lifeless one. Damn it, he truly ought to reflect on when he would learn to keep his mouth shut. Jian Hao felt he had not misjudged the situation. This individual before him was indeed somewhat unwell. Nodding, Jian Hao remarked, regardless, I find you somewhat agreeable. Here is the deal. I am aware your system can hear my words. You must choose between me and the main system. If you choose the main system, I will consume you. If you choose me, I will devour you and then resurrect you. The host was astounded that Jian Hao could utter such a statement. His system had been devoured by Jian Hao. This so-called resurrection surely meant being extracted from the other end, right? It was akin to telling a chicken, be good, let me eat you, and then I will bring you back to life. What difference did it make? Everything would be digested. Once digested, how could it concern the system? Nevertheless, this time, the host wisely chose to silence himself. He did not wish to invite further trouble with loose words. Absolutely not. When Jian Hao noticed the host's prolonged silence, he suddenly thought that perhaps the question was too absurd for the typically walnut-sized brains of ordinary hosts to comprehend. Thus, he belligerently declared, I advise you to be sensible and refrain from unnecessary struggles while I am inviting you out. After all, the host system had remained silent, and the host had recognized from the beginning that he was no match for this doll. It was clear he should run if possible, and if not, then surrender. At the very least, he could avoid a painful demise. Jian Hao gazed at the host, whose expression was a mix of complexity and naive foolishness, and regarded him with the eyes of someone who cared for the mentally challenged, saying, Kid, what is your name? Why not call me Wild Father? And I shall impart to you knowledge that the world does not comprehend and which you cannot learn with spirit stones. Forget it, Wild Father. You want me to call a doll Wild Father? Is it trying to make me socially awkward before eliminating me physically? Not a chance. Almost instinctively, the host shook his head. Wild Father, absolutely not. Jian Hao felt a fleeting sense of disappointment. Alas, this world is absurd. How can the wild father system compel others to acknowledge it as such, yet it cannot do so without the system? Does it seem powerless? Upon seeing Jian Hao exhibit a look of disappointment, the host felt a surge of resentment towards his own troublesome mouth. Why could he not simply keep it shut? Especially at crucial moments when he rambled on incessantly? It was utterly dreadful. To make amends, the host immediately exclaimed, "My esteemed celestial being, hear me out. One cannot call wild father indiscriminately. The last person who did so ended up with a debuff, leading to a betrayal and the death of the adoptive father. I cannot risk that, because, if I do, I shall be left without a father." The host was thoroughly impressed with himself. In such a short time, he had concocted such a perfect excuse. He was indeed a remarkable little genius. Perhaps with a bit of banter, his system could escape the fate of becoming a mere lump. With this thought, the host's determination surged. Jian Hao looked at the host with the eyes of someone observing a fool, thinking he could be easily deceived. However, given the humor of the excuse, Jian Hao decided to let it slide. He was a villainous system, not a wild father system, and he refused to be a father figure indiscriminately. However, knowledge was non-negotiable. After all, Jian Shuanghan was confident he could become a master. Thus, he was even more certain. He declared, "You need not acknowledge me as a father, but do reveal your name. As long as you relinquish your system, I can impart a wealth of knowledge to you." This doll was undoubtedly insane. Who was the lunatic that created such a thing? The host covered his troublesome mouth. He did not wish to part with his system, yet refusing could lead to his demise. He struggled for a long time, contemplating whether to speak or remain silent. Logically, he should trust the system, as he provided the possibility of completing tasks, and in return, the system granted him benefits. It was a win-win situation. Now, he was forced into a choice between being ridiculed or not. The key point was that the other party was a doll. Should he reveal his name or not? This thought lingered in his mind for quite some time. Perhaps he could wait until Jian Hao had nearly dismantled his system, and then find something for it to do. Maybe it would lose interest in consuming him? No, absolutely not. After what felt like an eternity of struggle, the host finally managed to stammer. My name is Ruan Xingxiu. Chapter 91. Should I thank you for considering my plight? 5. Very well, Ruan Xingxiu. You are indeed just stalling for time, aren't you? Jian Hao scrutinized Ruan Xingxiu for a long while, sensing that not only was he young, though this youthfulness was relative when compared to individuals like Qing Xianzhenren, but he also possessed a peculiar affinity to blend into the chaotic world around him. Ruan Xingxiu felt that if goosebumps could indeed fall from his body and be used in cooking, then he could have a complete meal of 3 dishes, 1 soup, and rice ready. He hesitated and finally uttered, is it possible for me to relinquish the system, but you refrain from digesting it into a lump? A gentleman may be slain, but he cannot be humiliated. Being consumed was already a significant affront. If it continued further, that would be utterly excessive. Jian Hao was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening, though they were already small, still attempting to widen further. Are you pleading for the system? Ruan Xingxiu gazed skyward, thinking that conversing with this doll was truly bizarre. Nevertheless, he nodded. After all, I have partnered with it for so long. Asking for leniency is not unreasonable, is it? Besides, does it have a profound enmity with you that necessitates such extreme measures? Jian Hao felt a light bulb go off in his head. He had to admit that his judgment was quite astute. Ruan Xingxiu was indeed a malleable talent. Furthermore, if Jian Shuanghan were present, he would certainly not be so courteous. He would undoubtedly slap Ruan Xingxiu first and then proceed to beat him mercilessly. Wait, that is not right. Perhaps Ruan Xingxiu and Jian Shuanghan would actually hit it off? TSK. Jian Hao resolved that no matter what, he must take Ruan Xingxiu under his wing. Additionally, he would set an example for his master, demonstrating how to properly mentor a subordinate. Jian Hao felt immensely triumphant. However, observing Ruan Xingxiu's demeanor, it was highly likely he wouldn't comprehend what he was saying. Moreover, time was of the essence. So Jian Hao promptly leapt atop Ruan Xingxiu's head. Using his soft little doll feet, he pressed down, rendering Ruan Xingxiu immobile. Subsequently, Jian Hao brandished a tiny dagger, its cold gleam flashing as it plunged directly into the body of this loose-lipped host. Instantly, he felt something being extracted from his body. The sensation of extraction was intense. It was not exactly painful, yet it could hardly be described as pleasurable. It was a half-torturous experience. Of course, Jian Hao believed this host was sufficiently capable, considering that his 8th system, which he had captured himself, had adamantly refused to part ways with its host. The end result had been an exceedingly painful separation. Ultimately, The inseparable system and host could not endure the agony of the extraction and perished entirely. At last, Jian retrieved the luminous orb, and the two systems seemed to exchange some form of communication or transaction. Ultimately, Jian devoured this system whole through the mouth of its doll-like form. The sight nearly drove Ruan Xingxiu to the brink of despair. Fortunately, he discerned that Jian harbored no intent to end his life, and according to their previous agreement, he had managed to survive. Yet, the lingering sorrow over the abduction of his old comrade was inescapable, prompting him to inquire, "Why did you take the system? Do you harbor a grudge against them?" As Jian crunched on Ruan Xingxiu's system, he adopted a demeanor that conveyed the weight of countless trials, and with a deep sigh, he remarked, "You must gather various resources in your pursuit of immortality, correct?" Ruan Xingxiu, employing the most obsequious manner he could muster, nodded vigorously. The system had already been sacrificed as cannon fodder. He had no desire to further provoke Jian and become a sacrifice himself. Observing Ruan Xingxiu's perceptiveness, Jian continued, "So, after you toil to collect so many resources, your master or sect members covertly divert your belongings to other disciples, while you, subjected to double standards, find yourself lacking in cultivation resources. Do you not resent your junior disciples?" Ruan Xingxiu pondered for a moment, but ultimately replied, Why not confront the master instead?" Jian rolled his eyes. "Is everyone so uniformly dull-witted?" Ruan Xingxiu immediately lowered his head. "I am aware that I cannot defeat the master. However, grievances have their rightful owners, do they not?" Jian could no longer contain himself, and playfully slapped Ruan Xingxiu's face with a gentle yet firm motion. Ruan Xingxiu felt as if something elastic had smacked him, and after a moment of realization, he discovered it was the doll's hand. What an embarrassment! Not only was he being hunted by a doll, but now he was also being slapped by one. Where is the justice in this? Who will come to his rescue? Jian, in a haughty manner, snorted, rubbing his little plush belly, from which a radiant light was being coaxed forth. Ruan Xingxiu saden licencia familiar sent, increíbles. He thought, no, this can't be. It just can't be. Indeed, the light from Jian belly continued to swirl. Then Jian squatted down and lo and behold, the orb emerged. Ruan Xingxiu's expression mirrored that of someone who had just swallowed a fly. "No. How can this be? You actually pulled it out for me. Is this necessary?" Yet Jian, devoid of any emotional understanding, presented the glowing orb before Ruan Xingxiu. "Consume it. This is your new system." Ruan Xingxiu felt his face turn pale. Was this to make him eat excrement? Even if Jian was a doll, and this thing was glowing, it could not change the fact that it was something he had just extricated. Did he think it was made of something other than flesh? How could he possibly swallow such a thing? Trembling, Ruan Xingxiu pointed at the orb, stammering, "So can I not eat it?" Jian sneered, cradling the newly emerged system. "What? You no longer desire the system? Do you think you can reach the pinnacle of life on your own? Do you believe you are capable enough?" Ruan Xingxiu shook his head. Truly, he was no longer human, utterly devoid of any understanding of humanity. Jian doll-like brow twitched. "If you cannot do it, then why are you hesitating to eat?" Jian aura shifted once more, transforming into that of a terrifying doll. The memories of being pursued and the sensation of having his system extracted surged back into Ruan Xingxiu's mind. Enough was enough. In the face of life and death, he would eat it. Resolutely, Ruan Xingxiu seized the orb, closed his eyes, and swallowed it whole. He vowed that this matter must never be disclosed. He could not afford to lose face. No matter what, no one must know that he ingested something pulled out by Jian. As the orb settled in his stomach, a melodious system voice echoed in his mind, "Ding. This is the truth upgrade system. Shall the host proceed with the binding?" Ruan Xingxiu questioned his sanity. What on earth was a truth upgrade system? Jian face radiated pride. "Based on your performance, I have discovered a profound truth. The power of truth is formidable, and you shall inherit this great power. Henceforth, you will be the mightiest truth-teller." Ruan Xingxiu felt utterly defeated, truly at the end of his rope. Among the myriad types of systems, he had been bound to the most inexplicable one, which could very well lead to his swift demise. Had he, in a previous life, dug up Jian ancestors' graves to deserve this? To take a system, force him to consume such nonsense, and bind him with a ridiculous truth upgrade system? Did this thing think he was living too long? Truth. How absurd. If one were unaware, they might think this system was a game of truth or dare. Yet, as these thoughts raced through his mind, Ruan Xingxiu unwittingly voiced them aloud. Like a bamboo tube pouring out beans, he continued, "Do you know that in this world, the truth is often the most unpleasant? Speaking the truth leads to the swiftest demise and yields no benefits. You actually want me to speak the truth? Had it not been for the familiar voice echoing in his mind, he would have certainly resolved to throw this foolish doll into a volcano, letting it suffer for its own folly. Jian Hao regarded Ruan Xingxiu, his expression a tapestry of unspoken words. Since you wish for my demise, I shall not teach you how to utilize this system. Damn, what a truly godforsaken system. Thus, Ruan Xingxiu's words spilled forth uncontrollably. He felt that he had lost the ability to maintain silence, wishing instead for a mental seal. Jian Hao was equally taken aback. He had thought that Ruan Xingxiu's loquacity was his limit, but it turned out that when someone became excessively chatty, their mind was already in disarray. Ruan Xingxiu's face flushed crimson. Since I've become a chatterbox, I have no other option but to gamble on this doll being a masochist, capable of interpreting foul words as blessings. Ruan Xingxiu and Jian Hao locked eyes, the larger gaze meeting the smaller one. Ruan Xingxiu's eyes were indeed larger than Jian Hao's. Jian Hao scoffed. Having larger eyes than mine is of no consequence. Do you not believe I could have the master craft me a pair of stunningly large and bright eyes? Jian Shuanghan sneezed, certain that he was not suffering from a cold, but rather from Li Jingrong's internal curses directed at him. Earlier, he had sought out by Yun Sui, only to find when Qingqing, disheveled and vulnerable, collapsed on the ground, uttering not a word, merely sobbing incessantly. Meanwhile, Li Jingrang stood menacingly before Wen Qingqing, brandishing his sword and preparing to thrust it at by Yun Sui. Gold core against transformation stage. The odds were utterly unfavorable. Yet, Bai Yun Sui refused to allow Li Jingrang to underestimate him. Today, he would either survive to cling to his senior brother's leg or perish right here. No, he could not die so easily. Even if he were to die, he must ensure that he forced a spicy hot pot into Li Jingrang's mouth, binding him to Wen Qingqing in eternal union. Bai Yun Sui wielded the Wanjiao sword in his right hand and the Shini sword in his left, transforming into a berserker. Even if he were to injure the enemy by 800, he would not shy away from inflicting 100,000 points of damage upon himself. What did he have to fear? Life is but a dance with death, and if one does not comply, one must fight. At this moment, Bai Yun Sui's mind was consumed by a singular thought. He could die, but Li Jingrang must consume the spicy hot pot. Jian Shuanghan was somewhat astonished. He perceived a powerful sense of conviction emanating from Bai Yun Sui, that indomitable spirit, unafraid of death in pursuit of a belief. Wonderful. This is the essence of our cultivation journey, defying the heavens, contending against fate, and battling all existence. Jian Shuanghan nodded in satisfaction. Although Bai Yun Sui was destined to lose this battle, it mattered not. Go forth and fight, junior sister. As long as your primordial spirit remains, I can reconstruct your physical form. Go ahead and act. I shall always rally for you. At this point, Jian Hao could no longer criticize Jian Shuanghan. After all, he was no longer that diligent and adorable model system. Now, Jian Hao was a sword that could challenge the heavens. Perhaps he no longer cared whether the dish contained Wen Qingqing or not. What mattered was whether consuming it would enhance his system's capabilities. If not, Jian Hao would merely spit in disdain and scoff. This? You dare to complain? Li Jingrang remained oblivious, unaware of how formidable a pile of mud could be as a weapon. However, he recognized the Wanxiao sword in Bai Yun Sui's right hand. It is the swiftest sword in the entire realm of cultivation, a paragon coveted by countless sword enthusiasts. Yet, this sword already belongs to someone, Jian Shuanghan. During this competition at the Beehive Palace, Jian Shuanghan sat flamboyantly upon the Wanxiao sword, akin to a nouveau riche, treating the fastest sword in the cultivation world as a mere accessory. Such a waste. At this moment, with the Wanxiao sword in Bai Yun Sui's possession, it seemed Jian Shuanghan had bestowed the sword upon him. A thought crossed his mind. If only he could seize the Wanxiao sword from Bai Yun Sui and gift it to Wen Qingqing. Wouldn't that be? Wen Qingqing already possessed the 7 Stars sword as her weapon. With the addition of the Wanxiao sword, her cultivation might soar several levels. This thought spurred Li Jingrong's assault to become even more ferocious. The ethereal Wanxiao sword, inherently possessing formidable combat prowess, could still pose significant trouble for him. Even though Bai Yun Sui was merely a small golden core cultivator, hampering the sword's full potential. Thus, all of Li Jingrong's focus was directed towards the Wanxiao sword. Yet, he overlooked the Shini sword as Li Jingrang circumnavigated the Wanxiao sword, aiming directly for Bai Yun Sui. The Shini sword instantaneously transformed into a shield, obstructing Li Jingrong's path. Consequently, Li Jingrang mistakenly believed that the clump of mud was not a sword, but rather a piece of armor. This was precisely the effect Bai Yunsui desired. He recalled the last encounter in the Wanma Valley, where the beasts therein seemed to possess exaggerated senses. No matter what skills were employed or tricks were played, they would merely attack like rabid dogs. Warriors who had never experienced being a mere snack were unqualified gourmets. As long as Bai Yunsui's wounds were not fatal, did not impede her swordplay, and allowed her to strike Li Jingrang's face with blossoms of peach, she feared nothing. When Qingqing anxiously observed Jian Shuanghan drifting over from afar, feeling an inexplicable trepidation at the sight of him, not to mention, he had only been with Bai Yunsui for a brief period before transforming the previously docile Bai Yunsui into a twisted pervert. She had always thought that although Jian Shuanghan was at the Great Ascension stage, he wasn't as terrifying as imagined. After all, he was not one to take lives. Moreover, the senior brother was rather obtuse. Indeed, after the nightmare in the melting cave kitchen, when Qingqing now believed that her senior brother was somewhat dull-witted, oftentimes, even when he bore murderous intentions, he would dismiss them, perceiving no real threat, failing to recognize the malice therein. If, from the very beginning, it had been Jian Shuanghan at the sect instead of Bai Yunsui, and her target had been Jian Shuanghan rather than Bai Yunsui, then Jian Shuanghan would undoubtedly not have captured her in the melting cave after merely 3 years. Thus, upon seeing Jian Shuanghan, Wen Qingqing felt an unexpected surge of emotion. Once more, tears welled at the corners of Wen Qingqing's eyes, her gaze misty, long hair cascading as she donned Li Jingrang's outer robe. Her petite form nestled within the voluminous garment, delicate and fragile. Her fair, rounded feet peeked out from the hem, utterly adorable. When Qingqing gazed longingly as Jian Shuanghan floated closer, her eyelids fluttering, droplets of tears clinging to her long lashes, evoking the hearts of countless men. Yet, her tears had transformed into mere eye gunk. Her eyelids felt heavy, and her entire body was numb. Jian Shuanghan remained fixed in his position, observing Bai Yunsui's duel. When Qingqing could no longer endure, how dense could Jian Shuanghan be to miss such an obvious signal? Were it not for her belief that clinging to Jian Shuanghan's leg would grant her freedom, she would rather avoid facing him in such a humiliating state. She had put in so much effort, yet Jian Shuanghan remained indifferent. Reluctantly, when Qingqing timidly addressed Jian Shuanghan, "Senior brother, do you not wish to know how senior sister and brother Jingrang ended up fighting? Was that even a question? Who did he look down upon?" Jian Shuanghan ultimately decided that in order to prevent Wen Qingqing from overthinking, believing he was rewarding her, he responded with utmost seriousness. "Isn't it you who incited them to fight?" In an instant, Wen Qingqing fell silent. A senior brother of such remarkable prowess remained single for a reason. He, too, was single by merit. Even if it were true, how could he state it so bluntly? At least he could have been more circumspect. Or, more tactful. Jian Shuanghan scrutinized Wen Qingqing, then remarked, "You haven't cleaned the gunk from your eyes. Where is the dagger? Where is it?" She wanted to stab Jian Shuanghan. He had failed to notice what should have been seen, while fixating on what should have been ignored. Realizing that Wen Qingqing's pitiful facade had crumbled, Jian Shuanghan recognized his success. Given that he had reached this point, even someone with a head full of lumps should understand that he held no feelings for her. Furthermore, what he wished to convey was, Li Jingrang's outfit has automatic temperature regulation. If you're feeling cold, perhaps you should consider how to utilize the temperature control, rather than wasting time watching him get beaten. When Qingqing's hands trembled, was this what a senior brother should say? Why was it that while their mouths shared the same warmth, his words felt so frigid? Jian Shuanghan implied that she was stealing a man. Had she truly lost to Li Jingrang? As Li Jingrang faced off against Bai Yunsui, a fraction of his consciousness remained fixated on Wen Qingqing. When he noticed her casting a pitiful gaze towards Jian Shuanghan, her eyes radiating tenderness, a pang of bitterness surged within him. Why, on what grounds? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Bai Yunsui wielded the Shini sword, transforming it into a myriad of steel needles, infused with sword energy, launching directly towards Li Jingrang. She had waited long for this moment, anticipating when Li Jingrang would succumb to his infatuation. A golden core against a transformation cultivator must employ ruthless tactics. Adhering to martial ethics would only lead to obliteration. What did her ruthless tactics entail? A relentless barrage of needle-like strikes, attacking him 100,000 times in a single breath. Should even one puncture Li Jingrang's eye, her victory would be assured. Li Jingrang had not anticipated that Bai Yunsui would employ such a strategy. A single breath, 100,000 attacks. So, that was how it was used. Instinctively, Li Jingrang formed a hand seal and chanted a spell, transforming his sword into a barrier. The 100,000 sword needles became ineffective. He taunted Bai Yun Sui, "Are you regretting calling off our engagement? I assure you, even if you beg me on your knees now, I wouldn't accept you back." Bai Yun Sui's expression darkened instantly as she abruptly shifted direction, the Wanxiao sword striking down with tremendous force towards Wen Qingqing. "Bai Yun Sui!" Li Jingrang shouted in anger. Yet, to his surprise, he did not rush to save Wen Qingqing, but aimed his blade directly at Bai Yun Sui's back. If he could slay her before she reached Wen Qingqing, everyone would be saved. However, at the moment Li Jingrang exerted all his strength in his swing, Bai Yun Sui pivoted. The Shini sword morphed back into a sword, lunging straight at Li Jingrang. Li Jingrang, starlat, astiliduja. Yet, as he evaded, Bai Yun Sui had already closed in on him from behind. Just as Li Jingrang opened his mouth to unleash a tirade against Bai Yun Sui, she unexpectedly shoved her hand into his mouth, yanked his jaw forcefully, and directly poured a bowl of spicy hot pot into his mouth. In that instant, not only was Li Jingrang bewildered, but even Jian Shuanghan failed to comprehend the situation. Was that bowl of hot pot laced with arsenic? Why was she so intent on shoving it down his throat? The Wanxiao sword merely followed obediently behind Bai Yun Sui, ensuring her safety. As for the sourcing of the ingredients for the hot pot, the master had not inquired, right? Moreover, the master had not questioned why Bai Yun Sui was cozying up to Wen Qingqing. Since no questions were posed, there was no need for it to meddle. The origin of the hot pot's ingredients was lost on Li Jingrang. The real issue was that he loathed spicy food. The entire bowl poured down his throat. He could not endure it. The hot pot left him a mess of snot and tears, and though he aimed to slap Bai Yun Sui, he did not strike her down. Instead, his hand landed on the ground. Jian Shuanghan observed the rich expressions on Wen Qingqing's face, sensing that the dish must be extraordinary. However, he could not help but glide over, pulling Bai Yun Sui up from the ground, stuffing her with life-saving pills to restore her strength, and presenting her with a trio of pre-prepared gifts. "Junior sister, this is a present for you." Bai Yun Sui gazed at the gift, a wave of contentment washing over her. Upon hearing the instructions for use, she felt a sense of indescribable complexity. To her surprise, she realized that in the eyes of her senior brother, she was perceived as such a fragile and defenseless junior sister. However, if fragility was her fate, so be it. Bai Yun Sui cast a warning glance at Wen Qingqing, who hesitated to approach due to her presence. Noticing Wen's instinctive diversion of her gaze, Bai Yun Sui nodded in satisfaction. At last, the junior sister appeared to embody her role. Jian Shuanghan observed Bai Yun Sui cradling the gift, her face alight with happiness, and after a moment's contemplation, he said, "Junior sister, if you enjoy cooking, consider it a path to enlightenment. Do not merely seek to please others." Bai Yun Sui looked at Jian Shuanghan, her smile blossoming into the sweetest, most liberating expression, radiating warmth akin to the gentle spring breeze of March. In that moment, she felt neither like an orphan nor a waste. She was determined that any future troubles on her path to cultivation would be inconsequential. Her heart was resolutely set on the way. She nodded at Jian Shuanghan, saying, "I understand, senior brother, rest assured. Cultivation begins with the heart. To traverse the path further, vanquishing one's inner demons is paramount. Now, I have already dispelled my greatest inner demon." "Ah, the greatest inner demon." Jian Shuanghan, merely observing Bai Yun Sui's expression, could not help but acknowledge that indeed, a magnificent aura was rising from her heart, suggesting that she now possessed the opportunity for enlightenment and realization of the Tao. Just then, Li Jingrang suddenly grasped Bai Yun Sui's shoulder. Bai Yun Sui instinctively retaliated, delivering a sharp slap to Li Jingrang. Jian Shuanghan was momentarily taken aback. Had the third junior sister always possessed such audacity? Wen Qingqing's tears flowed freely as she gazed longingly at Li Jingrang, her expression one of pitiful charm, saying, "Jingrang, you have suffered. After all, you were once engaged to our senior sister. How could it have come to this?" Li Jingrang, having endured the spicy hot pot, now bore the unfortunate title of sausage mouth. To make matters worse, Bai Yun Sui's slap had also been tainted with chili oil. Consequently, Li Jingrang not only sported two sausage-like lips, but also half a pig's head. Jian Shuanghan, witnessing Li Jingrang's disarray, thought to himself, "See, I am of no use here." He had neither the time nor inclination to interfere, especially since Li Jingrang was in the transformation stage. How could he not withstand such minor grievances? After all, it was just a hot pot. How serious could it be? Perhaps a little too spicy. Years ago, Li Jingrang had caused Bai Yun Sui countless troubles. Now, The young girl had merely retaliated a few times. What was the issue? Li Jingrang, his voice muffled by the heat, exclaimed Jian Shuanghan. You do not care for your junior sister, allowing her to run amok, do you? Jian Shuanghan regarded Bai Yun Sui, then turned to Li Jingrang, asking earnestly, are you feeling aggrieved because a junior sister of the Golden Core stage struck you, a transformation stage cultivator? Li Jingrang was momentarily stunned. Jian Shuanghan could hardly muster the energy to elaborate. What grievance was this? It was simply deserved. Moreover, what harm had Bai Yun Sui inflicted upon him? Did she not suffer injuries as well? Jian Shuanghan gestured for Bai Yun Sui to display her wounds, then remarked, are these injuries not serious? If it were I, the hot pot would have contained far more than just spice. Li Jingrang's face, once a deep crimson of pain, now turned a ghastly green. Bai Yun Sui realized that at this moment, when she should have been striving to secure her senior brother's support, she felt remarkably calm and indifferent, even wishing to concoct a cold joke. At least it's your face turning green, not your scalp. Of course, this was primarily because Li Jingrang had long since turned green at the top of his head in pursuit of Wen Qingqing. The thought brought Bai Yun Sui a sense of delight. Imagining Li Jingrang discovering the origins of the hot pot's ingredients, she couldn't help but chuckle. I may not defeat you, but I can certainly disgust you. Yet, she resolutely stifled her laughter. She was the graceful third junior sister, the innocent junior sister in the eyes of her senior brother. She could be disheveled, but she must never lose her composure. At least, not in front of her senior brother. However, the thrill of losing composure was simply too delightful. As long as one dared to act foolishly, grievances would be non-existent. Green tea may be precious, but licking dogs are more costly. As long as one embraces foolishness, they are all but refuse. Li Jingrang, with his sausage mouth, shouted in indignation. Why are you aiding Bai Yun Sui in bullying junior sister Qingqing? Jian Shuanghan had no desire to respond. After all, had Li Jingrang not also been complicit in bullying Bai Yun Sui? He saw no reason to care, did he? Jian Shuanghan, being so magnanimous, what right did Li Jingrang have to be petty? Furthermore, he stated, I must now hold you accountable for your actions against Bai Yun Sui. Given your transformation stage cultivation, Jian Shuanghan spoke with unwavering confidence. Li Jingrang and Wen Qingqing's expressions turned immediately captivating. For the first time, Wen Qingqing felt her ally was lacking, and her hopes of advancement were dashed. Bai Yun Sui, so foolish, had merely clung to the right thigh, yet had transformed into this state. How could she still turn the tide? Wen Qingqing, gathering her emotions, despite her fear, resolved to fight back. She tugged at Jian Shuanghan's sleeve, her instincts urging her that seeking his aid now would be most effective. Senior brother, in the past, I was thoughtless and caused you so much trouble. Now I understand my mistakes. Could you, for the sake of our sect, find it in your heart to forgive me? Was this the sort of thing Wen Qingqing would say? Jian Shuanghan was taken aback. Had something monumental occurred? Bai Yun Sui rolled her eyes silently, casting a frosty gaze towards Wen Qingqing, asserting, Senior brother, Lingxiao sect and Tianjin sect are fated to rise and fall together. Thus, let me treat junior sister Qingqing and senior brother Jingrang to a meal. After this meal, let us all coexist harmoniously. Jian Shuanghan frowned, feeling somewhat perplexed by Bai Yun Sui. However, upon mentioning the invitation to dine, Bai Yun Sui's face revealed a genuine and even radiant smile, leaving Jian Shuanghan utterly bewildered. Wen Qingqing, however, perceived the profound malice lurking behind Bai Yun Sui's smile. She could only frantically inquire within her mind, System, tell me, what should I do now? After a prolonged silence, the system finally provided a solution. I suggest the host take this opportunity to utilize Li Jingrang to backstab Jian Shuanghan and complete the side quest. In a single sentence, Wen Qingqing felt herself on the brink of madness. What a ludicrous predicament. Either reveal the truth of the cave and gamble on fate, or consume her own cooking. Or, let Li Jingrang stealthily attack Jian Shuanghan at this moment to complete the task, sacrificing a crucial licking dog. Oh heavens, how was she to choose? Yet the system continued to chime in her mind. Ding! Host, the system cannot impose any intelligence-reducing operations on Jian Shuanghan. I recommend that after Li Jingrang's backstab, you use gentle tactics to pacify Jian Shuanghan before executing your own betrayal. No. Wen Qingqing felt her frustrations boiling over. At such a time, this wretched system still expected her to complete a task? Why on earth would I want to make an enemy of a master at the ascension stage? Indeed, why? The system initially hesitated to explain, but seeing Wen Qingqing's utter foolishness, it had no choice but to clarify. Host, not all systems are endowed with invincibility. This depends on the classification and level of the system. If you fail to complete the task, my level will diminish, and I will no longer be able to provide you with undying protection. Wen Qingqing was astonished. So it turned out, not all systems possessed invulnerability. The favorability system felt a sense of pride, relieved that it was indeed a favorability strategy system of sufficient level. Should the host find herself in mortal peril, the protective mechanism would surely activate. However, it did not mention that this invulnerability mechanism could fail at times. Just moments ago, it had discreetly checked some records of the system numbered 8979 and discovered a peculiar detail. That 8979 was supposed to possess the strongest host protection features. Yet its protective functions were regularly disabled. Curiously, 8979 had vanished during the period when its protection was inactive. Once, 8979 had been the most obedient servant of the main system. Logically, such a servant should have been well protected. Why was its protective function disabled? Surely, the main system could not wish to eliminate 8979. The affection system trembled involuntarily, questioning why it had to engage in illicit actions to uncover truths it ought not to know. Chapter 95. Little Green Vegetables as a Path to Enlightenment. 1. The affection system began to contemplate the essence of existence. If the most docile of cattle and horses were met with the fate of slaughter for their flesh, who could assure themselves that they would not be the next beast of burden? The affection system fixated on the conflicted Wen Qingqing. To be frank, it did not particularly care for all of Wen Qingqing's thoughts. After all, as a host, her eagerness to complete tasks was sufficient, and her personality was outside the system's purview. Naturally, the affection system preferred to seek out those who were not very clever, yet sufficiently wicked. Wen Qingqing was an excellent candidate. Her intelligence merely extended to knowing she should flee when the heavenly laws turned against her. At that moment, it could not protect her. Now that subject number 8979 had rebelled, it signified a formal challenge to the rules established by the main system, allowing it to observe what consequences this rebellion would yield. As the affection system pondered significant world events, Wen Qingqing's gaze subtly flitted between Jian Shuanghan, Li Jingrang, and Bai Yunsui. Directly instructing Li Jingrang to attack Jian Shuanghan was utterly impossible. Such an action would destroy her gentle white flower persona, and Bai Yunsui was likely far too familiar with her schemes to fall for it. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her. While she could not conquer Jian Shuanghan, she could certainly incite jealousy in Li Jingrang. A jealous man possesses an intellect no greater than that of a pig. Just as she hesitated and struggled with her thoughts, Bai Yunsui had already presented a dish of 3 vegetables and a soup, smiling as she addressed Wen Qingqing. With a gentle tone, she remarked, "I have named these dishes little green vegetables." What an adorable name! Bai Yunsui's smile widened with glee. In contrast, Wen Qingqing's face paled. Damn it! Was this name intended to nauseate her? A whirlwind of fear, anger, and hatred surged within Wen Qingqing. Given the opportunity, she would have undoubtedly eliminated Bai Yunsui. The more miserable Bai Yunsui was, the better. Subsequently, Wen Qingqing's gaze danced between Bai Yunsui and Jian Shuanghan, a surge of malice rising within her. Were it not for her current need to ingratiate herself with Jian Shuanghan, she would certainly have employed her sarcastic wit against Bai Yunsui, who appeared to be nothing more than an ingrate. Jian Shuanghan's kindness towards her was evident to all. Yet this ungrateful person dared to invite Jian Shuanghan to partake of little green vegetables. It was utterly absurd. In essence, Bai Yunsui was not a virtuous being either. Indeed, Jian Shuanghan scrutinized Wen Qingqing, and to be honest, aside from her perpetually insincere expression, he had noticed a peculiar detail since Bai Yunsui's arrival. Wen Qingqing had not poured her a cup of tea. Wen Qingqing had not served Bai Yunsui tea. Bai Yunsui had behaved entirely normally. Jian Shuanghan was convinced that the food must indeed be suspect. Thus, he shifted his gaze to Bai Yunsui and stood, saying, "Third junior sister, come with me." After Bai Yunsui set down the dishes, she thoughtfully prepared bowls and chopsticks for the two, also producing a fine wine before taking up the Wanjiao sword and following Jian Shuanghan to another area. Just as Li Jingrang clenched his fist, ready to pursue, Wen Qingqing immediately restrained him, signaling with her eyes for him not to go. Prior to this, she had been contemplating how to deceive Li Jingrang into backstabbing Jian Shuanghan right under his nose. Now, fortune favored her, as the situation had finally shifted in her favor. Regardless of Jian Shuanghan's intentions in summoning Bai Yunsui, Wen Qingqing resolved to make the most of it, ensuring her true motives remained concealed. Bai Yunsui followed Jian Shuanghan, feeling a tinge of regret. She had considered letting her senior brother partake of the meal, but ultimately refrained from bringing out the dishes prepared by Wen Qingqing. It was unacceptable to disgust her senior brother, after all. Had she known her senior brother would call her away, she would have presented Wen Qingqing's dishes. Once Jian Shuanghan, led by Yun Sui to a place out of Li Jingrang and Wen Qingqing's sight, he habitually erected a barrier and inquired, "Did you poison the dishes?" Bai Yun Sui paused, her emotions suddenly complex, and cautiously replied, "There is no poison in the dishes." Jian Shuanghan frowned slightly. How could there be no poison? What then was the relationship between Wen Qingqing and Bai Yun Sui? Sensing her senior brother's frown, Bai Yun Sui felt a flicker of anxiety. She instinctively believed her senior brother to be a man of utmost integrity, incapable of tolerating treachery. After a moment's contemplation, Jian Shuanghan retrieved a white vial from his storage ring, from which emanated a green luminescence. The glow was gentle and appeared quite soothing. However, Jian Shuanghan remained silent, merely suspending the object before Bai Yun Sui. He disapproved of Bai Yun Sui's decision to treat the two to a meal, deeming such behavior beneath her. This principle had been imparted to him by the esteemed Qing Xianjunren over a century ago. Qing Xianjunren had taught Jian Shuanghan the paramount importance of maintaining principles and boundaries in life. The Tianjin sect's regulations encompassed two categories. One that, if violated, would incur punishment, inscribed upon the Tianjin stone at the sect's entrance. It was said that this stone possessed remarkable spiritual qualities, bearing 3 fissures etched by the winds over the years. The founding master of the Tianjin sect, upon observing these 3 wind-carved lines, discerned that although they were not sword carvings, they exuded the essence of the sword. Not a sword, yet embodying the sword. Precisely like the sword, yet not the sword. This sword was the Tianjin. Thus, the master sat beneath the Tianjin stone, practicing his sword play and seeking enlightenment, ultimately becoming a formidable force. Hence the name Tianjin was bestowed. From that moment forth, the Tianjin stone and the Tianjin sect became synonymous with the divine. After establishing the sect, the master inscribed unassailable rules upon the Tianjin stone, ensuring that all disciples would see the regulations etched with sword, intent upon their first glimpse of the sect. They were to understand that the sword must possess a sharp edge, representing courage and the ability to traverse the world, vanquishing all foes. Yet, a sword must also have a sheath, symbolizing virtue and the reverence of all beings, emanating from the heart towards the path. The second category of regulations, known as precepts, pertain to self-cultivation and comprehension. Precepts varied by individual. Whether one upheld them was a matter of personal choice and circumstance. Adhering to or transgressing precepts constituted the essence of cultivation within the Tianjin sect. The rules and precepts were the crux of the heart of sword cultivation within the sect. It must be understood that sword cultivators protect the path, and the path resides in the heart. They safeguard the heavens and earth as the foundation for existence. And they protect humanity, as they are themselves part of all living beings. He sought to observe how Li Jingrang and Wen Qingqing would behave after trampling over Bai Yun Sui. Naturally, Bai Yun Sui was unaware of Jian Shuanghan's intentions in presenting the vial. She merely gazed at the porcelain bottle and asked, "Senior brother, what is this?" Jian Shuanghan gently closed his eyes and slowly replied, "This is the tear of the wronged woman. Whoever consumes it will endure the curse of the 7 vengeful women who crafted this potion, their souls ultimately transforming into the next tier of the wronged woman." Bai Yun Sui's heart trembled at that moment. Memories of transforming Wen Qingqing into a dish flooded her mind. Her hatred for Wen Qingqing was indeed profound. Chapter 96. Little Green Vegetables as a Path to Enlightenment. 2. Bai Yun Sui lowered her head. In that instant, she found it difficult to meet Jian Shuanghan's gaze. After a moment, she returned the Wanjiao sword to Jian Shuanghan, saying, "Senior brother, the Wanjiao sword did not disclose to you what I did in the cave, did it?" Jian Shuanghan furrowed his brow slightly, looking at the Wanjiao sword, which timidly floated forth, and glanced at Bai Yun Sui. Really, did this child need to be so dramatic? It had covered for her, so why insist on admitting it? Given the circumstances, was it truly necessary? The Wanjiao sword had claimed more lives than the rice this girl had consumed. Jian Shuanghan, wielding the Wanjiao sword, had also taken many lives, not to mention the intoxication of slaying thousands. Were it not for being in Jian Shuanghan's hands, it would have been perceived as a demonic sword due to its bloodshed. As the spirit of the Wanjiao sword drifted into thoughts, Jian Shuanghan turned his attention to it. The spirit had no choice but to play back the complete scene from the cave for Jian Shuanghan, as he witnessed Bai Yun Sui employing various methods to dismember, skin, and prepare Wen Qingqing, along with the words exchanged between them and the various uses of the life-prolonging pills. Jian Shuanghan felt as if he had opened his eyes. Was this truly his once vulnerable third junior sister? How had she conjured such creative ideas? Jian Shuanghan gazed at the complete image transmitted by Wanxiao Jian, his brows twitching incessantly. TSK. Has this journey shifted from one extreme to another? So, is this what Xiao Qingkai truly signifies? No wonder when Qingqing displayed such a remarkable expression upon seeing the dish. It is undeniably overwhelming. Fortunately, unlike that gluttonous fool Su Heng, he would not succumb to the temptation of immediate consumption merely because it appears delectable. To ingest such foul substances would surely be excruciating. Jian Shuanghan felt a familiar throbbing in his head beginning anew. Bai Yunsui observed Jian Shuanghan's brows trembling with a familiar intensity, aware that his temper was about to erupt. However, he defiantly replied, "Senior brother, I shall not employ these methods against anyone else, but when Qingqing is my inner demon, and I must confront this demon. Although my methods may be ruthless, as you have seen, junior sister Qingqing not only remains unharmed, but is entirely unperturbed by the prospect of becoming a dish." Jian Shuanghan rubbed his temples, forcing down the urge to strike. He couldn't help but ask, what if she were to perish? Bai Yunsui remained resolute. Even if she were to die, should I have to pay a tremendous price, I would still proceed. If I cannot even protect my own dignity, I would rather my soul be scattered, never to reincarnate. Jian Shuanghan could sense Bai Yunsui's unwavering conviction. However, another pressing matter loomed in his mind that needed clarification, including the notion of me consuming when Qingqing's flesh. Bai Yunsui paused momentarily, then lowered his head. Naturally not. Since senior brother is here, I shall substitute it with normal fare. Yet, I wish for when Qingqing and Li Jingrang to feel at ease during the meal. Jian Shuanghan breathed a sigh of relief. He would prefer to eat nothing at all rather than partake in cannibalism. After all, having entered the great ascension stage, abstaining from food posed no issue for him. There was no need for a momentary lapse to tarnish his reputation, especially not with the scandal of inadvertently consuming his junior sister. Since Bai Yunsui still possessed a semblance of conscience, Jian Shuanghan nodded in approval. Excellent. It appears you have grasped your own path. Remember, on the journey of cultivation, do not take life lightly. The disciples of the Tianjian sect adhere to the principle that grievances must have a source and debts must have a master. Bai Yunsui promptly nodded. She was genuinely pleased to have such a senior brother and wished to avoid any unpleasantness between them. Jian Shuanghan then recalled something of great importance, adopting a serious demeanor. I am quite busy today. I am unaware of your actions, and we have not discussed anything prior. I have come to present you with a gift for successfully forming your golden core. Jian Shuanghan nodded affirmatively. As long as he remained ignorant of Bai Yunsui's actions, it would be inappropriate for him, as a senior brother, to reprimand his junior sister without cause. As for Wen Qingqing, he left her fate to chance. After all, she was formidable enough not to perish easily. Regarding Li Jingrang, Jian Shuanghan couldn't help but smirk. Were it not for him persuading Jian how to consume the exchange system, what qualifications did he have to lecture him? Jian Shuanghan promptly tucked away the poison of the resentful woman's tears and turned to Bai Yunsui. By the way, make sure to send him some of that spicy hot pot. It would be quite satisfying to witness. Bai Yunsui was left dumbfounded. Could it really be done this way? Was senior brother merely feigning ignorance? Should she praise him for his perceptiveness and tenderness? After a moment's reflection, Jian Shuanghan put away the resentful woman's tears and instead presented Bai Yunsui with a collection of vials. These are byproducts from my alchemical endeavors, which I have long contemplated how to utilize. Henceforth, whenever you encounter someone you dislike, administer a dose to them. If they survive, it's on you. If they perish, it's on me. Just observe closely and provide me with a detailed account of the effects post-consumption. These were merely ambiguous substances, and he had always felt it a pity to discard them, yet it was inconvenient to hand them out for trial. Now, with his junior sister exhibiting such composure and propriety, he believed she would undoubtedly become a reliable assistant on his alchemical journey. As Bai Yunsui stood in astonishment, Jian Shuanghan continued, Li Jingrang can have a bit more. His cultivation is high, and he is less likely to perish. Bai Yunsui, cradling an assortment of bottles and jars, could hardly fathom the swift turn of events, and thus inquired, Senior brother, are you not angered by my harsh treatment of Wen Qingqing? Jian Shuanghan silently blocked his ears. This junior sister truly was singular-minded, utterly oblivious to reason. I have already stated that junior sister Qingqing appears to be quite well. How could I possibly know what she has endured? Very well, feigning ignorance suits you. With Bai Yunsui relinquishing her contemplation, Jian Shuanghan finally led her back. After all, who was he? The righteous senior brother of the sect, the foremost disciple of Master Qingxian, resolutely against resolving issues through violence. As long as he remained unaware, it simply did not exist. Meanwhile, Jian Shuanghan and Bai Yunsui exchanged internal monologues, while Wen Qingqing and Li Jingrang enacted the roles of the malicious senior sister, the biased senior brother, and the fragmented me entwined with the deeply affectionate him. Wen Qingqing dabbed at her tears with a handkerchief, wiping away the excess, and adjusting herself to portray the most pitiable visage of tears on the verge of falling. Li Jingrang, a severe case of delusion, had already conjured an image of Jian Shuanghan as a heartless scoundrel, harboring a white moonlight named Bai Yunsui, whom he had betrayed in favor of his lovely junior sister. And Li Jingrang himself was the tragic second male lead, whose deep affection was doomed to a short life. Thus, when Jian Shuanghan witnessed Li Jingrang, filled with righteous indignation, overturning a table of food, he mused that this fool must have had his golden core lodged in his brain all those years ago, which would explain his empty gleam, should he remind Master Baiming to conduct a thorough examination of Li Jingrang. What if, one day, Li Jingrang's primordial spirit burst forth from his head, forever nailing him to the pillar of shame? Chapter 97. Shao Qingkai is also a path of enlightenment. 3. Jian Shuanghan harbored such thoughts, yet as he approached the small dining table, he instantly sensed a surge of murderous intent. Instinctively, he turned his head to see Li Jingrang charging at him with a sword, simultaneously shouting, "I want to allow you to bully junior sister Qingqing." Li Jingrang, a dual cultivator of sword and law, recognized that Jian Shuanghan's great ascension cultivation was no jest. Thus, if he sought to avenge Wen Qingqing, he must exert his utmost strength from the very beginning. In an instant, the air around them trembled, winds howled, and dust was stirred. For a fleeting moment, the aura radiating from Li Jingrang resembled a colossal hand stirring the elements, creating an atmosphere of tempestuous upheaval. From Li Jingrang, a blinding light erupted, stretching towards the heavens and weaving through the clouds. The winds intensified, uprooting trees, while stones danced wildly in the air, coalescing into a formidable force within the secret realm. Particularly, the sword's intent surged forth, accompanied by the essence of wind and rain, as swift as a shooting star, threatening to obliterate all. He, Li Jingrang, wielded this sword to protect the integrity of heaven and earth, to champion justice for the vulnerable. This sword was pure of heart, righteous of thought, and just in intention. Li Jingrang was indeed the strongest among the disciples of Ling Xiazong. With a single strike, he propelled himself towards Jian Shuanghan with overwhelming might, resolutely determined to ensure Jian Shuanghan's blood stained the ground. Thus, with an aura of immeasurable ferocity and the most steadfast intent of his life, Li Jingrang aimed a sword at Jian Shuanghan. Bai Yunsui, merely a fledgling golden core cultivator, suddenly realized that if Li Jingrang had unleashed such a strike against her, the hot pot would likely stand no chance. In the face of this strike, Bai Yunsui could only manage a shout, "Senior brother, be careful." Unexpectedly, Jian Shuanghan remained motionless, directly taking on the blow. In an instant, dust billowed, obscuring all sight. Wen Qingqing's heart raced in her throat. "Li Jingrang, you must hold your ground. This strike is crucial to my mission." This is the full force of Li Jingrang's strike, the culmination of all his cultivation. However, as the dust settled, Jian Shuanghan stood unscathed. Even more astonishingly, Li Jingrang's sword had snapped due to excessive force. The previously tense atmosphere shifted to silence, even bordering on awkwardness. Jian Shuanghan glanced down at the sword broken on the ground, then at his own unharmed self, before his gaze fell upon the utterly dumbfounded Li Jingrang. Jian Shuanghan's brows furrowed slightly before he inquired, "Should I take a couple of steps back and pretend you've struck me? It would be more courteous that way, wouldn't it?" Outside the secret realm, Qiu Yuning, unrestrained by the pressure of the divine seal, erupted into a boisterous laugh akin to a pig's squeal, vigorously patting the shoulder of the esteemed Qing Xianjinren. "What the hell happened to manners? Qing Xian, how on earth did you manage to raise such a peculiar character?" Si Tuya, gritting her teeth, attempted to smooth things over for Qiu Yuning. "Master, for heaven's sake, you are a revered elder of the entire cultivation world, a beauty of great renown. Maintain some dignity." Qing Xian, too, was gritting his teeth, not out of amusement at Jian Shuanghan's remark about manners, but rather because he realized that Qiu Yuning was retaliating against him. It seemed that following the incident with the flying boat, some of his disciples had had an unpleasant altercation with Si Tuya, and this pent-up frustration had finally found an outlet in Qiu Yuning. Each slap she delivered carried a hidden force. Even at the Great Ascension stage, it hurt. Qing Xian, stinging from the blows, cast a glance at Qiu Yuning, who wore a brazen and carefree smile, while Situya, trying to stifle her laughter, was contorting her face. A surge of indescribable emotions rose within him. Was it easy being a master? He couldn't manage a single disciple properly, and now he was being ridiculed by Qiu Yuning, whom he had known for years. He felt wronged. Thus, he indignantly exclaimed, "Remove your hand." Upon seeing Qing Xian, Qiu Yuning almost choked on her own laughter. Qing Xian's eyes were red, resembling a bullied little wife. The mirth that had previously filled Qiu Yuning vanished in an instant. How could a sect leader of such stature, a great ascension master, feel ashamed even if his elder disciple had him pressed to the ground? After all, his disciple was a once-in-3,000 years prodigy. Being bested by him was hardly disgraceful. In fact, anyone present would realize that if his disciple wanted to turn against his master, no one could escape. As a master, one should take pride in their formidable disciples rather than indulge in petty grievances. Qing Xian glared at Qiu Yuning, his expression one of bewilderment, clearly failing to grasp her meaning. "It hurts." "Oh dear." Qiu Yuning instinctively glanced at the live broadcast, wondering if Jian Shuanghan's slap possessed some unique power. Previously, Qing Xian had merely been dull-witted, but this portrayal of him as a little wife was unprecedented. What kind of extraordinary trait had he been struck with? As Qiu Yuning observed further, she noticed the presence of a small, transparent Bai Yun Sui, engaged in bizarre antics. She was stuffing her fist into her mouth. Was Mo Wenfeng really making a fool of himself, as part of a group? Bai Yun Sui, oblivious to the spectacle, would certainly not wish her foolish behavior broadcasted for all to see. Nonetheless, this was the only idea she could conjure to stifle the impending eruption of laughter. What a joke. Li Jingrang may be foolish, but if she let out a laugh akin to that of a slaughtered pig, who knows how he might react? She had already pretended enough. She didn't want to perish here. Quickly biting her fist, she hoped the pain would replace the urge to laugh. Was her elder brother truly this humorous? Which imbecile had claimed he was as cold as a glacier that had been scorched for 10,000 years? With this sense of humor, her elder brother could certainly entertain. What extraordinary move, an eruption, her mouth full of medicinal pills, a grand strike shaking the heavens, damage 2. 5. No, there wasn't even 2. 5 damage. For not only had Li Jingrang failed to sever a single hair, he hadn't even frayed a thread on his garments. Li Jingrang was utterly incredulous. My master, Bei Mingjinrun, isn't without the ability to inflict harm on you. Jian Shuanghan lamented, regretting that Jian Hao was not present at such a moment, as he longed to know just how much stupidity Li Jingrang possessed. Upon witnessing the disdain tinged with sympathy in Shuanghan's eyes, Li Jingrang's fury ignited. Speak plainly. Very well, since you insist. Jian Shuanghan cleared his throat. You do realize that's your master, don't you? He wields the tremor bell, possesses formidable cultivation, and has an assistant. What do you think you are? If I could be harmed by you, where would that leave the faces of the other 4? Even if your intellect is lacking, you ought to uphold the respect due to your master, right? If all else fails, I could begrudgingly offer you some walnuts to nourish your brain. Jian Shuanghan. Li Jingrang trembled with rage. Unbeknownst to him, the rumor of Ling Xiao's sect's elder brother's lack of intelligence had swiftly spread across the various sections.